The Enchantress of Medicine with the Heaven-Defying Child and the Black Belly Father Chapter 4140 to Chapter 4312. The hoarse voice carries an irrepressible emotion, low and soft by her ear. Don't marry the princess, wait for me to go to the hidden abyss to find you, okay? After saying that, he lowers his head and kisses her again, then his figure gradually fades and disappears. The air is still filled with scorching and ambiguous emotions, as well as the man's cold and aloof voice. I admit defeat. The duel is over, the winner is Yi Liangchen, the calculation of prestige will now begin. The mechanical voice of Tianguang ruins resounds in everyone's ears. However, no one seems to be able to hear it. They still haven't recovered from that fiery and explosive scene just now. Kiss kiss kiss, kissed, and it's two men, kissing in public. No, it's their demon King Yi, great god Yi, who was forcefully kissed by a man. The demons feel that they should be angry and irritable. After all, Demon King Yi is their demon race's future princess son-in-law. But just now, each and every one of them had their eyes wide open, their faces flushed and their hearts racing as they watched the whole process, and they still feel that it's not enough. Why? It's probably because that man is too strong. So strong that even if he deliberately restrains himself, even if it's just in Tianguang ruins, it still makes them tremble from the depths of their souls. Only the strong are worthy of the strong, no matter if it's a man or a woman, no matter if it's a marriage. This is the demon race's inherent thinking. Mu Yan blushes and wipes her lips. The duel is over, and the wounds on her body begin to heal automatically. Even her swollen lips return to normal. But that scorching touch seems to still be there. That bastard, what does he mean by not marrying the princess? He's really jealous of even a woman. But why does she feel that Di Mingju is a bit strange this time? Forget it, he said that he would come to the hidden abyss to find her, so he will definitely come. Thinking that Di Mingju is safe and sound, thinking that the two will soon meet again, her heart surges with a sweet and peaceful joy. Tianguang Ruins Announcement. Tianguang Ruins Announcement. The mechanical yet urgent voice suddenly pulls Mu Yan back from her thoughts. The Nether region's prestige list's first place updated. The new Limitless region's first place is Yi Liangchen. At this point, the Nether region, Devil region, and Limitless region's first place of the three lists have been unified. The Central District's reputation leaderboard has been updated at the same time. The first person on the Tianguang Ruins reputation leaderboard is Yi Liangchen. Since special class user Yi Liangchen is the first user to achieve this, a special reward will be given. Yi Liangchen, please choose a time to visit the Spirit Ruin Grotto Heaven. The voice dissipated. Mu Yan felt her palm warm up, and a small key appeared in her hand. A name immediately flashed through her mind, Spirit Ruin's Jade Key. This was the third special key after the Heavenly Cloud Jade Key in the Cultivation Continent and the Floating Light Jade Key in the Floating Island, Spirit Ruin Jade Key. With this key, she could enter the core area of Tianguang Ruins. It was the Spirit Ruins paradise. Mu Yan's heart jumps. She thought of the man whose face and figure she couldn't see clearly. The owner of the Tianguang Ruins. She had suspected that he was her fiancé. Later, little Martial Uncle's heaven-defying fate-changing top-quality heavenly treasures, as well as the materials to repair the Tian Emochin, were also given by the other party. If she went to the Spirit Ruins Utopia, would she be able to see him, or perhaps, she could obtain information about Jun Shiyuan from the owner of the Tianguang Ruins. Thinking of this, Mu Yan immediately chose to go to the Spirit Ruins paradise. However, she was blocked outside the Iron Gate by an invisible barrier. Little Sue, what's going on? The surroundings were quiet, with no reply. Mu Yan wasn't in a hurry. Crossing her arms over her chest, she waited calmly. After a long time, a weak voice came from the air, first-generation host, hello. There were two huge wutong trees in front of the Spirit Ruins paradise. Along with this voice, a youth that looked almost the same as Xiao Tian and Xiao Guang appeared behind the parasol trees. But unlike Xiao Tian's liveliness and Xiao Guang's coldness, this youth seemed to be very shy. Most of his body was hidden behind the parasol trees, with only a small head sticking out, blushing as he looked in Mu Yan's direction. His fair baby face was bright red, and his eyes were filled with longing, childish admiration, and shyness. Mu Yan didn't expect that the last artifact spirit of Heaven Light Ruins would actually look like this. She couldn't help softening her voice, "Your little Sue?" The youth nodded lightly, his bright eyes staring at Mu Yan, but his voice was as small as a mosquito's. "First-generation host, I miss you very much. Seeing you, little Sue is too happy." Mu Yan walked over with a smile, "I'm also very happy to see little Sue." Hearing her words, the youth's face flushed with excitement. Seeing her approach, he was so flustered that he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. One foot stepped back, as if he wanted to run away at any time. Mu Yan was amused by his appearance. Before he could run away in panic, she scooped him up and rubbed his head. "I didn't expect little Sue to be so cute." "Little Sue, ah. First-generation host praised him for being cute, he's burning up, he's going to die." Mu Yan teased little Sue enough, then pointed to the spirit ruin paradise. "What's going on? Why can't I go in?" Because little Sue can't contact Master." Little Sue looked like he was about to cry, feeling both guilty and annoyed. Little Sue already had the ruins lord inform Master. In the past, it was through them that I could contact Master, but this time, Master didn't give little Sue a response. "First-generation host, I'm sorry, is little Sue very useless?" Saying so, tears were already swirling in his eyes. Mu Yan was astonished that little Sue's intelligence had already far surpassed little Tian and little Light. He was like a truly shy youth. She stretched out her hand to stroke little Sue's hair and said gently, "How could that be? Little Sue was the best. Thank you for protecting me in the dark every time and standing up for me." The youngster raises his head, his bright eyes look at Mayan, then he shyly lowers his head. He placed his index fingers together and spoke softly, but the corners of his lips were raised high. "First host, do you know everything?" Of course, Mu Yan knows. Regardless of whether it was to protect the burning death water from hurting her, or to help her deal with the people from the myriad electrocution sect. Little Sue had always been shy and did not dare to come out to see her, but had always been protecting her from behind. Mu Yan took another look at the spirit ruins paradise and muttered, "Since the owner of Tianguang ruins isn't here, I'll go in next time to receive my reward." Little Sue said softly, "Little Sue will definitely think of a way to contact Master. Shoshan continent, Netherworld region." When Yuchen received the news from Tianguang ruins, he couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. Someone had actually managed to combine the 3 prestige leaderboards into one. Yi Liangchen, he seemed to have never heard of this name before. And it was actually a demon? Due to unknown reasons, this site is suddenly unavailable on Sogu today. Please remember this site's domain name, Booksea Pavilion, and find your way home. The only person who could open the Spirit Ruins Paradise was the true owner of the Tianguang ruins, Luo Yunxiao. Even if he was the owner of the ruins and could control the life and death of every cultivator in the Tianguang ruins, he still couldn't completely control the Tianguang ruins. But at the thought of the first prince, who had completely changed, Yuchen couldn't help but sigh. He slowed down and walked toward the sleeping chamber where Luo Yunxiao was. On the way, he met Elder Pei Nan, whose cultivation was similar to his. Hearing that he was going to report to the new domain lord about the Tianguang ruins, he followed him. "I also have something to report to the domain lord." As soon as they reached the door of the hall, a magical beast sprang out and let out a sharp voice, "Why are you looking for Master?" It was a magical beast that looked exactly like Chiwen. But upon a closer look, it didn't have any aura of a living creature. Its every move seemed sluggish and rigid. It wasn't a real magical beast, but a puppet. Yuchen felt a stabbing pain in his heart when he thought of the noisy magical beast that used to accompany the first prince. That magical beast was already dead, and would never come back. And the cold, indifferent, but kind-hearted first prince would never be able to return. But who was to blame for all of this? Yuchen followed Chiwen into the hall in a daze. A white-robed man was drawing a formation. The window was open, and his long silver hair fluttered in the wind. His handsome face, which could captivate all living things in the world, was half covered, and it was breathtaking. However, when the man raised his head, Yuchen and Pei Nan looked into that pair of blood-red eyes, and instantly felt as if ice water had been poured over them. All the amazement and confusion turned into fear in an instant. Yuchen licked his lips and swallowed before saying respectfully, "Domain Lord, there's news from the Tianguang ruins." Someone has combined the three lists into one, achieved a new achievement, and obtained the jade key of the spirit ruins. But the opening of the spirit ruins paradise requires master to go in person, I wonder. Luo Yunxiao's face revealed a stunned expression. There was clearly no fluctuation in her eyes. But when Yuchen stole a glance at the pair of blood-red eyes, he felt as if there was a heart-piercing sorrow and despair flowing within them. Qi-wen rubbed her head against Luo Yunxiao and called out, "Master." Luo Yunxiao came back to her senses and her long eyelashes slowly drooped. Her elegant voice carried a bone-piercing chill as she said, "Tell little Su that the spirit ruins paradise will never open again." Yuchen choked. He opened his mouth but couldn't say anything for a long time. He wanted to say that if they should be rewarded or punished, the nether realm would lose its power in the Tianguang ruins. But, so what, whether the nether world was good or bad, flourishing or perishing, would this person in front of him care? Not slaughtering everyone in the imperial court of the netherworld was already his last mercy. Yuchen sighed softly and swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. Pei Nan walked towards Luo Yunxiao and said, "Regent Lord, this subordinate also has something to report." Swish, a cold light flickered as a blood-red dagger appeared in Pei Nan's fingertips. She stabbed it towards Luo Yunxiao's heart. "Luo Yunxiao, go to hell." Yuchen's eyes suddenly widened as his heart almost jumped out of his throat. He didn't even know whether he was worried about Pei Nan or Luo Yunxiao at this moment. Puchi, the dagger pierced into Luo Yunxiao's chest. Blood flowed out and merged with the blood-red blade. Luo Yunxiao's handsome face remained expressionless from beginning to end as he quietly looked at Pei Nan's ferocious face. The dagger was coated in poison as it pierced through Luo Yunxiao's heart. However, a black flame sprang up from the dagger and instantly climbed onto Pei Nan's hand. "Aha!" A heart-wrenching scream sounded as Pei Nan rolled around in the sleeping chamber. Yuchen's lips trembled as he watched his former good friends arm being swallowed by the netherine sacred flame. Even his body began to disappear. He looked in horror at Luo Yunxiao and knelt on the ground. "Domain Lord, please spare his life. He just doesn't want the nether realm to truly decline." Yuchen knew Pei Nan's thoughts too well. He wanted the nether realm to be strong enough to surpass the polar domain and unify the three realms. If Yin Wuji could do it, he would support Yin Wuji. After Yin Wuji was defeated by Luo Yunxiao, he would support Luo Yunxiao. But Pei Nan didn't think that Luo Yunxiao didn't want the nether realm to prosper. He only wanted to see the nether realm completely destroyed. So Pei Nan went crazy. Even if he knew he would die, he still wanted to kill Luo Yunxiao and restore everything to how it was before. Yu Chen's eyes were filled with pleading. He did wrong, but his intentions were good. He only did it for the nether realm. Luo Yunxiao looked at him indifferently, his voice cold and without any ripples. "What does it have to do with me? What does it have to do with me?" Yu Chen was struck by lightning and couldn't say another word. That's right, what did the nether realm's prosperity have to do with him? What did the nether realm give him other than him being born? Pain, torture, humiliation, and the loneliness of having nothing. Wasn't it a joke to let such a great haul continue to prosper the nether realm? Pei Nan's screams disappeared along with his body. There wasn't even a bone left. Yu Chen left in a daze. Only Luo Yunxiao, who was still drawing the formation, and Qi-wen, who was beside him with a dazed expression, was left in the room. Suddenly, Luo Yunxiao stopped and said, "How long do you want to spy in the dark?" Qi-wen tilted her head slightly. There was no expression in her eyes, but she asked in a puzzled voice, "Master, who are you calling?" In the next moment, several figures landed in front of Luo Yunxiao and knelt on one knee. Fentian, Anya Wu, greets Master. Fentian, Dark Knight 7, greets Master. Fentian, Anya's 11th, greets Master. Luo Yunxiao's gaze fell on them. She frowned slightly and only said one word, "Scram." All three of them were dressed in black, and their faces were wrapped tightly with black cloth. The three of them were obviously stunned when they heard Luo Yunxiao's words. Then the man who called himself Anya 5 hurriedly said, "Master, we are the same as you. We have been tortured by the Hongqian murder. But you are the only one who has fused with the world-exterminating half-soul." Anya's 11th's voice trembled. "We all sensed it when you swallowed the world-destroying half-soul. We, Burning Heaven, have unanimously agreed to respect you as our common master. Only you can lead us to slaughter the Debii temple. kill all those hypocritical immortals, and completely destroy this disgusting world." His words caused the eyes of the three of them to burn with a blazing light. Their bodies were trembling slightly because of excitement. Luo Yunxiao's face was expressionless when he heard their words. He just raised the corner of his mouth and smiled gently. This smile made his already handsome face even more enchanting and moving. Fen Tian and the other two were all fascinated. They were impressed by Luo Yunxiao's appearance and strength. It was also the natural surrender of the body that had experienced the mortal tribulation to the world destroyer. However, soon, the man's cold and emotionless voice came into their ears. "What do these things have to do with me?" Anya the fifth said excitedly, "Master, you have experienced the mortal tribulation. Don't you want to take revenge on Defying Temple? Don't you want to destroy the world?" He paused, and his voice became hoarse because of extreme hatred. In order to destroy the world destroyer half-soul, Defying Temple selected thousands of innocent babies and let them become the hosts of the mortal tribulation. Most of them were tortured to death when the last half of their souls left their bodies. Those of us who were lucky enough to survive thought that it was a great gift not to kill us. In Fen Tian, there are also the survivors of the tribes that were persecuted by the so-called decent sects, and the fallen evils with deep hatred. We don't want to see peace and prosperity. We don't want to unify the world. We just want all the creatures in the world to die. We're going to make those sanctimonious beasts suffer the pain that we've tasted and sink into hell together with us, doomed eternally. Fen Tian and the other two thought that Luo Yunxiao would unite with them after they said these words. However, the expression of the man sitting at the head of the table was still indifferent and calm. He looked down at the three of them, as if a demon was looking at ants. Since they were demons and ants, how could they be qualified to cooperate with each other? They suddenly realized that it was not that Luo Yunxiao didn't want to take revenge. He was just not interested in cooperating with them. Destroy the world, he alone was enough. Cold sweat rolled down from the foreheads of Fen Tian and the other two. Anya the third suddenly thought of something. He opened his mouth and said with difficulty, "Master, there is still a secret hidden in Defying Temple. Maybe you want to know." Chi Wen immediately asked in a sharp voice, "What secret? Tell us quickly, don't keep us guessing." Anya-san hurriedly said, "Bodhidharma of Defying Temple has a demon immortal weapon called the Resurrection Lamp. With this soul resurrection lamp, as long as we gather enough materials, we can resurrect the dead." Luo Yunxiao, who had been absent-mindedly fiddling with the array formation, suddenly stopped. He looked over at him. "The soul revival lamp?" Feeling the cold gaze, Anya-san's body trembled more violently. "Yes. I'm sure that Defying Temple has the resurrection lamp. Furthermore, they are currently planning to use the soul revival lamp to resurrect someone. We, Fen Tian, have also planted spies in Defying Temple, which is why I know about this. It's just that I haven't gathered all the materials yet, so I haven't started yet." Anya-san slowly raised his head, and his eyes were filled with adoration, desire, and temptation. He said word by word, "Master, do you have a wish that you want to realize? Do you have anyone you want to resurrect? Go kill all the bald donkeys from Defying Temple and snatch the lamp of resurrection from them. We, Fen Tian, are willing to become the blade and sword in your hands, to charge and break through the enemy lines for you, and to help you become the one and only demon king of annihilation in this world." Xianxia continent, southeast border. The first rays of dawn had just risen from the east, illuminating the entire land. Many people in the Xiqing tribe had already gotten up and were busy going in and out. Suddenly, the cultivator on guard saw a figure rapidly approaching and immediately shouted, "Who's there?" When the figure got closer, he found that it was a young and handsome monk. He was wearing a golden-red kasaya, which made him look even more handsome, with red lips and white teeth. But there was tiredness and vicissitudes in his eyes. However, even a monk was not allowed to get close at will. The guard was about to scold him and leave, but he heard his companion call out in surprise, "Master Jing Yuan, is that you?" A month ago, Elder Huigu of the Xiqing tribe led a team out, but accidentally encountered a group of corpse puppets. When they were almost wiped out, a monk saved them. And the guard who called out was one of the survivors who went out with the team. The Xiqing tribe was actually quite xenophobic, but they still expressed a warm welcome to their savior. But somehow, they always felt that the little monk's face did not have the vitality that he had when they met last time. His eyebrows seemed to be soaked with sorrow and sadness. Ba. Jing Yuan bowed slightly to a little girl and said in a hoarse and soft voice, Miss Wu Meng, last time you said you saw my second brother and his disciple in the Mo Mountain. Could you please take me there? Wu Meng's little face turned red and she nodded quickly, of course. But I can't remember clearly. Maybe I can't find them. Jing Yuan slowly exhaled and said, it doesn't matter. As long as you are willing to lead the way, I will be very grateful. His fingers slowly squeezed the Buddha beads in his palm. Jing Yuan would never have thought that he had not found his second brother and had not asked his master to return to secular life. But his second brother suddenly passed away. Both his master and eldest brother seemed to know how second brother died. But no one was willing to tell him the truth. Eldest brother only told him that the resurrection lamp of Defying temple could resurrect second brother, but it needed many rare treasures as fuel, and it also needed things that were contaminated with second brother's breath. Eldest brother would send people to collect and search for those fuel. But the things that were contaminated with second brother's breath were no longer in Defying temple. After all, second senior brother had left Defying temple for so many years. Therefore, Jing Yuan hurriedly returned to the Xiqing tribe, hoping that Wu Meng could lead him to the place where second senior martial brother used to live. The people of Xiqing's tribe were very grateful to Jing Yuan. They repeatedly told Wu Meng to help Jing Yuan. Given Jing Yuan's level of cultivation, others would need a flying magical artifact. He just grabbed Dark Dream's clothes and teleported, disappearing from where he was. Huigu had always been brooding over owing Grandmaster Jing Yuan a favor. As he watched the two of them leave, he couldn't help but smile. At this moment, a person hurriedly ran towards Huigu. Elder, the female cultivator you brought back woke up. Huigu was startled, the female cultivator with the aura of the Wushang flame? She survived. Due to unknown reasons, this site is suddenly unavailable on Sogu today. Readers, please remember this site's domain name, Booksy Pavilion, and find your way home. Huigu's spirit shook and he quickly said, let's go and take a look. Under the abyss. The Cloud City competition finally came to an end on this day. Mu Yan, or rather Yi Liangchen, was the well-deserved champion. Of course, the people of Cloud City were already aware of this outcome half a month ago. Even Lu Jing, who was initially at odds with Yu Ying, was now convinced by this handsome and powerful youth. When he went on stage, his scream was even louder than Yu Ying's. Yu Ying couldn't help but smirk as she despised him. If she had a tail, it would have been wagging in the sky by now. I'm just lucky and have good foresight. I can pick up treasures casually in a one-star main city. Where's little Qianxia? Ask him to come out quickly. I brought him news. The door was pushed open but the handsome youth was nowhere to be seen. Only Night Spirit was cultivating inside. During this period of time, under Mu Yan's pampering, Night Spirit had been eating demonic pills like candy. So her cultivation had risen straight to rank 9 demonic weapon and she was just a step away from breaking through to demonic guard. Night Spirit couldn't help but want to roar at the thought of the thigh he had accidentally latched onto. What kind of demonic foresight do I have? I actually picked up such a peerless treasure from the Demon Cloud Ridge. Where's little Qianxia? Night Spirit said, she went to the West District. Why did she go to the West District? Yu Ying said, forget it, where did she go? Should I go look for her? Cough, there's no need for that. I don't know why she went to the West District. I'm afraid you won't be able to find her. Yu Ying said unhappily, I even brought him news related to her father. Night Spirit was stunned upon hearing that and hurriedly jumped off the bed. Really? Can you really find Liangchen's father? Hee, I don't know whether I can find them or not, but I spent half a month to filter out all the demon masters and demon generals in the 4-star main cities who might have children wandering among the humans. I don't believe that I can't find the scumbag father who abandoned little Qianxia. At this time, Mayan is dressed in women's clothing, quietly passing through the Western District and arriving at the old man's hut from before. Half a month had passed, and the house that had been half destroyed was still half collapsed. Mayan shields her sense of smell, pushes open the door and enters. Then, she is speechless to see the old man sleeping soundly in the garbage heap. The corner of her mouth twitched. This old man was really adaptable to circumstances. It had been half a month. If the house wasn't repaired, how could he sleep? Aren't you afraid of being hacked and stolen in the middle of the night? However, looking at the room full of junk and the stench, well, probably no one would come to steal it. Mu Yan knocks on the swaying door, as if it could collapse at any time. After knocking a few times, the old man grunted and slowly opened his eyes. It's you. What are you doing here? I don't have a second monster core for you to use. Mu Yan threw out a Xianxia bag. This is to compensate you. She rubbed her nose. I'm sorry for damaging your monster core last time. The old man took the Xianxia bag unceremoniously and opened it to take a look inside. Oh ho, so many mabe, and there's even a devil core. As expected, people who can go to a 4-star main city to participate in the marriage selection are different. They're so generous. Mu Yan's body stiffened as she looked at the old man in shock. Hee, do you think I can't recognize that you're that Yi Liangchen? The old man rolled his eyes. How many demon masters are there in the nebulous cloud city? How many of them can even destroy my top-notch demon core crystal? Do you think I can't tell if you're a man or a woman? I'm old, but I'm not blind yet. Mayan coughed slightly. I really had no choice but to dress up as a man to participate in the marriage selection. Please keep this matter a secret. Alright, I'm not interested in other people's business. What's more, the mabe and magic cores you brought have long surpassed the value of magic cores. Take the extra money as my hush money, lass. Only then does Mu Yan breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, back in Bloodflame City, the owner of the Monster Core inspection house had also seen through his identity. However, the boss was even more valiant. He directly asked, so what if I'm the evil woman? As long as you are strong enough, you are qualified to marry the princess? What was the relationship between a man and a woman? Recently, Mu Yan has been staying in the hidden abyss for a long time, and her thoughts have gradually been assimilated by the demon race. However, even she was amazed by the eccentricities of the devil race. Mu Yan smiled at the old man and said goodbye to him before leaving. A low voice came from behind. What does it matter if it's a man or a woman? Anyway, no one can marry the princess. Mayan stares blankly. What does that mean? But this old man had always been mysterious, and the dilapidated house was really too smelly. Even if he blocked his sense of smell, he still couldn't bear it. Mu Yan did not ask any more questions, but turned around and left. When the old man saw that she had walked far away, the corner of his lips curled up. He took out all the devil cores from his Xianxia bag and stuffed them all into his mouth. If Mu Yan was still here, she would already be dumbstruck. Is there anyone who eats magic pills like this? Although these magic pills were all beneficial to the human body, their effects were different and their medicinal strength was strong. If he were to eat so many magic danes at the same time, not to mention whether their attributes would clash with each other. Even the majestic medicinal power was not something that the old man's frail body and damaged monster core could withstand. However, the old man acted as if he could not feel anything. He puffed up his thin cheeks and swallowed all of the magic cores. The medicine took effect, and a burning pain came from every part of his body. The monster core revolved quickly, and a huge stream of air revolved around the monster core, as if it wanted to burst out of his body. The old man curled up in the garbage, and the pain made his whole body spasm. However, he did not groan. Instead, he laughed out loud. However, this laughter was hoarse, sorrowful, and fragmented, causing one's heart to ache when they heard it. As he laughed, turbid tears fell from the corners of his eyes. The old man laughed and said in a low voice, "It's so good, such a strong effect, at least. I know that I'm still alive, ha 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 ha." He did not know how long he had been in pain, or how long he had been laughing. Suddenly, the old man's laughter stopped. His wrinkled and dirty face revealed an expression of disbelief, and his eyes slightly widened. At this time, the effect of the medicine had already passed, and the monster core had stopped spinning violently. The thick energy surrounding the monster core began to slowly seep into the monster core, slowly repairing the damage on it. Although he only repaired a little bit before the energy was exhausted and stopped, the old man suddenly sat up from the garbage heap. His withered tree-like hand pressed hard on his chest, and his lips trembled. How could this be? How can it be repaired? How can it be repaired? The old man's line of sight slowly turned and fell on the Xianxia bag not far away. The demonic elixirs inside had already been eaten by him, so he had no way of knowing the effects of those demonic elixirs. But one thing was for sure. It must be the demonic elixirs brought by that little girl that helped his demonic elixirs to recover a little. The old man hugged his trembling body and suddenly laughed in a low voice. Then his laughter became louder and louder, almost hysterical. There was actually someone in this world who could recover his demonic elixirs. This was not a dream. This was not his imagination. The old man suddenly climbed up from the pile of rubbish and stumbled out. "Where is Yi Liangchen? Where is Yi Liangchen? Quickly tell me where Yi Liangchen is." The demon who was caught by him pushed him away and said unhappily, "Is there something wrong with your brain?" Demon King Yi went to a 4-star main city to participate in the marriage selection, of course. "What? Already left?" The old man said excitedly. "When did he leave? Which 4-star main city did he go to?" "Old man, have you been dreaming these days? Demon King Yi left yesterday morning through the teleportation token." "How would I know if he went to a 4-star main city? There are only immortal slaying, soul devouring, sky reaching, cloud locking in the 4-star main city. In a few days, the Hidden Abyss Mansion report will announce the list. Hee, at that time, I must go to a 4-star main city to support Demon King Yi." After saying these words, the demon pushed the old man away and left. The old man walked back to his shabby house in a daze. Gone. "So it has been 2 days since I took those demonic elixirs?" After returning to the shabby house, the old man looked at the Xianxia bag full of mabe and slowly clenched his fists. Right, he could go and find that little girl. Since the demon god let him meet her, it must be to give him a chance of survival. He must catch her even if he died. The old man lay in the rubbish pile, but his heart was still agitated and it was difficult to calm down. Suddenly, he sat up, completely ignoring the stench of the rubbish pile, and plunged into it. After a long while, he finally pulled out the crystal ball that was overflowing with light from the inside. The old man looked at the crystal ball in his hand, his eyes burning with obsession, but tears unconsciously fell from his eyes. Try again, he slowly pressed his skinny fingers on the crystal ball, and a sparkling light emitted from his palm. In the next moment, a sharp pain pierced through his mind. It was as if thousands of sharp needles were stabbing his head. The old man was in so much pain that his whole body was bent over, and beads of sweat rolled down like rain. However, he held the crystal ball tightly and refused to let go. The monster core in his body spun madly, and the hole that had just been repaired reappeared on the monster core. However, almost at the same time, something entered the old man's mind. It was incomparably clear, and it shook one's heart and soul. The old man's eyes suddenly widened, his pupils constricted, and his lips trembled. A shrill scream escaped from his throat, and he fell into the garbage with the crystal ball in his arms. But after the scream, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. The devils return to tranquil region, a pearl in the vast sea. The phoenix soars through the 9 heavens, the 3 realms return to its heart. When the divine master ascends, where will he look at the 9 prefectures? Your Royal Highness. Your Royal Highness. Ha, it turns out that the one who brought me a glimmer of hope is your Royal Highness. You didn't expect it, did you? You never thought that there would be a day where I would make a comeback, did you? As he laughed, his tears fell down, with blood, bright red and glaring. Your Royal Highness. Your subject, the priest of the Demon Emperor, Zhongli, greets your Royal Highness. Demon Imperial City. Still haven't found the princess? Min Wei frowned at the 4 dejected people and couldn't help but pace back and forth in the room. Xue Jie glanced at him cautiously and said in a low voice, "I almost flipped over the 2 and 3-star main cities, but I couldn't find any trace of Her Highness." But what? The demon blood guards under Wu Feng reported that they saw a demon woman trying to leave Hidden Abyss. They discovered her and hurriedly escaped, but they lost track of her. Wu Feng guessed that she might be a spy from Nether Realm or Polar Realm. Because of the investigation, she panicked and wanted to escape, so she exposed herself. After that, we did a thorough investigation in the nearby 3-star main cities and caught quite a few spies. Min Wei rubbed his forehead. So after investigating for half a month, you have no clue of the princess? The four lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak. Minwei was so angry he wanted to smash their heads. Do you know that the heavenly enchantment banquet is about to begin? All the clans and sects of Xianxia continent are coming. At that time, the hidden abyss cannot be completely sealed. If you can't find the princess, what are you going to do about the heavenly enchantment banquet? The four shrunk their necks and wanted to find a hole to hide in. No one dared to provoke Minwei, who had turned into a fire-breathing demon. Shuijie carefully looked up and whispered, How about we ask Lord Zhongli to come out of seclusion and divine for us? Since the princess is in hidden abyss, it will be much easier for Lord Zhongli to divine. Her location. Minwei frowned and glared at her. Lord Zhongli was seriously injured in the war 1,000 years ago. Since then, he has to go into seclusion to heal. When he comes out, the heavenly enchantment banquet will begin. How are you going to find him? Do you think your idea is good? Shuijie shook her head and almost cried. Sob sob sob, the heavenly enchantment banquet was the demon venerable's idea. Elder Minwei didn't scold the demon venerable but them, picking on the soft persimmon. Yao Dao thought for a moment. Elder Minwei, how about we stop looking? Stop looking? Yes, we will wait for the princess to come out herself. His eyes flickered, and he said in a low voice, although the demon venerate doesn't like the polar domain sovereign lord, the princess even has a child with him, so their relationship must be pretty good. Dimingju has been invited to the enchantment banquet. As long as the princess is still in the hidden abyss, she will inevitably hear the news. At that time, there's no need for us to look for him, the princess will find a way to meet Dimingju. Minwei frowned, revealing a pondering expression. This wasn't really a solution. Although there was a certain risk, there was no other way. Minwei waved his hand and said, just do as Yao Dao said. Remember to wear the demon core blood jade at all times. If you miss the princess, let the polar domain people take her away first. Hee, at that time, be careful of your skin. I know. Rest assured, elder, the princess must not be snatched away. If Dimingju wants to marry our princess, then he can marry into our Qianyuan. He'll serve the princess together with the prince's son-in-law selected from the general election. Shuijie said excitedly, which one do you all favor? Let me tell you, there's an outrageously handsome boy in a 3-star main city. His name is Yi Liangchen. I heard that he's very good-looking. His little face is so tender that water can come out of it. The key is that he's strong, can refine demonic pills, and has a large group of followers behind him. I think it's good to let him serve the princess. TCH, what's so good about a pretty boy? I think the kid from the Hellion family is the most interesting. He's arrogant, cold, and powerful. I like him the most. Hellion is too bloody and cruel. What if he scares the princess? I think the younger generation from the Bailey family is better. Minwei, damn it, he really wanted to throw this group of brainless devils into the demonic fire and let them be reforged. Demon Imperial City, Yueyue Palace. Immortal slaying, soul devouring, sky piercing, cloud locking. Choose, which 4-star main city do you want to watch the competition? Yun Ruhan looked at the 4 teleportation tokens in front of him, then at the little girl in front of him. He couldn't help but smile. Although he was told to choose, only one of the 4 teleportation tokens was placed in front of him. The other 3 were placed far away. Was he supposed to choose? It was obvious that he had already chosen for her. Yun Ruhan picked up the teleportation token in front of him and said gently, I choose Immortal Slaying City. Seeing that he chose Immortal Slaying City as he wished, Yu's delicate little face immediately bloomed with a bright smile. This smile was too much like a pure little girl's, innocent and pure, as if it could not tolerate any filth in the world. Madam, I also want to go to Immortal Slaying City, may I? A gentle voice came over, causing Yun Ruhan to suddenly return to his senses. Luo Siyuan walked toward the two with a charming smile on his face. He looked at Yu with a gentle gaze, but his tone was teasing and pleading. We're both demonic pets. Madam, you can't only take Ruhan but not me. Saying that, he walked toward Yu as if he wanted to pull her into his arms. But before he could touch Yu's hand, Yu had already taken a step back and moved closer to Yun Ruhan. She squinted her almond-shaped eyes and looked at him for a while. Her lips slowly curled up. Okay, you can come too. What about us? We want to go too. I've long wanted to see Demon King Ye's glory. The first demon to unify Tianguang ruins. My lord, bring me along. In an instant, a group of magic pets rushed out, chirping non-stop. Yu Yu waved her hand and said, all of you, go together. The demonic pets immediately cheered. Long live my lord. I can finally see Yap Liangchen, who I admire so much. Who are you to call Yi Liangchen? Call him Great Demon King. Yun Ruhan, little junior sister, what did you do this time? He didn't even want to be a demoness and directly promoted to a Great Demon King. He reached out to touch his forehead and couldn't help but smile helplessly. Suddenly, Luo Siyuan's voice sounded in his ears, Brother Ruhan, do you know Yi Liangchen? Yun Ruhan retracted her smile and said gently, why would Brother Luo ask such a question? Of course I don't. Hee, I just feel that Yap Liangchen's appearance and fighting style is more like a human spirit cultivator. I thought that Brother Ruhan would know him. Luo Siyuan said casually, but if you think about it, it's impossible. If he was a fallen evil, how could he be so powerful, and how could he be so crazily sought after by the demon race? It would take a lot of devil chi to teleport so many people to the immortal slaughtering city. However, with Yu Yu's cultivation, she naturally did not care about these things. She ordered all the demonic pets to stand around her. She held the teleportation token of the immortal slaughtering city in her hand and injected demonic energy into it. A thick black and red mist emanated from her body, enveloping everyone, including Yun Ruhan. His head felt heavy and his feet felt light, as if his soul was being torn out of his body. Yun Ruhan's expression suddenly changed, and she subconsciously reached out to grab the girl's hand. In the next moment, the world before his eyes spun. When he steadied himself, he saw a vast plain. The green grass was lush, and the mountain range was verdant. The air was filled with dense spiritual chi and immortal chi, but there was no demonic chi. This seemed to be a paradise. What happened? Where are we? A panicked voice sounded in his ears. Yun Ruhan turned around and realized that she and Yu Yu were not the only ones who had entered the blessed enclave. There was also a male pet who grabbed Yu Yu's sleeve out of excitement and nervousness. It seemed to be called Yenan. This was a demonic soldier of the same rank as Yun Ruhan. He had been following Yu Yu for a very long time, but he was very timid and weak, so he usually did not have much of a presence. Now, he had suddenly arrived at a strange place without even devil chi. Yenan was so scared that he didn't know what to do. He grabbed Yu Yu's sleeve tightly, wishing he could stick his whole body to her. Yu Yu, you didn't expect this, did you? A familiar voice sounded. Luo Siyuan walked over with a smug smile on his face. Behind him, there were more than 10 people. Each of them had reached the peak of the golden immortal realm. 3 of them were even profound immortals. As for Luo Siyuan, the demon core he had revealed in the secluded moon palace was that of a demon guard. At this moment, there was not a single bit of demonic energy on his body. Instead, a powerful celestial energy was being released. He had actually reached the 3rd level of the mysterious immortal realm. Luo Siyuan waved his hand, and the spirit cultivators behind him immediately spread out, surrounding Yu Yu and Yun Ruhan. Demon Yu Yu, I've endured humiliation and been your pet for so many years just for this day. This Cloud Sun immortal abode will be your burial ground. After saying this, Luo Siyuan waited for Yu Yu to reveal a panicked and angry expression. However, he was met with the girl's mocking eyes. I was wondering why I always felt that your body had a foul smell, and it made me feel disgusted when I got close to you. It turns out that it's a demonic aura forged by the demonic corpse nucleus. Luo Siyuan's face instantly twisted, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. He had always been proud of his incomparably handsome appearance, and he was not inferior to even the Polar Domain's sovereign emperor. There were countless female cultivators in the Shoshan continent who wanted to be his beloved concubine. A person like him disguised himself to approach Yu Yu and seduce a little girl. It should have been a piece of cake, but who knew that for 2 whole years, Yu Yu would not even look at him. Not to mention asking him to serve her in bed. On the contrary, Yun Ruhan, a good-for-nothing fallen evil, climbed into Yu Yu's bed in just one night. Luo Siyuan had no sexual interest in Yu Yu. However, Yu Yu's disregard and disgust for him deeply hurt his self-esteem. He sneered. Female devil, what you're saying now is just a last-ditch struggle. There is no demonic energy in the Cloud Sun immortal abode, only immortal energy and spiritual energy. No matter how powerful you are, you're just a beast without teeth, at our mercy. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, Brother Rurhan. If this demoness hadn't promised to bring you to the immortal slaughtering city, I wouldn't have had the chance to tamper with the teleportation token and send you all to my Yunyang immortal abode. Yun Rurhan didn't get angry. Instead, she asked in confusion, who are you? Why did you kill Yu Yu? Bloody and cruel demoness, everyone has the right to kill her. Before Luo Xiyuan could speak, the other two Xian immortals beside him were already shouting angrily. Yu Yu, do you still remember us? I'm a descendant of the Lin family. Back then, it was you who went crazy and slaughtered the entire Lin family. When you slaughtered indiscriminately back then, did you ever think that you would end up like this? And my Nine Sons sect clearly had no grudge with you, but you suddenly barged into our sect and killed our sect leader and 18 elders. If I don't avenge this blood feud, I'm not worthy of being called a disciple. When these people spoke of Yu Yu's crimes, their eyes turned red. Clearly, their hatred had reached a boiling point. Luo Xiyuan said, fellow Taoists, there's no need to be agitated. Killing Yu Yu today will naturally avenge your friends and masters. When the time comes, we'll also be able to take down the demons. Hearing Luo Xiyuan's words, they bowed to him repeatedly, their faces full of gratitude. We're fortunate to have the Blazing Flame sects help this time, and fellow Taoist Luo didn't hesitate to serve the demons to seek revenge for us. We're truly grateful. From now on, my Nine Sons sect is willing to merge with the Blazing Flame sect and follow senior brother Luo's orders. Luo Xiyuan smiled with satisfaction. Most of the grievance and resentment he felt from Yu Yu's humiliation had dissipated. No matter what, as long as he killed Yu Yu today, he, Luo Xiyuan, would be famous throughout the world. If he could merge the Nine Sons sect and the Lin family into the Blazing Flame sect, the position of sect leader would definitely be his. Yu Yu, it's your honor to be my stepping stone. Luo Xiyuan composed himself and waved his hand. Let's not waste any more words. If this demoness calls for reinforcements, it won't be worth it. Before his voice died away, his figure had already rushed forward, the long sword in his hand flashing with a cold light as it was unsheathed. The others were already filled with hatred. If they could kill Yu Yu for revenge, how could they delay? They immediately surrounded her. With a wave of her hand, Yu Yu pushed Yin Rurhan and Yan Tong several meters away. A black and red halo enveloped the two of them. Yu Yu smiled and licked her lips with the tip of her tongue. Her eyes were filled with excitement and bloodlust. Without saying a word, her figure suddenly turned into a wisp of black smoke and rushed towards Luo Xiyuan and the others. Damn it, this demoness can't even absorb devil qi in Yunyang's celestial abode. How can she still be so powerful? Hold on, everyone. This demoness was only consuming the remaining devil qi in the demon core. This bit of devil qi would be exhausted sooner or later. As long as we persevere, we will definitely be able to make this demoness run out of energy. Ah! Fresh blood and severed limbs splattered in the Yunyang celestial abode, which was filled with immortal qi. The girl in it laughed loudly. Her laughter was clear and melodious, and her expression was innocent and pure. Her eyes were filled with disdain and disdain. Just like how they had planned in every possible way, they were not skilled hunters. They were just ants who had barged in by themselves, overestimating their own abilities and trying to shake a tree. Luo Xiyuan hurriedly took a step back to avoid the blood of his fellow spirit cultivator. His face was completely dark. He had originally thought that this assassination, which had been planned for several years, would definitely be a success. They hadn't expected Yu Yu's strength to be so strong. For Xian immortals and a dozen peak golden immortals couldn't do anything to awaken Yu Yu. She had even killed several of them in the blink of an eye. Luo Xiyuan's eyes turned and landed on Yin Rurhan and Yanin. His eyes flashed with a sinister cold light. His figure suddenly swayed, and he arrived in front of the black-red light shield. He raised the long sword in his hand, gathered all the immortal power in his body, and slashed at the light shield. There was a loud bang. The red light shield shook violently and made a cracking sound, as if it would shatter at any moment. Ah! Save me, milord. Yan'an's face was pale, and he couldn't help but cry out in fear. He retreated, almost out of the light shield. It was Yun Ruhan who was quick to pull him back. Not far away, Yu, who was on a killing spree, paused and frowned slightly. Luo Siyuan immediately shouted, "Hold her back. This demoness cares a lot about her pretty boys. As long as I capture them as hostages, Yu will surrender." His words caused the spirit cultivators to perk up. The panic of wanting to retreat just now had all turned into desperation and ferocity. Even though Yu was powerful, she was suppressed to the point where she couldn't move. Luo Siyuan's long sword once again looked at the red light shield. Again and again. Yu's protective shield was very powerful, but this was Yunyang immortal abode, where there was only immortal qi and spirit qi. Luo Siyuan's strength was magnified infinitely. Every time he slashed, the shield weakened by 30%. In just a few breaths, it was on the verge of collapse. Yan'an was scared out of his wits. With a sobbing tone, he shouted, "You spirit cultivators speak of upholding justice, but all you do are despicable and shameless things. Isn't it enough to kill my lord with a dozen of you? Now you want to threaten us with 2 little demon soldiers? You are the shameless ones." Luo Siyuan sneered. Everyone has the right to punish evil. What's the point of morality? Only by killing this demoness, Yu, will there not be so many people in the world who will be tortured by her. Nonsense. Yan'an screamed. I know everything about the Lin family and that Nine-Sun sect. The head of the Lin family deceived the daughter of the Li family and used this to swallow up most of the Li family's businesses. The Lin family's patriarch even tried to kill the Li family's young lady when she was giving birth, causing the child to die in her womb. The Li family's young lady narrowly escaped death and was rescued by a loyal servant. But the Lin clan was afraid of the Li clan's revenge, so they decided to go all out and slaughter the entire Li clan. Miss Li fell to the devil with hatred and joined Sir, begging Sir to take revenge for her. That was why his lordship decided to give them a taste of their own medicine and massacred the entire Lin family. Yun Ruhan was stunned. She didn't expect the truth to be like this. Yan Gui's eyes were bloodshot. And the Nine-Sun sect. They claimed to be a righteous sect, but in the end, they used mortal false immortals and low-grade demonic weapons to activate the restriction formation in an attempt to improve their cultivation bases in a short period of time. Tens of thousands of mortals and low-level devil soldiers turned to dust in your hands. One of the devil soldiers was a relative of his lordship's subordinate. When his lordship learned of this, he took revenge for his subordinate and killed those elders and sect masters who were worse than beasts. What's wrong with that? You humans always say that we demons are sinister and cunning, cruel and bloodthirsty, but in reality? You humans are often 100 times more sinister and cunning than demons, and 100 times more insane. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu is suddenly unable to find this site today. Fellow readers, please remember this site's domain name, Booksy Pavilion, and find your way home. What face do you have to speak up against Lady Yue like this? Yan'an roared out these words. Every word he said was the truth. This made the Lin family and Nine-Sun sect members' expressions turn ugly. Their hands couldn't help but slow down a bit. Luo Siyuan only snickered. His expression was full of nonchalance and arrogance. Those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. How would you stupid demons understand? It is an honor for those mortals and low-grade demonic soldiers to become stepping stones for us on the path of cultivation. As for that woman from the Li family, it's just a family matter. Which male cultivator doesn't have multiple wives? That Miss Li was jealous and overbearing, and in the end lost her husband's heart and harmed her family. She didn't reflect on herself, and instead fell to becoming a demon? A crazy woman like her should be punished. Furthermore, when did you demons have the right to interfere in the matters of my spirit cultivators? As he spoke, Luo Siyuan raised the long sword in his hand again and slashed down. There was a huge boom, and a huge wave of air pushed Yun Ruhan and Yan'an away. The protective barrier finally couldn't take it anymore and shattered. Luo Siyuan laughed loudly. Yue, take a look. Your demon pet is already in my hands. Do you want their lives? If you want it, you'd better surrender. Otherwise, I'll cut off their flesh piece by piece in front of you, and cut up their demon cores inch by inch. I'd like to see how long you can hold out. As he spoke, Luo Xiyuan's figure had already moved forward. Yanan let out a terrified scream. Yun Ruhan's eyes narrowed, and he opened his hand, assuming a sword stance. But before he could unsheath his ice soul sword, a thin and slender figure appeared in front of him, and Yanan pfft, fresh blood and minced flesh mixed with Luo Xiyuan's screams. Everything in the Yunyang immortal abode seemed to freeze. Luo Xiyuan staggered backward and looked down at his chest. There was an empty spot where his heart should have been. Not far away, a young girl was holding a beating heart in her slender, fair hand. That was his heart. Luo Xiyuan opened his mouth, wanting to say something. The corners of the young girl's lips curled up, revealing a bright and radiant childlike smile. Then, he exerted force with his 5 fingers. Splat, with his heart shattered, Luo Xiyuan's eyes widened as he collapsed stiffly on the ground. Even at the moment of his death, he did not understand why he was defeated. He had clearly planned this for several years, advancing step by step, and had a thorough plan. Yu was supposed to be a stepping stone on his path to becoming the sect master. But why was he the one who died in the end? The members of the Lin family and the Nine Sons sect stared at this scene in horror, unable to believe their eyes. Luo Xiyuan was dead. Luo Xiyuan, a third-order Xian immortal, was killed by the demoness Yu just like that? Ah! Quick, escape! Escape from the Yunyang celestial abode. Don't come over, help! An hour ago, the spirit cultivators were still full of vigor and hatred, but now, they were only left with despair and panic. They wanted to escape from the Yunyang immortal abode. However, the Yunyang immortal abode was Luo Xiyuan's personal treasure. Now, he was dead. Only spirit cultivators who were much stronger than him could forcibly tear open the immortal abode's barrier. And none of them had a higher cultivation than Luo Xiyuan. Where could they escape to? The general of a defeated army was routed 1,000 miles away. They hadn't been Yu's match earlier, and now they didn't have any will to fight. In the blink of an eye, the dozen spirit cultivators had become a dozen mutilated corpses. Fresh blood dyed the grass and flowers in the Yunyang immortal abode red. In this glaring red, a girl in a light yellow dress stood leisurely, like a young girl who had come for a walk in the spring, ignorant and innocent. Victory, victory! Yanan shouted excitedly, pulling Yun Ruhan over. Milord won. Ha ha ha, I knew you wouldn't lose. Yun Ruhan couldn't help but be shocked. Because of the power that this small body could unleash. And the indifference that didn't even raise an eyebrow in the face of death. Compared to the little girl who was curled up on the bed and snuggling into his arms, Yu was like a completely different person. What had Yu experienced in the past? Yun Ruhan looked at Yu in a daze. The girl's body suddenly swayed, and she fell backwards. Milord! Yanan shouted and wanted to rush over. But Yun Ruhan was faster and caught the girl's soft, cold, feather-light body. Are you all right? Yu opened her eyes and glanced at Yun Ruhan before lowering them tiredly. Her voice was crisp and cute, but cold. Little demon pet, who allowed you to hug me? Yun Ruhan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really wanted to let go and let this bad-tempered little girl fall to the ground. But looking at her pale face, he couldn't bear to do so. He was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. Then, a huge force hit him in the face, sending him and Yu flying, crashing heavily into the fake mountain. The fake mountain shattered, and huge rocks tumbled down, drowning the two of them. Yun Ruhan felt that it was an extremely powerful demonic aura. Because he hadn't cultivated his demon core much, he was only a 9th-rank demon soldier. So when he encountered a demonic aura much stronger than his demon core immediately stopped spinning, and his body entered a state of suspended animation, unable to move. Fortunately, demonic aura wasn't the only energy in his body. Moreover, this was the Yunyang immortal abode, which was rich in spirit and immortal qi. As long as he switched from being a demon to a spirit cultivator, he would quickly recover. Just as Yun Ruhan was circulating his spiritual energy, he heard Yan An's voice. Different from his previous shrill, terrified, and nervous tone, Yan An's tone was now thick and flamboyant. The sound quality was obviously the same, but it gave off a completely different feeling. Yuyue, I'm so sorry. Although it's not good to take advantage of others, I've been waiting for this opportunity for too long. Yun Ruhan was astonished. He did not expect that Luo Xiyuan was not the only spy. Even Yan An's identity was not simple. Then, he heard you use calm voice. Which family are you from? No? Or Guan Yu? No? Guan Yu. Yun Ruhan vaguely remembered that these two were the same as Yu Yu. They were the Demon Emperor's personal guards and the captains of the Gorfing team. Did these two want to kill Yu Yu? Why, Yanan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lady Yue doesn't need to know about this. My master didn't want to be enemies with you, but he can only blame you for choosing you as the successor of the Blood Demon Commander-in-Chief token that Elder Minwei likes the most. At this point, Yan An's voice was bitingly cold and solemn. The Blood Demon Marshal's token is one of the most supreme authorities of the demon race. With the Blood Demon Commander's token, you can command the 10 million demon army and become a trusted subordinate of the demon venerable like the 4 demon generals. My master has been striving for this position for so many years. How could he allow the position he has worked so hard for to fall into the hands of a lowly fallen evil? Yun Ruhan's heart skipped a beat, and she almost lost control of her spiritual and immortal energy. Yu Yu was actually a fallen evil? Was that why she had such an unknown side to her? Yu Yu sneered, I don't care who your master is. If you want to kill me, why don't you do it yourself? Do you think you can kill me? Of course, it would be impossible if Lord Yu Yue was at her peak. Yanan did not mind her ridicule at all. He grinned and said, after all, my lord, you are known as the strongest demon below the demon generals. But it's different now. Killing those spirit cultivators just now consumed a lot of your demonic energy, right? Even if he still has the strength to fight, he is already an arrow at the end of its flight. He won't be able to hold on for long. Yan An's voice paused for a moment before it became somewhat hoarse and resolute. This lowly one has been lurking by your side since so many years ago. I never thought that I would be able to return alive. My devil core has already been engraved with a devil restriction formation. Once it explodes, the entire immortal abode will collapse. And now, Lord Yu Yue, you no longer have the ability to tear open this immortal abode and escape from inside. Ha 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 ha, Lady Yu Yue, after being your magical pet for so many years, this lowly one truly admires you. But I am more loyal to my master. Today, I can accompany you to death and fulfill my master's wish. I can die in peace. Yan An's laughter was hysterical and crazy, causing one's eardrums to sting. At this moment, Yun Ruhan was anxious, and the speed at which she circulated her spiritual energy increased. Then, he heard you use a motionless voice. This has nothing to do with him. You only want my life. Let him go. Who was he referring to? Yun Ruhan was slightly startled. When she opened her eyes, all she saw was darkness. But he seemed to see that slender and frail little figure standing proudly. Yan An's voice suddenly became sharp. He only served him for one night, and Lord Yu Yue is already so fond of him? He's just a small demon soldier, a lowly fallen evil. How enviable. However, if you think about it carefully, Lady Yu Yue, although you have many magical pets, I have never seen any of them sleep with you for so many years. Don't tell me that other than this little demon soldier, you've never touched any demon pet? Now that you mention it, it's even more enviable. Yu Yu's voice was cold. So, you're not going to let him go? Hee hee, of course. Yan An's voice inched closer and closer to Yun Ruhan. Who knows how much this little demon soldier heard? It wouldn't be good if it affected Master's plans. Furthermore, I've already died with you, Lord Yu Yue, but this demon soldier who has served you is still alive. How can I accept this? I'll kill him now, and then I'll go to hell with you, my lord. Boom. The boulder on Yun Ruhan's body was blown away, revealing his still unconscious figure. Yan An's eyes flashed with a strong killing intent. His arms and nails suddenly extended, grabbing toward Yun Ruhan's magic core. But before he could touch Yun Ruhan, a light yellow figure suddenly appeared. A cold light flashed, and Yan An's arm was directly chopped off, flying into the air. Yan An took a step back, and his severed arm quickly grew back. But the end was not a palm, but a long and thin knife. His bunny-like face became ferocious at this moment. Lord Yu Yu, am I not beautiful enough? Why do you only protect this trash emo soldier? He extended his arm again, and the knife formed from his palm slashed towards Yun Ruhan and blocked Yu Yu's actions. In the next moment, Yun Ruhan felt a warm liquid drip on his face. It was so hot that his heart almost stopped beating. Ha 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 ha. Lord Yu Yu, so your injuries are more serious than I expected. Yan En's voice was sharp and excited. I did not need to detonate the demon core to complete Master's orders and kill you. Lord Yu Yu, I have been your demon pet for so many years, but I have never fulfilled my duties. Today, let me serve you well before you die. Yan En's voice trembled with excitement as he approached. Actually, this lowly one has to thank Yun Ruhan, that trash emo soldier. If not for saving him, Lord Yu Yu would not have lost your ability to move so quickly, and this lowly one would have the opportunity to serve you. Yan En's eyes burned with fire, and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Mu Chong of the demon race. He had followed Yu Yu for so many years, and he really liked the strongest captain of the blood demon team. Even if it was not for the mission, he hoped to make love to Lord Yu Yu and have a dream. Unfortunately, he was different from the other high and mighty demons. Yu Yu had a harem of demon pets, but she only kept them, and rarely got close to them, much less asked them to serve her in bed. Yan had offered to sleep with her many times, but he had been chased out. Of course, there were many like him in Yu Yu Palace who offered to sleep with her. He made up his mind that before he killed Yu Yu, he had to have physical intimacy with her. But Yu Yu's accumulated power caused him to be extremely careful with every step he took. The knife in his hand trembled slightly, and gave off a buzzing sound. The girl sitting on the grass looked so weak and harmless, without the slightest ability to resist. Yan licked his lips and slowly stretched out his hand. He grabbed Yu Yu's clothes and was about to rip it open. A sudden change occurred, a powerful energy wave came from behind him. Yan En's survival instinct made him sense danger, and his expression changed drastically. But he thought that the danger came from the front, from Yu Yu. Therefore, he did not hesitate to raise the sharp knife in front of his chest, turning it into a shield. However, in the next moment, a sharp pain came from his back. His flesh split open and his bones broke. The pungent stench of blood accompanied by the pain of his monster core being torn inch by inch caused Yan to cry out involuntarily as he was sent flying. He struggled for a long time before he finally got up. He turned around abruptly and widened his eyes in disbelief. He saw a green-robed man holding a long sword slowly walking towards him from the ruins of the shattered rockery. Dense spirit chi and immortal chi encircled him and drilled into his body. The long sword in his hand emitted a bright white light. As the long sword swept across the blood-stained grass, a layer of frost instantly formed. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu is unable to find us today. Please remember our domain name, Book C Pavilion, and find your way home. Yun Ruhan ignored him and walked to Yu Yu. Seeing the girl's blood-soaked clothes and the huge wounds on her legs and abdomen, he frowned. He originally wanted to ask, "How are you? Can you stand up?" But now, for some reason, anger surged from the bottom of his heart. He pursed his lips and did not speak, bending over to carry her. Yu Yu was also looking at him in shock. The fire in her eyes flickered as if it wanted to pierce through him. "You're a spirit cultivator?" Yu Yu looked at him expressionlessly. Her eyes were cold and bottomless. "So, you're like them, sneaking into my Yu Yue palace to kill me?" Now that he could use spirit energy in the Yunyang immortal abode, he could open his storage space. There were very few pills related to the demon race. But Yun Ruhan still found one and fed it to Yu Yu. This pill contains a small amount of demonic chi. It can help you heal. Yu Yu glanced at the black elixir and the corners of her mouth suddenly curled up. She smiled innocently like a young girl and said, "You want to poison me with such a simple method? But it's not bad." As she spoke, she lowered her head and swallowed the pill. Her hot tongue licked Yun Ruhan's fingertips. He felt like he was struck by lightning. His body stiffened and his ears turned red. Yu Yu curled her lips. Her voice was delicate and soft. "What? You're a human spirit cultivator, and you want to taste the demon race? Don't you think the demon race is dirty?" Yun Ruhan coughed lightly. After a while, he calmed his racing heart and said softly, "I'm not a spy, nor did I deliberately deceive you. It was a freak accident that I entered your Yu Yue palace." Yu Yu sneered. She wanted to say, you, a spirit cultivator, disguised as a demon and snuck into Yue Palace. How dare you say you're not deceiving me? But the next moment, her small hand was grasped by a wide hand. Yun Ruhan guided his hand to the right of her heart. Her voice was soft, as if explaining and comforting. You can try injecting some demonic qi. There's a demon core here. I have a half-spirit and half-demon body. Yu Yu was stunned. In disbelief, she channeled her demonic energy into Yun Ruhan's body. In the next moment, he felt a magic core slowly rotating inside. There was not much devil qi lingering around the demon core, and the demon core was also very small. However, the devilish qi it contained was extremely pure, even more so than some low-grade heaven-nourished devils. If it wasn't for the devil qi surrounding him, anyone would think that he was a member of the devil race, a small devil soldier with limitless potential despite being small and weak. But how was this possible? She had been in the abyss for so many years, and had seen all kinds of demons, but none like Yun Ruhan. Even the children of the heaven-nurtured fiends could only choose one path of cultivation, otherwise, their strength would stagnate at the golden immortal level, unable to advance. This was because the two types of energy could not coexist in the same body. Yu Yu's expression kept changing. She no longer showed her innocent lowly expression. She stared fixedly at Yun Ruhan as she enunciated each word clearly. Who are you? Yun Ruhan let go of her hand and said, we can talk about this after we get out of here. This person. What should we do with his demon pet? Yu Yu was stunned. She looked at Yanan and laughed softly. Her voice was crisp and sweet. What else can we do? Kill him, of course. But. She narrowed her eyes and turned to Yun Ruhan. Hey, how long do you plan to hold me? Yun Ruhan blushed and almost let go. But thinking of the current situation, his hands trembled slightly, but he still hugged the person in his arms tightly. There's a forbidden array in Yan An's demon core. If he suddenly chooses to trigger it, the mystic realm will collapse. You're too far away from me, and I can't protect you. I didn't mean to be rude. His voice was calm, but the tips of his ears reddened even more. Yu Yu squeezed the hand that had just been held, and felt that it was very hot. She snorted softly and didn't speak again. But the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up a little. By now, Yanan had already healed the wounds on his body, and he slowly stood up. He glared fiercely at Yun Ruhan, his eyes full of unwillingness. I didn't expect that my years of planning would be ruined by your hands. Yun Ruhan, I was wrong, I really shouldn't have underestimated you. Lady Yue has so many male pets around her all these years, but only you can climb into her bed. Just this alone tells me that you're not simple. Yun Ruhan touched her nose. Climbing into her bed was probably a little different from what Yanan had imagined. But she wasn't interested in explaining this at this time. He merely said in a gentle voice, you're not my opponent. You'd better surrender. Huh. Ha ha ha. Surrender without a fight? Xianxia acted as if he had heard a great joke. Our demon race has never surrendered without a fight. Do you think that just because you're a Xian immortal, you have victory in your hands? No, everything is just going back to my original plan. I'll use my life to exchange for Lady Yoyue's and your lives. You'll die with me. With a roar, Yan An's chest and abdomen lit up with a dazzling golden light. Powerful energy radiated from his body, blasting his already injured abdomen into a pulp. Yanan furrowed his brows in pain, but he continued to laugh hysterically. Buried in my demon core is the 7 Fiend Destruction Array. Even a 5th-level demon master or above can't withstand it. Without a master, this Yunyang immortal abode will be destroyed in one blow. If Lady Yue still had the strength of your peak, you might be able to survive. But now, only death awaits you, ha ha ha. Yan An's laughter stopped abruptly. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the young man not far away. It was as if he had seen a ghost. The young man put down the girl in front of him and hugged her to his side. His other free hand stabbed the ice soul sword into the ground. An ice-cold and majestic aura emanated from the ice soul sword and enveloped the entire Yunyang immortal abode. Fourth level mountain and sea domain, one sword of the mountains and seas, freezing everything within 10,000 kilometers. The mountain sea domain froze the entire Yunyang immortal abode and protected it. The rockery that had collapsed due to the explosion was covered with frost and gradually stabilized. There was no movement at all. Such a violent and powerful explosion, the Great Seven Fiend Destruction Formation, that even a fifth-stage demon master could not withstand, was actually steadily blocked just like that. Even when the Ice Soul Sword pierced through his abdomen and his demon core was frozen and shattered, Yan'an still could not believe what had just happened. He stared fixedly at Yunruhan. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he could only collapse helplessly. Yunruhan withdrew the Ice Soul Sword and let out a long sigh of relief. In reality, he had not yet adapted to absorbing immortal chi. In the battle of life and death on the floating island, he had narrowly escaped death. With the help of little junior sister Star Nirvana skill, his strength broke through Golden Immortal and reached Xian Immortal. But as soon as he reached Xian Immortal, he fell into the abyss. There was no spiritual power or immortal power under the abyss, only demonic energy. This was the first time he used the power of a Xian Immortal, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to block Yan'an's final attack. Fortunately, his mountain sea domain had been upgraded to the 4th level. The Yunyang Immortal Abode also greatly strengthened the spirit cultivators and weakened the demonic cultivators, allowing him to win easily. Yunruhan looked at Yu and said gently, "We're going to lead the Yunyang Immortal Abode. Are you ready?" After leaving the Yunyang Immortal Abode, they would arrive at the 4-star main city, Immortal Slaying City. At that time, he would be able to see little junior sister. Mu Yan didn't expect the 4-star main city of the demon race to be like this. The sky was filled with stars, shining dazzlingly whether it was day or night. Not all the houses in the main city were built on the ground. Some were suspended in the air, surrounded by dark red halos, and the halos were filled with dense and pure demonic energy. Hehe, are you stunned? Yuing looked at Mu Yan and Night Spirit's stunned expressions and couldn't help but smile proudly. The Immortal Slaying City is modeled after the Demon Imperial City. In terms of beauty and luxury, the other 3 main cities can't compare. Of course. Yuing sighed, her expression turning bitter. In terms of the strength of the participants, the Immortal Slaying City is not comparable to the other main cities. Little Qinchin, it won't be easy to become the leader of the Immortal Slaying City. Mu Yan was actually a little hesitant to continue participating in the marriage selection. The weakest demon in a 4-star main city was a peak demon guard, and the strongest had even reached the demon general level. A demon master was equivalent to a Xian Immortal among spirit cultivators. And a demon general was equivalent to an immortal king among spirit cultivators. She didn't know if there would be a demon general in the marriage selection. If there was, would her disguise work? She was afraid that people would see through her identity at a glance. But little Qinchin, you also have a chance. Your cultivation is at the 5th level of Demon Master, and there are only a few who are stronger than you in the entire Immortal Slaying City. Dark Peak Xiangshu, Fire Fox Palaces Rui Wu. If you meet these people, you have to be careful. Of course, the one you have to be most careful of is that brat from the Hellion clan. At this point, Yuing paused and fear flashed in her eyes. Xianxia is the same as you, a child of a heaven-raised demon. His father is the captain of the famous blood demon team, Hellion Guanyu. When Xianxia was young, he also lived among spirit cultivators, but his actions were 100 times more ruthless than the native demons. 100 years ago, when he returned to the hidden abyss, he chose to give up on spirit cultivation and become a demonic cultivator. In just a few decades, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, he had already reached the 7th level of Demon Master. Many people say that Xianxia's future achievements will far surpass his father, Hellion Guanyu. Mu Yan collected her thoughts and looked at Yuing curiously. How did Xianxia acknowledge his father? Yuing snapped, is that what you're focusing on? Isn't marrying the princess and climbing to the peak of demon life more important than acknowledging your father? Even if your father is more powerful and has a higher status, can he be higher than the princess? Alright, actually, I'm not too clear. I only know that Xianxia has a demon core blood jade in his hands. When he got close to Hellion Guanyu, there was a reaction, so they acknowledged each other. I'm afraid that not many people in the hidden abyss know the specific details. Little Xianxia, although marrying the princess is important, if you're up against Xianxia at the start of the competition, you should just forfeit. He's too ruthless. Even if you win against him, you'll have to pay a huge price. I'm afraid you won't be able to participate in the following matches. Mayan pretends to say inadvertently, then why don't I withdraw from the marriage selection now? Night Spirit echoed hurriedly, that's right, I think that Liangchen's achievements are already shocking enough. Who in the hidden abyss doesn't know Yi Liangchen's name? He didn't have to marry the princess to prove himself. Think about it, there were already so many experts in a 4-star main city. How dangerous would it be when they reached the demon imperial city? Right, he. Ewing glared at Night Spirit until the latter's hair stood on end and she could no longer laugh. Little Xianxia, you can't be so lacking in ambition. Ewing said resentfully. Do you know how many demons are supporting you in the hidden abyss? Giving up just like this, how disappointing would you make those devils? What's more, if you become the leader of a 4-star main city, you can directly go to the demon imperial city and participate in the heavenly enchantment banquet. Do you know what the heavenly charm banquet is? Ewing was so excited that her face and neck turned red, and her voice trembled. At the heavenly enchantment banquet, all of the talented young men who want to marry the princess will come. Among them, there is even the #1 expert of the Xianxia continent, the Polar Domain's monarch. That was the Polar Domain Empyrean Lord. Don't you want to see him? Don't you want to spar with him? Mu Yan's face darkens, say that again? Who would come? Polar Domain Sovereign Emperor. Ewing raised her chin and said proudly, now, everyone in Devil Imperial City and 4-star Main City knows that the Polar Domain's monarch has already agreed to participate in the Heavenly Enchantment Banquet, and wants to marry our princess. Heh, even the Polar Domain's Sovereign Lord is willing to marry our fiend race's princess. It's sufficient to see how great the princess's charm is. Halfway through her words, Ewing finds that Mu Yan's complexion is very unsightly. It's so gloomy that it's practically dripping water. Xianxia, what's wrong? Was he too surprised and afraid to hear that the Polar Domain Sovereign Lord was a competitor? Actually, you don't have to worry. The Honor Demon has already said that our princess will marry more than one husband. Let's not talk about the one in the Netherworld first. When the time comes, she will choose another one in the Xianxia continent and another one in the Hidden Abyss. At that time, you can fight for the position of the Emperor's son-in-law. Although you won't be able to become the Emperor's son-in-law, it will be your honor to serve the princess. After all, the Polar Domain's Sovereign Lord and the Nether Domain's Highness are serving the princess together with you. Mu Yan couldn't help but curl up the corner of her lips, revealing a sinister smile. Yeah, this is really my honor. Good, very good, this demon princess was far beyond her imagination. It was not enough to have youngest uncle, she still needed to find a husband in the abyss. Now, 2 son-in-law aren't enough, they also need Di Mingju. Di Mingju, you want to marry a demon princess. Good. That's great, Ewing said cautiously. Little Xianxia, why is your smile making me scared? What was going on? If you really want to withdraw from the betrothal selection, then we can do so. I'll do my best to help you find out which demon scum your father is. Mu Yan took a deep breath, and the sinister smile on her face became perfect and flawless. No, of course I want to participate in the betrothal selection. How could I miss the opportunity to be the Emperor's son-in-law together with the Nether Domain's Highness and the Polar Domain's Sovereign Lord? Di Mingju, just you wait, whoever withdraws from the betrothal selection is a dog. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu is suddenly unable to find this site today. Dear readers, please remember this site's domain name, Booksy Pavilion, and find your way home. The young man's long eyebrows slanted to his temples, his peach blossom eyes rippling like water. Even though she was dressed as a man, she still exuded a captivating charm, causing Ewing to be dumbfounded. If she was a princess, there would be no need to compete or find a husband. She would decisively take such a beauty into her arms, and from then on, she would never look at other common women. The competition in the 4-star main city was different from the competition in the 1 to 3-star main city. The Immortal Slaying City had already gone through a round of competition. In the end, 10 male devils with outstanding looks, great strength, and a clean history of love were chosen. At this point, there were very few who could stay and participate in the competition. Therefore, the competition system in 4-star main cities was one-on-one. There were 3 matches every day. The winner would advance and the loser would be eliminated. Mu Yan had a bye today, but she still followed Yuing to the arena. Because Xianxia was competing today. She also wanted to see just how strong this Xianxia, who was also a descendant of the demon race like herself, was, who caused Yuing to feel fear. The first match was between Xianxia and the head of a 3-star main city, Tanghongyi. What surprised Mu Yan was that Xianxia's appearance was very outstanding. It was different from Bailey Weiron's gentleness and elegance. Xianxia had a tall nose and deep eyes. His figure was tall and slender, and his eyes were brown like a wolf's. He had a handsome appearance and powerful strength. Xianxia naturally had many supporters. Almost as soon as he appeared, the immortal slaying square immediately burst into an uproar. Someone was screaming, someone was shouting Xianxia's name. There were also people who scattered mabe on the stage. However, there was also a portion of people who immediately retreated when they saw Xianxia, hiding in the crowd. Their eyes were filled with fear and dread. Mu Yan had already mentally prepared herself. Xianxia's match would definitely be one-sided. However, she had never imagined that the gap between them would be so huge. That was a true crushing defeat. His opponent was also a ranker who had fought his way up from a 3-star main city, a 3rd-order demon master. But in Xianxia's hands, he couldn't even withstand a single move. The scariest thing was the injuries on Tanghongyi's body. His bones were crushed inch by inch, his flesh was cut open by sharp nails, and his intestines were picked out. The only thing that was still intact was the magic core. As long as the magic cores were still there, the devils could recover from their injuries and be reborn. But that also depended on the severity of the injury. With Tanghongyi's injuries, it would take at least 10 years for him to recover his strength. Tanghongyi's blood-curdling screams seemed to echo in the immortal slaying square. The people who had just been screaming and cheering for Xianxia were now completely silent, their faces pale. Even with the cruel and bloodthirsty nature of the devil race, looking at this scene, they could not help but be horrified. Yuing and Night Spirit gripped Mu Yan's hands tightly, as though they were trying to draw strength from her. Night Spirit said with a trembling voice, "Liangchen, should we retreat? If we meet him, we'll withdraw from the competition, okay?" The female demon soldier looks at Mu Yan with a pleading look. She was the only one who knew that Yap Liangchen was a woman. Even if he were to become the final victor of the betrothal contest, there was no way he could marry the princess. What was the point of risking her life to fight like this? This time, even Yuing did not speak. Mayan rubbed Night Spirit's head and was about to speak. Suddenly, she saw Xianxia, who had already been declared the victor on the magic crystal platform, fly in a certain direction. "Lord Yue, I really didn't expect that you would come to watch my competition as well. How was my performance just now? Did it satisfy you, Lord?" Everyone's attention was attracted by Xianxia's words, and they couldn't help but look over. When they heard the meaning of Xianxia's words and saw who he was flying towards, the demons on the immortal slaughtering square sucked in a breath of cold air and retreated as if they had seen a ghost. In the blink of an eye, that area became empty, leaving only a beautiful and adorable girl standing there. And behind her, there was a young man dressed in green with a gentle appearance. The moment she saw the young man, Mayan's eyes widened, and her heart almost stopped beating. As the crowd retreated, Yun Ruhan, who was standing next to Yu Yu, became extremely conspicuous. Xianxia's arrogant gaze fell on her, and he smiled faintly. "Lord Yu's eyesight is getting better and better. Now, even such a lowly little demon soldier can catch your eye." Yu Yu fanned herself with a bored expression, then looked at Yun Ruhan, and complained with puffed cheeks, "The smell of a mortal slaughtering city is too bad, it smells like a wolf. I can't see little Chinchin here either. Forget it, let's go back." Yun Ruhan had just seen the flow of the immortal slaughtering city's marriage selection. He found that his junior sister would only appear on the 3rd day. And the immortal slaughtering square was crowded. Even if Mayan came to watch the competition, he might not be able to find her. So he nodded, "Okay." Yu Yu's eyes were bright, like an innocent and cute little girl. "I know that the immortal slaughtering city's demon blood cold cake is very delicious. Come with me to buy it." Yun Ruhan looked at her with a somewhat helpless and doting gaze. Lord, you said before that eating too much, demon blood cold cake, would make one's stomach bloated. You can't sleep well at night. Humph, did I say that? I don't care, I must eat it. If I really have a bloated stomach and can't sleep well, you'll be responsible for warming my bed until I fall asleep. Xianxia's expression suddenly became extremely gloomy. Because from beginning to end, Yu didn't even look at him. She even treated him as if he didn't exist. Xianxia, who had always been feared and admired by others, had his face contorted for an instant before he started to laugh lowly. His figure suddenly flickered, and he appeared in front of Yu and Yun Ruhan, who were about to leave. His handsome face was filled with a careless mischievousness. I remember now, the family seems to be lacking a watchdog. I think the one by Lady Yoyua's side is not bad. If Lady Yoyua has no objections, I will take him with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia raised his hand, and a dark light shot out from his palm, instantly wrapping around Yun Ruhan. Yun Ruhan wanted to struggle free, but she discovered that the black threads wrapped around her body were actually formed from pure demonic energy. If he wanted to break free, he would have to expose his identity as a spirit cultivator. Otherwise, he would not have been able to do it with the demonic aura of his demonic weapon. Yu's eyes turned cold. She finally looked straight at Xianxia. Xianxia, has the water of the river of forgetfulness entered your brain? Even your father doesn't dare to be so arrogant in front of me. You want to take someone away from me? Do you think I'm dead? Xianxia laughed heartily, as if he was very satisfied to see Yu's expression change. He extended his index finger and shook it lightly. The black demonic aura around his fingertip immediately affected the threads binding Yun Ruhan, causing him to reveal a somewhat pained expression. I want to take him away. What does Lady Yoyua want? Kill me? The corners of Yu's mouth curled up, a bloodthirsty and cold light flashing in her eyes, but the voice that came out of her mouth was even softer and sweeter. Fine. Since you want to die so badly, I'll kill you. As soon as she finished speaking, the petite girl's figure had already disappeared. Xianxia's gaze hardened, his hands slightly spread apart, his entire body as still as a boulder. The dark green light around him suddenly exploded. Boom, with a loud sound, Xianxia took a few steps back, his body swaying, a few traces of blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. The petite girl in front of him slowly landed, looking at him with an icy expression. The immortal slaying square was dead silent. Everyone stared at the scene with their eyes wide open. Lord Yu had won this battle, wasn't that to be expected? Lord Yu was a peak demon master, while Xianxia was only a level 7 demon master. But in the next moment, Xianxia burst into a burst of wild laughter. Lord Yu, what's wrong with you? The demonic energy hasn't dissipated, and you don't have the usual sharpness and killing intent? The attacks that hit my body are like tickles. It won't be so easy to kill me with just this. Yu frowned slightly at him, saying in a low voice, your cultivation has already broken through to level 8 demon master. She was using a statement. The surrounding demons in the Immortal Massacre City all gasped when they heard this. Especially those male demons who were going to participate in the marriage selection, they were even more fearful and hesitant, wondering if they should admit defeat in advance if their opponent was Xianxia. Level 8 demon master, he was only one step away from the strength of the 3 blood demon captains. Moreover, Xianxia was so ferocious, and even knew some remarkable techniques that demons didn't know. Who could compete with such an opponent for the position of Emperor's son-in-law? Xianxia wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth as he walked towards Yu, his face full of arrogance. Lord Yu has good eyesight. Not bad, my demon core has already broken through to level 8 demon master, and I'm only a small bottleneck away from level 9 demon master. But logically, even a level 9 demon master should have a big gap with you, Lord Yu. But from the looks of it, Lord Yu isn't as strong as I thought. Don't tell me he's injured? Yu sneered. So, the banquet was arranged by Helian Guanyu. But it wasn't for himself, but for his precious son. The Helian family is really not bad. They even know how to use the human spirit cultivator's scheming methods. Hearing this, Xianxia narrowed his eyes as the smile on his lips deepened. Yan'an was indeed Guan Yu's trusted subordinate, but Xianxia was the one who arranged for him to be by Yu Yu's side. He wanted the noble status of the princess's son-in-law, and he also wanted the Gorfine team to have real power. One day, the entire submerged abyss would belong to him, Xianxia. He would become the supreme demon lord. If he wanted to ascend to the position of the demon lord, Yu Yu would be his biggest obstacle. Yan and Soul Lamp suddenly went out, but Yu Yu appeared in the immortal massacre city. Xianxia thought that his plan had failed. That was why he disregarded everything and tried to investigate in public. He was overjoyed to find out what he was looking for. Yu Yu was injured, and it was not a light injury. If he wanted to get rid of her, these few days in the immortal massacre city would be the best opportunity. On the other hand, the skilled and bold Xianxia did not even wait to return home to report to his father that Guan Yu had sent an assassin. He wanted to severely injure Yu Yu in public. He couldn't wait for all the demons to see. He, Xianxia, was the strongest among the younger generation of demons, the only choice for the princess's husband. Xianxia waved his finger and pulled Yunruhan, who was bound by demonic silk, in front of him. Lady Yu Yu, I don't want this dog anymore. But I don't like him. Today, I'll end his dog life. Yu Yu shouted, you dare. She instantly moved forward, her body emitting a thick bloody aura. The immortal slaughtering plaza was instantly engulfed by strong winds. But Xianxia was not afraid at all. Instead, he laughed even more happily and excitedly. Yu Yu was fighting by burning her demonic core. This meant that she was truly at the end of her tether. Apart from expending her own cultivation, there was no other way. And this useless demonic soldier next to him was probably Yu Yu's new pet. She was willing to sacrifice herself to save him. Haha, the heavens are really helping me today. Seeing Yu Yu charge over in a bloody mist, Xianxia quickly controlled Yunruhan to block in front of him. At the same time, a blood-red dagger appeared in his hand. This dagger was coated with a poison that could corrode demonic cores. If Yu Yu was touched by it, her injuries would worsen, and she would no longer be able to resist. With Yu Yu's cultivation, she shouldn't have been injured so easily. But who asked her to worry about this demonic pet? With her mind in a mess, it was easy for her to fall for it. Even if she didn't fall for it, watching her beloved demonic pet die in front of her was enough to make her lose her mind and reveal a flaw. Yunruhan looked at Xianxia's smug smile and couldn't help but frown. Yu Yu, don't come over. I don't need you to save me. Yu Yu replied in a slightly hoarse but resolute voice. I'm the master. You can't decide whether I need to be saved or not. Yunruhan's heart sank. Looking at the wounds on the girl's body, he couldn't help but feel heartache. He made up his mind. The remaining spirit chi in his body churned in his dantian. But in the next moment, a dazzling white light flashed across the immortal slaughtering plaza, almost blinding everyone. The sword light whizzed past Yunruhan, directly cutting through the black demonic aura around his body. Then, it suddenly turned into a flying sword and carried him in a circle in the air. Finally, it slowly landed beside a young man. Yunruhan's eyes widened when he saw the youth's appearance. He was overjoyed. Junior, brother, is it really you? Because she sees that Mayan is dressed in men's clothing, she forcibly swallows back the words that are on the tip of her tongue, and changes it to little junior brother. Mu Yan couldn't help but be overjoyed. She pulled Yunruhan's hand and examined his body. After making sure that he wasn't injured or left with any sequelae, and that his cultivation had broken through to the profound immortal realm, he revealed a brilliant smile. Eldest senior brother, why are you here? You've been here all this time. Why didn't you come to find me? Mayan remembers that she's been wandering alone in the underworld all this time. She can't help but feel sad when she thinks of her junior martial uncle. She can't help but worry when she thinks of her fellow apprentices, Di Mingju, and Xiao Bao. Her words unconsciously carry a bit of grievance. To her, the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect were her real family. She was able to open her heart and trust him wholeheartedly. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu is suddenly unable to find this site today. Dear readers, please remember this site's domain name, Booksy Pavilion, and find your way home. It's just that. Junior martial brother, why are you participating in the Devil Race Princess's marriage selection? Have you ever thought about how dangerous this could be? Have you thought about how this will end? Only the heavens knew that when he saw that his junior sister wanted to be the prince consort of the demon race's princess, his soul almost flew out of his body. Not to mention whether or not she would get hurt in the competition, just the fact that she was a woman disguised as a man would be exposed. What could he do in the demon race's territory? With the Qianyuan enveloped by the barrier, they didn't even have a place to escape. Mayan touches her nose and quickly changes the subject. Eldest brother, this bastard dares to bully you, I'll teach him a lesson for you. The disciples of the Xiaoyao sect loved to cause trouble, so they had been taught a lesson by their eldest martial brother. Every time their eldest senior brother asked them to keep a low profile, they always had no chance to do so. Moreover, every time he stirred up trouble, he was often caught red-handed by eldest senior brother. Then, the eldest senior brother would start a lecture mode that would make their hair stand on end. Whenever Mu Yan thought of that scene, coupled with the fact that 4th senior sister, 5th senior brother, and 7th senior brother weren't with her, and all the firepower was focused on her, she felt apprehensive. After speaking, she immediately walked towards Xianxia and sneered, "Didn't brother Helian want to find someone to fight? Why did they take advantage of the injured Yue? If you want to fight, how about I accompany you?" At this moment, Xianxia's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. He looked coldly at Mu Yan and said sternly, "Who do you think you are? Are you even worthy to fight with me?" As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the crowd screamed, "Yi Liangchen! Aha! Is this Yi Liangchen? He was so handsome. He's 100 times more handsome than Xianxia. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to switch sides. I'm going to support Demon King Yi Liangchen. Oh, I've long heard that Demon King Yi has been assigned to our immortal slaughter city. I was wondering when I would be able to see his graceful bearing. I didn't expect to see him so soon. Yap Liangchen? Who is it? Could it be that he's even more powerful and charming than Xianxia? Idiot. Have you not been to Tianguang ruins recently? You don't know what the 3 rankings mean, do you? Demon King Yi is currently publicly recognized as the strongest expert of the younger generation. Not to mention us in the Hidden Abyss, even the Polar Domain and the Nether Realm recognize him. Understood. Bah, the fights in the Tianguang ruins are just child's play. How can it be compared to a real fight? I still think that Wolf King Xianxia is more powerful. The onlookers of the devil race started to quarrel. Xianxia found it hard to believe that the demon race that supported him and the demon race that supported Yi Liangchen were actually evenly matched. He was a country bumpkin from a low-level main city, a poor youth without any family background. He actually wants to be on equal footing with me, why? Xianxia was furious, but he didn't show it on his face. He grinned evilly and said, "So you are Yap Liangchen." What? He wanted to curry favor with Lady Yue just to become the princess's son-in-law? Is a kid like you, who hasn't even grown hair, worthy of Her Highness the Princess? Mu Yan sneered, the 7 absolute sword in her hand slightly slanted. She said indifferently, "Let's not talk about whether or not I'm currying favor with Lady Yue, but I thought that our devil race pursues upright, where the strong are respected. Turns out that's not the case. Like Brother Helian who likes to take advantage of people's difficulties and scheme. You clearly know that Lady Yue is injured, but you still insist on making a move at this time. You clearly know that Lord Yue is injured, yet you insist on making a move at this time. A level 8 demon lord, taking a demon soldier as a hostage. TSK, even the most despicable and shameless spirit cultivator wouldn't do such a shameless thing, right? I'm guessing that if Her Royal Highness recruited someone like you as her son-in-law, she would be too embarrassed to bring you out, right? Xianxia's eyes suddenly condensed with thick killing intent. But the angrier he got, the brighter the smile on his face. Yi Liangchen, have you thought it through? Fight with me on the magic crystal platform, and you'll at least have a chance to live. Provoking me now will cost you your life. As he spoke, the pressure of a level 8 demon lord was suddenly released. The immortal slaughtering square that was still chattering noisily just a moment ago instantly went silent. All the demons retreated, their faces revealing a horrified expression. Yuing and Night Spirit were so anxious that they were about to cry. Not caring whether she would offend the Helian family, Yuing hurriedly rushed out, forcing herself to calm down. Young Master Helian, The demon lord has stipulated that all the demons participating in the marriage selection are not allowed to kill each other except in the competition. Young Master Helian, please reconsider. Helianxua narrowed his eyes, his figure suddenly swayed and disappeared on the spot. Yu Ying's eyes suddenly widened. Because in the next moment, Helianxua had already appeared in front of her. Sharp and cold demonic claws mercilessly clawed at her heart. There was her magic core. Yu Ying had a premonition that this time, her magic core would be directly crushed, and she would die. But at this time, her whole body was stiff, and she didn't even have the strength to move. Mu Yan turned around and saw this scene, her eyes cold. Her footsteps changed, and her figure gradually turned into a shadow. However, there was one person who moved faster than her. Smack, 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 a series of crisp sounds stunned everyone on the immortal slaying square. Helianxua's body suddenly flew out. As soon as he landed, he suddenly stood up with a carp flip. A pair of tiger eyes were completely red, containing disbelief, anger, and killing intent as he looked forward. Not far away, a young and beautiful girl was swinging her hand, revealing a disdainful expression. Your face is so oily. My hands are all dirty now. Helianxua let out an earth-shattering roar. You dare hit me. Yu tilted her head slightly and looked at him with a faint smile. Not only do I dare to hit you, I also dare to kill you. Do you believe me? The veins on Helianxua's forehead popped out, and his hands that were clenched into fists emitted cracking sounds. Clearly, he was furious. Yu, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Do you really think I can't kill you? Helianxua's entire body began to emit a dense black aura, and a long black blade condensed in his palm. Everyone could see the viciousness and killing intent in his eyes. Yu's brows furrowed imperceptibly. Her face was still smiling, but her entire body tensed up. She could sense that the pressure and aura emanating from Helianxua's body was definitely above the 8th level of Demon Master. This person had hidden himself very deeply. The battle was about to begin. However, at this time an old man hurriedly ran to Helianxua's side, and lowered his voice to whisper in his ear. Young Master, Master asked me to inform you not to act rashly. The most important thing now is for you to become the final candidate for the Princess Son-in-Law and participate in the Heavenly Enchantment Banquet a month later. Helianxua's eyes are crimson, revealing an ominous glint. The old man trembles in fear. He whispers a few more words, and his pupils slowly return to brown. The long blade in his hand disappears, and he coldly snorts at Yu. I'll remember these slaps. One day, I'll make you pay back 10-fold, 100-fold. And you? He turns to look at Mayan, his eyes deep and cold. Yi Liangchen, you. Better pray that you don't meet me so soon, so that you can live a little longer. After saying this, Helianxua turns and leaves, disappearing in a few steps. Mayan is used to this kind of clamor, and doesn't take it to heart. She turns to look at Yu, and then at Big Brother. Coughing lightly, she tries her best to speak in a calm tone. Big Brother, what's the relationship between you and Lord Yue? However, her sparkling eyes, full of interest, betray her gossipy nature. Yun Ruhan glares at her, then says, it was Lord Yue who saved my life. Even though she brought him back as a magical pet. Mayan wants to ask again, but she swallows her words after looking at Yu, smiling. Big Brother, let's talk about it after we return to the inn. Saying that, she gives Yun Ruhan a look, indicating for him to support Yu. As soon as she enters the room, Yu spits out a mouthful of blood. She was seriously injured in the Yunyang Immortal Mansion, and she didn't have the patience to stay in a place to recuperate, so her injuries haven't fully healed. Today, fighting with Helianxua made her injuries even worse. Just now, because she was in front of others, she kept holding on. It was also because Mayan saw her injuries that she hinted for them to return to the inn. Yu. Yun Ruhan is startled, and quickly hugs her. You're injured so badly? She's injured so badly, but she still refuses to properly adjust her breathing, and wants to go to the slaughtering immortal square to watch the fun. Yun Ruhan simply doesn't know what to say about this willful little witch. Yu glares at him, her voice is indignant, but righteous. Why do you care about me? If I didn't go, would you have met your little brother? Now that you have little brother, you don't have to care about me. Are you happy? Yun Ruhan didn't understand why this little demoness would suddenly get angry. He simply looks at Mayan, Jr., brother, can you cure Yu's injury? Mu Yan smiled and said, of course I can, but we have rules in the Xiaoyao sect. I can't treat anyone who isn't a member of the Xiaoyao sect. Big brother, do you think Lady Yue is an insider of our Xiaoyao school? Yun Ruhan, since when did the Xiaoyao school have such a rule? He gave his junior sister a warning look. Don't mess around. Quick, check her injuries. Mu Yan couldn't help but laugh. She wondered if the Xiaoyao school would have another sister-in-law. However, the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect were naturally afraid of Yun Ruhan. After being glared at, she didn't dare cause any more trouble. He quickly went to check on Yu's injuries. Yu was indeed severely injured. After speaking to Yun Ruhan, he fainted. Because she can't take out the Tian Mo Qin, Mayan can't use her healing technique right now. Therefore, the only way was to use pills to alleviate the injury. Fortunately, she had refined a lot of magic pills before. Mu Yan fed all of them to Yu. After a while, the effect of the pills took effect. The magic nucleus in Yu's body began to rotate rapidly, and her injury recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Mu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that it was effective. At the side, Night Spirit and Yuing are already dumbfounded. They know that the cultivation elixir Yi Lianshan refines is of the highest quality, and it's hard to find one nowadays. But they didn't expect that she can also refine elixirs that can heal magic core injuries. What kind of monster is this guy? On the contrary, Yun Ruhan is already used to his little junior sister's omnipotence. The two finally reunited after a narrow escape from death. There are too many things to talk about. After sending Night Spirit and Yuing away, Mu Yan tells everything that happened after Yun Ruhan and the others faked their deaths. Hearing that little master died in front of them, Yun Ruhan says loudly, impossible. Even we can survive, little master won't die so easily. His tone is resolute, but his voice is trembling and his hands are clenched tightly. It's enough to show how panicked he is. Mu Yan takes a deep breath and says hoarsely, that's why I disguised myself as a man and participated in the demon princess's marriage selection. Because there is a marriage contract between the demon princess and little master, the other party of the marriage contract may know whether little master is still alive or not. Yun Ruhan's eyes widen slightly. Little master has a marriage contract with the demon princess? Mu Yan nods, and that demon princess seems to be little master's sweetheart. Although this sweetheart is really not good. Little master's life or death is still unknown, and the whole world is already choosing a son-in-law. Thinking that even Di Mingju also came to the heavenly enchantment banquet, she wants to grind her teeth. Yun Ruhan looks at Mu Yan with a strange expression. He remembers the scene he saw with Little Third in the Shozhen continent. Does little master really like a nuisance demon princess? It should be. Yun Ruhan calms down and puts that distant scene out of his mind. Little junior sister, what can I help you with? Mu Yan takes out a lot of elixirs and mabe from her storage ring and says with a smile, eldest senior brother, what you need the most right now is to improve your demon strength as soon as possible. In this hidden abyss, there is no spiritual power or immortal power, only demonic energy. This is the best opportunity for you to cultivate your demon body and forge a demon core. You have a true half-demon and half-spirit body, so there will be no conflict between spiritual and demonic cultivation. But if the two cannot reach a balance, I'm afraid you will never be able to master divine power in this life. Yun Ruhan, others were still working hard to improve their immortal and devil chi, but his little junior sister already looked down on immortal and devil chi, and wanted him to cultivate godly power. Very good, this is very junior sister. Yun Ruhan solemnly received the things, and then reached out to gently rub Mu Yan's head, his voice soft. It's been hard on you during this period of time. If there's anything in the future, eldest brother will help you shoulder it together. I have a premonition that little martial uncle is definitely still alive. Mayan's eyes reddened all of a sudden. During this period of time, her performance had been very normal. She participated in the marriage contest, went through the rankings in Tianguang ruins, and cultivated step by step to improve her strength. But every time she closed her eyes, she would see the scene on the floating island that shattered her soul. In order not to implicate them, youngest martial uncle cut off his own heart and died in front of her. As for her, she could do nothing but watch helplessly. Just like back then, she could only watch helplessly as her master was burned to ashes by the flames. She was more eager than ever to improve her strength. Not only did she want to make herself stronger, but she also wanted the people around her to become stronger, so that no one could hurt her anymore. She didn't want to see anyone die in front of her like little martial uncle. Mu Yan smiled, stared at Yunruhan, and said in a hoarse voice, "Then senior brother, please become strong, strong enough that no one will take you away from me. Strong enough that our Xiaoyao sect is invincible and unstoppable." Yunruhan's heart ached and nodded, "Okay, I promise you." He looked at the thing in his hand and slowly clenched his fists. He had to be stronger. He didn't want to be a burden to little sister and third brother. He didn't want little sister to face life and death alone one day. Mu Yan always felt that the dark lowly Yu was interested in her senior brother. But what she didn't expect was that when she woke up the next morning, she saw the girl lying on the bed side by side with her. Mu Yan was startled and quickly sat up from the bed. Yu's giggling laughter came to her ears. "Little Qinchin, why are you so afraid? We're both women, what else can I do to you?" Mu Yan's mouth twitched. Was I seen through? But it wasn't surprising to be seen through. Yu's strength was very strong. Before in Red Star City, because the situation was tense, and the two were far apart most of the time, they weren't noticed. Last night, Mu Yan treated her injuries, and the two were very close. Finally, Yu woke up and stared at her for a while. At that time, Mu Yan guessed that her disguise as a man had been seen through. "Heh heh heh, a girl like you actually dares to participate in the election of the demon princess, ha ha ha. Little Qinchin, you are so interesting. The more I look at you, the more I like you." The girl's little hand reached out to her face. Mu Yan dodged sideways and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Lord Yue, do you fancy me or my eldest senior brother? If you want to be my sister-in-law, just say it." The teasing expression on Yu's face froze, and then she frowned bitterly. "Am I so obvious? Could it be that I'm so horny when I look at that little magic pet that even you, little Qinchin, can tell?" Puff. "Little magic pet," Mu Yan coughed lightly and said, "So, you really want to be my sister-in-law?" Yu straightened her small chest. "What? Am I not qualified?" Mayan stifled a laugh and said, "Enough, enough. But according to the rules of our Xiaoyao school, you have to marry into our family. Whether I marry into his family or not, we'll talk about it after I seduce him." Yu waved her little hand and said boldly, "After I get him into bed with me, if his skills are good enough to satisfy me, I'll consider marrying into your Xiaoyao school. It's not impossible." Pfft. Cough cough cough. "Lady Yue, what kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Mayan's face flushes red, and after a long while, she chokes out, "Then you can do your best." Yu did not know what it meant to cheer for Yi Liangchen, but she was sure that Yi Liangchen was not her rival in love. Yu was in a good mood. "But before that, I have to go back to the Demon Blood Guards. It's time to settle some scores with that old dog, Guan Yu. Ahem, before I leave, I came to find you to remind you of something. He was definitely not here to investigate his rival in love. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu is unable to find us today. Dear readers, please remember our domain name, Book Ocean Pavilion, and find your way home." Mu Yan was stunned. Although she didn't have much contact with Yu, she could tell that this black-bellied lowly was an arrogant and willful person. For Yu to say, "I'll retreat immediately if I can't take it anymore," it was clear that Xianxia's strength was far greater than what he appeared to be on the surface. Mu Yan nodded and said, "Thank you. There's no need to thank me. After all, I was drooling over you too." Yu suddenly leaned in and kissed her on the cheek. Then, she giggled and disappeared from the room. Mu Yan touched her face and was speechless. She felt that the Xiaoyao sect would be in a mess in the future with such a sister-in-law. Night Spirit and Yuing had been on tenterhooks because of the enmity with Xianxia. They were afraid that Mu Yan would meet Xianxia in the upcoming matches. But luckily, Mu Yan's next opponents weren't strong. She advanced smoothly all the way. Her reputation and prestige in the immortal slaying city grew day by day. At the final stage of the competition, her popularity was almost on par with Xianxia's. On the 14th day of the immortal slaying city's marriage selection, only Mu Yan, Xianxia, and 2 other level 7 demon masters had not been eliminated. In the immortal slaying city's city lord's residence, the city lord was kneeling in front of a young man with a respectful expression. Lord Tianhe, I didn't expect you to personally come to the immortal slaying city. It's our honor. Alright, enough with the pleasantries. Tianhe waved his hand and said impatiently, bring me to the immortal slaying square and find a quiet place for me to watch the competition. Damn it, if not for the fact that I don't want to embarrass myself at the heavenly enchantment banquet, I wouldn't have come to watch these brats. The city lord of the immortal slaying city chuckled dryly and hurriedly led the way. Tianhe asked as he walked, oh right, which 4 brats from your immortal slaying city made it to the finals? The city lord wiped the sweat off his forehead and answered, they are Xianxia, Yi Liangchen, Xiangshu, and Rui Wu. Heh, the little wolf cub from the Hellion family that I, your father, was really nominated. I have a good eye. Yap Liangchen? It sounded familiar. Was he the pretty boy that Xianxia was obsessed with recently? TSK, how did you get assigned to me? If I get eliminated here, Xianxia won't come looking for me, right? As Tianhe muttered to himself, the city lord brought him to a room suspended in the air above the immortal massacre square. Sir, do you think this place will do? Tian he waved his hand and threw a demonic aroma fruit into his mouth. At the same time, he looked down in boredom. The match hadn't even started yet, but he was already feeling drowsy. He yawned and said to the immortal slaying city lord, I'm going to take a nap. Wake me up when they're done. The city lord's mouth twitched, and he was about to agree. Something on Tianhe's waist suddenly lit up. He let out a blood-curdling scream and jumped up. While complaining that it was hot, he hurriedly took out a magic crystal from his waist. After injecting demonic energy into the magic crystal, Min Wei's face immediately appeared in front of him. Tianhe felt his skin tighten, and he hurriedly said, Elder Min Wei, what are you doing? Is the sacred item of the demon race for you to use like this? My skin was almost scalded by the holy flame demon fire. Min Wei smiled sinisterly and said, the other 3 have already sent over the live feed of the match, what are you doing? Don't tell me you found a place to sleep in? Do you believe that when you come back, I will peel off your entire skin instead of scald it off? The corner of Tianhe's mouth twitched. After a while, he laughed dryly, the competition hasn't started yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Alright, I will send you a video, alright? After saying that, he reluctantly took out a black stone and placed it on the windowsill in front of him. As Tianhe continued to pour in demonic qi, the black stone began to rotate left and right, emitting a faint light. The immortal massacre city lord was surprised. Sir, is this the magic mirage stone that can transmit images and sounds in real time? Tianhe nodded listlessly and yawned again. The magic mirage stone was not an ordinary mirage stone. In terms of magic treasures, it was already at the level of a divine monarch equipment. But the magic mirage stone had a weakness. It needed a steady stream of pure demonic qi to be activated. Otherwise, the transmission would be cut off. Tianhe originally wanted to sleep until the end of the competition, but now that he was being watched by Elder Min Wei, he could forget about it. Forget it. Although it was boring to watch a few whelps fight back and forth. However, he had no choice but to reluctantly take a look. Tianhe yawned again and looked down at the plaza. However, this glance caused his expression to change slightly. His expression became heavy for the first time. The final round of the 4-star main city was a 4-person competition. However, the competition format was no longer one-on-one, but a 4-person mixed battle. The one who could stand until the end on the magic crystal platform would be the champion of the immortal massacre city. Logically speaking, Tianhe had only taken a nap earlier. The competition below could be said to have started not long ago. However, at this moment, there were only 2 people left on the magic crystal platform. Xianxia and Yi Liangchen. And no matter which one of them emitted demonic qi, it was pure and powerful. Even Tianhe, who was high above, could feel it. Heh, this seems interesting. I know that the little whelps of the Hellion family are capable. I didn't expect that the pretty boy that Xianxia favors would also exceed my expectations. On the magic crystal platform on the Immortal Massacre Plaza, Xianxia took out a snow-white handkerchief and gently wiped his fingers. His hands had just pierced through Xiangshu's chest. His fingertips were emitting flames, burning Xianxia's internal organs into nothingness. But at this moment, his fingers were clean. After the snow-white handkerchief was removed, it was still spotless. When the Rui shaman witnessed this scene from below, he felt his heart tremble and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He was glad that the one who chose him was Yi Liangchen and not Xianxia. Although he could not withstand more than a few moves from Yi Liangchen, at least Yi Liangchen did not kill him. He managed to survive. On the other hand, Xianxia would likely need at least 3 to 5 years to recover from his injuries. At this moment, the Rui shaman looked worriedly at the youth on the magic crystal platform. Although Yi Liangchen was very strong, it was impossible for him to win against Xianxia. He could only hope that this brat would grow some brains and admit defeat as soon as possible. That way, he would at least be able to retreat unscathed. On the magic crystal platform, after Xianxia finished wiping his hands, he chuckled at Mu Yan. What? I've given you a chance to live, but you don't want to grab it? Due to unknown reasons, this site is suddenly unavailable on Sogu today. Dear readers, please remember this site's domain name, Booksy Pavilion, and find your way home. Mu Yan couldn't be bothered with him. Seeing Yun Ruhan watching the battle below, she waved at Night Spirit and Yu Ying, indicating that they didn't have to worry. Below, Night Spirit and Yu Ying's expressions changed drastically as they instinctively shouted, "Be careful." Mu Yan's expression remained unchanged. She took a step forward and her figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. However, her sharp fingernails still brushed past her neck, cutting off a strand of her hair. Xianxia stood where she was just now, his lips curling into an excited and bloodthirsty arc. I didn't expect you to be able to dodge this attack. You do have some ability after all. This is good. It's been a long time since I've tasted the thrill of defeating a strong cultivator and then torturing him. Mu Yan's gaze focused. She raised her left hand and the second 7 absolute sword appeared. Her figure moved like a phantom and appeared in front of Xianxia in the blink of an eye. Swimming Dragon Double Slash. A dazzling silver sword light streaked across and pierced through Xianxia's body. Cries of surprise came from the magic crystal platform. However, the next moment, Xianxia's figure slowly dissipated like water ripples. It was just an illusion. Night Spirit revealed a regretful expression as he waved his fists. I thought that Liangchen would win so easily. Yu Ying also felt that it was a pity. Yi Liangchen's attack was unexpected and as fast as lightning. She knew that she definitely wouldn't be able to dodge it if it were her. If Xianxia were to die under this sword, then Yi Liangchen would easily become the leader of the group. Only Yun Ruhan's expression turned a little solemn. That was because he realized that Xianxia's strength far exceeded his imagination. Perhaps, he wasn't weaker than his junior sister. On the magic crystal platform, Xianxia's figure slowly appeared. He looked at Mu Yan and said with a faint smile, that move just now was not bad. However, it seemed more like a spirit cultivator's sword technique. Hee, I haven't seen a spirit cultivator's sword technique in a long time since someone used demonic chi. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Then, have a taste of this move of mine. Before he finished speaking, Xianxia's figure suddenly rose into the air. His body seemed to have expanded dozens of times in an instant. However, his movements were still extremely nimble. The way he spreads his arms in the air is like an eagle, but also like a flood dragon, swooping towards Mayan. Mu Yan's heart shuddered. Her divine sense moved, and the 7 despair swords appeared in the air, intertwining to form a sword net. The 7 absolute sword in her hand stabbed towards the weakest part of Xianxia's demonic chi without hesitation. Puchi, the 7 absolute sword effortlessly pierced through Xianxia's body. But Mu Yan's complexion has changed. Ha ha ha, Yap Liangchen, taste my whirling dragon phantom kill. A sharp whistling sound rang in her ears, almost piercing her eardrums. In the blink of an eye, Mu Yan felt as if his eyes were covered in bright red, and his mind was buzzing. She lost her sense of hearing and sight. The most frightening thing was that when she released her divine sense, it was blocked by a powerful force. Mu Yan's mind shudders and she quickly retrieves the 7 absolute swords. At the same time, he cast Astral Domain as fast as he could. Bang! A deafening sound swept up the entire immortal slaying square. All the demons watching the battle were forced to retreat again and again. The magic crystal platform, which was supposed to be incomparably hard, actually had pieces of shattered crystal splattering. After a long time, the violent wind stopped, and the dust settled. Only then did everyone see the situation on the magic crystal platform clearly. They saw Xianxia and Mu Yan standing at opposite ends. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu is suddenly unable to find this site today. Dear readers, please remember this site's domain name, Booksy Pavilion, and find your way home. Xianxia and Mu Yan stood at opposite ends. Both of them had injuries on their bodies. It was just that Xianxia was injured on the shoulder, but there was a bloodstain slowly spreading on Mu Yan's chest. Xianxia turned his head and glanced at the savage wound on his shoulder where bone could be seen. He didn't even raise an eyebrow. Demonic energy surged, and the wound quickly healed. He sighed and said, "No matter how I look at it, your root bone is still young, but your domain level has already reached the 5th layer. I really can't help but envy you. If I'm not wrong, you should also be a descendant of the heavenly devil, right? From a spirit immortal to a fiendish Tao." Xianxia's words made the demons watching the battle below suck in a breath of cold air, revealing expressions of disbelief. How rare was the child of a heaven-raised devil, besides, with Yap Lianchen's talent and power, who were his parents? All of a sudden, there were waves of whispers and discussions below. I really didn't expect that the great demon King Yi was actually the same as Lord Helion, a child of the heaven-raised demon. No wonder I felt that his battle style was similar to the spirit cultivators. We have never heard of such a person in the hidden abyss. He must have just returned from the spirit cultivation world. Could it be that Yi Lianchen is a spy sent by the spirit cultivators? He is actually a spirit cultivator, but he disguised himself as a demon cultivator, trying to marry our noble princess and then murder her? Are you kidding me? Demon King Ye's strength is obvious to all. Her demon core is at least at the 5th level of demon master. Do you think that a 5th order demon master is so easy to disguise? Isn't Lord Helion the son of a heaven-raised devil? He was also a spirit cultivator. What's so strange about that? As long as you have a pure demon core in your body and have given up on the path of spirit cultivation, then you must belong to our demon race. But do any of us know who Yi Lianchen's parents are? With Yi Lianchen's talent, how could his parents not come looking for him when he has become so outstanding? I still don't think it's appropriate. This is the prince consort of our demon race. How can we allow a spirit cultivator of unknown origins to steal the limelight from all of us demons? Since it's like this, I'll still support Lord Helion. I also support Lord Helion. On the immortal slaying square, the way the demons looked at Mayan gradually changed. Vigilance, suspicion, curiosity, and awe. However, they did not have as much worship and admiration as before. The corners of Xianxia's mouth slowly curled up. He was delighted to see such a scene. He wanted to establish his own force with the Helion family as the center. Once he obtained the Blood Demon Commander-in-Chief's token, his strength would continue to break through in the future, and even the position of the Demon Venerable might be his. Apart from marrying the mysterious and unfathomable demon princess, he was also participating in the betrothal selection. Another very important reason was that he could take the opportunity to convince the spectating devil race, making them willingly offer their devil souls and become his followers. However, Xianxia did not expect that Yi Lianchen would appear out of nowhere. From the 1-star main city to the 4-star main city, his performance in every match was stunning and eye-catching. In addition, he unified the 3 lists in the Tianguang ruins, greatly boosting the demon race's prestige in front of the spirit cultivators. As a result, more and more demon race madly worshipped this handsome and immature youth. The people of the 4-star main city could only participate in the matches of the 4-star main city. A person from a 4-star main city can only participate in a 4-star main city tournament. Xianxia never had a chance to perform before. Yi Lianchen, on the other hand, came all the way from a 1-star main city. Many demons who are loyal to him even spend a large amount of mabe to follow him to a 4-star main city. During this period of time, Xianxia wants to use ruthless methods to show his strength and bravery. But the rumors in the Immortal Massacre City are like, who said that demons must be ruthless? Do you really like it that much when someone pierces your stomach and pulls out your intestines? I still think that Demon King Yi is better. If he can fight, then fight. There's no need to blindly compete. Even after the tournament, there are more people who directly offer their demon souls and swear allegiance to Yi Liangchen than him. Xianxia originally made up his mind to ruthlessly humiliate Yi Liangchen in the finals, so that he no longer has the strength to compete with him. Who knew that in the battle, he would discover that this person is the same as him, a child of a heaven-raised demon. And Xianxia didn't expect that announcing the news that Yi Liangchen was a spirit cultivator would actually give him a pleasant surprise. Yi Liangchen, if I didn't guess wrong, this should be your alias, right? Otherwise, how could I have never heard of you among the spirit cultivators? Xianxia's gaze is sharp and contains ridicule. You hid your identity, changed your name, sneaked into my demon race, and even tried to marry the princess. What are you planning? Mayan sneered. Xianxia, did you come to this magic crystal stage today to fight with me, or to pry into other people's gossip like a gossipy woman? What does my identity, name, and origin have to do with you? Even if you want to investigate me, wait until I go to the Demon Imperial City. The Demon Lord will naturally investigate. Is it your turn to blindly compete? If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't, then get lost. The Immortal Massacre Plaza is quiet for a moment. Then, someone bursts out in laughter. Following that, laughter and whispers rise and fall. Ha ha ha, I like Great Demon King Ye's temperament of fighting at the slightest disagreement. Damn it, lousy hates human spirit cultivators beating around the bush and scheming. Just now, that Xianxia was beating around the bush, lousy didn't understand what he meant. It's still Demon King Ye's and mine. It's just a martial arts competition, what's the point of blindly competing? If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then get lost. Ha ha ha. The sounds of mocking laughter and discussion entered Xianxia's ears, causing his face to turn ashen. He takes a deep breath, his gaze on Mu Yan becoming even colder and more tyrannical, but his voice is extremely low, only Mu Yan can hear it. Hee, I didn't expect you to have this ability, to be able to train this group of stupid demons into docile obedience, as obedient as dogs. I originally wanted to spare your life, but unfortunately. Xianxia's voice became softer and softer, and his figure quickly disappeared. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared beside Mu Yan's ears. That will shatter the spirit roots and bones in your body bit by bit, and burn your magic core bit by bit. At that time, I want to see what other methods you can use to bewitch the devil race. The corner of Mu Yan's mouth slightly hooked up. Her figure didn't even move, but she lowered her eyes and said slowly, is that so? Let's see who will break whose bones. She suddenly turned around and grabbed the sharp claws that Xianxia was grabbing at her. The claws that she grabbed with her bare hands pierced into her flesh. The poison spread, and a burning pain spread throughout her body. But Mu Yan didn't even blink. She raised her hands and grabbed Xianxia's shoulders, making him unable to move. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu is unable to find this site today. Dear readers, please remember this site's domain name, Book C Pavilion, and find your way home. The 7 absolute swords were already waiting in the air, forming a sword net that whistled down. Xianxia's pupils suddenly contracted. Puff, fresh blood splattered everywhere, and broken limbs flew everywhere. Xianxia rolled on the ground a few times, leaving behind bloodstains and broken limbs. Finally, he stopped beside the magic crystal platform. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Xianxia lost, he lost to Yi Liangchen so easily, they hadn't even recovered from the shock of knowing that Yi Liangchen was the child of a heaven-raised demon. How did Xianxia lose? Mu Yan slowly breathed out, and threw away the broken hand in her hand. In fact, that attack just now wasn't easy for her. Xianxia's claw just now directly pierced through her abdomen, causing her internal organs to be seriously injured. If not for the fact that she was in the abyss right now, there was enough demonic energy to continuously stimulate the magic core to heal her injuries. She probably wouldn't be able to stand now. Moreover, Xianxia's claw was highly toxic, and it had already invaded her body. She had never refined a poison of this level, and she couldn't cure it even if she wanted to. Under the corrosion of the poison, the meridians and flesh in her body were on fire, and the pain was unbearable. Her mind gradually became chaotic, and she almost couldn't stand steadily. Others couldn't see Mu Yan's condition, but Yunruhan could. He walked a few steps to the magic crystal platform, and anxiously waited for the host to Announce the results of the competition. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Yun Ruhan only felt a strong suction coming from the void. The magic core in his body began to rotate violently, and became boiling hot in an instant. And the demonic energy in his body seemed to be forcibly sucked away by something. Ugh! Yun Ruhan let out a muffled groan, and slowly knelt down while holding the position of the magic core. And the others in the immortal slaughtering square were in the same situation as him. My demonic energy, who is devouring my demonic energy? Ah, it hurts, my magic core is so hot, I can't take it anymore. Screams rose and fell in the square. One after another, the demons knelt down, and their bodies curled up into a ball. The devil chi in their bodies seemed to be absorbed by something, and then it surged towards the magic crystal platform. Tianhe, who was watching this scene from a private room high above, raised his eyes and revealed a surprised expression. It turned out to be the Thousand Nights Ghost Hand. I didn't expect that the wolf cub of the Hellion family would know such an obscure and vicious demon race cultivation technique. TSK, he's powerful, but he's a little too cunning. His mind is as dark as that bunch of spirit cultivators. To think that I thought so highly of him back then. Heavenly River. The dignified voice of Elder Min Wei came from the magic mirage stone. What now? I was just complaining. Don't tell me you're going to meddle in this as well? Shut up. Min Wei spoke in a deep voice, you go down for me. Use the magic mirage stone to take a closer look at that kid called Yi Liangchen's face. Tianhe muttered, isn't he just a gigolo? What was there to see? Don't tell me you're also infatuated with this kind of thing like Shui Jie? TSK, don't, you're already so old. The veins on Min Wei's forehead throbbed as he looked at Tianhe with a sinister gaze. Just as Tianhe's hair stood on end, and he was about to say some soft words. He saw Min Wei sneer, and then move his body to the side, revealing the figure of the person behind him. The one who wants to see a gigolo is not me, but Lord Demon Lord. Tianhe. Was it too late for him to swallow back what he had just said? The Lord of Immortal Slaying City had already knelt on the ground and said, long live the Demon Lord. He swallowed his saliva and stood up from his seat. He grabbed the magic mirage stone by the window and was about to fly down. The instant Milky Way made his move, the situation on the magic crystal platform changed drastically once again. Hellion Shui, who had been cut into pieces by Mu Yan's 7 absolute swords, stood up unscathed. He was holding a black flag in each of his hands. As he waved the flag, a steady stream of demonic energy gathered on his body from the immortal slaying square, causing his strength to increase at a speed visible to the naked eye. Demon Lord 7th stage, Demon Lord 8th stage, Demon Lord 9th stage, Demon Lord peak. Mu Yan's expression became more and more serious. She bit the tip of her tongue and used the pain to force her consciousness not to be eroded by the poison. Turning around, she saw that the square that was rubbing shoulders with each other just now had a large number of people lying on the ground. Even Yun Ruhan, Yuang and Night Spirit had fallen to the ground with painful expressions. Night Spirit, who had a low cultivation base, had already fainted, his body twitching violently. It could be imagined that if the demonic energy in her body continued to be extracted, her demon core would not be able to withstand it and collapse. At that time even her life would not be spared. Yi Liangchen, I originally did not intend to use this move in Immortal Slaying City. I really did not expect that you could actually force me to this step. Hellion Shui's tone was light and breezy, with arrogance and pride. But in fact, his mood was far from calm. The young man in front of him was far beyond his imagination. A child of a demon raised by the heavens like him, a spirit cultivator turned into a demon cultivator like him. But Yi Liangchen was younger than him by more than 100 years, yet his strength was already so strong. If he was given a little more time, thinking of this, Hellion Shui's heart was boiling with killing intent. He must completely kill this powerful competitor, so that there would never be a day for him to rise again. Hellion Shui raised the black flag in his hand and gently waved it twice in the air. In a split second, a sharp sound rang in the sky again. A thick red mist wraps around Mayan. Her hearing and vision were sealed once again, and her divine sense could not be extended. What was even more terrifying was that this time, it wasn't just a short moment. Mu Yan's whole body suddenly tightened, and cold sweat oozed from the palm of her hand that was holding the Seven Absolutes sword. The next moment, a sharp pain came from his shoulder. She abruptly turned around and swung her sword, but she did not manage to cut anything. Yi Liangchen, stop struggling. It's useless. Amidst the shrill whistling, Helianshua's voice poured directly into her mind, bringing with it a bloodthirsty and tyrannical killing intent. Even if I will be punished for violating the rules of the betrothal selection, I will definitely not allow you to live. Oh, that's right. There's also Yu and her magical pet. I remember that lowly and useless magical pet. He's your senior brother, right? Don't worry, they will join you soon. Puff, the long sword pierced through Muyan's chest, causing her to be unable to hold on any longer and kneel on the ground. Fresh blood dyed her clothes red and spread out on the magic crystal platform. The voice that had disappeared earlier began to enter his ears intermittently. Pain, struggle, fear, despair, those were the cries of the demons on the immortal slaughtering square. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu is suddenly unable to find this site today. Dear readers, please remember this site's domain name, Booksy Pavilion, and find your way home, so even if Helianshui used such a vicious method, as long as he did not violate the rules of the competition, no one would stop the competition. However, those demons who were implicated were innocent. Some of them had traveled thousands of miles from other main cities to support her. Some had already offered their demon souls and pledged their loyalty to her, willing to live and die with her. In Tianguang ruins, these demons unconditionally believed in her and supported her. Not to mention, there was Night Spirit, Yuing, and her eldest senior brother. Even if one didn't die from such a crude extraction of demonic energy, their cultivation would greatly regress, leaving behind unforgettable sequelae. What right did Helianshui have? Did he think that he could decide the life and death of others as he pleased just because he was strong, and use people like chess pieces? Muyan's eyes gradually turned crimson, and a cold and disdainful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Fine, the strong are respected, right? Then let's see who is the true strong one. The magic core in her body began to revolve wildly. Previously, when Helianshui used Thousand Nights Ghost Hands to absorb the surrounding demonic energy, only Muyan's demonic energy was firmly condensed around the magic core, not moving at all. It was as if Helianshui's magic core was much lower than hers, so he wasn't qualified to absorb her demonic energy, but now, Muyan released the demonic energy in her body without reservation. Once the demonic energy was released, it was not under Muyan's control. A large portion of it was swallowed by Helianshui's black flag. Helianshua couldn't help but laugh. Yi Liangchen, are you seeking death? But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. Because the demonic energy that Muyan released was becoming more and more pure and thick. In just a short moment, the demonic energy that pervaded the surroundings was even more than what Helianshui had absorbed previously. In the sky, there was a faint moving sound of a zither. As the sound of the zither sounded, the demonic energy that pervaded the magic crystal platform no longer gathered on Helianshui's body. Instead, as if it was being gently controlled by a hand, it surged towards the already collapsed people on the immortal massacre square. Helianshui's face was full of shock as he looked in disbelief at the youth with long hair and clothes fluttering in the wind. His voice was actually trembling. You, who are you? Why is it that a 5th-level devil master like you can actually use divine power? Yes, divine power. What Muyan releases is a devil chi as majestic as the sea. However, what was truly used to control the demonic chi to contend against Helianshui and feed it back to the demons in the immortal slaughtering city was divine power. At this moment, the devil energy that Mayan is frantically releasing finally breaks through the space of the Tian Emochin. It also breaks through the Tian Emochin space's imprisonment seal on devil chi. Neo martial art skill, limitless demon Dao, activated. At the same time, all the Shin musician skills can be activated with demonic energy. On the immortal slaying square, the people who were in so much pain that they wished they were dead felt a wave of pure and thick demonic chi enter their bodies. Accompanied by the melodious sound of the zither, the magic cores in their bodies began to recover. This strand of demonic chi was completely different from their original demonic chi, but after it entered their bodies, not only did their demon cores not reject it, they even happily accepted it. In just a short period of time, their bodies had recovered to their original state, and their cultivation had even increased slightly. No one knew what was happening. They stood up in confusion and looked at the stage. Then, they saw an unforgettable scene. On top of the magic crystal platform, 3 people appeared. One was Xianxia, whose face was filled with shock and amazement. One was Xianxia, who was coldly standing with the 7 absolute sword in his hand. And the last one. Her sleeves fluttered, her fine black hair fluttered. Her slender hands plucked the strings of the zither, producing melodious music. It was that music that sent demonic energy into their bodies, restoring them to their original state. The simulated dazzling sunlight of the immortal slaughtering city fell on the youth's face, illuminating his incomparably handsome appearance. And that appearance was almost exactly the same as Xianxia. No. That's not right either. The youth in midair had even more exquisite facial features, and his skin was even more jade-like. He was clearly dressed as a man, but people almost mistook him for a devastatingly beautiful woman. What was going on? How could there be 2 Xianxia? Only Yin Ruhan let out a long sigh, feeling relieved. Because he recognized that it was the Shin musician's skill, heavy phantom, and the difference in strength between the junior sister with the Tian Mochin and the junior sister without the zither was like heaven and earth. Xianxia had no chance of winning. On the magic crystal platform, for the first time, fear and horror appeared on Xianxia's face. He waved the black flag in his hand with all his might, wanting to snatch the demonic energy from Mu Yan. But as the melodious music resounded, his hand that was waving the flag became heavier and heavier. His whole body seemed to be bound by something, unable to move. But the magic core in his body was spinning faster and faster, even becoming hotter and hotter. It wasn't just his demonic energy that was being taken away, even his magic core was being consumed little by little. If this continued, he wouldn't just lose, but his cultivation would directly drop by a large realm. Xianxia was shocked and afraid. His heart was filled with resentment and unwillingness, but he had no choice but to compromise. Losing the competition was better than losing his cultivation, or even his life. He gritted his teeth and raised his voice, I admit defeat. As his voice fell, the magic crystal platform emitted a burst of light. The man who was floating in the air stopped playing and slowly descended to the ground. He merged with Yap Liangchen, who was on the ground. Mu Yan disliked Xianxia very much. But since it was a competition, she had to follow the rules of the competition. Since the other party admitted defeat, she had no interest in killing him. The immortal slaughtering square fell into a strange silence. After a moment, there was a burst of earth-shattering cheers and discussions. Xianxia admitted defeat. He actually admitted defeat so quickly and so cowardly. Haha, so what if I don't admit defeat? Just now, you all saw it too. He didn't even have the strength to retaliate when facing Great Demon King Yi. Xianxia was the one who extracted the demonic chi from our bodies just now. Now we deserve to lose. What is that zither in Demon King Yi's hands? Why do I feel that the more I listen, the purer and more comfortable the devil chi in my body is? Me too. Aya, what are you guys talking about? The leader of our immortal slaying city is here. Everyone, shouted out. Who is it? Demon King Yi. Long live Demon King Yi. Xianxia stared at the youth in front of him, his fingernails digging into his flesh, fresh blood dripping down from the gaps between his fingers. How could he lose? He shouldn't have lost. Yap Liangchen, who the hell are you? Mu Yan doesn't even pay attention to him. She goes straight to the host of the competition and takes the transmission token. However, at this moment, a cry of surprise came from behind her. Ah! Watch out! Xianxia, what are you doing? Mu Yan's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly turned around and saw that Xianxia's figure had already soared into the sky. Holding a long sword, he transformed into a black stream of light and pounced towards Yin Ruhan. She took a step forward, activating Lotus Steps. Her figure disappeared like a phantom, pouncing towards Xianxia. Pucci, the longsword pierced through his heart, stopping Xianxia's movements. Mu Yan looked coldly at his crazed expression, her voice sounding like it came from the yellow springs of hell, carrying an eerie chill. Xianxia, you're courting death. Just as she finished speaking, a ball of fire sprang up on the 7 absolute sword, spreading to the entire blade. Xianxia immediately let out a wretched scream, desperately trying to escape. However, it was as if the sword had grown into his flesh and blood, and he was unable to break free at all. The burning flames started to consume his flesh bit by bit, even his magic core. Xianxia's face finally revealed an expression of fear and despair. "Let go of me." "Ah, you want to burn my magic core? Do you know who I am? You dare to kill me." Mu Yan released the hand holding the 7 absolute sword, sneered, and turned to look at Yun Ruhan, eldest Xixiang. "Are you all right?" She would not allow the people of the Xiaoyao sect to be harmed in any way. Yun Ruhan's cultivation was very high, but it was in the direction of spiritual cultivation. In the hidden abyss, spiritual energy and immortal energy could not be absorbed, only demonic energy was left. As a result, Yun Ruhan's strength had only reached level 1 demon guard after cultivating and taking the demonic elixir in this period of time. If a small demon guard was hit by Xianxia, his magic core could crack. How could Mu Yan not be angry? She had already given him a yard on the magic crystal platform. Now that he wanted to seek his own death, he could not blame her for being ruthless. The flame on the 7 absolute sword was the golden crow fire that could burn most of the energy in the world. The bodies of the MO were tough, and could be reborn infinitely. But under the burning of the golden crow fire, they could not resist, and their magic core was burned to death. Yun Ruhan saw the worry and fear in Mu Yan's eyes and said softly, "I'm fine. Little Shimmy does not need to worry. No matter what, I am still your eldest Xixiang. Even if I am not as talented as you, I am not as weak as you think." As the two spoke, Xianxia's wretched screams grew louder. And the golden crow fire had spread to his entire body. Finally, someone could no longer sit still. "Yi Liangchen, stop right now. If this goes on, then do you intend to go against the rules of the groom selection and kill the young master?" An old man hurried forward. The old man wanted to go forward and pull out the golden crow fire but found that he could not touch it. The golden crow fire was driven by Shen power and had recognized a master. Even though the old man's cultivation had reached the 9th level of MO master, he could not control the golden crow fire. The old man's face was ashen. He looked at Mu Yan and said anxiously, "Did you hear that? Why aren't you stopping?" Mayan sneers, "So what if I don't stop? When Xianxia killed my eldest senior brother, did he think of the consequences? If you have the guts to do it, you must have the guts to bear the consequences." The old man gritted his teeth and said, "According to the rules of the betrothal contest, the contestants are not allowed to kill each other. Do you want to disobey the demon venerable's order?" I'm sorry. Those who haven't been eliminated are the true participants. Didn't Xianxia admit defeat just now? Furthermore, if attacking any of the participants is considered a violation of the rules, then what about Xianxia's evil forbidden technique on the magic crystal stage? Of course. I almost thought I was dead. Damn it, he absorbed our demonic chi to repair his body. He's shameless. I'm also a contestant. Mu Yan spread her hands at the old man and revealed a mocking smile. The old man was so angry that his face turned purple. He gritted his teeth and said, "Do you know that Xianxia is the only son of my master, the captain of the Blood Demon Team 1, Helian Guanyu? Since you killed my young master, my master won't let you off." The mocking smile on Mu Yan's face deepened. He's here to compete with his father. Fine, I'll kill him first. Let's see how Helian Guanyu will look for me then. Before she could finish speaking, a dazzling light flew over from the sky. With a loud bang, the light landed on the 7 absolute sword. The 7 absolute sword trembled and fell from Xianxia's body. The golden crow fire was also extinguished. Soon after, everyone saw a tall figure appear beside Xianxia and support him. Xianxia was already on the verge of death. The skin on his chest and the internal organs in his abdomen were badly mutilated by the flames. He opened his eyes in a daze and shouted, "Father." Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. When the demons on the immortal slaying square heard the word father, they gasped. The man in front of them was actually the captain of the Blood Demon Team 1, Helian Guanyu. Those demons who supported Yi Liangchen all had worried expressions on their faces. There were many rumors about Helian Guanyu. It was said that he was one of the few trusted subordinates who followed the demon emperor to conquer the world. He should have been called a demon general like Tianhe, Jiotong, and the others. However, because he made a big mistake, he was punished, and his cultivation base could not advance anymore. He could only be called the captain of the blood demon team. Nonetheless, Helian Guanyu's strength was unfathomable, and he was extremely shrewd. His style was not like a demon cultivator, but a spirit cultivator. Based on the straightforward character of the demons, they preferred Yu Yu and Wu Lei, who were equally clear about their likes and dislikes, and did not beat around the bush. Nonetheless, no one dared to speak ill of Guanyu behind his back. This was because it did not matter to Yu Yu and the others who were casually criticized. Those who insulted Captain Guanyu in public would eventually die a miserable death. They would die silently, and nobody would be able to tell the reason. Devils were straight, but they were not stupid. As time passed, nobody dared to talk about Guanyu behind her back anymore. It was even said that many elite demons in the demon blood guards had been won over by him because of his various means. Guanyu's love for her only son, Xianxia, was also well known. In the past, the immortal slaying city had produced some extremely talented individuals. However, the moment they threatened Xianxia's reputation and prestige, they would also be silently dealt with. When everyone thought of how Mu Yan had severely injured Helian Guanyu's son in front of her, and how she had lost all face, they couldn't help but sweat for their demon Qingyi. The 7 absolute sword had returned to Mu Yan's hand. Her entire body was tense as she looked at the tall man in front of her. In terms of appearance, Helian Guanyu and Xianxia were about the same age, and their facial features were somewhat similar. In terms of their magic cores, there was only a difference of 1 or 2 small realms between them. However, the murderous aura between Helian Guanyu's eyebrows and the pressure around her body were much stronger than Xianxia's. At this moment, Xianxia had come back to his senses. He sensed that his cultivation base had fallen by a large realm, and he had become a demon guard that he looked down upon in the past. He could not help but feel grief and indignation, and he was so angry that he wanted to go crazy. Father, father. You must avenge me, kill Yi Liangchen, avenge me. Helian Mingyu said solemnly, don't worry, Xue. Father will definitely make her pay you back 10 times, 100 times for the pain and humiliation you suffered today. Xianxia's eyes were filled with excitement. His body trembled, and he finally couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Only then did Helian Guanyu look at Mu Yan and Yunruhan. When he glanced at Yunruhan, a dark glint flashed across his eyes. Lady Guanyu, You can't do anything to Yi Liangchen. He's going to participate. Ying hurriedly rushed out and wanted to stop Helian Guanyu. But before she could finish her words, it was as if someone was strangling her throat. Her face turned purple, and she could no longer make a sound. Helian Guanyu acted as if she had not noticed Yu Ying's existence at all. While smiling faintly, he approached Mu Yan. Today, I, Helian Guanyu, killed the human spy who harmed my son, not the choice of the princess's son-in-law. All of you can testify for me on this point. The old man who had just rushed out to stop Mu Yan had a smug look on his face. He said loudly, Lord, you've never seen Yap Liangchen before. You have no idea who the contestant for the betrothal contest is. My lord is just angry and heartbroken that the young master was harmed by the treacherous human race, so he must seek justice for his son. I'm sure everyone here can testify with me. Otherwise, just treat them as spies of spirit cultivators and deal with them. This was simply a blatant reversal of black and white and a threat. Everyone on the immortal slaying square had ugly expressions on their faces. They wanted to say something, but just like Ying, they were unable to speak, as if someone was strangling their throats. As Helian Xianxia moved forward, her cold gaze swept back and forth between Mu Yan and Yunruhan. His voice is concentrated into a bundle, and only Mayan and Yunruhan's ears can hear it. Hee, I heard that Yue has a whole new level of respect for you too. I wonder how she will react if I throw your corpses in front of her. After Yu returned to the demon blood guards, she began to attack Helian Guanyu's team. Her method was very simple. That was to send out the members of the 3rd Blood Demon Squad to challenge the members of the 1st Blood Demon Squad. All of these devils who were challenged were trusted subordinates of Helian Guanyu. In the end, they were all crippled after a decisive battle. However, Helian Guanyu didn't dare to touch Yu at all, and her subordinates couldn't be as strong and fearless as Yu Yu's confidants. Helian Guanyu's killing intent towards Yu Yu was already like a torrential flood, rolling endlessly. Even if Helian Shui hadn't been crippled, he would still have taken the opportunity to make things difficult for Yu Yu today. He had received news that Yu Yu was infatuated with these two kids. Especially that little demon soldier called Yun Ruhan, who had killed the confidant he had painstakingly planted, allowing Yu Yu to escape. Today, he would settle all the old and new debts together. A small axe appeared in Helian Guanyu's hand. With a swing of the axe, a cloud of black mist immediately appeared in the air and flew towards Mu Yan and Yun Ruhan. Mu Yan quickly used Holy Hand's weaver to create a sound wall that enveloped her, Yun Ruhan and Night Spirit within. With a loud bang, the sound wall shattered. Mu Yan, who was the support of the barrier, was not much better. Her face was pale and her body swayed slightly, but her movements of playing the Tian Mo Qin became faster and faster. Night Spirit was already in a daze. If Mu Yan hadn't enveloped her with her divine sense and stabilized her divine soul, she, a small demon soldier, would have already exploded and died. Liangchen, what should we do? What should we do now? How about we give all the healing pills to him, at least we'll have a chance of survival. This silly girl thought that Helian Guanyu would let them off if she gave him the pills to treat Helian Shui. Mu Yan plucked the strings and created a sound barrier to cover Night Spirit. She said in a deep voice, Night Spirit, retreat further away. If I'm unfortunately defeated, take the remaining Mabe back to Blood Flame City. Yi Liangchen, you. Night Spirit was almost crying. Have you forgotten? You still have to look for your father. Are you willing to die just like that? Don't push me out and let me watch you die. I might as well die with you. Night Spirit cried and wanted to pounce back, but she was trapped in the sound barrier and pushed further and further away. Mu Yan and Yun Ruhan looked at each other. Yun Ruhan smiled. Little junior sister, don't think about pushing me away. Mu Yan smiled as well. That was because she knew that just like how she wouldn't sit idly by and watch someone hurt her fellow disciples, her eldest senior brother wouldn't let her face danger alone. Even if Yun Ruhan's cultivation was pitifully low in the abyss. Even if both of them might die here today. Mu Yan took a deep breath and her eyes were filled with determination. Her fingers quickly plucked the strings of the zither and activated Phantom Shadow. Another figure slowly appeared. Since there was no way out, they would fight to the death. Helian Guanyu looked at their actions and couldn't help but sneer. Do you want to struggle on your deathbed? Do you think I'm Zhuo? Do you think a 5th-rank demon master like you can fight against me? He, the dark horse of the marriage selection, Demon King Yi, the most popular candidate for the princess's husband. Yi Liangchen, I'll let you know today that in my eyes, you're just an ant. If I want you to live, you can live. If I want you to die, you'll die. The moment she spoke, the demonic qi around Helian Guanyu suddenly surged. Strong gales swept across the immortal slaughtering square. All the spectating devils retreated in fear. Is this the strength of a demon lord? This is clearly a devil general. Can Yi Liangchen be saved? Demon King Yi is the leader of the immortal slaughtering city, and he's going to participate in the Heavenly Enchantment Banquet's prince consort selection. Could it be that no one in the immortal slaughtering city did anything and allowed Helian Guanyu to kill him? Shoo, shut up. Are you crazy? That's Lord Helian we're talking about, the captain of the Blood Demon Team 1. Who in the immortal slaying city can stop him? As the demonic qi in Helian Luoyua's body skyrocketed, the axe in his hand suddenly became huge and emitted a dazzling red light. Wherever the red light swept across, the magic crystal platform, which was hard enough to withstand a blow from the 7 absolute sword, shattered inch by inch. Fine beads of sweat seep out of Mayan's forehead, and blood also overflows from the corners of her mouth. The hands controlling the Tian Mo Qin are already riddled with scars, almost unable to move. This was under the hidden abyss. There was only demonic qi, no spiritual power or immortal power. She hadn't fully mastered the Tian Mo Qin, which was controlled by demonic qi, and couldn't even exert half of the strength of a Shin musician. In the battle with Helian Shui just now, in order to save the demons on the Immortal Massacre Plaza, she had almost used up all of her divine power. Now that she was facing Helian Guanyu, she was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Therefore, the only way was to use his remaining divine power to fuse with all the demonic energy in his body and unleash a big move, Limitless Demonic Tao. However, the activation of the Limitless Demonic Way required time. Helian Guanyu would not give her such a chance. Yun Ruhan had obviously noticed this as well. Therefore, the moment Helian Guanyu swung her giant axe, he rushed forward without hesitation. Without spiritual energy, the Ice Soul Sword could not be used. The only thing he could use was his flesh and blood body. But Yun Ruhan was just a small demon guard. Mayan's eyes suddenly widen, her fingers almost playing the wrong rhythm. Bang! The giant axe fell, and blood splattered everywhere. Eldest brother. Yun Ruhan was almost cleaved in two by the giant axe. Although the demon core did not shatter, it no longer had the strength to resist. Helian Guanyu laughed out loud, and the giant axe returned to his hand. He soared into the sky and dove down towards Mu Yan. Yi Liangchen, you're next. I've said it before, if you dare hurt my son, I'll make you pay 10 times, 100 times over. Everyone on the immortal slaying square widened their eyes and mouths. Their faces were filled with terror and despair. Was Yap going to die? Just like that, he died miserably and sullenly at the hands of Helian Guanyu. However, right at this moment, an explosive shout came from the sky. Helian Guanyu, you're courting death. What was that sound? Everyone subconsciously raised their heads and looked over. A figure descended from the sky like lightning and pounced towards Helian Guanyu. As he descended, his entire body ignited with flames, illuminating the square that had been darkened by the gale. At the same time, the demons finally saw the face of the newcomer. Milky Way, it was the Sky River Demon General. Why is the Sky River Demon General here? Everyone's faces were first filled with shock, followed by ecstasy. So this competition was actually hosted by the Sky River Demon General. In this way, could Demon King Yi be saved? Sky River Demon General, faster, faster. We must save Demon King Yi. However, in the next moment, the hope on everyone's faces turned into astonishment. This was because Tianhe, who was diving down rapidly in midair, had actually stopped moving. He was suspended in midair, his mouth slightly agape as he looked down in shock. What happened? Why hadn't the Sky River Demon General gone to save Demon King Yi? Why would he have such an expression? All the demons on the immortal slaying square turned their heads and looked over, returning their gazes to their original position. In the next moment, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Someone sucked in a breath of cold air. His knees went weak, and he fell to the ground on his butt. Some people rubbed their eyes again and again, but they still couldn't believe what they saw. Next to the broken magic crystal platform, Helian Guanyu, who had been overflowing with arrogance just a moment ago, was floating in midair. His neck seemed to be choked by something, and a painful expression appeared on his face. Ah dash! A shrill scream came out of his mouth. Then, he saw that Helian Guanyu's hand, which was holding the axe, was forcibly torn off by an invisible force. The wind was still howling, and clouds, mist, and dust swirled around the square. But everyone still slowly saw the scene below clearly. After Helian Guanyu's right hand was torn off, it slowly descended and fell into a slender hand. The owner of the hand was dressed in black. He was tall and slender, and his long hair was draped behind him. Although the wind was howling, it couldn't be blown away at all. Helian Guanyu, who did you just say you wanted to repay 10 times or 100 times? The man slowly raised his head. His slightly demonic and cold eyes revealed a casual killing intent. His gaze fell on Helian Guanyu. Did you just use this hand to hurt her? As soon as he finished speaking, Helian Guanyu's broken arm in his hand suddenly exploded. Not even blood was left behind. Helian Guanyu, who was bound in midair, had a twisted face because of the pain. But there was more fear and disbelief in his eyes. His lips trembled, and it took him a long time to utter a trembling voice, "Demon. Demon Lord, why are you here?" Whoosh! The word Demon Lord was like a huge stone thrown into a boiling temptation. The entire immortal slaughtering square exploded. Demon Lord! Demon Lord! It turned out that the Demon Lord had come in person. How could this be? What the hell happened? The demons on the square were going crazy. They wanted to shout and kneel down, but found that they were too excited, that their bodies were stiff and trembling, and they couldn't move at all. The only one who could still react was Tianhe. After a moment of daze, he slowly descended and knelt in front of Xianxia. "Greetings, Demon Lord." He wanted to ask why the Demon Lord had come. It only took a moment to travel from the Demon Imperial City to the Immortal Slaughtering City with the teleportation token. But the Demon Lord obviously didn't come like this. Because the teleportation location set by the teleportation token was usually the periphery of the main city, not the center of the square. And the Demon Lord was still on the other side of the Mirage Stone a moment ago, but now he suddenly appeared here. There was only one possibility, and that was that he didn't care about the loss of his cultivation, tore the space, and directly teleported to the Immortal Slaughtering City. Tian had glanced at Mu Yan and didn't ask the question that was on the tip of his tongue. As talkative as he was, he couldn't help but feel dizzy and unable to think. Thinking of what Elder Minwei had said, he couldn't help but look at Mu Yan again, swallow his saliva, and suppress the shock that filled his heart with great difficulty. While Tianhe was letting his imagination run wild, Helian Guanyu's other hand and feet had already been torn off by Xianxia. Even if the demon's body could be reborn, Helian Guanyu was in so much pain that she wished she was dead. She wailed in pain and begged for mercy. What terrified Helian Guanyu the most was that as the pain spread, the demon venerable's powerful demonic chi seeped into his body and crushed his demon core with a domineering and sharp aura, causing his many years of cultivation to be directly consumed. Helian Guanyu could not take it anymore and cried loudly, Fiend exalt, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have attacked the candidate for the princess's son-in-law, but I was also angry that he injured my son, so I couldn't help but retaliate. It wasn't easy for a heaven-raised devil to have a child. My son, Helian Shua, was originally a heaven-bestowed genius. But now, he has been destroyed by him. That's why I acted out of anger. Please understand, Demon Venerable. Please forgive me. Xianxia chuckled and said faintly, I understand you and agree with your actions. Helian Guanyu had just relaxed. She heard the man below continue, because I am also doing the same thing. Xianxia's voice was low and cold, as if it came from the depths of hell, carrying a bone-piercing chill. Whoever dares to hurt my daughter, I will naturally make him pay 1,000 times over. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu is suddenly unable to find this site today. Dear readers, please remember this site's domain name, Booksea Pavilion, and find your way home. The whole place was dead silent. In fact, it was completely silent. But at this moment, it was so quiet that only the sound of the wind could be heard. Even the sound of breathing and clothes rubbing against the ground seemed to have disappeared. Helian Guanyu's eyes were wide open, her whole body stiff. She looked at Xianxia and then at Mu Yan. After a long time, she asked in a trembling voice, Demon Lord, what did you just say? This sentence was also what all the demons on the Immortal Slaughtering Square wanted to ask. Lord Demon Lord, what are you talking about? In the dead silence, Elder Minwei, who came through the teleportation token, hurried over. As soon as he landed on the magic crystal platform, he looked at Mu Yan. Then his eyes suddenly turned red. Elder Minwei, who was high up in the whole hidden abyss, held the Blood Demon Commander's decree, commanded thousands of demon troops, and no one could contend against him except Demon Lord Xianxia, suddenly stepped forward and knelt down on one knee without hesitation. Minwei. Minwei pays respect to Her Royal Highness. His voice was hoarse and trembling, containing infinite vicissitudes and hope. Tears almost rolled down from his eyes. Her Royal Highness, we finally found you. The sound of the wind blew past everyone's ears. Everyone was dumbstruck as they looked at the scene on the magic crystal platform. They looked at each other and looked at each other. They all felt that they should be in a dream. Yes, they must have been under an illusion, and then they heard it wrong. Haha, Yi Liangchen is Demon King Yi. He is the love demon in the dreams of many women in the hidden abyss. Some of them followed him all the way from Red Star City. They watched helplessly as the originally unremarkable teenager cut through all obstacles and became the most popular candidate for the princess's son-in-law. But now, Elder Minwei told them, the princess's son-in-law they thought was actually the demon princess? Are you King kidding us? In fact, Mu Yan was even more confused than those demons. She looked at Min Wei, who was kneeling in front of her, completely unable to come back to her senses. Oh, it's not just Min Wei anymore. When Tianhe saw Elder Min Wei kneeling in front of the princess, he quickly gave up paying respect to the demon lord and followed suit. However, the expression on his face was still somewhat magical. "This is Her Highness? You must be joking." In order to find the princess, they had almost turned the entire hidden abyss upside down, but the princess had actually disguised herself as a man to participate in their betrothal contest. Most importantly, she was just a little girl in her early 20s, and she hadn't even practiced the devil race's cultivation method for 2 days. He had defeated tens of thousands of devilish elites in the betrothal election to become one of the final 4 candidates. At the thought of this, Tianhe could not help but feel dizzy. Should I say that Her Royal Highness is indeed the princess, marry myself? My prince consort was defeated by me. The more Tian he thought about it, the more shocked he became. The more he thought about it, the more his heart surged. Even his gaze towards Mayan changed from shock to worship. After Tian he, the first person to react was the city lord of Immortal Slaying City. At this moment, his mind was in a mess. His ears were ringing wildly. Why is the demon lord here? Why is Elder Min Wei here? Why is Her Highness here as well? How could the princess be Yap Liangchen? But this did not prevent him from seeing the situation clearly. He knelt on the ground and loudly said, "Greetings to Her Royal Highness." Mayan. Mayan finds her voice after a long while, frowning. "You've got the wrong person, right?" "What princess? What does it have to do with her?" As soon as her voice falls, the man in black in front of her slowly turns around. The moment she sees the man, Mayan's heart suddenly jumps, as if she was hit by something. She obviously hasn't seen this man before. But he inexplicably feels very familiar. As if this face has been engraved in the depths of her soul. Mayan frowned slightly, opening her mouth. "Who are you?" Junshi Tian raises his left hand, a piece of vermilion jade falls from his hand, gently swaying in the air, emitting a faint red light. The next moment, Mayan feels the blood in her body boiling along with the flickering red light of the vermilion jade. Magic Core Blood Jade. This is the magic core blood jade that is connected to her life and soul, but this is not the one she gave to Di Mingju. Then there's only, Mayan's pupils suddenly shrink, staring at the man in front of her. After a long while, she says in a low, hoarse voice, "You are Junshi Yuan?" Junshi Tian's eyes flash, whispering, "This was the alias of this Zun's previous life. This Zun is Junshi Yuan, and you are this Zun's biological daughter." Mayan's hands suddenly clench into fists, almost unable to control her emotions. Elder Min Wei hurriedly says, "Your Highness, the demon lord lost part of his memory in the mortal world and forgot about your existence. Until 2 years ago, he suddenly remembered. We tried our best to find your existence, including setting up a marriage contract for you. We wanted to find a chance to be linked to you through the 3 live stone marriage contract." Mayan listens numbly. The scene before Ning Yanqing's death unconsciously appeared in her mind. Until Elder Min Wei's long-winded voice reaches her ears. She suddenly widens her eyes and almost blurts out, "You said you set up a marriage contract for me with the 3 live stone? Contract? Who is the other party of the contract?" Elder Min Wei didn't expect her to pay attention to this matter first. He stares blankly. "It's His Highness Luo Yunxiao of the Nether Realm. Your Highness may not know this person. Although he's not famous, he's extremely talented. But if you really don't like him, princess." Mu Yan only felt a buzzing sound in her mind, and it instantly went blank. Her body swayed slightly. She could no longer support herself and fainted. Mu Yan awoke from her deep and dark dream, and Yun Merhan's joyful voice rang in her ears. "Junior sister, you're awake?" Mayan opens her eyes and meets Yun Merhan's worried face. She pressed her temples and slowly sat up. She looked tired and confused. What happened? What is this place? The surroundings were obviously much more luxurious and elegant than the inn they were staying in. Seeing that she was fine, Yun Merhan heaved a sigh of relief. "This is the Immortal Slaughtering City Lord Manor, little junior sister." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Don't you remember what happened at the Immortal Slaying Plaza?" Yun Merhan's words brought back the memories in her mind. Jun Tian is her biological father, Jun Yuan. And she was the demon princess. The person who signed the marriage contract with her was youngest martial uncle. Mu Yan pressed her temples again, only to feel a burst of irritation and pain. She couldn't help but look at Yunruhan. Am I really the demon princess? The demon princess that she once scolded for having no taste and being a weirdo? At this moment, Mu Yan only felt a burst of pain on her face. What in the world was going on? How could Jun Yuan be the demon lord Jun Tian? You can't make a joke like this. Thinking of this blunder, Yunruhan couldn't help but laugh. Marrying yourself and participating in your own marriage selection, I'm afraid this is the first time in the world. Junior sister, you really don't take the usual path. Mu Yan glared at Yunruhan, then couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, the fourth sister and little seven were not here. Otherwise, she would be laughed to death. The point was, how could she have thought that the demon princess, who was famous for being noble and arrogant, who wanted to get all the handsome men in the world into her bed, who couldn't wait to open the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, would be herself? How could she slander her reputation like this? After laughing, Yunruhan solemnly asked, Junior sister, the people of the demon clan have been waiting outside, not daring to come in. What's your next plan? Mu Yan was startled, and also put away her messy thoughts. I want to see the demon lord alone. Hearing her call him the demon lord instead of her father, Yunruhan sighed softly. He stood up and patted her shoulder. No matter what decision you make, eldest senior brother will support you. And he paused, then continued, whether you marry Instructor Mo in the future, or become the demon princess, the Xiaoyao sect will always be your home. Mu Yan's eyes became hot, and she said hoarsely, I know, senior brother. She knew a long time ago that the Xiaoyao sect would always be her home, no matter who or where, no one could replace it. Not long after Yunruhan left, Jun Tian pushed open the door and came in. Mu Yan looked at her biological father, and her mind was slightly distracted. Mu Yan's eyes and eyebrows were like her mother Ning Yanqin. Her face shape was completely different from the two of them. It was reasonable to say that she and Jun Yuan should not have any similarities. But the moment Mu Yan saw him, she felt that he was familiar. Even in the unclean abyss, when Huang Lang felt that she was similar to Jun Yuan at first glance. She used to think that Jun Yuan did not care about his daughter's life. But now he knew. Jun Yuan, or Jun Tian, cared. But so what? As a father, he left her with her adoptive father and didn't care about her at all. He allowed her to be bullied in her previous life, lose her child, and die without a complete corpse. She could accept all of this because Jun Yuan probably didn't want to lose his memories. But what about Ning Yanqin? When she thought of her mother, who had watched her husband leave her in the Great Array, Mu Yan felt as if she was suffocating in her chest, making her almost unable to breathe. Jun Tian is obviously not used to interacting with her. His expression is cold and he is speechless for a long time. In fact, the demon lord was so nervous that his palms were sweating. He didn't know what to say. After a long while, he finally said, Tomorrow, you will follow me back to Imperial Palace, Missouri. Mu Yan took a deep look at him and didn't say anything. She said slowly, Do you still remember Ning Yanqin? Jun Tian's body trembled slightly. His sweaty palms felt cold. He steadied his emotions and said faintly, I know that she is your mother. However, I can't remember many things that happened in the mortal world. Is she still alive? Mu Yan smiled gently. There was sadness and mockery in her laughter. Don't you remember? Yes, she is just a passerby in your mortal world. A dignified demon lord, a supreme being who has all the beauties in the world. How could he remember a passerby in this Shozhen continent, a dispensable love? Jun Tian subconsciously wants to refute. But there's a piercing pain in his body. He can't tell if it's the pain in his magic core or the pain in his divine soul. But he doesn't want to lose his composure in front of his daughter, so he straightens his back and doesn't show any signs of it. Mu Yan takes a deep breath and suppresses the surging emotions in her heart. Fortunately, the heavenly magic zither space has been opened, and the things inside can be taken out. She throws a bronze bell with blood patterns to Jun Tian's hand. The bell emitted a tinkling sound in the air and landed in Jun Tian's hand. Mu Yan says in a hoarse voice, you can rest assured that Ning Yanqin is dead. No one will ask you to be responsible for a love affair in the mortal world. She sneers, this is the blood pattern bell she left behind after her death. Although you may not want it, I think it's best to give it to you. If you really don't like it, don't throw it away. Just give it back to me. There's one more thing that Ning Yanqin asked me to tell you. She said, the rise and fall of fate, destiny is determined. I don't hate him, but I hope that I will never meet Jun Changjue again. After Mu Yan says this, she sees that the man in front of her is holding the blood pattern bell tightly and doesn't speak for a long time. She feels that there's something wrong with Jun Shirtian's state. But before she can see it clearly, Jun Shirtian says coldly, I know. Then he quickly disappears from the room. Ever since Yun Ruhan informed everyone that Mu Yan has woken up, Min Wei and Tianhe have been waiting anxiously in the room. When he sees Jun Shirtian, Elder Min Wei immediately greets him, Demon Lord, Her Royal Highness has agreed to return with us. Demon Lord. Demon Lord. What's wrong with you? Jun Shirtian almost falls as soon as he lands on the ground. His whole body curls up into a ball and trembles violently. As he trembles, the blood pattern bell in his hand seems to make jingling sounds. It's like a wail of blood. A low chuckle escaped from his throat. However, this laughter was incomparably desolate and despairing, and it also carried a deep-rooted hatred. Accompanied by the melancholy bell, it simply made people feel flustered and sad. At this moment, countless voices and images were crazily pouring into Jun Shirtian's mind. Love was as unpredictable as the wind and snow, but it would die with a single move. My name is Jun Shiyuan. Hey, don't go. Since I told you my name, shouldn't you tell me yours as well? Ning Yanqin, why don't you smile? I think you must look good when you smile. Miss Ning, I thought I've made myself clear enough. As for me, I liked you from the first time I saw you. In this life, I, Jun Shiyuan, will either be a bachelor or marry you. I don't seek to be with you, I only wish to accompany you to the ends of the earth. Xianxia, you're willing to sleep with me, but you're not willing to marry me. But I still think of you as my wife. I, Jun Shiyuan, swear that I will only love you in this life. Xianxia, we have a child. I'm going to be a father, hee hee. Xianxia, you don't know how happy I am. May there be years to look back on, and we will grow old together. Ancestor, don't forget the promise you made to me. Let go of Jun Shiyuan and let him leave the floating island safely. I am willing to enter the flowing goblin pond as a sacrifice for the Ning family. Ning Yanqin, how dare you enter the flowing goblin pond? How dare you? Yanqin, I beg you, don't leave me. You are my soul, embryonic light, and my three physical forms, dead dog, hidden arrow, and sparrow een. Now that you have gone through all the tribulations in the mortal world, why don't you return quickly? Jun Shirtian laughed, but tears came out from the corners of his eyes. His laughter gradually turned into a low murmur and call, Ning Yanqin, Ning Yanqin. Yanqin, how could I forget you? How could I forget you? At this moment, one soul and one physical form finally returned. But the extreme sorrow and hatred for herself almost made her 3 souls and 7 physical forms collapse. She said, I don't hate him. I only hope that in this lifetime I will never see Jun Changjue again. Jun Shirtian, who do you think you are? How could you watch her fall into the hell rebirth array and do nothing? How could you forget Ning Yanqin, whom you loved as much as your life? She missed you so much that she broke up with you. So, she doesn't want you anymore, she doesn't want to see you anymore. Jun Shirtian, what do you have left after losing her? Thick demonic energy surged out of Jun Shirtian's body as if it was boiling. The entire Castellan mansion and even the Immortal Massacre City shook violently. Min Wei reacted very quickly. He quickly set up a barrier to lock Jun Shirtian's violent demonic energy inside. But it could only be locked for a while, not for too long. Tianhe was about to go crazy, Demon Venerable. Elder Min Wei, what is going on? How did Demon Venerable become like this? Where is the doctor? Where is the doctor? I will go find the doctor in the Castellan. No. Min Wei didn't have time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, we can't let any demons know the condition of Demon Venerable's body. Minwei wanted to smash Tianhe's stupid head with a slap. In a place like the Demon Clan, where the strong were respected. If people knew that the devil Qi in the Honor Demon Lord's body had gone berserk and his divine soul had been greatly damaged, what awaited him would not only be the worry of the devil race in the abyss, but also the restlessness of those who wanted to seize power. Then what should we do? Why don't we go back to the Demon Imperial City now? Elder Minwei's face turned pale, but he shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "It's too late. Suppressing Demon Lord for another 15 minutes is already my limit, and during the teleportation process, I won't be able to suppress the rampaging devil Qi. Demon Lord will destroy the teleportation array, and by then, we'll all be lost in the turbulence of space. This won't do, that won't do. What should we do?" Tianhe smashed the table and chair with a violent punch. How did the honor demon become like this? Is it because of the princess? With this reminder, Minwei thought of something and hurriedly said, quickly invite Her Highness over. Remember to be nice, do you hear me? Mu Yan looks at Junshi Tian, her expression is indescribably complicated. The high and mighty devil lord was no longer as cold and aloof as he was just now in front of her. At this moment, his whole body is curled up into a ball without any care for his image. Tears mixed with blood are flowing out of his eyes. He looks miserable and pitiful. Princess, what did you say to the Demon Venerable? Tianhe couldn't help but ask in a loud voice. Mu Yan was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I told him that Ning Yanqin is dead. I thought. She thought that Junshi Tian didn't care about Ning Yanqin's life. He only treated it as a fleeting love in the mortal world. He was a little sad, but he didn't really care about it. But she didn't expect that the Demon Venerable, who pretended to be calm in front of her, would be so sad because of Ning Yanqin's death. Elder Minwei said in a hoarse voice, Princess, the Demon Venerable is really innocent about the mortal world tribulation. It's not that he didn't want to find you and your mother, but that soul and spirit refused to fuse with him. He couldn't find them even if he wanted to. Also, do you hate the Demon Venerable for not saving your mother? In fact, when the mortal world tribulation ended, the soul and spirit were forcibly taken away by the formation without any power to resist. After the soul and spirit returned, the divine soul couldn't fuse and the Demon Venerable couldn't remember anything. But all these years, the Demon Venerable always unconsciously revealed a look of longing and absent-minded. He also didn't allow any evil woman to get close to him. He clearly forgot, but he couldn't help but collect some little things that girls like, but he couldn't remember why he did it. Minwei's eyes turned red. Sometimes, it's the people who are forced to forget that are the most painful. I don't ask you to forgive the Demon Venerable, but I hope that you can see that the Demon Venerable has been looking for you and call him a few times. Now, he can't hear us. If we let him be immersed in grief and regret, his demon core will explode. Not to mention the Demon Venerable and us, even the entire immortal slaughtering city won't be able to withstand the Demon Venerable's self-detonation. Maybe only your voice and your call can be heard by the Demon Venerable. Mu Yan let out a long sigh and said in a low voice, I understand. Elder Minwei, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to him. Minwei was happy, but then he revealed a worried expression. In fact, asking Mu Yan to call Junshi Tian was just like trying to save a dead horse. Minwei didn't even have a 10% chance of waking up the Demon Lord. Minwei and Tian He were waiting for Mu Yan to call out to Junshi Tian. Even if she didn't call him father, just calling him Demon Lord might make Junshi Tian react. However, Mu Yan suddenly sat down on the ground, and a black zither appeared in her hands. His slender and fair fingers gently plucked the strings, producing a melodious sound. Tianhe said anxiously, Your Highness, what are you doing? Is this the time to play the zither? Shut up. However, Minwei seemed to have noticed something. He pushed the heavenly river away and looked at Mu Yan in shock. If he's not mistaken, this antique zither is the Tian Mo Qin that once swept across the three realms, the Tian Mo Qin that made all the spirit cultivators in the Xianxia continent tremble with fear. Could it be that the princess is a Shen musician? As the sound of the zither gradually rose, it was sometimes agitated and sometimes lingering. It was as if the music was depicting the old days when they met, knew, and loved each other. Xianxia's expression slowly changed. His slack pupils gradually focused, and his scarlet eyes unconsciously looked towards the direction of the zither. Mu Yan said while playing the zither, "Junxiyuan, do you know? When I saw with my own eyes how my mother suffered in the past 20 years, when I knew that you didn't save her, I hated you. I made up my mind to tell you Ning Yanqing's words. I wanted to see your remorseful and heartless face." Yes, she hid her resentment in her heart. She wanted to see her biological father's remorseful face. She wanted to let him taste the pain that her mother had tasted. She thought that she would be happy to see Xianxia's almost crazy appearance. But in fact, at this moment, she only felt sad. The affairs of the world are unpredictable. Many times, even a powerful demon lord is just a chess piece manipulated by fate. Because of a strange combination of factors, he hurt his dearest and most loved person. Half of his body was weathered and half of his body was hurt. Mu Yan closed her eyes, and tears fell from her eyes. Now, I still don't want to forgive you, or in other words, no one in this world can forgive you for Ning Yanqing. But I want to tell you one thing. She took a deep breath and slowly opened her eyes. Her peach blossom eyes were as clear as water, without any fluctuation, but it seemed to be enshrouded in infinite complex emotions. In order to save me, my mother sacrificed herself and her soul scattered. I thought that she had no vitality and had disappeared from this world without a trace. But later, I found out that there was a remnant soul left in the blood vein bell that she wore all year round. Xianxia's eyes suddenly widened. His red eyes flickered with hope and madness, like a drowning man grasping at the last life-saving straw. He firmly grasped it, unwilling to let go. Mu Yan accidentally discovered the existence of the remnant soul in the blood vein bell after comprehending the derivative skill of the realm of stars, nirvana of stars. She was simply ecstatic. When she was on the floating island, she planned to use her soul essence to nourish it. Soul essence would consume her lifespan. But compared to bringing her mother Ning Yanqing back to life, it was nothing. Who knew that before she could put her thoughts into action, the nether realm and Lu Xingyuan chased after young martial uncle. Young martial uncle committed suicide, and the Xiaoyao school was almost completely destroyed. Mu Yan also used the power of the law against the natural order, and almost died. When she woke up again, she was already in the hidden abyss. The space of Tian Mo Qing can't be opened, and the blood vein bell can't be taken out. Naturally, she can't nurture her mother's remnant soul. She had never thought of telling Junshi Tian about Ning Yanqing's remnant soul. But now, no matter how much she hated this man, she did not wish for him to die. No one in the room spoke, only the melodious sound of the zither reverberating in their ears. Mu Yan's eyes fell on the blood vein bell, and she said word by word, "A broken remnant soul can't be resurrected. It will only dissipate in the world as time goes by. But I, the Shin musicians, have a skill that allows me to transfer the divine essence of a living person to a remnant soul, slowly nourishing the remnant soul. If 10 years isn't enough, then I'll take 100 years. If 100 years isn't enough, then I'll take 1,000 years. If 1,000 years isn't enough, then I'll take 10,000 years. I don't know how long it will take for my soul and spirit to grow. I also don't know how long it will take for Ning Yanqing to come back to life. Perhaps, she will never come back to life again." Mu Yan paused for a moment. "I originally planned to transfer my own divine essence to this remnant soul. After activating her divine power, her soul essence had already transformed into divine essence." Before he finished, Mu Yan heard the man's hoarse voice, "Let me do it." His lips trembled slightly, and after a long time, he said in a broken voice, "Let me do it. I will use my divine essence to nourish her. It doesn't matter if it's thousands of years, even if it takes away all of my divine essence." The man's expression was the same as usual, with a taut indifference. But for some reason, Mu Yan could read the humble pleading in his eyes. The nourishment of the remnant soul can only be carried out by one person from beginning to end. Otherwise, the weak remnant soul will dissipate because of the incompatibility of the divine essence. "You said to let you do it, then let me see your strength and value. You can't stop, you can't be seriously injured, you can't collapse, you can't die before the remnant soul is nourished. Can you do it? If the final result is you abandoning her again, then it's better to let go from the beginning." As soon as the voice fell, there was a bang. The enchantment set up by Minwei shattered, and the man with bloodshot eyes slowly stood up. His expression was indifferent, and his whole body emitted a powerful and intimidating pressure. His left hand tightly grasped the blood vein bell, but he didn't dare to use too much force, as if he was afraid of breaking it. Xianxia looked at Mu Yan and said in a low, hoarse voice, "I, Xianxia, swear to the devil god that I will never let go again in this life, and I will not die before Yanqing's soul nourishes her consciousness." Mu Yan lowered her eyes, and tears stained her long eyelashes. The sound of the zither reverberated in the room became more and more melancholy, like a woman singing in a low voice. "Ning Yanqing, did you hear that? This man still loves you. At least you don't regret meeting, don't regret falling in love, it's worth it. You don't have to forgive him. But at least give him a chance to compensate you, okay? Maybe, from now on, you will never see each other again. Maybe, you still have a trace of fate that hasn't been cut off. But at least, come back to life, your life is so short, so miserable, how can that little sweetness and peace be enough? I want you to come back to life, to live a long and happy life that should belong to you." The zither sound was melodious, with a bit of lightness and hope. It was like a bird that broke through the shackles of darkness, and could finally fly into the vast blue sky. Mu Yan heard her own low voice, "Okay, I'll wait and see." In the side room of the City Lord Manor, Ying and Night Spirit had been looking at each other for a few hours. The two of them opened their mouths to say something, then closed them again. In the end, it was Ying who broke the silence. "You already knew that little Xianxia was a girl?" Night Spirit nodded. "When I brought her back from the Demon Cloud Ridge, she was already a woman. Then she talked about how Mu Yan wanted to test the attributes of her magic core, but the magic core crystal exploded, and how she wanted to go to a higher level city to test the grade of her magic core, so she signed up for the betrothal election." Ying was dumbfounded by what she heard. Wait, the princess's reason for participating in the betrothal contest was actually that simple? Just to test the magic core's grade? Wait, shouldn't the main point be that for this reason, little Xianxia actually overcame all obstacles and became one of the final 4 candidates for the princess son-in-law? I heard that little Xianxia used to be a spirit cultivator and has never practiced the techniques of the demon race. In the end, the elites of the devil race were beaten to the ground just like that. Ying could imagine how shocked and dumbfounded all the demons in the immortal slaying city were. Night Spirit sighed with a dreamy expression. "I only knew that Liang Chen has a scumbag father who is a fiend raised by heaven. However, I never expected that this scumbag father would actually be, it was the demon lord, but she, Night Spirit, had actually picked up the noble princess." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Night Spirit opened the door in a daze and saw a handsome young man standing outside. His hand trembled and he almost slammed the door shut. Liang Chen, no, eunuch. Princess, why are you here?" Mu Yan gave her a puzzled look. "Why did you suddenly stutter?" As she walked into the room, she picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. He then said, "I plan to go to the Demon Imperial City. What do you two think? Do you want to come with me to the Demon Imperial Palace, or do you want to extort a large sum of money and go back home?" Night Spirit, Ying, both of them gulped at the same time. Ying cautiously said, "Little Xianxia, Pui. Your Royal Highness, you said to extort a large sum of money. Extort, who should I extort a large sum of money from?" Mu Yan glances at her, "Do you still need to ask? Whoever is the biggest boss will be the one to extort a sum of money." So, little Xianxia wanted them to extort money from the demon venerable? The two of them felt their vision go black, and they almost fainted. Seeing the two of them like this, Mu Yan couldn't help but laugh. "You don't have to feel embarrassed, you've helped me a lot along the way, it's only right for me to repay you. As for the demon sovereign, he owes me something. I don't have anything in particular that I want from the demon palace." "Oh right, I've already spoken to Elder Min Wei about this, and he said that you can have as many treasures as you want below the Saint artifact grade." Saint level treasures at will? Ying and Night Spirit clutched their chests and nearly fainted. Especially Night Spirit, she had never left Blood Flame City before. But now, he had seen the demon lord with his own eyes, and he had even shared a bed with the princess. Demon God above, was this the feeling of hugging someone's thigh? She still felt like she was in a dream. In the end, both Night Spirit and Yu Ying chose to follow Mu Yan to the demon palace. Yu Ying's cultivation was not low and she also held a position in the Devil Imperial City. However, she had never been to the demon palace, which was the highest place in the world. As for Night Spirit, it was needless to say. Mayan smiles and says, "Then let's set off tonight. I've already sent people to tidy up the things in the inn." As he spoke, he heard a loud noise coming from outside. Then, there was a faint shout of excitement, "I won. Haha, so I should be the one to report to Her Royal Highness. All of you, get up. No one is allowed to fight with me." Then, there was a series of hurried knocks on the door. Mu Yan said, "Come in," and saw a little demon guard in his early 20s rushing in excitedly. But when he's a few meters away from Mayan, he promptly stops. However, his eyes were nervously and excitedly looking at her, his face full of admiration. Mayan coughs lightly, "What's the matter?" "There's something." "Oh, yes, there's something. Your Royal Highness, there is an old man waiting outside the inn where you stayed. He wants to see you." "Old man?" In fact, after the Demon Lord performed a public recognition ceremony on the Slaughtering Immortal Square, the inn where Mu Yan originally lived was simply overcrowded by the demons. One by one, they all shouted that they wanted to see the princess and Demon King Yi. A dirty old man ran over and said that he wanted to see Mu Yan. At first, these demon guards were too lazy to pay attention to him. But they didn't know what kind of magic this old man had. A pair of dark eyes looked at them for a long time, as if their souls were caught, and they were unknowingly led to the city lord's mansion. But at this time, after the little demon guard came back to his senses, he was a little scared. If this old man was a spy sent by a cunning human spirit cultivator, wouldn't he harm the princess? He quickly said, "Princess, you are so noble and great, how can you see a dirty beggar? We were the ones who lost our minds. I'll chase them away right now." "Wait a minute." Mu Yan opened her mouth to stop him. "What did he ask you to bring me to see?" Hearing this, the little demon guard quickly took out a small Chankuan bag from his bosom and gave it to Mu Yan. This Chankuan bag was shabby and couldn't hold many things. Moreover, its surface was stained with oil. Most importantly, there wasn't even a mabe in the bag. The little demon guard was now more and more regretful. He felt that he was really out of his mind to promise the old man to bring this broken thing to the princess. Seeing this Chankuan bag, Mu Yan couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. "So it's him." This Chankuan bag was given to the old man who helped her test the level of her magic nucleus in Cloud City. Mu Yan always felt that the old man was hiding a lot of secrets. He was able to see through her hidden strength, disguise as a man, and even guess that her magic core grade test would explode her magic core crystal. At that time, she felt that the old man must not be simple. But the old man obviously didn't want to talk to her, and Mu Yan wasn't a person who would get to the bottom of things, so he left after leaving enough compensation and remuneration. She didn't expect that the old man would come to her today. Was it because he knew that she was Jun Shitian's daughter? Mu Yan thought for a moment and said, "Bring him in." Thinking of the old man's stench, she coughed lightly and said, "Have someone take him to take a bath first." "Yes, Your Highness." In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Minwei glanced at Jun Shitian from time to time. Lord Demon Honor's expression had returned to normal. It was as if he had never lost his composure before. But there was a red rope around his neck. There is a bell hanging from the red string, which is tightly attached to Jun Shitian's chest. With the slightest movement of the body, there will be a jingling sound. Minwei coughed lightly and said, "Demon Lord, I've already passed down your instructions. No one in the immortal slaying city who knew about the princess's identity would dare to spread the news. But, cough cough, this matter cannot be wrapped up in paper. Sooner or later, everyone will know the princess's identity." Jun Shitian's eyelids drooped, his voice heavy. "She is not willing to acknowledge me." Even if he didn't ask, he knew that Mu Yan wouldn't hate him anymore and let him take care of the blood vein bell. According to Jun Shitian, he wished for the whole world to know that Mu Yan is his daughter. But he also knew that at least for a short period of time, Mu Yan would not recognize him as her father. Therefore, even though he was unwilling, he still ordered the people of the immortal slaying city not to talk about Ji Liangchen's identity. Minwei naturally knew what Xianxia was thinking. Therefore, the order was passed down a little bit. However, even if the order is passed down, can it quell the discussion? It's obviously impossible. What kind of person is Her Royal Highness? Even if she is unknown, coming from a remote corner like Blood Flame City, she can still set off monstrous waves in the hidden abyss, attracting the worship of countless demons. There were even many devils who had offered their devil souls as early as in Blood Flame City and Crimson Star City, vowing allegiance to them. Thinking of this, Elder Minwei smiles with incomparable satisfaction and pride. Truly worthy of being their Royal Highness, this heaven-defying strength and talent, bloodthirsty physique, simply surpasses the demon lord of the past. Thinking of this, Minwei can't help but praise. Xianxia's gloomy expression is indeed a lot better. Is Yanyan's palace ready? Minwei strokes his beard. It's already prepared. I have ordered people to clean and arrange. It should satisfy Her Royal Highness. There are also a few sets of princess dress, enchanting, pure, charming, valiant, there are all kinds, there must be one that princess will like. As he speaks, Minwei's expression stiffens, slightly opens his mouth, unable to speak for a long time. Xianxia asks, what's going on? Cough. Minwei cautiously says, Demon Lord, we arranged the heavenly enchantment banquet and the groom selection, princess won't like it, right? Before seeing Mu Yan, Xianxia's memory has not been restored. And Minwei, Tianhe, and the others have been silently thinking that after Her Royal Highness is found, she will happily acknowledge her father. After all, who doesn't want the world's #1 expert, the one and only king under the hidden abyss to be her father? But dreams are beautiful, reality is cruel. The moment Xianxia saw the blood vein bell, he recovered his memory, only then did he realize how much he owes Ning Yanqin and Mu Yan. Moreover, Her Royal Highness is too strong, she doesn't need to acknowledge her father, she can already set off a craze of admirers in the demon race. Moreover, Her Royal Highness and Polar Domain's Emperor are obviously in love, after all, they already have children. Thinking of the heavenly enchantment banquet, matchmaking banquet, that Demon Lord arbitrarily arranged, Minwei can't help but want to cry in sympathy. He feels that Demon Lord has a long way to go to acknowledge his daughter. Xianxia's expression stiffened. Ahem, I'm afraid that all of the young elites from the great clans and sects who are participating in the heavenly enchantment banquet have already left for the hidden abyss. Demon Lord, should we announce that the heavenly enchantment banquet is cancelled? Xianxia said without hesitation, no. His gaze is gloomy, he grits his teeth and says, if Yanyan doesn't like it, then send them all away. But Ben Zun will never allow that brat Di Mingju to easily abduct my daughter. That's why you're holding the heavenly enchantment banquet, to let Her Highness watch the heroes you've chosen get beaten up by the Polar Domain's sovereign emperor, so as to increase his position in Her Highness' heart. Minwei looked at his demon lord with a complicated expression. He felt that his demon lord's IQ had plummeted when it came to the matter of recognizing his daughter. It was almost hopeless. Minwei coughed lightly again, then this subordinate will return to the Demon Emperor Palace to arrange matters related to the heavenly enchantment banquet. As he walked out of the room, Minwei bumped into 2 demon guards and an old man. Minwei subconsciously glanced over. When he met the old man's gaze, his heart skipped a beat. It's a very familiar feeling. That pair of inky black eyes are bottomless, but there seems to be some kind of surging emotion buried within. But after a closer look, there's nothing there. Minwei asks, who is this? The 2 demon guards quickly bow and say, reporting to Elder Minwei, this person is an old acquaintance of the princess, he came to see Her Highness. Minwei looks at the old man a few more times. He only feels that his brows are indescribably ordinary, even if he's thrown into a pile of demons, he probably wouldn't be able to recognize him. He doesn't understand where this familiar feeling comes from. Finally, he waves his hand, signaling them to leave. After the demon guards lead the old man far away, the old man suddenly stops, looking in the direction where Minwei disappeared, and smiles softly. That smile is indescribably sad and desolate, but it quickly fades away. The demon guards bring the old man into the room and leave. When there are only 2 people left in the room, the old man suddenly kneels respectfully to the ground, kowtowing to Mu Yan, greetings to Her Highness. Mu Yan smiles, I'm really not used to you being so serious. It's more pleasing to hear you call me little girl. The old man's body sways slightly, and he stands up. Her Highness's life-saving grace, this old man doesn't dare to forget it. If I don't show some respect, it won't be justifiable. Life-saving grace? Mu Yan stares blankly, then reacts, you mean those healing magic pills? That won't heal the wounds on your body. In fact, your magic nucleus is very strange, it's far more than just a simple injury. My magic core can at most slightly repair the scars on your magic nucleus, but it's almost impossible to make it completely recover. The old man stares at her blankly. After a long time, he shows a smile, and lets out a long sigh. Being able to slightly recover is already all my hope. Her Highness, this old man offended you in the past, please be magnanimous and don't mind it. Today, I seek an audience with you because I have a presumptuous request. Mu Yan increasingly feels that this old man is strange. Before, his mouth was full of vulgarities, completely like a beggar in the marketplace. But now, his speech is genteel, showing that he once had a very high education and bearing. He doesn't even look like a demon. She asked, what do you want? The old man lowered his eyes and said, I hope that the princess can bring me back to the demon palace as a servant. Mu Yan narrowed her eyes and looked at him with a faint smile. You want me to take you back to the demon palace? How do I know if you are a spy or not? At the very least, you should tell me who you are and why you're going to the demon palace, right? Being questioned like this, the old man's expression did not change at all. He lifted the corner of his robe and slowly knelt down. A dagger had appeared in his hand. His skinny fingers gripped the hilt of the knife tightly, and without hesitation, he stabbed his own heart. Mu Yan is startled by him. Just as he was about to speak, a drop of red water floated out of the old man's wound and floated into the air. The old man's eyes are still drooping, his complexion is deathly pale, and his cracked lips are slightly opening and closing, muttering words that Mu Yan can't understand. Mu Yan's whole body tensed up subconsciously, and the seven absolute sword was unconsciously grasped in her palm. However, the next moment, the red droplet still entered her body without warning. The drowning disappeared. What did you do? Mu Yan looked at the old man in astonishment. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu is suddenly unable to find this site today. Dear readers, please remember this site's domain name, Booksy Pavilion, and find your way home. Mu Yan was speechless for a moment. This old man is really strange. His whole body seems to be shrouded in fog, dangerous and unfathomable. She wanted to refuse, but when she saw the old man's pleading eyes, she swallowed it back down. Then get ready, we'll go to the demon imperial city tonight. Hearing this, the old man's turbid eyes suddenly brighten like stars, then he kneels down towards Mu Yan. Shoshan continent's southeast border, Xiqing tribe. Crimson flame soared into the sky, then fell like a meteor, directly burning a huge small mountain into powder. A woman in red slowly descended from the sky, gently waving the long sword in her hand. She whispered, my cultivation has finally been completely restored. 3rd level mystic immortal, I shouldn't be too far behind, right? Although she said so, the woman's face still showed a sad expression. At least, she definitely can't catch up with that abnormal little sister. Thinking of the news she just saw in Tianguang ruins a few days ago, her eyes became more excited. Yi Liangchen. Tianguang ruins. Under the abyss, it turns out that little sister is in the demon race. It seems that it's time to set off for the demon race. Miss Yuma, so you're really here? A loud voice interrupted Ling Yuma's thoughts. She saw a tall young man walking quickly. When he approached and saw her cheeks slightly red because of the flames, his face showed a somewhat bashful expression. The young man scratched his head and said, the patriarch asked you to go over, he said that Elder Huigu is ready to leave. Ling Yuma nodded, said a word of thanks, and strode to the center of the tribe. The young man hurriedly followed. He walked very fast, but did not dare to walk side by side with the woman in front of him. Dressed in red, the woman in androgynous attire exuded strength and freedom. She was so mysterious, and so attractive. No one knew where she came from, but she suddenly appeared in the Xiqing tribe's territory. At first, she was on the verge of death, and her appearance was ruined. Everyone thought that she was dead. However, she didn't expect that as time passed, the wounds on her body actually began to heal automatically. The Xiqing tribe was kind but exclusive. After Ling Yuma recovered, they wanted her to leave. Who would have thought that the patriarch's daughter would go berserk in her cultivation? The doctors in the tribe were helpless, and everyone thought that her cultivation had been destroyed. At this time, Ling Yuma took out a pill to save her. From then on, the clan leader and his family were deeply grateful to Ling Yuma. Everyone in the clan became more and more fond of this valiant, heroic, and cheerful girl. Young Jacob even had some delusional thoughts. However, after witnessing Ling Yuma's strength, he did not dare to speak up due to his inferiority complex. Suddenly, he couldn't help but take 2 steps forward and whispered, "Miss Yuma, are you really planning to leave the Xianxia tribe and go to the hidden abyss?" Ling Yuma laughed, her voice was a little excited. "I told you before, my little junior sister is in the deep abyss, I have to go find her." Jacob wanted to ask if his junior sister was a devil. How could it be in the hidden abyss? However, this little bit of curiosity turned into melancholy when he thought about how Ling Yuma was about to leave. He didn't even have the interest to ask. Jacob lowered his head, his hands clenched into a ball. He finally gathered his courage and whispered, "Miss Yuma, can you stay in the Xianxia tribe?" "To you, he raised his head halfway, but found that Ling Yuma had already walked far away, and did not hear him at all. The anger in Jacob's heart seemed to have been released, and his face showed a disappointed expression. When Ling Yuma turned around to urge him, he hurriedly followed her, but didn't say anything. The two quickly returned to the tribe. Along the way, many men and women smiled and greeted Ling Yuma. Obviously, they all liked this valiant and open-minded girl. "Yuma, you're here?" The chief of the Xianxia tribe saw her and immediately revealed a kind smile. "Elder Huigu has decided to go to the hidden abyss tomorrow. Are you ready?" Ling Yuma bowed deeply to the chief and Huigu. "Thank you for taking me to the demon race." She knew that the Xianxia tribe originally didn't intend to send anyone to the enchantment banquet. But because she knew that her junior sister was in the hidden abyss, she was eager to meet up with her junior sister. The chief of the Xianxia tribe decided to symbolically bring people to participate. Huigu smiled. "Miss Yuma, don't worry. The emperor of the polar domain will also be going to the hidden abyss. No matter how arrogant the demon race is, they won't dare to attack us spirit cultivators. What's more, the enchantment banquet is to choose a husband for the demon race's princess, so the demon lord won't start a massacre. Miss Yuma, you can find your junior martial sister and we will be able to return." Ling Yuma's face revealed a somewhat surprised expression. Instructor Mo was also going to the hidden abyss to participate in the enchantment banquet. Why, wasn't the enchantment banquet the demon lord was looking for a husband for the demon race's princess? Could it be that Instructor Mo was going to abandon junior sister after making use of her? Although this guess was unimaginable, Ling Yuma was still anxious. She wanted to see her junior sister and know if everyone in the Xiaoyao sect was safe and sound. Early the next morning, Elder Huigu activated the transmission array. The Xianxia tribe was very far from the entrance of the hidden abyss. They didn't have high-grade flying magic treasures, so it would take at least half a day to go there by themselves. So Elder Huigu asked to see Xianxia of the Yin-Yang sect in the nether region, hoping that they could give him a ride. This time, the demon race's heavenly enchantment banquet had invited spirit cultivators from all over the world. There were many third and fourth-rate sects, aristocratic families, and tribes that did not dare to go by themselves or did not have the ability to go. Usually, they would seek the protection of large sects and aristocratic families in order to let their juniors broaden their horizons without any danger. Xianxia's tribe was adjacent to the Yin-Yang sect, and Huigu was acquainted with an elder of the Yin-Yang sect, so he chose to seek protection from the Yin-Yang sect. The patriarch watched as the light from the teleportation array disappeared. He smiled and prepared to return to his room. When he turned around, he saw Jacob staring blankly ahead, as if he had lost his mind. The clan leader patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't even think about it. You don't deserve someone like Lady Yuma." Jacob lowered his head sadly and walked back to his room. The clan leader smiled and didn't worry too much as he followed them back. Young people would always feel sad when they realized the gap and hopelessness. But after the sadness subsided, he understood that some people did not belong to him, nor did they belong to this small Xianxia tribe. As the patriarch lamented, a streak of light suddenly flew over from afar. The guards outside the camp couldn't help but shout, "Who is it?" "It's me." I'm Wu Meng, I'm back. The patriarch was overjoyed and hurriedly ordered people to release the restriction. Then, he saw a young and handsome monk slowly land on his Xianxia. As soon as the Xianxia landed on the ground, the young girl came down and smiled at the chief. Uncle Chief, Master Jingyuan and I are back. The chief revealed a kind smile and looked Wu Meng up and down. After making sure that she was fine, he looked at Jingyuan and said respectfully, Master Jingyuan, did you find the person you were looking for? Jingyuan's face showed a bit of sadness and absent-mindedness. He put his palms together and said softly, Ba, I have found what I was looking for. Thank you, Miss Wu Meng, for leading the way. I still have something to do, so I will take my leave first. Wu Meng's originally red face immediately turned pale after hearing this. She subconsciously shouted, Master Jingyuan, you are leaving now? Jingyuan did not see the affection in the little girl's eyes and only said gently, I will take my leave. After saying that, his figure began to slowly fade. However, at this moment, Jacob hurriedly ran out of the room. Chief, Miss Umo seems to have left something in the ancestral hall. Hearing the two words Umo, Jingyuan's figure that was about to dissipate suddenly stopped and gradually condensed back into a solid body. He instinctively turned to look at Jacob, who was speaking. The chief also looked over in surprise and saw Jacob holding a Qianquan bag and hurriedly walking over. Chief, look, this should be Miss Umo's thing, right? There are many precious pills and talismans in it, as well as some magic tools and crystals. Did Miss Umo accidentally forget to take it with her? The chief poured out all the things in the Qianquan bag and actually piled them up on the table. And in the pile of pills and magic tools, there was a piece of paper. On it was written in flamboyant handwriting, Thank you to the Siqing tribe for saving my life, Ling Umo. The chief's heart warmed up and he could not help but sigh. This child, she had clearly helped them so much, but she still had to thank them so seriously. Suddenly, the paper in the chief's hand was taken away. He turned his head in surprise and saw that the usually calm Jingyuan's face was actually filled with surprise, or even excitement. Umo is here? The little monk's clear voice slightly trembled. Ever since he learned of second senior brother's death, his lifeless and gloomy eyes shone with vitality for the first time. When he returned from the floating island, his heart was full of longing and joy. He just wanted to quickly tell his master that he wanted to renounce asceticism. However, the master only had the three of them as disciples. Second brother was missing, eldest brother was a man of few words who was rigid and solemn, and now even he himself had to leave Defying temple. Jingyuan was reluctant, so he gave himself a year's time. He wanted to search for second brother for another year. If he could find him, that would be for the best. He could repay his master's kindness. If he could not find her, he would not delay any longer. He would resolutely renounce secular life and leave Defying temple, waiting for Umo to ascend to the Cultivation continent. However, in the blink of an eye, it had changed beyond recognition. The news of second brother's death was like a heavy blow that plunged the entire Defying temple into chaos. Master's grief could be imagined. Even the eldest brother, who had always been serious, was flustered and insisted on using the resurrection lamp to save the second brother. Soul return and soul formation, reversing yin and yang, going against the heavenly Tao. Even if he could resurrect the dead, he would have to pay a terrible price. However, Jingyuan had no choice. He was born in a pool of blood and grew up in filthy sin. It was second brother who brought him back to Defying temple with a body full of sin and asked the master to accept him as a disciple. For many years, when his master was recuperating in seclusion, it was his second senior brother who taught him and chanted Buddhist Dharma to eliminate the sin and hatred in his heart. Blood Moon was heartless, and Jingyuan refined his heart. It could be said that his second senior brother gave him a second life. He couldn't watch his second senior brother's soul dissipate and disappear from the world without doing anything. Therefore, he could only change his fate. Heaven and earth wouldn't tolerate him. Could he still be with Umo in this state? If they were forced to be together, would it harm Umo? But even if he told himself over and over again that he had chosen to save his second senior brother, he would have to sever their relationship. But when he heard the news about Umo, his dead heart still beat violently. He wanted to see Umo. He wanted to see Umo more than ever. Only when he saw Umo and held her tightly in his arms did he realize that he was still alive, and not the walking puppet he had been in the past. Master Jingyuan? The patriarch's shout rang in his ears, bringing Jingyuan back to his senses. Master Jingyuan, do you know Umo? Jingyuan opened his dry lips and found his voice after a long while. Is she here? The patriarch sighed. Umo has just gone to the Enyang sect through the transmission formation. If you came back earlier, you would have met her. However, the Enyang sect will not go to the abyss until tomorrow. If you go there now, you might meet her. Jingyuan held the paper in his hand and slowly crumpled it into a ball. His knuckles made cracking sounds. Perhaps this was fate that belonged to him. If there was fate, then there was no fate. Even the heavens wanted him to miss it and not continue. Since that was the case, he should let go. Jingyuan slowly put his palms together and softly said, Ba. If fate allows it, we will meet again. Since we are not fated, forget it. I will leave now. His voice was calm, dry, and without a hint of emotion. But his heart seemed to be clenched by something. It was so painful that he couldn't breathe. Break away. Break away. Master said that only by breaking away from the mortal world, abandoning karma, and staying away from the sin of love could one achieve the right result. But no one had ever told him that it would be so painful when he was cut off from his lover. It was far more painful than when he was blood moon. It was also more painful than when his sins were cut off inch by the Buddha's light. Master, are you leaving now? Wu Mei reluctantly stepped forward, as if she wanted to stop him. But as soon as she stretched out her hand, it froze in midair. The little monk in front of him had a handsome face, but at this moment, his face was like that of an Asura. His eyes were red and cold like ice. The scariest thing was that his entire body was surging with red flames, as if they were going to swallow him whole. Wu Mei screamed in fright and sat down on the ground. What happened? Master's heart. Grandmaster Jingyuan, is he suffering from qi deviation? Master Jingyuan, what's going on? Calm. The chief's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly commanded the clansmen to retreat. He held a magical artifact in his hand as he nervously looked at the little monk. Just a moment ago, the little monk was still fine, as though he was filled with Buddha's nature. How did he suddenly become so terrifying? He was like a devil that had crawled out of hell. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu is suddenly unable to find this site today. Please remember this site's domain name, Booksy Pavilion, and find your way home. However, there were sparkling and translucent tears rolling down from her crimson eyes. Just as the clan leader was about to speak, a crimson stream of light suddenly came from afar like lightning. Before the clan leader could react, he saw a woman in red jump down from the long saber. While panting heavily, she tore off the talisman on her body. Fortunately, I still have the teleportation talisman that little junior sister gave me. Clan leader, there seems to be something very important in the Chankuan bag that I gave you. As she spoke, she rushed over and rummaged through the pile of things. Not long after, she found a small bottle. She heaved a sigh of relief and said to the clan leader, "This is the bottle that my little monk used to collect the soul-nurturing pond water for me. No matter what, it can be considered a token of love." TSK, it was all because she and her little monk were separated more often than not. She didn't even have a few decent tokens of love. As a result, she couldn't bear to throw away the 2 small porcelain storage bottles. After Ling Yuma finished searching and muttering, she realized that the surrounding atmosphere was a little strange and stiff. Only then did she blink her eyes and raise her head to look. Then, she was stunned. F***ck. She couldn't help but curse and murmured, "Am I hallucinating because I miss the little monk too much?" Before Ling Yuma could finish her sentence, her vision suddenly blurred. She was hugged tightly by a pair of hands. It was so tight that her bones made cracking sounds and she felt waves of pain. It was so tight that she almost couldn't breathe. However, Ling Yuma laughed softly. "It's so painful. It doesn't seem to be an illusion. Little monk, I really saw you." Her voice stopped abruptly. Because she felt a scalding liquid sliding down her neck. It was so hot that her whole heart was aching. Ling Yuma reached out and hugged Jingyuan. She said softly, "Little monk, what's wrong? Why are you so happy to see me? Are you crying tears of joy? The man hugging her did not say anything, but his hands tightened. Ling Yuma could not help but take a deep breath. Little monk, are you trying to strangle me and murder your own wife? She looked to the side and saw that the people of the Xiqing tribe were staring at the two of them in shock. For a moment, his scalp went numb. She, a girl, was hugging the little monk. This scene seemed to be quite sensational, right? If she were to kiss the little monk now, would the patriarch and the others be so frightened that they would faint? Forget it, I'm already being treated as a monster anyway. What was she afraid of? Thinking of this, Ling Yuma struggled to break free from Jing Yuan's hand, held his face, and kissed him on the corner of his mouth. The girl said with a smile, "Little monk, why are you so sad? Do you feel happier if I kiss you?" Jing Yuan stared at her blankly. When he came back to his senses, he realized what had just happened. The small monk's fair and clean face was immediately dyed red. He let go of her in a flurry, looking flustered and at a loss for what to do. Especially when she came into contact with the shocked gazes of the people around her, who couldn't close their mouths. Even her neck turned red. What did he do just now? When Ling Yuma saw that the shy little monk that she was familiar with had returned, her face immediately bloomed with a bright smile. She grabbed the little monk and jumped onto the red lotus soul-stealing knife. She said to the dumbfounded patriarch, "Patriarch, let me introduce him to you. This is my man, Jing Yuan. Ahem, although he is dressed like a monk now, he will definitely return to secular life and marry into the Xiaoyao sect in the future." "What do you mean by a long absence makes the heart grow fonder?" "Bah, I mean we've reunited after a long time, and we still need to reminisce about the past. I'll take my leave first." Without waiting for the Xiqing tribe to react, the red lotus soul-stealing blade turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. The chief of the Xiqing tribe, Jacob, and Wu Mei were left behind with dreamy expressions. Because the Yin-Yang sect was going to the hidden abyss tomorrow, Ling Yuma used the teleportation talisman that she didn't have much left. She had to get back to the Yin-Yang sect before dawn. Although the teleport talisman had sped up her speed, it could only let her go back and forth in one night. However, Jing Yuan was different. His cultivation had already reached the immortal supremacy stage. There were only a few people in the entire Shoshan continent who were more powerful than him. Simple teleportation was not a problem at all. Therefore, it took Ling Yuma more than 4 hours to get there. When he returned, not even 10 minutes had passed. However, they didn't enter the Yin-Yang sect directly. Instead, they landed in a valley behind the Yin-Yang sect. Ling Yuma stood still and looked at Jing Yuan from head to toe. The more she looked, the deeper her frown became. She knew that the little monk's cultivation level was very high. Ordinary cold, heat, hunger, and thirst couldn't harm his body or mind. However, the person in front of him seemed to have lost a lot of weight. Furthermore, he seemed to have lost his spirit and became gloomy and deathly still. Ling Yuma felt a surge of anger and heartache. Who on earth had turned her little monk into this? Just as she was thinking, her hand was suddenly grabbed by someone. Jing Yuan looked at her nervously. "Umo, did I look scary just now? Did I scare you?" Jing Yuan vaguely knew that he had almost entered the state of blood moon. His body was filled with hatred and he looked like an Asura. Even demonic cultivators would feel fear and retreat upon seeing it. What would Umo think of him? This thought made his heart clench. However, the girl in front of him revealed a puzzled expression, her brow slightly furrowed. What did he look like just now? Ling Yuma tried her best to recall. "I was too excited when I first saw you, so I didn't have time to see what you looked like. Why don't you show me again? Was it cool and domineering? Or a demonic one?" Jing Yuan, the corners of his mouth curled up unknowingly, and the expression on his face slowly relaxed, revealing the clear joy and sweetness of a young man. Ling Yuma's heart edged when she saw him like this. She couldn't help but grab the little monk's kasaya and make him lower his head. Then, she gently kissed the corner of his mouth. However, before she could retreat, she was pressed against the rockery by the little monk who had obediently allowed her to tease him a moment ago. In an instant, his breathing was adjusted. There seemed to be footsteps and voices coming from not far away in front of the rockery. Their breaths that were entwined with each other became rapid and hot. Jing Yuan's grip on her palm felt like it was on fire. When the kiss ended, the voices gradually faded away. Ling Yuma poked her head out to take a look. He should be an outer disciple of the Yin Yang sect who happened to be passing by. She retracted her head and looked at the little monk's eyes and cheeks, which seemed to be dyed red by peach blossoms. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. If someone finds out that you're having an affair with a woman, your innocence will be ruined. Jing Yuan hugged her, lowered his head, and pressed his forehead against the woman's. His voice was slightly breathless. I've lost my innocence for a long time. I don't want it. I only want you. Ling Yuma felt as if her heart was soaked in honey, and her body was filled with excitement and energy that she had nowhere to vent. She wished she could grab the little monk and announce to the whole world that he was her man. However, looking at the Xianxia on Jing Yuan's body, she couldn't help but say, "Little monk, haven't you told your master about renouncing asceticism? If you are embarrassed, I will tell him. I will tell him that I have tarnished you and made your 6 senses unclean. Even if you want to be a monk, you can't be one anymore." Even Jing Yuan's heart sank when he heard the first sentence. Hearing the last few sentences, his fair face turned red. His mind was like fireworks exploding, making his whole body hot. He didn't know what to do and didn't like it. He calmed himself down with great difficulty, and the shyness and joy on his face slowly dissipated. "Yuma, there is something I have to do. It may go against the law of heaven, reverse life and death, and eventually bear unpredictable consequences. It's not just me, even the people around me might be implicated. Yuma, Jing Yuan's voice was filled with pain and struggle. However, Ling Yuma's reaction was very dull. "Oh, changing fate, or resurrecting the dead? It's okay, do it once, do it twice. When you see little junior sister, you can learn from her, maybe you can get away with it?" Jing Yuan, what Ling Yuma didn't say was that she was resurrected by her little junior sister using the Shin musician skill, Nirvana of the stars. Of course, this was her little junior sister's secret, so she wouldn't say it. Just like the identity of the little monk, she didn't want to ask. Everyone has their own secrets and they can't help themselves. She likes the little monk, and it has nothing to do with his identity or background. Ling Yuma suddenly thought of something. "I heard from the people of the Xiqing tribe that Wu Meng was taken away by a master. I heard that the little girl is in love with the master who saved her life. Some people in the tribe even said that they don't know if the master is willing to renounce asceticism and stay in the Xiqing tribe." She slightly narrowed her eyes, crossed her arms, and took a step back. "So the master that Wu Meng loves is you?" "Master Jing Yuan is very popular with girls." Jing Yuan stretched out his hand and grabbed her back. He hurriedly explained, "I only asked Wu Meng to help me find the things second senior brother left behind. I didn't think about her at all. To me, I only have eyes for you. Poochie." Ling Yuma could no longer hold it in and laughed out loud. "I was just joking with you, you actually took it seriously." She reached out and held the little monk's fair, tender, and handsome face. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. "I snatched my little monk from the hands of Buddha. I won't give him to anyone else. He belongs to me for all eternity, okay?" Jing Yuan looked at the girl's eyebrows that were inches away from his. As if possessed, he lowered his head and whispered against her lips. "All right. For you, I'm willing to defy the heavens and forsake the Buddha. I'll never leave you, and I'll never regret it." Right before the Yin Yang sect was about to depart, Ling Yuma returned to Elder Huigu's side. When Elder Huigu saw her, he heaved a long sigh of relief and was about to ask her if she had found the thing. He saw Jing Yuan standing beside Ling Yuma. "Master Jing Yuan, why are you here?" Ling Yuma was familiar with the job of introducing her boyfriend. This time, she didn't even stutter and shyness. She directly pulled Jing Yuan to her side and said domineeringly, "My man." The blush on the little monk's face didn't recede. His clear eyes were focused on the girl beside him, not daring to look at anyone else. However, his attitude was very clear. His slender hand was holding the girl's hand, not willing to let go for a moment. Elder Huigu and the others looked back and forth between the two, their expressions frozen. Others might not know who Master Jing Yuan was, but Huigu did. He was the personal disciple of Debi Temple's abbot, Bodhidharma. He was now one of the top immortal venerables in the Shoshan continent. Except for the Polar Domain's emperor who had reached the immortal emperor realm, even the Nether Domain's lord and the demon venerables didn't dare say they were stronger than this master. He was a true top expert, an enlightened monk. But what did these titles and descriptions have to do with this little monk whose face was completely red and who was holding on to a woman's hand without letting go? Elder Huigu rubbed his forehead, wondering if he was dreaming. He didn't come back to his senses until the people of the Yin and Yang sect impolitely came to urge them. Xiaoxian continent, Han clan. 1,000 years ago, the Han clan was the #1 clan in the Xiaoxian continent's northern domain, second only to the Polar Domain. After the Han clan's young master married the Shen Le sect master Bailey Yin Lu, they were like the sun in the sky, unstoppable. However, good times didn't last long. The Shen musicians were exterminated, the Han clan was implicated, and less than 1 in 10 of the clan's elite disciples survived. Even the most talented young master had died in that battle. Since then, the Han clan declined day by day. Originally a first-rate clan with a vast territory, now they could only be content in a corner, being pushed aside and oppressed by some second- and third-rate sections. The Heavenly Charm Banquet is our Han clan's only chance. The Han clan's patriarch, Han Yuging, said in a deep voice, at this time's Heavenly Charm Banquet, the Polar Domain's emperor, the demon venerables, and the leaders of the Xiaoxian continent's major clans and sects will all gather. Jiaming, do you have the confidence to beat them and marry the demon princess? Not far from Han Yuging sat 2 handsome, tall young men. Especially the one on the left, not only was his appearance outstanding, the aura and charm he exuded were irresistible. This person was the current young master of the Han family, Han Jiaming. If anyone had seen the glory of the Han family 1,000 years ago, they would realize that Han Jiaming looked very similar to the young master of the Han family. Xiao Chen's expression did not change when he heard that. He said calmly, if the Polar Domain's sovereign lord does not make a move, I have an 80% chance of marrying the demon race's princess. A satisfied smile appeared on Han Yuging's face. That's enough. Don't worry, the Polar Domain's sovereign lord won't make a move. The demon race was famous for shielding their shortcomings and disregarding ethics and morality. In the early years, there were rumors that the demon race princess had already set up a marriage contract with the son of the Nether Domain lord. Now, the demon race princess was also in an uproar. What kind of status does the Polar Domain sovereign have? Why would she lower herself to share a husband with another man? However, Jiaming, you will have to suffer. Han Jiaming faintly smiled, lowering his eyes. It doesn't matter, as long as the clan can prosper, as long as we can get rid of the shadow that the Shen music sect left us 1,000 years ago, no matter what I have to pay, I will not hesitate. The expression on Han Yuging's face became more and more gratified, looking at his youngest son, Han Weijiang. This time, you will also go with your brother. Remember to listen to your brother, don't cause trouble. Han Weijiang immediately shouted, no way? I have to go too. Father, you can't be thinking that one isn't enough, so you want us 2 brothers to go with that demon princess, right? No. I don't want to be a gigolo for a woman. Han Yuging fiercely glared at him and coldly said, shut up, I remember that you saved a very tyrannical earth spirit cultivator before. This time, bring him to the hidden abyss. If necessary, let him help your brother. So father, you're thinking of my guard, Qingjiao. Han Weijiang let out a long sigh of relief, that's good, as long as I'm not going to be the demon princess little lover, anything can be discussed. Hee, going to the hidden abyss to participate in the heavenly enchantment banquet is also not bad. I heard that one of the 4 great beauties of the cultivation continent, Shi Yanfei, will also be there. That way, I can see her. Han Yuging waved his hand to let them all leave. Walking out of the room, Han Weijiang couldn't help but say, brother, you really plan to be a gigolo for that demon princess? Don't say that. Did I say something wrong? This princess is clearly a fickle woman. She's already engaged, yet she's still holding a marriage selection. Not only is it enough to recruit a gigolo from the demon race, she even wants to hold a heavenly enchantment banquet. Is there such a shameless woman in this world? Han Jiaming looked down, as long as the Han family can prosper again, it's worth it no matter what I have to pay. Han Weijiang patted Han Jiaming's hand pitifully, brother, you've worked hard. Don't worry, I'll definitely get my guards to help you at the Heavenly Enchantment Banquet. Don't look at that Xianxia, he's stupid and can't even speak properly, but he's super strong. Dozens of my guards together aren't his match. When the time comes, he'll definitely help you win the Demon Princess heart. Xianxia Continent, Phoenix Perch Valley. Ling Yuxing felt as if he was trapped in a deep and long dream. He struggled in the dream for a long time before slowly regaining consciousness. It was as if his soul had finally returned to his body. Before he could open his eyes, he heard a sweet voice in his ear. Little Xianxia, you're finally awake. I was so worried about you. I thought you were dead. Ling Yuxing was startled awake. He abruptly sat up on the bed and looked at the beautiful, weeping woman in front of him. He only felt an explosion in his head and his scalp went numb. Promise? It was Yan Jishu, the lady boy she met on the floating island who liked to dress up as a woman. Why was he here? Ling Yuxing looked around and found that it was a cave. Where is this? Why are you here? Suddenly, he paused and stared at the bright and beautiful dress on his body. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and say, Did you change my clothes for me? Yan Jishu wiped away the non-existent tears on his face and came over to hold Ling Yuxing's hand. Of course I changed it. Do you think it matches the one I'm wearing? If we wear this and walk out hand in hand, people will definitely think that we are best sisters. Ling Yuxing hurriedly took a few steps back in fright. After taking a few breaths and stabilizing his mind, he put the matter of him being forced to dress up as a woman to the back of his mind. You're so annoying. It's been a long time since we last met. Why don't you ask me if I've been well and if I've missed you? Meeting Ling Yuxing's sinister gaze, Yan Jishu smiled and said, This is the Xianxia Continent's Phoenix Perch Valley. I picked up Xianxia outside the valley, who no longer looked like a human. I thought you were going to die. I didn't expect little Xianxia to always surprise me. Your wounds healed before I could think of a way to save you. The Xianxia Continent? Ling Yuxing ignored Yan Jishu's other words and only focused on one important point. This is the Xianxia Continent? Yan Jishu, when you found me, was I alone? Where are my fellow disciples and sisters? Yan Jishu shrugged. I don't know about that, but I was bored when I was taking care of you and found something very interesting. As he spoke, he threw a jade key at Ling Yuxing. This is the key to the Tianguang ruins of the Xianxia Continent. Little Xianxia, do you want to go in and take a look? There's a person called Yi Liangchen who issued a summons for the Xiaoyao sect. Hee. I remember there was a Yi Liangchen in the Tianguang ruins when I was on the floating island. I didn't expect there to be one in the Xianxia Continent. Ling Yuxing clenched the jade key in his hand after coming out of the Tianguang ruins. He looked up at Yan Jishu. Thank you for saving me. I plan to go to the hidden abyss. I've already guessed it. Yan Jishu smiled brightly. But little Xianxia, you don't know that the hidden abyss isn't a place that spirit cultivators can enter just because they want to. Even the emperor of the polar region can't break the barrier outside the hidden abyss. But the demon race is currently holding the Heavenly Enchantment Banquet. They're inviting young talents to choose a husband for the demon race princess. I happen to have an invitation. Little Xianxia, do you want to go with me? Xianxia Continent, Nightmare Desert. Yellow sand covered the sky and stretched for thousands of miles. Not a single building or person could be seen as far as the eye could see. At this moment, in the endless yellow sand, a small black dot flew over from the horizon, getting closer and closer. Finally, the figure of a youth slowly appeared, slowly descending. I've been flying for an entire day. My spiritual energy and immortal energy have been exhausted, but I still haven't even seen the shadow of an entrance. Yi Qingfeng, I really believed you, that's why I came here to take a shortcut. The dust covering his face was brushed away, revealing the delicate features of a young man. It was the seventh disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, Lan Luoyu. At this moment, he took out a pill and popped it into his mouth as he grimaced at the small silver halberd in his hand. Didn't you say that if I took this path, I would be able to enter the hidden abyss even if I didn't have a demon identity token or an invitation to the Heavenly Enchantment Banquet? I listened to you and flew to this desolate desert. How many days have I been flying? Where is the entrance you mentioned? You didn't do it on purpose, did you? A bright red light flashed on the silver halberd. A cold and pleasant male voice rang in Luo Yu's ears. I've already said that I can only roughly sense a bit of demonic energy leaking out of a crack in the barrier in this direction. You can choose not to believe me. Luo Yu said angrily, is your sense reliable or not? To think that you were the grand tutor of the floating islands back then. Now, you can't even sense a crack in the barrier. Your strength has deteriorated to this extent. Don't you feel embarrassed? Yi Qingfeng's voice was still calm and indifferent. Yes, I do. Luo Yu was exasperated, feeling as if he had punched cotton. He woke up from a deep sleep and found himself submerged in water. The heaven-reaching halberd hanging from his waist emitted a white light that covered him, separating him from the water. Luo Yu also saw an unexpected shadow amidst the interweaving aqua light and shadow. Yi Qingfeng, Luo Yu was dumbfounded, thinking that he was dreaming of the Lan family imperial palace. After a while, he asked, Yi Qingfeng, why are you here? Didn't third senior brother say that you sacrificed the ancient life-extinguishing formation to stabilize the floating island and died? Yi Qingfeng gazed at him deeply. His figure was thin and transparent, but the affection in his eyes was higher than the sky and deeper than the sea, as if the person in front of him was his whole world. His voice was low and cold, as if it came from the distant sky, but also seemed to be ringing in his ears. Sorry to disappoint you, I'm still alive. He left a remnant of his soul, but he didn't choose to reincarnate like Xianxia and the others. Instead, he stayed by this person's side regardless of anything. Even if he didn't have a physical body and couldn't be touched, even if the remnant energy in his soul would dissipate one day, he still wouldn't choose to leave. This was because the night slave lived and died for Lan Chushi. After coming out of the pool, Luo Yu found a small tribe nearby, and accidentally saw Mu Yan's summons in Tianguang ruins. He really wanted to contact Mu Yan in Tianguang ruins, or directly go to the demon clan to participate in the enchantment banquet. But this tribe was too small and poor. The entire tribe only had one jade void key, and there wasn't even a mabe inside, not to mention the qualification to participate in the enchantment banquet. When he was at his wit's end, Yi Qingfeng said that he sensed the entrance of the demon clan's boundary crack in the nightmare desert. Luo Yu wanted to give it a try, so he ran over. Who knew that after flying for 5 days, not to mention the boundary crack, there wasn't even a ghost or an oasis. The elixir took effect in his body, restoring his spiritual power and immortal power. Luo Yu accepted his fate and set off again. As he flew, he asked softly, Yi Qingfeng, where are Xianxia and the others? Are they dead? Yi Qingfeng answered, no, they went to reincarnate. The man's voice was cold, but with a trace of imperceptible gentleness. You don't have to worry. Then why don't you go? After he asked the question, he already had an answer in his heart. His fingers on the flying puppet tightened slightly. The only response he got was the whistling of the wind. Luo Yu smiled lightly, Yi Qingfeng, do you think I'm Lan Chushi? But I am Lan Luo Yu, not Lan Chushi. Don't mistake me for someone else. Yi Qingfeng was silent for a while, then said, there is no difference. The man's cold voice was a little hoarse as it slowly rang beside his ear. To me, you are the world. You can call me Lan Chushi or Lan Luo Yu. There is no difference. At this moment, it was as if a feather had gently tickled his heart. It was a little itchy, a little numb, and an indescribable throbbing. Luo Yu coughed lightly and snorted coldly. Who are you trying to fool? Today, you thought that I was Lan Chushi's reincarnation, so you followed me. Who knew that one day you would think that someone else was Lan Chushi's reincarnation, so you turned around and ran away. Yi Qingfeng seemed to sigh softly and murmured in an extremely low voice, fool, did you think that it was so easy to condense a soul and a spirit that I gave up life and death in exchange for? He could mistake anyone or anything, but he would never mistake the only soul that bound him. In this world, there is only you. No one can replace you. Luo Yu, what are you talking about? The wind is too strong, I can't hear you clearly, can you speak louder? Before she could finish speaking, Luo Yu felt a huge suction force coming from below. The flying puppet under her feet seemed to have met its nemesis, making a caw-caw-caw sound. In a short moment, it had already been torn apart. Fuck, it can't be. The crack is right here. I am still not mentally prepared. As his figure fell, the small silver halberd on his waist once again emitted a sparkling radiance that enveloped his entire body. 10,000 years, the years have passed, I have always been by your side. Xianxia continent, Thunder Ray sect. The huge sect was currently empty, shrouded in a layer of gloomy silence. A year ago, this was a small sect filled with people coming and going, full of laughter, but now it was completely empty, a scene of desolation. At this moment, a cold-looking man dressed in black was slowly walking towards the only room in the sect that was lit up. His expression was indifferent, his eyes were filled with a thick bloodthirst, his body seemed to be shrouded in a 10,000-year-old frost. The door was pushed open, revealing the figure of a young man sitting in a wheelchair. Chuemoli, this is the invitation to the heavenly enchantment banquet that you wanted. Xianxia walked forward, his hand holding a jade tablet on the armrest of the wheelchair. What you promised me, when can you fulfill it? The young man sitting in the wheelchair raised his head, revealing a delicate and handsome face. He smiled and said, why don't you come with me to the hidden abyss, maybe, you will see the person you want to see. Chuemoli, you played me. Xianxia's face showed anger, he suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Chuemoli's collar, almost lifting him up. You said, as long as I help you get the invitation to the heavenly enchantment banquet, you will take me to find the person who killed Nian. Now you want to go back on your words? The smile on Chuemoli's face did not change. He stretched out his slender white fingers, lightly touching Xianxia's wrist. Xianxia felt as if he was electrocuted, his whole body trembled violently. This trembling lasted for dozens of breaths, and when it finally stopped, his body had already fallen limply to the ground. The young man on the wheelchair still had his unchanging gentle smile as he said slowly, now, have you calmed down? Xianxia covered his face with his hands. After a long time he started to laugh, but that laughter was more mournful than crying. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive just now and lost my mind. You've already helped me a lot, allowing my strength to advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time, but... Xianxia's voice slowly became hoarse and filled with pain. I had no choice. I tried my best to find Nian's murderer, but there was nothing I could do. Xianxia's fiancé was called Lei Nian. 10 years ago, the two met and fell in love. They traveled hand in hand and eventually promised to spend the rest of their lives together. Even though the imperial minister was just a rogue cultivator, but no one in the Thunder Ray sect despised him. Even Nian's father, the sect leader of the Thunder Ray sect, did not ask too much of him, he only hoped that he would treat his daughter well. But the imperial minister did not want Nian to feel wronged, so he went deep into the forest and killed high-level demonic beasts, wanting to prepare a decent betrothal gift for Nian. Xianxia's cultivation was only at the early stage of Golden Immortal, he went through untold hardships and finally killed a high-level demon beast. But when he came back with the demon beast's demon core, full of joy and wanted to marry Lei Nian, he saw the Thunder Ray sect's corpses all over the ground, blood flowing like a river. Xianxia frantically searched the Thunder Ray sect, and finally found a few children in the secret passage. Before the Thunder Ray sect master died, he sent these children into the secret passage, and told them not to come out no matter what, so that the innocent children could escape. It was also from these children that Xianxia found out the reason why the Thunder Ray sect was destroyed. From the cracks of the secret passage, we saw them kill our Thunder Ray sects. People one by one, my father and mother were also killed by them. In the end, they only left Sister Nian alone. They put Sister Nian into the pill furnace, and burned the fire below. We heard Sister Nian crying for help, but those bad guys, they were laughing, they did not care about Sister Nian's life or death. I heard them say, to turn Sister Nian into a drug, and then bring her back to be refined into the magnificent quicksand by Miss. We were really scared. Sister Nian cried for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, even her voice could be heard, but we did not dare to go out. We had no way to save her. Sob, sob, sob. Listening to the children's crying and recounting what happened, Xianxia only felt that his body was about to explode from hatred and remorse. Why did he leave at this time? Why did he leave Nian alone? 3 days and 3 nights, being roasted in the furnace, being turned into a drug. How much pain and despair must Nian have suffered? Why was he not by her side at that time? After sending the children down the mountain, Xianxia's heart was filled with hatred. Even if he died, he would find the bastard who destroyed the Thunder Ray sect, and tortured and killed Nian Nian. He wanted to cut open her internal organs and intestines inch by inch. He wanted to bite her flesh and meridians inch by inch. He wanted her to return the Nian Nian she had eaten, and he also wanted her to taste the pain that Nian Nian had suffered before she died. But, what was the use of being full of hatred? Yu Jingqing was just a puny little golden immortal. He could not even find out who killed Nian Nian, let alone find the murderer to avenge Nian Nian. In fact, to the culprit, destroying a mere Thunder Ray sect would be as easy as crushing an ant to death. He would not care about it at all. Just when Yu Jingqing was in despair, he saved Chu Moli, who suddenly fell from the sky in front of him. This man looked weak, but he was unimaginably strong. He looked gentle, but he was so scheming that it made people tremble in fear. With Chu Moli's help, Yu Jingqing's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds in just a month, reaching the peak of Golden Immortal. Most importantly, Chu Moli had analyzed the clues layer by layer, and finally pinpointed the culprit to Linglong Island. But when Yu Jingqing arrived at the Linglong Island, he found out that the place was completely ruined and there was not even a shadow of a person. He didn't believe that Nian Nian's murderer was dead. He hadn't killed his enemy with his own hands and avenged Nian Nian, so how could she die? Yu Jingqing could only go back and ask Chu Moli. At that time, Chu Moli had just come out of Tianguang ruins, and found that he could not contact his junior sister in Tianguang ruins, so he asked Yu Jingqing to find a way to get an invitation to the Heavenly Enchantment Banquet for him. And Yu Jingqing's condition was to help him find the murderer who killed Nian Nian, which was the island lord of Linglong Island. Chu Moli saw that the imperial official had already calmed down, then said in a warm voice, "Have you heard of the relationship between the Linglong Island's island lord Yu Yanran and the Polar Domain's emperor?" Yu Jingqing raised his head and looked at him blankly. What relationship? Yu Yanran should be pleased with the Polar Domain monarch, but the Polar Domain monarch might not be interested in her. This was what Chu Moli had deduced from the information he had gathered in the Tianguang ruins. Yu Jingqing was at a loss. So what? What does it have to do with me taking revenge for Nian Nian? Chu Moli curled his finger and lightly tapped on the armrest of his wheelchair. He absent-mindedly said, "Did I forget to tell you about the effects of the magnificent quicksand? As long as there's a sufficiently pure medicinal catalyst, the magnificent quicksand can completely change a person's appearance, and it can even take away the person's karmic luck." Of course, that was under the premise that the magnificent flowing sand's providence was stronger than the providence of the person whose appearance was stolen. Chu Moli thought to himself, in this world, it's practically impossible for someone's luck to be stronger than my junior martial sisters. If one had to be counted, it could only be Xiao Bao. Chu Moli continued, since Yu Yanran is in love with the Polar Domain's sovereign monarch, and she is also using every possible method to refine the wind magnificent quicksand, what do you think she is trying to do? Now that the people of Linglong Island are gone, if Yu Yanran is still alive, where do you think she will be? Yu Jingqing suddenly stood up from the ground, his eyes widened, and said word by word, "She wants to transform into the appearance that Polar Domain's emperor likes. Yu Yanran is now in Polar Domain. I'm going to the Polar Domain right now." Wait a moment. Chu Moli sighed softly, looking somewhat helplessly at the man brimming with hostility. Could it be that you haven't heard that the Polar Domain's monarch has already been invited to participate in the demon race's Heavenly Charm Banquet? Participating in the Heavenly Enchantment Banquet means that you want to marry the demon race's princess. If the Polar Domain monarch is already planning to marry the demon race princess, do you think that Yu Yanran can still stay in the Polar Domain? Both of Yu Jingqing's eyes were wide open. The sword in his hand was clenched so tightly that it made a G sound. The 3 words Yu Yanran were chewed on between his teeth. In the end, he said in a hoarse voice, "I'll go with you to the bottom of the abyss." But is it too late for us to start now? It will take us at least half a month to reach the entrance of the hidden abyss. Chu Moli smiled faintly. He took out a few pieces of paper from his bosom and casually threw them to the side. "There's no need to worry about that. Come and stand beside me, we will soon reach the entrance of the hidden abyss." As the paper fell to the ground, a ball of flame sprang up from the paper. Then, the hard ground seemed to turn into water and began to roll, engulfing the 2 figures along with the wheelchair. Before the scenery in front of him disappeared, Chu Moli twirled the jade ring in his hand. He revealed a pensive expression and muttered in a low voice, "Instructor Mo. Junior sister." Demon Race's Princess. Linglong Island's Jade. It seems like there's some liveliness in the hidden abyss. Beneath the hidden abyss, the Demon Imperial City's High Priest Hall. Elder Wu Zhuang slowly walked into the hall and looked at the center of the hall. She was facing the crystal ball with her palms pressed together and silently chanting something. He bowed slightly and said, "Holy Virgin, have you been well recently?" The woman was wearing a black muslin dress that tightly wrapped around her body, revealing her graceful and enchanting figure. Her face was also covered with a black pearl veil, so no one could see her face clearly. But this kind of half-concealment added to the woman's charm and mysteriousness. Wu Zhuang's eyes flashed with admiration and amazement. He thought, Saintess Mo Lian is indeed the top beauty of the Xianxia continent. Even Shui Jie, one of the 4 famous demon generals of the demon race, cannot be compared to her. Mo Lian was not only beautiful, but also powerful. She was the supreme saintess of the demon race. She was the only direct disciple of the demon emperor priest Zhongli. Unfortunately, the successor of the demon emperor priest had to maintain her virginity forever. Once she lost her chastity, she could no longer communicate with heaven and earth, and could not predict the future. Otherwise, Wu Zhuang would definitely want to have a taste of such a beauty. Just as Wu Zhuang was deep in thought, he heard a woman's cold and sweet voice, "Elder Wu Zhuang, what's the matter?" Wu Zhuang quickly gathered his thoughts and smiled, "I came to ask, when will the Lord Priest come out of seclusion? As you know, the Heavenly Enchantment Banquet is about to begin. This time, all the young talents of the world have gathered at the banquet. Even the Polar Domain Emperor will come." Mo Lian's long eyelashes trembled slightly. Her hand that was forming a formation also stopped moving. Wu Zhuang did not notice her abnormality and continued, "You know their goal. They want to marry our demon princess. If the demon race can form a marriage alliance with the polar region's sovereign lord, that would naturally be the best thing. But Elder Minwei and the others are really muddle-headed. The demon race princess has already been engaged for 3 lifetimes with the first prince of the Nether Realm. Why would the polar domain emperor want a woman who is engaged to another man? Not to mention that we are also looking for a husband in the hidden abyss for the princess's husband. This is simply a naked humiliation to the polar domain's sovereign lord. I'm afraid that the polar domain emperor agreed to participate in the heavenly enchantment banquet not to marry the princess, but to find trouble with the demon race and take revenge for the humiliation." Wu Zhuang frowned and paced back and forth. His voice became louder and louder, and the most important thing is that the saintess and us elders know. The whereabouts of the demon princess have not been found at all. The news that the princess has been found was only a smokescreen. Once the heavenly enchantment banquet begins, this lie will be exposed on the spot. It would have been fine if there were no polar domain sovereign emperors. At worst, I'll just kill all those foolish spirit cultivators. However, with the polar domain sovereign lord around, even in my demon race's territory, it would be hard to be a match for him. If we can't stop him, the entire hidden abyss will be turned upside down by him. At this point, Wu Zhuang finally stopped and bowed slightly to Mo Lian. "Therefore, I came to seek an audience with the demon emperor's priest to find a way to appease the polar domain's emperor's anger at the heavenly enchantment banquet. Of course, it would be best if the demon race and the polar domain could unite by marriage." Mo Lian quietly listened to him finish before she chuckled softly and said, "It's just divination. There's no need for master, I can do it myself." Wu Zhuang was overjoyed. "Thank you, holy maiden." His slender and fair fingers danced in the air above the crystal ball. After a while, the crystal ball emitted a faint 5-colored light that flowed into Mo Lian's body. Fine beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, almost wetting her veil. Wu Zhuang anxiously waited at the side. He wanted to urge her, but he was afraid of interrupting the divination process. Suddenly, Mo Lian fiercely opened her eyes and frowned. The light emitted by the crystal ball below also slowly disappeared. "Saintess, how is it? What's the result of the divination?" Mo Lian stared blankly ahead and didn't speak. Wu Zhuang couldn't help but shout again, "Saintess?" Mo Lian suddenly flicked her sleeves, turned around and lightly said, "Elder Wu Zhuang, I'm sorry. My ability is not good enough and I couldn't divine the result. Elder, please go back." "What?" Wu Zhuang still wanted to speak, but Mo Lian had already disappeared. Wu Shuang left very unhappy. When his breath disappeared outside the priest hall, Mo Lian's figure slowly reappeared. Her eyes stared at the crystal ball in front of her. Her whole body exuded a strong chill, making the female demons around her keep quiet out of fear. They didn't even dare to breathe heavily. Mo Lian looked at the crystal ball for a long time. Suddenly, she raised her hand and a light screen appeared in front of her, reflecting her graceful figure. The veil covering her face was slowly taken off, revealing a devastatingly beautiful face. This face changed from frosty to angry and unwilling, to full of jealousy and hatred. Her mouth uttered a low murmur that only she could hear. I should be the demon princess, the 3 lives marriage contract, the marriage selection, the emperor of the polar domain, they should all belong to me. Why did you take it away? Demon palace. Greetings to your royal highness. As soon as Mu Yan stepped out of the transmission array, a deafening shout almost made her want to go back to the immortal slaughtering city. She calmed herself down and looked down. She saw a room full of people kneeling in front of her. That's right, a whole room of handsome men and beautiful women, each more handsome and beautiful than the other. Moreover, every one of them looked up at her with bright eyes, full of love and eagerness, as if they couldn't wait to throw themselves into her arms and push her down on the bed. Mu Yan's cold sweat was about to fall. You are? We were sent by the demon lord to serve your royal highness and warm the bed. A handsome man kneeling at the front raised his head and looked at her with sparkling eyes. His voice was even trembling because of excitement. Your royal highness, please choose one of us. No matter who you choose, the rest of us will gladly accept them. We won't fight for them, and we won't complain. After a pause, he couldn't help but say, ahem. But we still hope that your highness can be fair and give us all a chance. What the F***ck, pick one of you, what F** king fair treatment? Mayan feels that her 3 views are about to collapse. What was her cheap demon lord father thinking? Mu Yan said coldly, all of you go down. I don't need someone to warm my bed. She said the last few words through gritted teeth. Then, all the men and women in the room who were kneeling down below immediately revealed tearful expressions, just like puppies who had been abandoned by their owners, feeling wronged and pitiful. Your Highness, you really don't want to take a closer look? We sincerely admire you. That's right. I've been madly worshipping Demon King Yi since the 3rd round of the betrothal contest. I really didn't expect Demon King Yi to be you, Princess. Princess, please allow me to serve you. I'm fine with any position. I guarantee that Princess will be satisfied. Mayan presses down on the throbbing veins on her forehead and takes a deep breath. Fine, if you don't go, I'll go, okay? She disappeared in a flash and angrily rushed towards Jun Shirtian's sleeping quarters. The door was pushed open with a bang. Mu Yan was stunned when she saw the scene inside. Jun Shirtian was sitting high up in the room. It was different from how he looked indifferent in front of him and was secretly at a loss. The current Jun Shirtian was a true devil lord. He was high up, majestic and inviolable. Below him, a woman dressed in black stood with her back bowed. The woman seemed to be saying something because the door was suddenly pushed open. The 2 people in the room turned their heads to look. Mu Yan subconsciously looked at the woman in black. She was covered with gauze and her face could not be seen clearly. But just by looking at her eyebrows, she knew that she was a beauty. Moreover, she did not know why her eyebrows looked familiar. However, before Mu Yan could find out why this woman's eyebrows looked familiar, she was startled by Jun Shirtian who suddenly appeared in front of her. What happened? Mu Yan composed herself and was about to speak when she saw the woman in black bowing slightly towards her and said slowly, You must be the noble princess? Priest Hall Saintess Mo Lian greets the princess. Mu Yan smiled at her and did not say anything. In fact, she had been in a daze ever since she found out that her father was the Devil Lord. She was completely unable to adapt to her identity as the demon race's princess. Jun Shirtian waved his hand and said, You can leave first. Mo Lian's eyes revealed a look of astonishment. Devil Lord, the matter I reported, this sovereign will consider it. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Shirtian waved his hand and Mo Lian disappeared. Then, the Lord Devil Lord who was as cold as 10,000-year-old ice, entered a stiff and nervous state. Why are you looking for me? Could it be that someone bullied you? As he said the next sentence, the killing intent in Jun Shitian's eyes suddenly surged. Mu Yan comes back to her senses from Mo Lian's ice-cold gaze before she left, and immediately thinks of her room full of women. She gritted her teeth and said, "What happened to those men and women in my room?" Hearing that his precious daughter was not bullied, Jun Shitian heaved a sigh of relief. He said indifferently, "Are you not satisfied with those? This sovereign can help you change a batch." Change a batch? Just how much did you prepare? Mu Yan takes a deep breath and warns herself to stay calm. I don't need any devil man or devil woman to warm my bed. Jun Shitian hesitated for a moment. It's not impossible for you to like male or female human cultivators. Mu Yan, what the hell? She took another deep breath and smiled. Whether it's a male or female demoness, a man or a woman, I don't need any of them. Get them out of here. Jun Shitian felt somewhat regretful and depressed. He didn't expect that his precious daughter wouldn't like the gift he had prepared with so much effort. However, on the surface, the honored demon was still cold and aloof. Even his voice was flat. If no one warms your bed, won't you be lonely before the Enchantress feast? Mu Yan presses her temples and coldly looks at the man in front of her. The corner of her mouth slowly hooks up into a sinister arc. Are you lonely and bored without the company of a female or male demon? So, during the years when my mother wasn't around, you've been partying every night. Aren't you happy? No, I didn't. Yan, don't talk nonsense. Jun Shitian's voice suddenly rose. He couldn't even maintain his cold and aloof persona. His fingers quickly pinched the blood vein bell in front of his chest. In this life, this sovereign has only loved Xianxia, and only had Xianxia. Due to certain reasons, a large number of users are unable to access this site today. Dear readers, please remember the domain name of this site and find your way home. The blood vein bell shines slightly, then the light dissipates. Mayan snorts coldly, but her heart feels a lot more comfortable. She snappily says, "Since you don't want other women, why do you think I want them?" Jun Shitian, how can his precious daughter be the same as him? He only loves Ning Yanxin in his life, but his precious daughter can't wait for all the good men in the world to be hers. Especially when his precious daughter has already been abducted by Di Mingju at such a young age. How can he be reconciled? The more he looks for, the more balanced his heart will be. However, looking at Mayan's resistance, Jun Shitian can only give up on his thoughts. He reluctantly says, "Benzun understands, I will clean up all the magic pets in your room, leaving only 2 to serve." Mayan hears this and lets out a long sigh of relief. Then she can't help but not know whether to laugh or cry. She had previously ridiculed the demon princess in all sorts of ways. She didn't expect that in the end, the person who ridiculed her would be herself. And all of this is caused by her cheap demon lord father. Although it's a big headache, although Jun Shitian has let Ning Yanxin down, Mayan is not a cold-hearted person. She doesn't know what's good for her. These days, she can clearly feel Jun Shitian's feelings for Ning Yanxin and his love for her. She smiles and says, "Thank you." Then she turns around to leave. Suddenly, Jun Shitian's deep voice comes from behind. Yan, you are willing to follow me back to the demon palace without the slightest resistance. Is there a reason? Jun Shitian originally wanted to ask Mayan if it's because of Di Mingju. However, before he could ask the question, Yi Zichen's expression changed. The girl in front of him suddenly straightens her back and clenches her fists at her sides. Her whole person reveals an indescribable sadness and apprehension. Jun Shitian's heart is suddenly lifted, and he quickly asks, "What happened?" Mayan slowly turns around and says softly, "Did you arrange a marriage contract for 3 lives for me?" "Yes." Jun Shitian quickly says, "If you don't like it, Benzun will find a way to cancel it for you." Mu Yan moved her lips, and then her voice was low and hoarse, with a trace of trembling. "Can I take a look at the 3 lives marriage contract? If I see the 3 lifetimes marriage contract, will I be able to know if the other party is still alive? This sovereign has indeed set up a 3 lives marriage contract for you and Luo Yunxiao of the Nether Realm. However, several months ago, the 3 lives stone created a barrier on its own, making it impossible to approach. Now that the stone of 3 lives has been sent into the priest hall, it's a bit troublesome to go in and check, but it's not impossible. Yan, if you really want to see it, I will definitely help you fulfill your wish. However, why do you want to see the 3 lifetimes marriage contract? Jun Shirtian's voice seemed to still be ringing in her ears, causing Mu Yan's thoughts to be in a trance. Why did he want to see the 3 lifetimes marriage contract? This idea started to explode the moment she found out about her identity, but she suppressed it firmly. But he had to face it eventually. Junior sister? Are you all right? Mu Yan snapped out of her daze and met Yun Ruhan's worried gaze. She forced a smile. I'm fine. Don't worry about me, eldest senior brother. Yun Ruhan was about to speak when a wisp of fragrant wind suddenly floated in. Soon after, she saw a woman in white kneeling in front of Mu Yan and said in a sweet voice, Xueji greets your royal highness. Mu Yan stared blankly and looked down. She saw that although the woman kneeling on the ground was wearing a cold and noble white dress, the tips of her brows and the corners of her eyes were brimming with a charming and flamboyant temperament. Due to certain reasons, a large number of users are suddenly unable to access this site. Dear readers, please remember this site's domain name, initials+org+.com, and find your way home. Just a glance at you seems to have a soul-stirring charm, making people's hearts feel like they're about to jump out of their chests. This is one of the 4 great demon generals under the hidden abyss, Xuejie. Although her appearance isn't extremely alluring, her entire body exudes all kinds of flirtatious beauty. Unfortunately, this beauty still raises her head and throws Mu Yan a coquettish look, her eyes full of passion and adoration. Your Highness, the demon marshal has asked this subordinate and Yao Dao to take you to the priest hall. Yao Dao, that ice cube, is dawdling. I don't know what he's doing. Let's not wait for him, let this subordinate take you there alone. Mu Yan nods, then I'll have to trouble Lady Xuejie. You are the princess, how can you call this subordinate lady? If your highness doesn't mind, you can call me Xue Xue. Xuejie says as she excitedly throws Mu Yan a coquettish look. In this time's princess's selection, I was most optimistic about little Qinchin. I didn't expect that little Qinchin didn't become the son-in-law, but princess. Your royal highness, have you practiced the devil race's techniques before? Did you just change from a spirit cultivator to a devil cultivator? Mu Yan, can she say that she hasn't changed from a spirit cultivator to a devil cultivator? Her body now has internal force, spiritual force, immortal qi, devil qi, and divine power. She can't even accurately say whether she's a devil cultivator or a spirit cultivator. Seeing that Mu Yan didn't speak, Xuejie took it that she had acquiesced. The adoration and desire in her eyes had already turned into worship. Your highness, you're worthy of being a heaven-gifted genius favored by the devil god. The other heaven-raised devils wouldn't be able to reach your level of strength even if they cultivated for dozens or hundreds of years. But you've only spent a few months to defeat most of the devil race. Ha ha ha, if those male demons knew your identity, I'm afraid they'd have to find a stone to bury themselves in. It's too shameful. In terms of ability, it's still us women, don't you think? Your highness, if you need anything in the future, please look for me. Don't look for Yao Dao and the rest who are unreliable. Look at that demon blade, he clearly agreed to bring you to the priest hall at the appointed time, but he did not appear. How can we trust such a demon? Before Xueji could finish her words that were filled with the intention of asking for favor, she heard a cold voice coming from the side. Demon General Yao Dao greets the princess. A cold man with a long blade hanging from his waist slowly walks out from behind the pillar. He bows and kneels before Mu Yan. Xuejie stopped abruptly. Demon Blade, why are you here? The Devil Blade glanced at her and said, I am following the Demon Lord's order to bring the princess to the priest hall. Please follow me. Xuejie said angrily, Devil Blade, I will bring the princess there. Who asked you to steal the limelight? Princess, let's go. Saying that, he takes Mayan's hand. In the beginning, she was still very cautious when she pulled him up, but when she found out that Mu Yan didn't shake her off, she realized that Mu Yan didn't shake her off. His eyes immediately brighten and he looks at the Devil Blade provocatively. A certain wooden demon general, what are you standing there for? Lead the way for the princess. Even though he was scolded like a servant by Xuejie, the Devil Blade is still cold and did not get angry. He turns around and walks in front. But when he turns around, the corner of his mouth curls up into a slight arc. When the 4 of them just left the demon palace, they see a hunchbacked man waiting at the palace gate. Seeing Mayan coming out, he immediately steps forward and bows. Your Highness, can you bring this subordinate to the priest hall? Due to certain reasons, a large number of users are suddenly unable to access this website. Dear readers, please remember the domain name of this website, the acronym +org+.com, and find your way home. The old man raises his head, his pair of turbid and bloodshot eyes stare at Mu Yan. This old man promises that I will definitely be useful to you. Xianxia sneered, who are you? Do you know what kind of place the Demon Emperor's priest hall is? You, a mere demon soldier, want to go in? Are you dreaming? The old man slowly raised his head and glanced at Xianxia expressionlessly. With just one glance, Xianxia felt her entire body tremble, as if a basin of ice water had been poured over her body. All the blood and devil chi in her body froze in an instant. The expression on her face became serious, and her voice suddenly became cold. Who are you? What's your purpose in approaching Her Highness? The old man withdrew his gaze and resumed his hunchbacked appearance. He said in a low and humble voice, this old man is nobody. I'm just a loyal servant of Her Highness. If Her Royal Highness wants me to live, I will live. If she wants me to die, I will die. If I disobey Her Highness's orders, or do anything detrimental to Her Highness doesn't even need to do anything, and I will immediately turn into ashes. Suddenly, Devil Blade asked in a deep voice, did you swear on the demon god curse? The old man smiled but did not answer him. Instead, he looked at Mu Yan. Although he didn't say anything else, his eyes were filled with deep pleading and hope. Mu Yan thought about it and said, all right, follow me to the priest hall. The group of 5 quickly entered the priest hall. The 3-life stone is placed on the sky-reaching platform of the priest hall. Because the 3-life stone is shrouded in a strange enchantment, no one can approach it, so the sky-reaching platform has been closed for a long time. Your Highness, you can try to approach the 3-life stone. However, if the barrier obstructs you or even harms you, you must leave immediately. When Xianxia said this, there was a rare solemn look on her face. Previously, the Demon Lord wanted to find your whereabouts. He tried to forcibly approach the 3-life stone, but he was almost injured by the barrier. So, Your Highness, please keep this in mind. Mayan nods, and under the guidance of the 2 demon servants of the priest hall, she walks towards the Tongtian platform. Wait. At this moment, a cold and pleasant female voice came from the hall. Your Highness, I'm sorry, but you can't enter the sky-reaching platform. Mo Lian, who was dressed in black and held a black crystal staff in her hand, slowly walked out under the escort of the magic servants. Priest Hall Saintess, Mo Lian, greet Your Highness. Mo Lian didn't kneel. She only bowed slightly and casually saluted before raising her head. Mu Yan, what do you mean by saying that I can't enter the Tongtian platform? Mo Lian gently twirled the crystal wand in her hand. Her voice was cold and clear. Yesterday, I divined the secrets of the heavens and received a revelation from the demon god. Your Highness is entangled in karma. If you don't remove it, I'm afraid it will bring disaster to the demon race. I'm guessing that it's probably because Your Highness has lived among spirit cultivators for too long, and you've been tainted with too much karma and habits of spirit cultivators. Spirit cultivators are usually cunning and sinister. The sins they bear may not seem obvious, but in reality, they are much more serious than us demons. Xianxia's complexion immediately changed. Mo Lian, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that Your Highness is a sinister and cunning person, and that she bears karma and evil karma? Do you dare to say such words in front of the Demon Lord? The cold curve of Mo Lian's mouth stiffened, and the hand holding the wand also slightly tightened. Then she bowed and said with a faint smile, Your Royal Highness, I didn't mean to offend you. It's just that this is the result of the divination. I have been enlightened by the devil god, so I have to tell the truth. Mu Yan's mouth slowly hooked up, so? So before I find a way to eliminate the karma and evil fate of Your Royal Highness, please don't enter the priest hall again. This is an important place related to the fate of the demon race. If anything goes wrong, the demon race may usher in a dead end. No one can afford the consequences. Mo Lian's eyes fell on Mu Yan's face, her eyes deep and bottomless. Of course, if Your Royal Highness is willing, it's best not to approach the demon palace. That place is also closely related to the fate of the demon race. The Demon Lord is the supreme leader of the demon race and your biological father. I think your Royal Highness would not want to bring disaster to the Demon Lord because of your own reasons, right? Before Lian's voice fell, Xueji raised her hand and there was a bang. Several magical artifacts placed in the priest hall, as well as the crystal ball in the center, shattered with a loud rumble. Xueji's eyes were cold. Lian, do you want to die? Swish. Swish, swish. Black shadows flashed. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people holding magic wands surrounded Mu Yan and the others. These demon attendants were all tightly wrapped in dark red cloth. Their bodies exuded cold killing intent. Lian sighed softly. Demon General Xueji, why are you doing this? I'm just telling the truth. I understand that you want to protect your Royal Highness, but you shouldn't have destroyed the Demon Emperor's priest hall and triggered the killing order of these blood servants. Even I can't stop it. Xueji sneered, so what? Aren't they just blood servants? Do you think I can't deal with them? Lian, wait for me. When I leave the priest hall, I will go to the Demon Lord and complain about you. I don't care if you are the holy maiden of the priest hall or the only disciple of Lord Zhongli. If you offend your Royal Highness, the Demon Lord will make you suffer. Lian tightened her grip on her crystal wand and looked at Mu Yan with deep hatred and jealousy. However, it was only for a moment before her expression became calm again. Lady Xueji must be joking. I didn't summon the blood demon servant. Everyone here can see that I only have respect for the princess. How could I have the intention to offend you? However, the decree of the devil god cannot be disobeyed. Your Highness, you will understand this subject's daughter, right? As soon as Lian finished speaking, the blood servant, who had been waiting for a long time, could not wait any longer and pounced toward the snow girl. Xueji shields Mayan behind her and says sternly, Yao Dao, take her Royal Highness and leave first. However, in the next moment, she was blocked by a tall figure. The slender black saber was unsheathed and slashed down. Bang, the two demon blood guards who had just rushed over were directly cut into two. Fresh blood and broken intestines stained the bluestone floor of the main hall. Lian's expression finally changed. Yao Dao, how dare you kill a blood demon servant in the priest palace? Do you know what kind of crime this is? The demon blade coldly looked at her. You can go to the Demon Lord or Lord Zhongli and ask me what kind of crime it is, then tell me. When Xueji recovered from her shock, she saw Lian's unsightly expression, which made her speechless. Hee, sword genius, I didn't expect a silly and cold blockhead like you to say something like this. Not bad, you're a good friend. When we get back, I'll treat you to a good meal. Devil Blade stretched out his hand expressionlessly and pulled away the woman who was pinching his face. He then grabbed her collar and shoved her behind him. His face did not relax in the slightest. His eyes were focused on the blood demon servant in front of him, and he said in a deep voice, Your Highness, please stand within the range of this subordinate's domain. Do not leave. The blood demon servants were the invincible guards of the Demon Emperor's sacrificial hall. Although there were only 12 of them, their combined strength was comparable to the entire Gorfing team. And the most powerful thing about them was that the blood demon servant was immortal. As long as there were enough mana crystals to replenish it, it would resurrect every time it was killed. After resurrection, their strength would be several times stronger than before. In the entire hidden abyss, apart from the Demon Lord, no one dared to say that he could escape unscathed in front of the 12 blood demon servants. This was also the reason why the Demon Emperor's priest hall was second only to the Demon Emperor's palace. Of course, Xueji knew all of this. Therefore, she did not argue with Yao Dao anymore. Instead, she protected Mu Yan and the old man behind her. The white silk in her hand flickered as she fought with the blood demon servant. After Sword Genius and Xueji killed 6 demon blood servants for the third time, their faces turned pale. A drop of sweat rolled down Xueji's forehead. Lian, why aren't you telling the blood servant to stop? Xueji glared at Lian. Do you really want the blood demon servant to hurt the princess? Lian calmly said, Your Highness, I'm very sorry. It's not that I don't want to save you, but the blood demon servant only listens to master's orders. Once triggered, it will only stop when the demon-defiant god is punished. Just now, Lady Snow Charmer smashed the crystal ball. If she obediently admits her mistake and accepts the whipping of the blood demon servant, even if she is seriously injured, at least Lord Devilblade and Her Royal Highness will be able to escape unscathed. But now, it's already too late. From the moment you killed the blood demon servant, I was already powerless. Xianxia was about to vomit from anger at this pretentious woman. Even if she had to perish together with the blood demon servant, she didn't want to lower her head. However, when she remembered that the princess was still behind her, she forcefully swallowed her grievances and resentment. Mo Lian, even if we're unable to leave the priest hall, you can. Hurry up and inform the demon lord, let him come and take the princess away. We will bear the consequences for the sins that Sword Genius and I have committed. This has nothing to do with princess. Mo Lian's eyes darkened as she gently stroked her crystal wand. I'm sorry, I can't leave the priest hall yet. The blood demon servant has been activated. If I'm not here, what if the blood demon servant loses control and destroys the supreme sky platform or collides with Master who is still in seclusion? Your Highness, please be at ease. As long as you stay where you are and don't act rashly, the demon blood servant will probably not do anything to you. Before she could finish her sentence, four blood servants avoided Xianxia and Yao Dao and charged towards Mu Yan. Mo Lian exclaimed softly, "Blood servant, don't attack the princess." What's going on? Saintess, it's probably because of the evil karma that stains Her Royal Highness's body that the blood demon servant feels threatened. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu is suddenly unable to find this site today. Dear readers, please remember this site's domain name, Booksy Pavilion, and find your way home. But don't worry, as long as you don't resist, the blood servant will not kill you. At most, they will destroy your magic core, burn your devil soul, and make you a waste for the rest of your life. Can the demon race, which respects the strong, accept a waste princess? Even if they can, they will only be looked down upon. Xianxia's eyes almost spurted out fire. If it weren't for the blood servant blocking her, she would have already rushed over and torn Mo Lian to shreds. Smelly whore, Mo Lian, just you wait for this old lady. You'd better let the blood servant kill this old lady today. Otherwise, when I get out, I will absolutely tear that face of yours to pieces. Your Highness, quickly leave, don't worry about us, quickly leave the priest hall. Mayan looks at the blood servant rushing towards her, slightly squints her eyes, and glances at Mo Lian. From the first time they met yesterday, she felt that this Mo Lian was hostile towards her. Now it seems that it wasn't her misconception at all. Want to kill her? Let's see if she has the qualifications. However, these blood servants are really troublesome. The more they kill, the stronger they become, and the more tacit they become. They even seem to have a trace of spiritual wisdom. Xianxia and Yao Dao's strength have reached demon generals, which is a high-level immortal king. It is reasonable to say that it is difficult to meet a worthy opponent in the world. But facing these 12 blood servants, they are clearly beginning to struggle. As the number of blood servants revives increases, she's afraid that they will completely fall into a disadvantageous position. If she wants to kill these blood servants, she must find their flaws. Mayan's mind turns, and the 7 absolute sword is already in her hand. But before she can draw her sword, a low old voice suddenly comes from behind her. Xia, sha, ma. The old man's pronunciation is very strange, like meaningless syllables, but also like the chanting of an ancient spell. These sounds are like the ringing of a Buddhist bell, hitting the depths of people's souls. Mayan's eyes slightly widen, her face revealing a surprised expression. What is this sound, that strange feeling? She even feels that it's like the music played by the Tian Mo Qin Shin musician skill. Mu Yan even forgets that she's currently on a battlefield that's hanging by a thread. She wants to turn around and ask the old man what he's chanting. However, the next moment, something miraculous happened. The 2 demon blood servants that were rushing towards Mu Yan suddenly stopped moving. His face was tightly wrapped in red cloth, revealing only a pair of eyes. Those eyes were lifeless, like lifeless puppets. But at this moment, the pair of eyes quickly turned. Then, the 2 blood wardens slowly bent their legs, bowed their bodies, and bowed deeply towards Mu Yan. Yao Dao, who just killed a blood servant, Bloodstain, who was fighting with the 2 blood demon servants, Mo Lian, who was waiting for the blood servant to seriously injure Mayan. What the hell happened? Why would the blood demon servant kneel before the princess? Mo Lian suddenly came back to her senses, almost unable to control her emotions. Blood servant, what are you doing? However, the two blood servants kneeling on the ground were motionless, as if they were petrified. Mo Lian clenched her crystal wand so tightly that her knuckles turned white. How could this be? Why did the two blood servants suddenly cut off contact with her, and no longer listen to her orders? Why did the two blood servants kneel to Jun Mayan? Mo Lian's distorted face is hidden under the black veil. At this moment, she no longer cares whether she will be discovered or not. She desperately urges the demonic qi in her body to control the remaining 10 blood servants to give up attacking Yao Dao and Xue Jiayi and turn towards Mu Yan. Princess! Your Royal Highness, be careful. Xue Jiayi and Yao Dao desperately rush forward to block the blood servants. Mu Yan regains her senses from the shock just now. In fact, she is even more shocked than Yao Dao and Xue Jiayi. She wants to turn around to look at the old man, but she hears the old man's hoarse and weak voice behind her. Your Royal Highness, please listen to me. This old man's ability is not enough. I can no longer control the remaining blood servants. But even if I have to exhaust my life, I will delay them for a while. Your Royal Highness, please escape as soon as possible and find Lord Demon Lord or Elder Minwei. Mu Yan suddenly turns around and whispers, what did you just say? Can you say it again? The old man raises his head and smiles at her. Mu Yan then notices that the old man's face is pale and haggard, much older than before. Moreover, his spirit seems to be drained, and his forehead is shrouded in a layer of death aura that cannot be dispersed. He says hoarsely, I didn't expect that I would die here after returning to the priest hall with great difficulty. But in this life, I can still meet your Royal Highness, and return here. Even if I die, I have no regrets. I only hope that your Royal Highness can promise me one thing. Mu Yan really wanted to say, can you stop talking nonsense and recite those incantations for me again? But facing the old man's desperate and hopeful eyes, she sighs and says, speak. Your Royal Highness, please remember my name, I am Zhongli. Zhongli? Mu Yan is stunned. Why does this name sound familiar? Right, didn't Xue Jiayi and Mo Lian mention Zhongli just now? Zhongli seems to be the master of the priest hall, and also the demon emperor's priest in the entire hidden abyss. The old man's name is also Zhongli? Mu Yan still hasn't recovered from the shock. The old man's cracked and pale lips gently opened and closed again, letting out a low and hoarse voice, Ha. Xia. Sha. Ma. As strange syllables came out of the old man's mouth one after another, the blood servants who were fighting Blade Genius and Xue Jiayi began to slow down. The old man's face grew paler and paler, and his face aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, Mu Yan could no longer care about the old man's physical condition. She was using her ears to carefully capture every syllable that the old man was chanting, as well as the demonic energy and divine soul fluctuations contained in those syllables. 1 syllable, 2 syllables, 3 syllables, converged into a strange yet soul-shaking melody. Mu Yan suddenly opened her eyes and shouted at the old man, stop chanting, let me do it. Saying that, she turns around and sits cross-legged on the ground, the Tian Mo Qin slowly emerging. Her slender and fair fingers pressed on the strings of the zither and suddenly vibrated. Wa, ah, ha, xia, swish, ma. Even though it was only the vibrating strings, the air seemed to reverberate with the same incantation that the old man was chanting. Mu Yan is overjoyed. She guessed right. Sure enough, she can use the Shen musician skills to transform the old man's incantation into zither sounds. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu is unable to find this site today. Dear readers, please remember this site's domain name, Sea of Books, and find your way home. After the blood servants heard the music, they slowed down as if they heard the old man's incantation. Behind him, the old man's eyes were as wide as copper bells, and his jaw almost dropped. Demon God above, what did he just hear? Her Royal Highness, what is she doing? She actually performed the Blood Demon's Decree incantation, perfectly and accurately with the music. He only recited it twice and Her Royal Highness learned it all? And the scariest thing was that Her Royal Highness' Divine Soul and Sea of Consciousness were so powerful. She used the music to control 10 blood servants at the same time. That was not an ordinary control move. It was to make the blood servants completely surrender. Even at his peak, he could not do it easily. That was a talent that only the demon chosen by heaven, who was qualified to become the demon king's priest, could have. Her Royal Highness was a combat demon cultivator. How did she do it? As the strange music was played one by one, the blood servants' movements became slower and slower. Finally, they became the same as the two blood servants. Their red eyes moved crazily and their bodies stiffened. Then, they slowly bent their knees and knelt down one by one. Blood demons gather, greet the Lord. Blood demons gather, greet the Lord. The blood wardens were lifeless. None of them spoke, and none of them showed any expression. But in the ears of everyone in the priest hall, these words reverberated over and over again. The old man's eyes turned red and tears flowed down his cheeks. He held onto the pillar and knelt down shakily. He placed his forehead on the ground and murmured in a trembling voice that only he could hear, Demon King above, greet the Lord. Devil Blade, pinch me and see if I'm dreaming. Devil Blade stretched out his hand and pinched Xianxia's face. Xianxia screamed, stupid blockhead, you really pinched me. This old lady's face is delicate and tender. If you break my face, you'll have to pay for it. Fiendish Blade agreed softly. However, Xianxia didn't hear him at all. She was still immersed in the excitement that almost drove her crazy. Sword Genius, did you see that? The demon blood servant actually knelt down in front of the princess? Even the demon venerable couldn't command the blood demon servants and could only intimidate them. How did Her Highness do it? Yao Dao's gaze fell on Mu Yan. His eyes were filled with pure admiration and respect as he muttered, yes. His Highness is His Highness. No, perhaps Her Highness was not just Her Highness. He was a powerhouse who was even more heaven-defying than the demon lord. He was a supreme demon emperor who could lead the demon race to a higher peak. Mo Lian only came back to her senses when the deafening chant of blood demons gather and pay their respects to our Lord entered her mind. Your Highness, what did you do? Why did all the blood servants lose contact with her? Why couldn't she control even one blood servant? Mo Lian was no longer able to maintain a calm expression. Anger, fear, and uneasiness surged through her. Jun Mayan controlled the blood servant? How could she control the blood servant? If the blood servant was completely controlled by her, how could she explain it to Master Zhongli? Mo Lian suddenly gritted her teeth and the crystal wand in her hand fiercely stabbed towards Mu Yan. The crystal wand disappeared from her hand and appeared in front of Mu Yan the next moment. Mo Lian suddenly grits her teeth and ruthlessly thrusts the crystal wand in her hand towards Mu Yan. The crystal wand disappears from her hand and appears in front of Mu Yan the next moment. Xianxia shouts, Princess, be careful. The demon blade's long sword is already swung through the air. Mu Yan raises her head while plucking the strings, the corners of her mouth slowly curl up and her fingertips lightly move. The strange, incantation-like music abruptly changed its direction and became intense and surging. Bang, the crystal wand hits the sound wall formed by, divine hand weaves the heavens, and suddenly flies back. Mo Lian only feels a sharp pain in her chest and spits out a mouthful of blood. The crystal wand falls to the ground, making a tinkling sound. Mo Lian stares at Mu Yan in disbelief. The young girl slowly rose to her feet. There was a mocking smile on her enviably beautiful face as she looked at her. Holy Maiden Mo Lian, what are you doing? The blood demon guards can't remove the karmic evils on me, so the Holy Maiden plans to do it yourself? A drop of sweat slides down from her forehead. Mo Lian grits her teeth and wipes the blood from the corner of her mouth. She barely manages to keep her voice steady. Your Highness, what are you doing? The 12 blood demon guards are loyal servants of the demon emperor's priest, an existence that even the demon lord can't covet. What do you mean by controlling the 12 blood demon guards and making them submit to you? Does your Highness intend to become enemies with the priest hall? Mu Yan glances at the blood demon guards kneeling on the ground and communicates with them with her divine sense. The incantation to control them naturally emerges in her mind. Her fingertips move slightly on the Tian Mo Qin and the figures of the blood demon guards slowly disappear. Mu Yan looks up at the ugly Mo Lian and says with a faint smile, oh, is that so? So the 12 blood demon guards belong exclusively to the demon emperor's priest? I'm really sorry, I didn't expect that the loyal servants of the priest would submit to me after I casually pluck the strings. How about this, I remember that the priest is still in seclusion. Why don't you wait for him to come out and then let him negotiate with me? Let's see if the 12 blood demon guards are more willing to follow the priest or me. After all, in this day and age, even if it's a master follower, it's still about mutual consent, isn't it? The smile on Mayan's face is gentle, calm, and friendly. If the people of the Xiaoyao school were here, they would be able to tell at a glance. This smile was just as black-bellied as Chumoli's. Pucci, Shuijie couldn't help but laugh out loud while clinging onto Yao Dao's shoulder. Their royal highness was really too evil. But why did she like it so much? Mo Lian gripped her crystal wand so tightly that a cracking sound could be heard. Your highness, don't go too far. In this priest hall, even a demon sovereign wouldn't dare to be as arrogant as you. Don't forget, you still want to enter the Sky-Split Pavilion and see the 3 live stone. Have you really thought it through? Are you going to stubbornly insist on becoming enemies with my priest hall? Ah. As soon as Mo Lian finished speaking, she suddenly let out a shrill cry. Her entire body was sent flying and heavily collided with a pillar. In the center of the priest hall, a black-clothed Junshi Tian slowly descended. His ice-cold voice carries a bone-piercing killing intent, ringing in everyone's ears. This deity doesn't know that this deity doesn't dare to be arrogant in this priest hall. This deity wants to know how you're going to stop my daughter from entering the Sky-Split Pavilion. The priest hall is completely silent. Even Mo Lian's groans and heavy breathing have stopped. Mu Yan looks at the man who is standing in front of her, protecting her tightly. Her expression is a bit absent-minded. From her previous life to this life, she has already gotten used to shouldering everything by herself. She is used to standing in front of her relatives to protect them. For example, her adoptive father Shen Cheng, and her brother Shen Jinglin. They may be very good to her, but they either indirectly hurt her, or they are powerless to protect her. This is the first time that someone, in the name of a relative, has stood in front of her and used unreasonable words to shield her from the wind and rain, not letting her suffer any harm. But he carefully hides this fatherly love, afraid that she will notice it. Mu Yan's eyes slightly droop, light circulating in her eyes. At this time, Mo Lian has already recovered from the shock. The shock on her face gradually turns into panic. Ignoring the pain in her body, she stands up in a flurry and kneels on the ground. Your daughter greets the demon lord. Junshi Tian lowers his head and coldly looks at her. The corner of his mouth hooks up into a cold smile. Get out of the priest hall. No, get out of the demon imperial city. From now on, this lord does not want you to appear in front of Mu Yan again. Demon lord. Mo Lian screams, Demon lord, you can't do this. What did I do wrong that you want to drive me out? Shuijie sneers with a face full of ridicule. Mo Lian, are you an idiot? You dare to make a move against Her Highness the Princess and still ask Demon Lord what did you do wrong? With your brain, you still have the nerve to be the next Demon Emperor's priest? Mo Lian ignores Shuijie and looks at Junshi Tian with a face full of sadness and anger. Demon Lord, is it really like this? In Mo Lian's heart, you are not a person who will abuse your position for personal gain. The result of this daughter's divination is that Her Highness the Princess will be a hindrance to the rise and fall of the demon race, so this daughter will not let her enter Tong Tian Tower. Am I wrong to do so? But Shuijie and Demon Blade Darren insisted on barging in, and even triggered the Blood Demon servants. The Blood Demon servants are loyal servants that Master has carefully cultivated. They are related to the survival of the priest hall, but Her Highness the Princess destroyed them without permission, wanting to take the Blood Demon servants for herself. Who's really in the wrong? Mo Lian's eyes overflowed with tears of sadness and grievance. She looked at Junshi Tian with a questioning and expectant expression. You are the supreme ruler of the hidden abyss, the existence revered by millions of demons. You wouldn't disregard the laws of the priest palace and the future of the demon race just to protect a daughter from the human race, right? Hearing this, Shuijie could not help but frown. She really wanted to go up and give her 2 slaps. No wonder she had always hated this Mo Lian. Her words were always beating around the bush, and she did not look what she looked like. She was just like those disgusting and hypocritical human spirit cultivators. However, before Shuijie could move, she was pulled back by Yao Dao. Then, she heard Junshi Tian's low laughter. The honored demon was laughing, but his laughter was extremely cold. He looked at Mo Lian as if he was looking at an ant that was jumping around. Don't talk about whether or not my daughter is like you and will hinder the rise and fall of the devil race. Even if that's the case, I won't allow anyone to hurt her. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu is suddenly unable to find this site. Dear readers, please remember this site's domain name, Booksy Pavilion, and find your way home. Mo Lian's voice came to an abrupt halt. A pained expression appeared on her face as she suddenly floated high in the air. A few strands of dark red silk twined around her neck and drilled into her body, causing her entire body to convulse in pain. Xianxia's extremely cold voice rang in her ears. So what? I only have this one daughter. To me, the entire devil race added together is not as important as her. If a god dares to touch my daughter, I'll slay the god. If a demon dares to hurt my daughter, I'll exterminate the demon. You said I don't have the qualifications to be the demon sovereign? Fine, if you have the ability, come kill me and take over my position. Otherwise, shut up and die. Mo Lian felt something tighten around her demon core, causing her life force to rapidly drain away. The face hidden behind the black veil finally revealed an expression of fear. She opened her mouth slightly and begged for mercy. Xianxia sneered. Remembering that she was Zhong Li's disciple, he didn't kill her in the end and ruthlessly tossed her to the side. Mo Lian stood up in a sorry state and looked up at the demon servants of the priest hall. She thought they'd be angry and disappointed by Xianxia's words. However, what greeted his eyes was an expression of worship that was more and more excited than the previous one. Mo Lian's face twisted under the black veil. Are these people idiots? Are they idiots? The supreme leader of the demon race only cares about his daughter and doesn't care about the future of the billions of demons. Why do they still worship and follow such a demon sovereign? Shuijie looked at her twisted face and suddenly giggled. TSK, Holy Maiden Mo Lian, if I remember correctly, you were brought back by Lord Zhongli from the human race's spirit cultivators, right? I think you're also the child of a heaven-raised demon. You used to be a spirit cultivator but turned into a devil cultivator 30 years ago. However, even though your identity as a cultivator has changed, your way of thinking hasn't changed at all. Do you think we demons are as hypocritical as spirit cultivators? You want to use the disgusting methods of spirit cultivators to kidnap the demon sovereign? Hee, you're thinking too much. Our fiend race doesn't like this. What the demons were excited about was freedom, selfishness, and passion. They would cooperate, they would set some necessary rules, but they would not let these titles become a stumbling block to their freedom. Even for those who offered their devil souls to follow him, if they felt that they were following the wrong person, they would not hesitate to sever their connection with those devil souls. They would rather lose their cultivation than live against their own will. In the eyes of the demon race, being able to stand on a supreme position like the demon lord and protect their own daughters, as well as their own important things, was incomparably enviable and worshipped. It was their lifelong goal. Mo Lian's attempt to use spirit cultivation to sow discord was simply a huge joke. Xianxia's cold gaze swept across the priest hall's demon servant. Didn't you hear my orders? The demon servants regained their senses and looked at Mo Lian with hesitation. But in the end, he still stepped forward. Saintess, please leave the priest hall. Scram. Scram. Mo Lian screamed and pushed away the demon servant, staggering towards Xianxia. As she walked, she slowly took off the veil on her face and shouted in a hoarse and trembling voice. Demon Sovereign, you can't chase me away. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu is suddenly unable to find this site. Dear readers, please remember this site's domain name, Booksy Pavilion, and find your way home. As the sharp voice resounds through the priest hall, the veil on Mo Lian's face is also taken off. And her next words also spread to everyone's ears. Because, I am also your daughter. I am the supreme first princess of the devil race. The priest hall falls into a deathly silence. Shuijie's eyes are wide open, her right hand unconsciously grabs Demon Blade's arm. She doesn't even feel that her long and beautiful nails are deeply embedded into Demon Blade's flesh. She wanted to curse Mo Lian for speaking nonsense, but the words that were at the tip of her tongue were completely stuck in her throat because of Mo Lian's face. Because Mo Lian's face is very similar to Xianxia's. Even at first glance, the resemblance is even higher than Mu Yan and Xianxia's. Saintess, your face, The maid standing beside Mo Lian widens her eyes. She looks at Mo Lian, then looks at Xianxia and says excitedly, why do you look so similar to the demon lord? Are you really the demon lord's daughter? No wonder you never take off your veil, even when you're alone. Are you afraid that someone will recognize you as Her Royal Highness? Mo Lian's eyes are already filled with tears. Her body gently trembles, the expression on her face is full of grievance, longing, pain, and unwillingness. She stares at Xianxia without blinking. Father, do you still remember Lan Ku? She was born for you and died for you. In a place that you don't know, she gave birth to a daughter for you. That daughter is me. Xianxia slightly narrows his eyes and says coldly, you are Lan Ku's daughter? Yes, I am Lan Ku's daughter, and also father's daughter. Tears rolled down Mo Lian's cheeks as she said, Father, do you know how jealous I was when I saw you searching for my sister with great fanfare and sending all the good men in the world to her for her to choose from? Do you know how unwilling I was? Why is it that even though we are both daughters, she can receive so much love from you, can make you spend so much effort to find her, and even send all the treasures in the world to her, but I have nothing, and you don't even know of my existence? Shui Jie almost went crazy after hearing Mo Lian's words. Could it be that Mo Lian was really the demon lord's daughter? It shouldn't be. Mo Lian was at most 100 years old. 100 years ago, the honor demon was still going through the tribulation in the mortal world to get rid of the lovesick devilish love curse. How could he have given birth to Ink Lotus? Was this hypocritical woman making up a story? As if she had guessed Shui Jie's thoughts, Mo Lian continued to sob, just because my mother was with you 1,000 years ago, and after such a long period of time, you've forgotten about her, haven't you? But father, do you know that it is difficult for a demon raised by the heavens to give birth? How much pain did my mother suffer in order to keep me alive? She used up all her cultivation to seal me in ice, allowing the demonic energy and spiritual energy in my body to reach a balance. After 1,000 years, I was finally freed from the ice and began to grow. But my mother also passed away because of this. Father, when you dote on other women and your sister, have you ever thought about how much pain a female cultivator has suffered for you and how much pain she has to bear for your child? Xianxia frowns slightly, and his face shows a bit of doubt. When he is about to ask, he turns around and sees Mu Yan looking at him thoughtfully, the expression of the blood vein bell on his chest. His body suddenly stiffens. The honor demon, who has always been cold, does things his own way, and never bothered to explain, suddenly has a strong desire to live at this moment. He quickly says in a cold voice, I didn't. Except for Ning Yanqin, I have never had another woman. Yan Yan, you are my only daughter. Mu Yan can't help but laugh when she sees the man pretending to be calm but actually panicking. She also unknowingly heaves a sigh of relief in her heart. At least Ning Yan's sincerity is not wrong. At least her biological parents gave birth to her because of their undying love. Daddy. Mo Lian hears Xianxia's words like being struck by lightning. What are you talking about? How can you only have one daughter, Jun Mayan? Look at my face, I really am your daughter. Xianxia sneers, how many daughters does this Zun have? Don't tell me this Zun doesn't know. You and this Zun have no relationship. This Zun's patience is limited, get out of the demon imperial city yourself, or let this Zun destroy your magic core and throw you out of the abyss. No. You can't do this to me. I'm your daughter, I'm also your daughter. Mo Lian cries herself hoarse, why is it that both of us are daughters, but you dote on her without any principles, but don't put me in your heart at all? You say I'm not your daughter, then why do I look so similar to you? Tell me. Xianxia's face shows a look of disgust, his tone becomes impatient. What reason does this Zun have to explain to you? Since you don't want to scram, then this Zun will send you to scram. With a wave of his hand, a red thread appeared in the air and wrapped itself around Ink Lotus. Ah! Mo Lian lets out a mournful scream and struggles with all her might, but the black and red threads become tighter and tighter, directly entering her flesh. That originally beautiful face was cut into pieces in an instant. It was extremely ugly. Seeing this scene, Shui Jie immediately heaves a sigh of relief, the fingers holding the demon blade also become happy and caressing. Good, good. Lord Demon Lord is being so lenient, that means he really has no relationship with Mo Lian. Thinking that if Mo Lian was a princess, she would have to pay respects to her and listen to her orders, Xianxia simply wants to vomit. It would be best if she could directly kill this disgusting woman and turn her into ashes. Xianxia's face shows an excited and longing expression, her cheeks are flushed red. But the next moment, her dream is shattered. Lord Demon Lord, please be lenient. A warm and magnetic voice suddenly sounded out in the priest hall. At the same time, a green radiance flickered and enveloped Mo Lian's body, isolating the dark red threads released by Xianxia. When the old man standing behind Mu Yan heard this voice, his entire body suddenly trembled. His hands tightly clenched into fists, and his teeth almost broke. He used all the strength in his body to prevent himself from losing control of himself. Instead, he does his utmost to restrain his trembling and lowers his head, hiding his stooped figure behind Mayan. Mu Yan looks back at him without leaving a trace. She takes out a talisman that conceals her aura and sticks it on his body. Almost at the same time, a man wearing a grey robe slowly landed in the priest hall and bowed to Xianxia. Priest Zhongli pays his respects to Lord Demon Lord. Then he looks at Mayan, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up, paying respects to your highness. Mu Yan slightly narrows her eyes, sizing up the man in front of her. He was about 35 or 36 years old, his skin was pale, his eyes were dark green, and his appearance was delicate and weak. At first glance, he looked like a sickly and weak young man, completely inconsistent with the supreme identity of the Demon Emperor's priest. Zhongli's expression was clearly very gentle, with a light and breezy calmness, but Mu Yan inexplicably felt that the way he looked at her made her feel uncomfortable all over, as if she was being stared at by a wild beast hidden in the dark. Master, save me. I don't want to be driven out of Priest Hall. Mo Lian knelt in front of Zhongli, crying as she tugged at his clothes, begging for help. Zhongli looked down at him and said gently, Mo Lian, the person you offended today is Her Highness. If you want the Demon Lord to forgive you and allow you to stay in the priest hall, then kneel down and apologize to the princess. Hearing this, Mo Lian's face distorts for a moment. She looks at Mayan with jealousy and resentment. She would rather die than kneel and apologize to Mayan. However, just as the words of rejection reached the tip of her tongue, her body involuntarily trembled when she met Zhongli's warm gaze. I understand. Mo Lian grits her teeth and kneels down towards Mayan. She deeply kowtows her head to the ground and says in humiliation, Your Highness, Mo Lian has just offended you. I ask that you be magnanimous and forgive me. Mu Yan looks at her and says with a smile that isn't a smile, I'm sorry, I don't want to forgive. Jun Mayan, you. Your Highness. Zhongli gently pressed his hand on the furious Mo Lian's head and said in a gentle voice, I heard that the princess wants to go to the sky-high platform. The boundary around the 3 live stone is sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Now is the time when it is weak. If the princess wants to approach the 3 live stone, now is the best time. Zhongli slowly raised his head, the smile on his face almost impeccable. Your Highness, please allow me to open the Skirich Tower for you. Mu Yan looks at him meaningfully for a moment, then says in a low voice, then I'll have to trouble Lord Priest. Xianxia sees that Mu Yan is no longer pursuing the matter, so he coldly looks at Mo Lian and follows. This time, Xianxia and Yao Dao did not follow him. This was because other than the High Priest, the Demon Lord, and the Princess, the other demons did not have the right to enter the Tower of Heaven. Wait. Zhongli's voice suddenly came from behind. Mu Yan turns around and finds that Zhongli's gaze is on the old man behind her. That pair of gentle and calm eyes became incomparably deep, and his voice was low and deep, as if revealing a hint of coldness. Your Highness, may I know who this is? Mu Yan smiles, casually saying, This is a servant I took in, his profession is also a demon priest. Why can't my priests enter the skyscraping platform? Or does Lord Zhongli have something against my servant? Zhongli was silent for a long time before he slowly withdrew his gaze from the old man. Your Highness must be joking. I wouldn't dare. Until the silhouettes of Mayan and the others disappear into the barrier of Tongtian platform. Xianxia and Yao Dao also left the priest hall. The gentle smile on Zhongli's face suddenly disappeared. He found a chair and sat down. He held a glass of wine in his hand and took a sip as he stared coldly at Mo Lian, who was kneeling on the ground. What did I tell you before? Mo Lian crouched on the ground and shivered. Her face was filled with fear. Who told you to take off your veil? Who allowed you to reveal your relationship with the demon lord? Mo Lian said in a trembling voice, Master, it's my fault, but I really can't stand it. I'm clearly the daughter of the demon lord. Why can Mu Yan be pampered, but I have nothing? I can't accept this, I really can't. Mo Lian cried herself hoarse, indignant and unwilling. She did not raise her head, so she did not see the contempt in Zhongli's eyes. Zhongli slowly puts down the wine glass in his hand. Suddenly, he raises his hand and ruthlessly slaps Mo Lian's face. Mo Lian, do you know that you almost ruined my entire plan? Mo Lian's head buzzes from the slap and she almost faints. There's a terrible energy rampaging through her body. She spits out a mouthful of blood, but she quickly kneels properly. Her voice is frightened. Master, Mo Lian knows she was wrong. I beg you to give me another chance. A pair of ice-cold, corpse-like hands clutches her throat, forcing her to raise her head. If it weren't for the fact that your face still has some use, you would have died without a complete corpse when you disobeyed my orders. Zhongli releases her chin, takes out a silk handkerchief, and gently wipes his hands. He warmly says, Tell me everything that happened after Her Highness entered the priest hall, especially about the old man beside the princess. Don't omit a single detail. Mo Lian is still in a state of shock for a long time before she realizes who the old man beside the princess is. She didn't even see what the old man looked like, let alone what he did. But she doesn't dare to disobey Zhongli's orders. She hurriedly recounts everything that happened before in full detail. What did you say? Zhongli suddenly turns around and stares at Mo Lian in disbelief. Her Highness used the sound of the zither to control the blood servants, making them completely surrender? Only now does he realize that the connection between his soul and the blood servant has been severed. No, how is this possible? Jun Mayan isn't a priest, so how can she control the blood servant? Moreover, how can there be a zither sound in this world that can imitate the blood curse, unless, that wasn't an ordinary zither sound, but, ha ha ha. The shock on Zhongli's face suddenly turns into an excited laughter. So that's how it is. That's right, it's a Shin musician. Only a Shin musician can take control of the blood servant from my hands. Master, I really didn't expect that the Shin musician you've been looking for so long would finally appear. But, who is that old man following Jun Mayan around? Why does the first time I see him, I feel a sense of crisis as if I'm facing a formidable enemy? Zhongli slightly narrows his eyes, a cold glint flickering in them. Yen, we can't go any further. On the Tong Tian platform, Junshi Tian stops Mu Yan, who wants to approach the Three Live Stone. The Three Live Stone was surrounded by a layer of pure black flames. Since a few months ago, a layer of flame barrier has appeared around the Three Live Stone. Anyone who tries to approach it will be devoured by the flames. Junshi Tian said solemnly, Yen, if you really want to see the Three Live Stone, I will open the barrier for you. In fact, even he would suffer from the backlash of these black flames. These flames were somewhat similar to the underworld sacred flames of the Nether Realm, but they seemed to be even more powerful than the underworld sacred flames he had seen before. However, as long as he did not hesitate to consume a large amount of his cultivation, it was not impossible for him to forcefully break this barrier. Wait a moment. Mu Yan stopped Junshi Tian, her gaze landed on the leaping black flames, and softly said, Let me try it first. Without waiting for Junshi Tian's reaction, she stretched out her hand and lightly touched the black flame. Yen, be careful. Princess, you mustn't, that flame is the most and cold fire of the world that can burn a person's soul. Junshi Tian and the old man's faces change, and they want to rush over. But soon, their movements come to an abrupt halt. Because the moment Mayan's hand touched the black flames, they seemed to have met their nemesis, and quickly retreated to the sides, making way for a passage. At the end of the passage, the Three Live Stone emits a dazzling silver-red light. Mayan closes her eyes, and slowly walks towards the Three Live Stone. Every piece of Three Live Stone has been engraved with the names of countless men and women. They may not necessarily be fated people, may not necessarily accompany each other to old age, and may not even love each other sincerely. But at least, they had a moment of fate, and it was forever engraved on this stone. Mayan's fingers stroke the 3-live stone inch by inch. As she touches it, some vague names appear on the 3-live stone, and people can't see them clearly, and they immediately disappear. Until, she turns half a circle, and her fingertips are slightly hot. Finally, 2 dazzling names appear before her eyes, and they don't disappear again. Jun Mayan. Luo Yunxiao. Mayan's fingers tremble violently, and the blood seems to be unable to flow to her fingertips, making her fingers ice cold. Young martial uncle, didn't you agree to this marriage? You don't like the demon princess? I did it voluntarily. This marriage, I did it voluntarily. I have no regrets in this life. Young martial uncle, it's really great that you can be together with the person you like. Young martial uncle, why are you so stupid? So stupid. Suddenly, the words under her fingers flash, and a crack slowly appears on Luo Yunxiao's name. And the originally dazzling light also fades a little. Mayan's eyes suddenly widen, as if a hand is tightly clenching her heart, making her unable to breathe. The 3-live stone is cracked, and the thread of marriage is broken. Perhaps Luo Yunxiao is already dead, so this marriage is no longer valid. Perhaps Luo Yunxiao is already dead. Already dead. Mayan clutches her chest, and her body slowly falls down, bending into a ball. Some kind of scalding liquid surges out of her eyes, and falls to the ground, turning cold. Young martial uncle. Young martial uncle. How could you die? How could you leave me such a secret and then tell me you're dead? Then how will I, Jun Mayan, repay what I owe you in this life? Yen, what's wrong? You cried? What the hell happened? Did Luo Yunxiao bully you? Or do you like Luo Yunxiao, and not Diming Ju? Yen, don't scare Daddy. If you really like them, Daddy will marry both of them for you. Yen. Through her blurry eyes, Mu Yan saw that Jun Shirtian was so worried that he could no longer maintain his calm. She could not help but smile. Jun Shirtian. Daddy. Why haven't you given up on letting your daughter hug me on both sides? After laughing, there was an even more heart-wrenching pain. Little Uncle Master had been born in this world for hundreds of years, but he had never enjoyed the warmth of family. He had been lonely all his life and had never obtained anything. They used to say that the Xiaoyao school was his home. They had tried their best to protect little Uncle Master and make him happy. However, it was all over. The young martial uncle of the Xiaoyao school would never come back. Mercy City, boundless sea in the west. Outside Debiai Temple, there was a huge town named Mercy City. Mercy City was the most peaceful and benevolent town in the world. No one dared to attack Mercy City, be it spirit cultivators or devil cultivators, polar domain or netherworld. That was because Debiai Temple was at the center of Mercy City. There were 3 immortal masters in Debiai Temple, plus Bodhidharma, the first Buddhist. However, at this moment, Mercy City was covered with corpses and blood. Who are you? Don't you know this is Mercy City protected by Debiai Temple, the holy land of the Orthodox Alliance? What kind of demons are you? How dare you massacre people in Mercy City? Ha, Mercy City? Mercy my ass. 11 of the Dark Knight sect laughed hysterically. Those bald donkeys have done all kinds of evil things outside, leaving blood and pain to others, and then built a clean Mercy City here. Do you think it's a paradise? Bah. Do you know that your peace and tranquility are bought by stepping on other people's corpses and blood? The people of Mercy City had no idea what 11 of the Dark Knight sect was talking about. They just cursed angrily. Nonsense. The masters of Debiai Temple are the most compassionate people. How could they do such evil things? You madmen dare to offend the sacred land of Buddhism and even slander us, tarnishing Buddha. You will definitely suffer retribution. 11 of the Dark Knight sect stopped laughing. Why do I have to talk nonsense with you idiots? I just need to kill. I don't believe those bald donkeys can still hide after I've killed enough people. Saber light flashed and blood splashed. Screams, wails, and curses filled the air, intertwined into the most sinful and bloody music in the world. 7 of the Dark Knight sect glanced at the battlefield from time to time from the high observation deck. Then he could not help but cast his eyes on the man who was leaning against the railing. His cold and fair skin looked as fair and transparent as jade under the sunlight. Even if one peeked from behind, one could still see the delicate and charming lines of the man's face. There wasn't a single part of him that wasn't perfect, there wasn't a single part of him that wasn't peerlessly handsome, there wasn't a single part of him that wasn't able to shake one's heart and soul. If such a man wasn't immortal, he would be the darling of heaven and earth. He would be the favored son of heaven that thousands of women and even men would crazily pursue. But now, who would have thought that he had already fused with the world-destroying half-soul and had become the destroyer that held the fate of the 3 realms and 6 paths in his hands? To be able to fuse with the world-destroying half-soul, the pain and torture this person had experienced must have far surpassed everyone in the burning heavens. In fact, the accumulated darkness and hatred in his body far surpassed all of them. But why did he look so devoid of love and hatred, even when he arrived at Mercy City and saw the culprit who had ruined his entire life being massacred and tortured? There was not a hint of emotion on his face. He, who was high and mighty, was like a demon god, looking down at the ants struggling to survive, as if he was watching a farce. There was no sadness nor joy. Dark Knight 7 had never been so deeply aware that Luo Yunxiao was different from the others in Fentian. He was the true king. He was the destroyer who could lead them to revenge and make the world completely collapse. 7 of the Dark Knight 7 clenched his hands, and strong emotions burst out of his eyes. Worship, excitement, desire, and awe, to destroy the world. Let's start with destroying Defying Temple. Stop. A loud shout came from the distant sky. It was not one person, but dozens or even hundreds of people shouted in unison. In the blink of an eye, 18 monks clad in kasayas with golden bodies teleported into Mercy City, shielding the citizens behind them. Bah! Which demon dares to commit murder in Mercy City? The citizens of Mercy City cheered. It's the 18 bronze men. The 18 bronze men of Defying Temple are here to save us. These demons can't hurt us anymore. Anya 11 looked at the monks of Defying Temple and sneered. Baldy, you're not qualified to talk to me. Ask Xianxia or Puty to come out. Bah, who are you? The monk who was the leader of the 18 bronze men said angrily, you want to see the abbot and patriarch Bodhidharma. Who do you think you are? Senior brother, there's no need to talk to these demons. How dare they kill in Mercy City? Today, we must destroy their souls and make them unable to reincarnate. Hearing this, Anya 11's eyes suddenly turned red. He looked up to the sky and roared, 1,000 years ago, you wanted me to suffer all kinds of torture and die. But I survived. Now, you want me to die again? Sorry. Every dog has its day, and this time, it's your turn. Defying Temple was the leader of the righteous path in the Cultivation continent and the first holy land of Buddhism. In recent years, there was no lack of people who came to Mercy City to cause trouble and provoke them. Therefore, the 18 bronze men did not take Anya 11 seriously. However, as soon as they started fighting, their expressions changed. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder rumbled. It was so oppressive that they almost couldn't breathe. Shadow Thunder Curse? The leader of the 18 bronze men exclaimed. He stared at Anya 11, who was making incantation seals, and roared, who are you? Haha, who are we? Of course, we're here to kill you. Boom. As the lightning rained down, the black flames unknowingly wrapped around everyone's body. The citizens of Mercy City immediately let out shrill cries of agony. They fell to the ground, wailing and rolling on the ground. The 18 bronze men of Defying Temple were slightly better. The Buddhist staffs or alms bowls in their hands emitted a holy golden light, dispersing the black flames and preventing them from being burned by the curse fire. However, the thunder that had just fallen had caught them off guard. Several of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Shirlu, return to the temple immediately and inform the abbot. Yes. Bah. The leading golden man put his palms together and looked up at the watchtower high above. I'm Jueming. Since you've come to the territory of Defying Temple and killed so many people, why don't you dare to come down and meet me? There was no response from the lookout tower. Anya 11 sneered, who do you think you are? Do you think you're fit to see my master? I've said it before. After you die, those two bald donkeys, Shan Hui and Sub Hoodie, will come out. Naturally, my master will personally kill them. Jiueming frowned. Who on earth are you? We, the Defying Temple, have been isolated from the world for more than 100 years. We believe that we have always been compassionate and have delivered all living beings from suffering. We have never done anything that goes against reason and nature. Why are you slandering us with filthy words and insulting the reputation of the Defying Temple? You even killed innocent people in Mercy City. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Anya 11 laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. However, before he could laugh out loud, Anya-san, who had been silent beside him, suddenly said faintly, "You don't know the reason, but I think the new Master Xuanzhen should be very clear about it, right?" "What? Master Xuanzhen is here? That's great. Mercy City is saved now." Jiueming's face lit up with joy. He hurriedly led the other people to put their palms together and bowed. "Welcome, Martial Uncle Xuanzhen." Everyone in Mercy City knew that. The current abbot of Defying Temple, Master Shanhui, was the first disciple of Bodhidharma. Xuanzhen was the personal disciple of Master Shanhui, and also the elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. In Defying Temple, Xuanzhen's cultivation and strength were second only to Bodhidharma's junior brothers and personal disciples. In Mercy City, he was even more famous. After a while, they saw a monk in an ordinary yellow frock slowly land from the sky. Jiueming's tense nerves instantly relaxed. Today, the villains who attacked Mercy City were all ruthless, and they had tricks that he could not imagine. Originally, Jiueming was really worried that the 18 bronze men would suffer heavy losses. Now that he saw Martial Uncle Xuanzhen, his heart immediately returned to its original position. As long as Martial Uncle Xuanzhen was here, these demons would not be able to do anything for long. As soon as Xuanzhen landed, he ignored Jiueming and the people of Mercy City who saluted him. Instead, he stared at Anya 3, and then glanced at Anya 11, slowly frowning. Anya 3 stepped forward and reached out to pull off the veil on his face, revealing a scarred face. When one's cultivation reached the Xian immortal level, his whole body could be molded with immortal bones, and his skin wounds could basically be healed without medicine. Scars were also something that was almost impossible to appear. However, the scars on Anya 3's face were extremely horrible, revealing a blue and purple color that made people's scalps numb, as if there were countless worms slowly wriggling across his face. "Master Xuanzhen, long time no see." Anya 3 said gently, "Oh, by the way, I forgot that Master Xuanzhen probably can't recognize me now that I look like a ghost." Xianzhen was stunned for a while. Then, he put his palms together and softly said, "Ba, I'm old and can't remember it clearly, but I still have some impression." "Benefactor, your name seems to be Lin Yuqing, right?" "Shut up." The third master of the Dark Knight could no longer maintain his composure. He suddenly threw out a talisman of black curse and said, "Bald donkey, you don't deserve to call my name." Xianzhen took a step back and put her palms together. Golden light suddenly shone around her. When the black curse talisman collided with the golden light barrier, it was instantly incinerated. Xianzhen lowered his eyelids slightly. His voice was gentle, but there was a hint of coldness in his words. "I have already advised Uncle Master Wu Che to eliminate all evil. All the hosts have been infected with the evil karma of the world-destroying demon. Even if they are lucky enough to survive, they should be eliminated to prevent future troubles. Now, it seems that my decision was correct." "Good, good. That's great. This is the eminent monk of Defying Temple who cares about helping the world, ha ha ha. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu is unable to find us today. Dear readers, please remember our domain name, Sea of Books, and find your way home. Kill them all. I don't want a single person left alive in Mercy City. Heaven and earth are cruel to us, so we will drag everyone to hell with us. Hell. 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 Ha 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 ha." Everyone in Fentian was crazy and fearless of death. They did not even care about the attacks from the monks of Defying Temple. They only knew how to kill people. The people of Mercy City fled frantically, but they could not escape. The entire Mercy City was sealed by Fentian's curse. People could only enter but not leave. The peaceful Mercy City became a real bloody hell at this moment. Master Xianxia, your people are crying and begging you to save them. Is it really okay for you to chase after us? Anya 11, Anya 3, and Xianxia were fighting. After a while, Anya 7, who was originally following behind Luo Yunxiao, quickly joined the battle. However, even if the three of them joined forces and used the Black Curse Talisman, they were still no match for Xianxia. Xianxia's cultivation had reached the peak of the Immortal King level, and he was only one step away from becoming an Immortal Venerable. He also had a holy celestial device given by his master, Shan Hui. The three people of Fentian were soon at a disadvantage. Anya 11 said this to distract Xianxia. However, Xianxia did not even look at the people of Mercy City who were wailing and screaming below. Even the screams of his martial nephews after they were killed did not faze him at all. There was only calmness on his face, and a murderous intent surged in his eyes. Everyone will die. Death is not scary. What is scary is the existence of world-destroying demons like you, who threaten all living beings in the world and the 3 realms and 6 paths. The people of Mercy City will understand that I can't save them, but I want to save all living beings in the world. Anya 11 felt like vomiting when he heard this. Pfft. You bald donkeys talk so much, but you only know how to make others sacrifice and suffer. If you have the ability, go and die yourself. Go to hell. 11, watch out. Bang. In his excitement, Anya 11 was careless, and the golden light went toward his chest. He heard the sound of bones breaking, followed by a sharp pain in his chest. Anya 11 was sent flying backward. He crashed into the ruins and wailed in pain. Countless rays of golden light twined around his body like thorns and swords, leaving one wound after another on his body and face. 11. Dark Knight 7's face changed, and he wanted to rush over to break the golden light around Dark Knight 11. However, he had only taken 2 steps when Xianxia suddenly teleported in front of him. The demon subduing pestle, which was glowing with a golden light, smashed down on the top of his head. Dodge. Anya San's eyes were bloodshot. He suddenly rushed forward and hugged Xianxia, saying, Xianxia, I will die with you. Black flame started to burn on his body and slowly wrapped around Xianxia. This was the fire of the decaying curse. The trees around Mercy City began to wither rapidly, and the limestone ground beneath their feet turned into quicksand. The decaying curse, as its name suggested, could corrode the vitality and spiritual chi of all things in the world, and even human bodies and souls. The expression on Xianxin's face finally changed a little. He raised his hand and pushed, sending the dark 3 flying dozens of meters away. However, the flames around his body did not disappear. Instead, wisps of them invaded his defensive barrier. Anya San looked up to the sky and laughed, Xianxia, let the people of Debi Temple and all the people in Mercy City see the true face of Debi Temple. The decaying curse can corrode all the vitality of the surrounding land and devour the lives of all the creatures under the Xian immortal level. At that time I, Fentian, placed the decaying life curse on the floating island. In order to dispel the decaying life curse, Di Mingju risked his own injuries so that the floating island could continue to survive. The floating island had nothing to do with Di Mingju, but he was willing to sacrifice his power for the lives of those ants. Fentian's long-handed clan, the Heavenly Crane, could use the decaying curse to perish together with the floating island. Di Mingju was forced to injure himself to save the thousands of creatures on the floating island. It showed how powerful the decaying curse was. Although I hate the hypocrisy of the so-called righteous sects, I still admire Di Mingju. What about Debi Temple? Do you only care about saving yourself, or do you give up your cultivation to save the tens of thousands of believers in Mercy City? Xianxin's face turned green and white. He could hear the frightened and painful cries of the people of Mercy City, Master Xianxia, save us, save us. The ground under his feet had turned into yellow sand, which turned into a whirlpool, swallowing people little by little. And at the same time, their spiritual power and cultivation were also swallowed up. Jueming struggled to fly in the air to fight against the pulling force of the decaying curse. But it was getting harder and harder. He watched helplessly as the people of Mercy City were swallowed up by the whirlpool. Under the corrosion of the decaying curse, the cultivation of his fellow apprentices disappeared little by little, and their faces aged little by little. Uncle Master Xianxia. Jueming shouted at the top of his voice, Uncle, what should we do? Save my fellow apprentices, save the people of Mercy City. Ba. Xianxia put his palms together and lowered his eyes. His whole body shone with a golden light. The golden alms bowl in his hand hung over his head and slowly grew bigger, covering him. The black flames that were eroding his body immediately made a sizzling sound when they touched the golden alms bowl, and then disappeared without a trace. But every time a black flame was extinguished, a drop of sweat rolled down Xianxin's forehead. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia, you really chose to protect yourself. When you were torturing and killing us, the innocent victims of the mortal tribulation, you could still say that it was for the sake of the common people. What else do you have to say now? Defying Temple, there is no Defying Temple, there is only hypocrisy and selfishness. There's no mercy in Mercy City. There are only chess pieces that can be discarded and used at will. Xianxia, I won't be able to kill you today, but I'll be waiting for you in hell. I'll wait for you to be burdened with sins and fall with me, ha 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 ha. Anya-san's body was also wrapped in black flames. The flames burned more and more fiercely, slowly engulfing him completely. Old Third. He was clearly walking towards death, but there was a carefree smile on his face. This was because he could see the resentment and distrust in the eyes of the citizens of Mercy City towards Xianxia. Once the seed of doubt was planted, it would one day burn into a raging inferno. It would burn all the hypocritical bald donkeys of Defying Temple to ashes. Anya-san slowly closed his eyes, waiting for the decaying curse to burn him to ashes. However, in the next moment, a cold hand pressed on his head. It was as if a basin of ice water had been poured over his head, which made Anya 3 shudder. At the same time, the black flame burning on his body was instantly annihilated. Anya 3 raised his head blankly and saw a handsome face that could make heaven and earth and mountains pale in comparison. His crimson eyes were emotionless, devoid of emotion or joy. His long silver hair fluttered in the wind and swept across the dirty and noisy world, as if he had put an end to all the filth. Anya 3 opened his mouth and only heard his hoarse voice after a long while, Master, Master. Anya 7, who wanted to rush over to rescue Anya 3, also stopped and stared blankly at the man who had come down from the watchtower. Luo Yunxiao held a sword in his hand and slowly walked past Anya 3 and Anya 11. He didn't even look at them. He just stretched out his hand gently, and the decaying curse was extinguished and the Buddha's golden light was extinguished. Wherever his feet passed, the black flame retreated in fear and the decaying curse stopped automatically. It was as if he was avoiding his natural enemy. Mercy City, which had fallen into the desert of death, was restored in an instant. Fentian and the other 2 quivered and knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It was not fear at the moment, but the instinctive submission and awe. On the contrary, the citizens of Mercy City, who had survived the struggle at the gate of Yan Luo Dian, were stunned and then exclaimed when they saw Luo Yunxia's face. How could there be such a good-looking man in the world? Just one look and they wanted to offer their souls and lives to him. Who was this man? Luo Yunxiao finally stopped in front of Xianxia and raised his hand. The decaying curse fire, which had entangled Xianxia, immediately retreated. However, Xianxia, who had not shown any fear even when he was entangled by the decaying curse, retreated again and again. His face was pale and his lips were trembling. After a long time, he spoke in a hoarse voice. Luo Yunxiao. You are Luo Yunxiao? The host of the mortal world tribulation who killed martial uncle Wu Che and made Bodhidharma come out of his closed-door training in advance. The one who made the real ghost bell ring and destroyed the efforts of Defying Temple for tens of thousands of years. Luo Yunxiao asked indifferently, where is the soul returning lamp? Luo Yunxiao, how dare you come to Defying Temple? With trembling hands, Xianxia took out a talisman and threw it into the air. The talisman emitted a dazzling light and exploded above Mercy City like fireworks. This was a crisis signal to Defying Temple and his master, Master Shanhui. After sending out the signal, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Then, the man's cold and pleasant voice sounded in her ears, it seems that you don't know where the soul revival lamp is? Xianxia gritted her teeth and said, Luo Yunxiao, don't think that you can do anything just because you've merged with the world annihilation half-soul. The voice that was trying to put up a strong front stopped abruptly. Xianxin's eyes widened as he slowly lowered his head to look at the sword that had pierced through his heart. On the longsword, a flame that was even darker than the decaying life curse was burning. This was the purest holy flame in the world. It would not be tainted by karma, but it could almost burn everything in the world. No. No. Xianxia screamed in fear, desperately circulating the immortal force in her body to resist the burning of the darking sacred flame. However, it was all in vain. Since you don't know where the soul revival lamp is, there's no need for you to live anymore. This was the last sound Xianxia heard. Cold, indifferent, emotionless. There was no hatred or hysteria in it, but it was more terrifying than the crazy hatred of the third master of the Dark Night. Was this a demon that could destroy the world? Luo Yunxiao put away the red cloud sword, one of the 12 natal swords, and turned to look at Zhu Eming. Take me to the entrance of the boundary of Debi Temple. Otherwise, I'll use the darking holy flame to burn down the entire Mercy City. Under the hidden abyss. Mu Yan doesn't know how long she has been dreaming, and she doesn't know whether the dream is good or bad. However, the moment she opened her eyes, she still remembered that the last scene in the dream was in the starry school in the Cultivation land. The silver moon hung high in the sky, and the stars twinkled. Di Mingju, Xiao Bao, and everyone from the Xiaoyao school are by his side. They played the zither, sang, drank wine, and danced with their swords. Their laughter filled the world, and it was like a trickle of water that brushed past her heart. But even though it was such a happy and warm scene, she couldn't stop her tears from flowing down. At that time, how could they have imagined that this life and this night would not last long, and that there would be no place to see the bright moon next year? At that time, how could they have imagined that one day, the Xiaoyao school, which they had once regarded as their home, would fall apart? They had lost their master and their junior uncle. From then on, their home was still there, but they had become orphans. Junior sister, you're awake. Yun Ruhan helped her up in surprise. How are you feeling? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Mu Yan slowly reaches out to touch her cheek. She thought she would touch a wet and cold face, but there was nothing. There were no tears. She cried in her dream, but when she woke up, she couldn't even cry anymore. Eldest senior brother. She heard her hoarse and almost broken voice. I saw the engagement between me and youngest martial uncle on the 3 Live Stone. Yun Ruhan's breathing suddenly froze, and her pupils shrank. He instinctively doesn't want to hear Mayan's next words. However, the girl's hoarse and trembling voice still drilled into his mind. The stone of 3 lives has cracked, and the thread of marriage has been severed. The demonic deity said that it might be because one of the parties contracted has died. Mu Yan raised her head and looked at Yun Ruhan with hope in her eyes. Eldest senior brother, do you think Junior Uncle Master is really dead? Is he really dead? After a pause, she gritted her teeth and said, I don't believe it. The sorrow in his eyes gradually turned into a burning flame. As long as I don't see little martial uncle's corpse, I will never believe that little martial uncle is really dead. I don't believe it either. Yun Ruhan heard her own somewhat hoarse voice. Every one of us narrowly escaped death. We almost didn't even have a complete corpse. If we could survive, how could Uncle Master die so easily when he's so powerful? His voice slowly became smoother from the difficulty it was in. He didn't know if he was trying to convince Mu Yan, or if he was trying to convince himself. Junior sister, don't worry. Isn't the enchantment banquet going to be held in the hidden abyss? When the time comes, cultivators from all over the Shoshan continent will gather. If Junior Martial Uncle hears the news, he will definitely rush over. Even if little Martial Uncle doesn't come, Instructor Mo will come. With the help of the demonic deity and Instructor Mo, we must find little Martial Uncle even if we have to turn the entire Shoshan continent upside down. If we still can't find him, then we'll widely accept disciples. The 7 of us will go to every inch of the 3 realms and 6 paths. As long as we don't see little Martial Uncle's corpse, as long as we don't confirm his death, we won't give up. The Xiaoyao sect can't afford to lose anyone. Listening to Yun Ruhan's soft and hoarse voice, Mayan feels that her heart, which has been gripped tightly by something, finally gets a chance to breathe. Her dry eyes are wet and hot, and something flows down. She looks at Yun Ruhan's eyes and nods. Okay, let's go find him. Even if we have to turn the whole world upside down, we must find little Martial Uncle. Yun Ruhan sees the tears in her eyes and sighs in relief. He gets up and says, "The demon lord has been waiting for you outside for several days." Every day, he would use his devil chi to heal you, and then leave in a hurry. "Little martial sister, do you want to see him?" Mayan is startled, and after a while, she says, "How many days have I been asleep?" "It's been 7 days. Yun Rohan says, "The Tian Mei banquet will start in 3 days, and the boundary of the hidden abyss will open in 3 days. So, Di Mingju should be coming soon." Mayan's heart suddenly raises an urgent desire. She wants to see Di Mingju, she wants to see Xiaobao, she misses them like crazy. She gets up and says, "I'm going to see the demon lord." However, before she gets out of bed, a figure appears in the room. The demon lord says coldly, "If you need anything, you can tell me." Although his attitude is arrogant and cold, his eyes are full of concern and worry, which betrays the demon lord. Mayan remembers that when she was unconscious in front of the 3-life stone, this silly father completely lost control. She can't help but soften her brows. "Did you eavesdrop on what I said to Big Brother just now?" The demon lord purses his lips and doesn't speak. He is a dignified demon lord, how can he say that he eavesdrops? And eavesdropping on his daughter, he definitely can't admit it. "Can you give me a copy of the list of the Tian Mei banquet?" His daughter doesn't ask any more questions, which makes Xianxia Tian feel relieved. With a cold face, he concisely says, "Yes." But he secretly sends a message to the attendants outside, telling them to prepare the detailed list of the Tian Mei banquet. After giving the order, Xianxia Tian says, "I will send someone to investigate Luo Yunxiao's whereabouts. Whether she is dead or alive, I will find her. I don't need the polar domain's help." Mayan coughs lightly. "How did Di Mingju offend you?" "How did he offend him?" Speaking of this, Xianxia Tian felt like gnashing his teeth. He knew the whereabouts of his precious daughter but refused to tell him. His precious daughter is clearly still so young, but she has already given birth to a child with Di Mingju. In other words, his family's precious daughter has already been snatched away by this beast, Di Mingju. Now you're asking me how I offended him? If Di Mingju were in front of him right now, Xianxia Tai would really want to tear him to pieces. Of course, the premise was that he could beat them. Xianxia Tian took a deep breath. "Don't worry, I won't lower myself to his level. However, there are millions and millions of good men in the world. Yan Yan, you don't need to hang yourself on him. Mu Yan, how dare you say you didn't offend him? You still dare to say that you don't have any special knowledge." While they were talking, they heard Shui Jiayi's excited voice from outside the house. "Your Highness, I heard that you're awake. Can I come in?" "Come in. Your Highness, quickly come and take a look at the Tian Mei banquet dress that this subordinate has prepared for you. I guarantee that after you wear it, those little whores of spirit cultivators will all feel ashamed of their inferiority, and those men will all prostrate themselves under your skirt. Ha 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 ha." As a fragrant wind blew into the room, Shui Jiayi ran in excitedly with something in her hand. But before she could show Mu Yan what she was holding, she saw the demon lord looking at her with a sullen face. Shui Jiayi shrunk her neck and immediately knelt down. "Greetings, demon lord. What's that in your hand?" Shui Jiayi glanced at Xianxia Tian and said cautiously, This is a dress I found in your private storage. It's called the Immortal Phoenix dress. It's the only dress that can reach the level of a holy object in our palace's treasure vault. The key is that this dress is so beautiful. Ordinary women can only be overshadowed by the light of this dress, but it's different for the princess. Princess is devastatingly beautiful. If you wear this Immortal Phoenix dress, you will definitely be the most beautiful woman in the world, and all the human spirit cultivators will be infatuated with you. Ha ha ha. At that time, we will let them know that not only does our demon race's princess have heaven-defying strength, even her beauty can crush those 4 great beauties. Even though one of the 4 great beauties was the Black Lotus Sanctus of the demon race. But now, Shui Jiayi didn't hesitate to say that they were worse than Bull****. When Xianxia Tian heard about the Immortal Phoenix dress, he was in a trance for a moment. His fingers subconsciously touched the blood-patterned bell on his neck. He still remembered that he had obtained this Immortal Phoenix dress by accident. He should have been disdainful of women's clothing, but he didn't know why he kept it. Moreover, in his dream that night, he saw a woman wearing the gilded Immortal Phoenix dress with her back facing him. Just by looking at her back, he felt his heart beat like a drum. An indescribable sorrow emerged from the bottom of his heart. But when he wanted to go forward and see the woman's face, he woke up from the dream. After waking up from the dream, the aching and throbbing feeling disappeared, but he kept the gilded immortal phoenix dress. Xianxia now knew why he left behind the immortal phoenix dress. Because he subconsciously felt that this dress was very suitable for Ning Yanxin. But now, Ning Yanxin would never have the chance to wear it again. Shui Jie saw that Xianxia didn't speak for a long time, so her voice became weak. Demon Lord, did I do something wrong? This dress can't be taken out casually? Xianxia came back to his senses and said coldly, no, give the immortal phoenix dress to the princess. Yes. Hearing that, Shui Ji immediately stood up from the ground excitedly and handed the storage ring with the gilt immortal phoenix dress in it to Mu Yan. Princess, this is a very powerful magical item. After wearing it, it can increase your defense and speed. It can also increase the speed at which you circulate and absorb demonic chi. Quickly put her on for me to see. It's very easy to wear this dress. As long as you establish a connection with the immortal phoenix dress with your divine sense and you have enough strength, the dress will automatically be put on your body. Mu Yan reached out and took the ring. Her divine sense probed inside, and sure enough, she saw an extremely beautiful red dress. It was like a wedding dress. Mayan rarely wears such a gorgeous color. Her clothes are usually either white or cyan, and she hardly wears any jewelry on her body. But at this moment, looking at the gilded immortal phoenix dress in his sea of consciousness, he couldn't help but be amazed. Princess, quickly put it on for me to see. Mu Yan smiled and shook her head. She handed the storage ring back to Shui Jie. I don't plan to wear women's clothes at the enchantment banquet. Shui Jie's eyes widened, but she didn't have time to ask. He listens to her unhurriedly say, I'm not the demon race's Princess Jun Mayan, but the candidate for the princess son-in-law, Yi Liangchen. The snow girl opened her mouth and couldn't say a word for a long time. Princess, what are you doing? Mu Yan looks at Xianxia. I'm sorry, I know I'm very headstrong, but everyone in the world knew the purpose of the demon race holding the heavenly enchantment banquet. That was to help Her Royal Highness find a husband. If the princess didn't appear at the heavenly enchantment banquet, the demon race would definitely lose their reputation and face, and wouldn't be able to raise their heads in front of the human spirit cultivators. Mayan does not intend to let the demon race fall into such a dilemma. But she still doesn't want to reveal her identity as Jun Mayan. Therefore, during the heavenly enchantment banquet, she would put on a veil and appear for a while. It could also be considered as an explanation to the people who participated in the heavenly enchantment banquet. But before she could finish, she heard Xianxia wave his hand without hesitation. It doesn't matter, face is nothing, as long as Yan Yan is happy. Shui Jie had already filled in the gaps in her imagination while she was still in shock. The expression on her face had already changed from shock and disappointment to excitement. What's the big deal about the human tribe spirit cultivators being dissatisfied? If they have the ability, they can come and fight with us, the devil tribe. Do they think that we're afraid of them? He. Princess, you are so smart. You will attend the enchantment banquet as Yi Liangchen. If all the men in the enchantment banquet are bad guys and you don't like any of them, you can just marry Yi Liangchen. By then, no one will be able to say anything. Ha 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 ha. Mu Yan, I'm sorry, I don't have such thoughts about marrying myself. Why did he join the enchantment banquet as Yi Liangchen? Of course, it's because she heard that Di Mingju is participating in the heavenly enchantment banquet, so anger rushed to her brain. He directly swore that whoever backed out of the matchmaking contest was a dog. She didn't want to be a dog, so she decided to continue participating. Mu Yan smiled and handed the immortal phoenix dress back to Shui Jie. However, Xianxia suddenly said, you should keep it. Only you are qualified to wear this robe. Mu Yan stares blankly, suddenly understanding something. Her eyes flickered, but she still took the clothes in the end. However, she didn't know if her divine sense had touched the immortal phoenix dress in the storage ring. Mu Yan suddenly felt a flash of light in front of her, and then her clothes changed color. Heavens! Shui Jie gasped. What did I just see? Xianxia also blankly stared at the red dress in front of him. His eyes gradually lost focus and his vision became blurry. He suddenly clenched the blood-patterned bell in front of his chest, as a suffocating pain came from his heart. Yanxin, how many years had he missed? How much time and true love had he missed? Now, even their daughter was slim and graceful, wearing the gilt fairy phoenix dress. It was as if she had put on a wedding dress and would leave him at any time. Junshi Tian suddenly turned around, hiding the heat in his eyes so that no one could see it. The hoarse voice sounded hurriedly, I still have something to take care of, so I'll go back first. Before he reached the door, the girl's slightly hoarse voice came from behind him. Thank you for tolerating my willfulness, protecting me, caring for me, and doing everything for me bit by bit. Mu Yan gently caressed the soft cloth on her body. A distant and illusory picture appeared in her mind. The hand that the man used to hold a sword was holding a needle and thread. He was clumsily and carefully sewing the baby's clothes. After a few times, his movements became smooth and skillful. The small clothes slowly took shape in his hand. The man raised his head and showed a proud smile to the gentle woman not far from him. He waved the clothes in his hand. That smile was silly, totally different from that of the high and mighty demon lord. It carried the pride and gentleness that no father in the world could have. Mu Yan felt that her heart suddenly became soft. The resentment and hatred in her heart turned into burning feelings at this moment. She heard herself say in a low and hoarse voice, Thank you, father. Thank you for everything you did for me. Bang! A loud noise came from outside the door. Shui Jie subconsciously raised her head to look, and then the expression on her face gradually froze. What did she just see? Their great, arrogant, supreme demon lord had fallen? Was it an illusion? It must be an illusion, right? On the roof of the high palace, Yun Ruhan was sitting on it. He was drinking wine and overlooking the entire demon imperial city. As the eldest disciple of the Xiaoyao school, he had always been calm, steady, and self-restrained. He wanted to teach the younger disciples not to cause too much trouble. Otherwise, they would be the target of public criticism and get hurt. From the moment his master died, he told himself that he wanted to be the guardian of the Xiaoyao school. He wanted to protect the Xiaoyao school from losing anyone. He needed to get stronger, to be tough, to be able to protect the carefree society, and to be the support of his junior brothers and sisters. He couldn't cry even if he was in pain. He couldn't show even if he was afraid or sad. He couldn't give up even if he was desperate. Otherwise, what should he do with the younger sister who was already in pain? Otherwise, how could he comfort the other disciples when the Xiaoyao school gathered together? However, no one knew that Yun Ruhan could also feel pain and sadness. The cold night would be wrapped in despair. Young martial uncle, that was the young martial uncle who had been with the Xiaoyao school for dozens of years. Even though he seemed indifferent, he actually saved them again and again and taught them to grow up little by little. Their master was dead. If even the young martial uncle left them, Yun Ruhan suddenly raised her head, wanting to finish the wine in the gourd in one gulp. However, halfway through, a small hand snatched away the wine jug. Yun Ruhan turned her head in surprise to see a girl who looked no more than 15 or 16 years old holding a flask of wine and gulping it down in one gulp. Delicious. Good wine. It's been a long time since I've had such a strong wine. Yun Ruhan couldn't react to the girl's soft voice, but the words she said were extremely vulgar. Yu Rua turned to look at him. Why are you looking at me? Can't bear to part with your wine? She turned over the wine pot in her hand and revealed a sly smile. It's useless even if you don't want to. I've already drunk it all. The girl's cheeks were flushed, and her almond-shaped eyes looked as if they had been washed, clean and hazy. Yun Ruhan snapped out of her sorrowful state and whispered, Lord Yuru, why are you here? What lord? Do I look old? Yurua glared at him. Besides, if you're here, why can't I be here? You still have wine? Give it to me. The young girl saw the other 2 jugs of wine behind Yun Ruhan and immediately pounced over excitedly. Before Yun Ruhan could react, she had already opened the jug and started drinking. Delicious, burp, this feels so good. Smelly old chi, he won't even let me drink. Hee, I'm going to drink. I'm going to piss him off. Yun Ruhan, give me the wine. Do you hear me? All the wine is mine. Yun Ruhan looked at the young girl who was trying to snatch the wine from him, only to stumble and fall into his arms. Yun Ruhan then realized something. Lady Yue, you're drunk. Lady what lady? I told you not to call me lady, you're making me sound old. Yun Ruhan pursed his lips and said softly, Yue, you're drunk. Wrong. Yue raised a white, tender finger. I'm a demoness, I won't get drunk even if you're drunk, understand? Hey, Yun Ruhan, stop swaying, I can't even see you clearly. Yun Ruhan felt two small hands grabbing at his face, as if trying to fix it. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hadn't expected the dignified captain of the Blood Demon Guards to act like this when she was drunk. Stop. Hee, you're obedient now? Stop swaying, if you do. I'll. A warm softness pressed against the corner of his lips, causing Yun Ruhan to freeze and almost stop breathing. If you do, I won't be able to kiss you. The young girl looked at him with hazy eyes, her bright red lips slightly curled up. Under the moonlight, she looked both cute and sexy, causing Yun Ruhan's mouth to go dry. After a long while, he finally found his voice. Yue, what are you doing? Kissing you, the drunken lowly demoness said confidently. Why, kiss me? Because you're my magical pet, I won't allow you to be sad. If you're sad, I'll kiss you. Yun Ruhan opened his mouth. How do you know? I'm sad? But Yue was so drunk that she didn't seem to hear him at all. She cupped Yun Ruhan's face and said softly, Yun Ruhan, don't be sad, okay? When I see you sad, here is especially painful, especially sore. I don't like this feeling. I'll kiss you, you don't have to be sad. As she spoke, Yu swayed and pressed her lips against Yun Ruhan's again. But this time, the bump was even more inaccurate. He didn't even kiss the corner of his lips, only his face. You're so annoying. I told you not to move. You stop, don't sway, or else I won't be able to kiss you. Be good. Yun Ruhan took a deep breath, her eyes unfathomable. He heard himself saying in a hoarse voice, Yu, if you can't kiss me, how about I kiss you instead? Yu blinked her watery eyes as she pondered over the meaning of this sentence. His entire body was pulled over. Then, all his breathing was completely swallowed by the rich and scorching aura. The warm morning sun fell on her face. Yu frowned uncomfortably and opened her eyes. What he saw was a vast expanse of blue sky, white clouds, and dazzling sunlight. The tip of his nose was still filled with the smell of alcohol, as well as a strange yet familiar scent. Yu pressed his hand against his head and sat up. What happened? Why was she sleeping here? Was this the roof of the demon palace? A cool feeling suddenly fell on her forehead, and someone stuffed a pill into her mouth. Yu was still a bit slow from the hangover, and she swallowed the pill without any vigilance. The tip of her tongue even touched the warm fingertips. The fingertips on her lips didn't move away, but continued to press against her lips ambiguously. Only then did Yu realize that Yun Ruhan was right in front of her. You. She wanted to ask, why are you here? However, the memory from last night slowly came back to her. Yu remembered seeing the figure on the roof outside the palace. It was so far away, and there was even a barrier between them, but she recognized it at a glance. It was her magical pet, Yun Ruhan. The palace was incomparably noble, and any demon who dared to go up to the roof would definitely be killed by the demon blood guards. But Yun Ruhan didn't know any of this, and the demon blood guards didn't dare order him around because of his relationship with the princess. But at the same time, no one dared to approach him. That lonely figure looked so lonely and forlorn. By the time Yu reacted, she was already on the roof of the palace, snatching the wine from the man's hand and downing it. Yu would be punished for disrespecting the palace, and you'd get drunk just by touching the wine. Yu only knew that she didn't want to see the man drink wine, but it was as if he was drinking tears, swallowing the pain and despair in his heart. She also didn't want to see her familiar always wrapping himself up tightly, being dignified and steady, but always having to endure and restrain himself. That would be too tiring and painful, even her heart began to ache along with it. She wanted her magical pet to laugh from the bottom of his heart. Then, she got drunk. What happened next? Yu opened her mouth. Did I do anything after I got drunk last night? Yun Ruhan found it funny, but she didn't show it on her face. If you did, will you take responsibility? What, responsibility? And who allowed you to call me Yu? Call me Lady Yu. Yun Ruhan grunted softly. But you said last night that Lady Yu made you sound old, and you wanted me to call you Yu. Yu. Did she really say that? It seemed like she really did think that way, and that was why she said it after getting drunk. After a long while, Yu asked guiltily, what else did I say? You didn't say anything. Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Yun Ruhan continued, but he did it. What did I do? As soon as Yu's voice fell, the man's hand pressed down on her back and his warm lips pressed against hers. As their breaths intertwined with each other, it was as if the world had become long and lingering at this moment. By the time Yun Ruhan released her, Yu's mind was blank, and her face was so red that it looked like it was about to burn. She raised her head and glared at Yun Ruhan. You, what are you doing? Yun Ruhan's chest heaved up and down, her eyes deep and unfathomable. Her voice was soft and hoarse. Yue, do what you did to me last night. Boom, Yu felt that her face was burning. Did she really kiss Yun Ruhan last night? No, a kiss was a kiss. This was her magical pet in the first place, the man she liked. But why did Yun Ruhan kiss her? Yu suddenly reacted. She grabbed Yun Ruhan's collar and pulled her over. Why did you kiss me? Yun Ruhan whispered, I'll kiss you the same way you kiss me. Due to unknown reasons, we can't be found on Sogu today. Please remember our domain name, Booksy Pavilion, and find your way home. Yu felt her heart pounding in her ears, as if it was about to jump out. She licked her lips, I want you to be my man. If you kiss me, does that mean you agree? Yun Ruhan didn't expect Yu to be so direct. His face seemed to be burning, but he still looked straight into her eyes and said softly, Yu, are you willing to be the sister-in-law of the Xiaoyao sect? Humph. Yu released him, I know the rules of the Xiaoyao sect. If I want to marry you, I must marry into the Xiaoyao sect. What's the big deal about marrying into our family? Yun Ruhan coughed slightly, Yu, only a man can marry into the Xiaoyao sect. What about me? I'm the sister-in-law. If I say I'm going to marry into the Xiaoyao sect, who dares to say anything? I'm the captain of the Demon Blood Guards. Lady Yu, you should be happy that I'm willing to marry into the Xiaoyao sect. The young girl used her tender white finger to point at his chest and said ruthless words, but her voice was soft and squeaky. Yun Ruhan couldn't help smiling. The pain and sadness of last night seemed to dissipate a lot at this moment. Yu, thank you for being with me at this time. Yu had completely entered the role of the sister-in-law. How many people are there in the Xiaoyao sect? I'm the sister-in-law, so I'm the leader. I can discipline the junior brothers and sisters for you. Oh, and those male cultivators who marry into the Xiaoyao sect. I can discipline everyone except the princess, right? I'm the sister-in-law. If I tell them to go east, they have to go east. If I tell them to go west, they have to be obedient. Yun Ruhan, she thought about Instructor Imo, who was the emperor of the polar domain. She thought about Master Jingyuan, whose cultivation was so high that she couldn't see him clearly. The difficulty of disciplining them and making them listen obediently seemed to be. Yun Ruhan looked at the excited Yu. Forget it, let this girl be excited for a while. Let's not break her dream. After Mu Yan woke up, she rested for half a day before asking someone to call the old man. Seeing the old man kneeling in front of her, Mu Yan went straight to the point. If I remember correctly, you said in the priest hall that your name is Zhongli. I want to know what's going on. Why do you have the same name as the demon emperor's priest? The old man slowly raised his head and looked at Mu Yan without blinking. He said in a hoarse voice, Your Highness, if I say that I am the real demon emperor's priest, will you believe me? The old man's eyes were muddy and old. Deep and numerous wrinkles could be seen around his eyes. His entire body seemed to be empty, and his body unconsciously bent over. If the old man were to stand next to Zhongli of the priest hall, 9.5 out of 10 people would be convinced that the seemingly weak but mysterious man of the priest hall was the real demon emperor's priest. However, when Mu Yan looks into the old man's eyes, she almost instantly believes his words. Because this pair of turbid eyes filled with grief, despair, and pain would not lie. Because when the old man asked this question, the sound of his heartbeat and the change in his aura would not lie. Of course, the most important thing was that the old man had signed the demon god curse with her, so he could not deceive her in any way. Mu Yan nodded and said, "I believe you." These 4 simple words caused the old man's eyes to turn red. Tears welled up in his eyes. He quickly bowed his head and rubbed away in embarrassment. Mu Yan asked, "Get up, sit down and tell me slowly. What happened? Since you are the demon emperor's priest, why did you become like this today? What's the relationship between you and that Zhongli of the priest hall?" The old man closed his eyes, and his heaving chest slowly calmed down. He stood up according to Mu Yan's words and casually found a seat to sit down. After careful observation, Mu Yan found that the old man's bearing was indeed different from that of ordinary beggars. It was just that when he was in Cloud City, he deliberately concealed all of this. His mouth was particularly poisonous, so people ignored these characteristics. The one in the priest hall, he was not originally called Zhongli. His name was Wenjie. He used to be my only personal disciple, the holy son of the priest hall, and the candidate for the next demon emperor's priest. I dedicated my whole life to the demon god. Because I foresaw the mandate of heaven, I was destined to have no wife, no children, no blood relatives in this life. So I treated Wenjie as my own son. However, in a great battle 1,000 years ago, Wenjie and I were seriously injured. Wenjie's life was at stake. Regardless of the fact that my injury might worsen, I transferred a part of my demon soul to him and passed out. When he said this, the old man's hands were clenched tightly, and his voice was tainted with a trace of deep-rooted hatred. I managed to save his life with great difficulty, but when I woke up, I found that my appearance had changed, my magic core was damaged and could not be restored, and my cultivation was gone. And standing in front of me was Zhongli, who had exactly the same appearance as me. Although his voice had changed, as soon as he opened his mouth, I knew that it was Wenjie, the disciple I treated like my own son, and even sacrificed my lifespan for him. With the same face as me, he pointed at me and told his subordinates that I was a thief who wanted to sneak into the priest hall to steal things, and asked them to throw me into the main city of 1 star. At that time, I really wanted to jump up and ask him why he did this to me. But I knew I couldn't. Wenjie doesn't know that I'm awake. Otherwise, even if he doesn't kill me immediately, he would surely think of other ways to shackle and torture me. Then, I was thrown into the 1-star main city, Ashbone City. At that time, I had not completely given up hope. I thought that as long as I could find a way to return to the Demon Imperial City and see my good friend Minwei, I would be able to expose Wenjie's true colors. But soon, I found out that there were people monitoring me in Ashbone City. There were several times when I met a powerful alchemist and asked for help. However, in a blink of an eye, that alchemist would be killed and I would be beaten up. I wouldn't be able to get up for 10 days or half a month. A look of pain and despair appeared on the old man's face. His crooked body almost wanted to curl up. His hands clasped the edge of the chair and trembled violently. His knuckles turned pale. Those days were filled with darkness, despair, pain, and torture. They were endless. Every time he thought he still had a trace of hope, Wenjie would fiercely shatter this trace of hope and stomp him into the muddy abyss. This person didn't even stand in front of him to humiliate him, but he made his life sink into hell, consigned to eternal damnation. Mu Yan suddenly took out the Tian Mo Qin and gently plucked the strings with her fingers. The melodious sound of the qin was like a gurgling stream brushing past the old man's heart, slowly calming down the hatred and madness that filled his heart. Under the soothing sound of the zither, the old man's expression returned to normal, and then he continued, "Gradually, I knew that Wenjie would never give me a chance to make a comeback. But I don't know why, he also refused to let me die. Many times, when the devil energy in my body had dissipated and the wounds on my body were festering and I was begging for death, his people would appear again and hang on to my rotten life." Mu Yan slightly frowned, showing a thoughtful expression. The old man said, "This situation lasted for hundreds of years. I couldn't die, but I couldn't live either. I just lived like a walking corpse in the Ashbone City. Then suddenly one day, the person Wenjie arranged to be around me disappeared. It seemed that he didn't need to care about whether I was alive or dead. Or, to him, I was like an ant, as insignificant as garbage. I slowly struggled from the 1-star Ashbone City to the 2-star Main City, and then to the 3-star Cloud City. Although I was stepped into hell again and again, I still had hope. As long as I could enter the Demon Imperial City, as long as I could see the Demon Venerable or Elder Minwei, maybe I could make a comeback and take back everything that belonged to me. But, all my hope turned into despair after I heard that the Demon Venerable had changed owners. 1,000 years ago, Xianxia was accidentally framed by his brother and was cursed by the lovesickness demon curse. Elder Minwei and several trusted subordinates seemed to have rescued Xianxia. The demon imperial priest Zhongli proposed that to solve the lovesickness demon curse, one had to take one's soul and 3 spirits and experience hundreds of tribulations. Nearly 1,000 years later, the demon venerable fell into a deep sleep. Elder Minwei, Tianhe, Devil Blade, Snow Girl, Wine Boy, and the demon imperial priest Zhongli all remained dormant. Those who stayed in the demon imperial city were all people that the old man didn't know. Even if he entered the demon imperial city, what could he do? Who would believe the words of a useless demon soldier? Moreover, he didn't even know where Wenjia was now. The old man showed a bitter smile and said in a deep voice, I was muddle-headed for another 100 years. The demon venerable returned, unified the hidden abyss, and all the demons surrendered to him. Everyone knew that the demon venerable's second in command was the high priest Zhongli, who solved the lovesickness demon curse and saved the demon venerable's life. What's a piece of trash like me? Even if I really crawled back to the demon imperial city, who would believe me? I thought that my life would be like this. Maybe one day I would die in a corner, and no one would know, no one would remember. The first half of my life was like a dream. Other than that wretched disciple Wenjia, no one would know. However, never would I have imagined that there would be life at the end of the world. How could I have imagined that I would encounter your highness in Cloud City? Mu Yan was puzzled. I remember that when you first saw me, you were very rude to me. At that time, you probably didn't recognize me. But later, they said that you had been waiting outside the inn. Moreover, the immortal slaying city had obviously sealed off the information about my identity, but you called me your highness the moment you saw me. The old man's face revealed a trace of embarrassment, and then he said gratefully, it's the bag of magic pills that the princess left me, which allowed my magic core to recover a little. I used this 9 devils heaven-defying bead to divine your identity. Mu Yan stares blankly, her face revealing a puzzled expression. The old man seemed to have seen through her doubts. With a wave of his hand, a sparkling and translucent crystal ball appeared in his palm. He stared blankly at the crystal ball in his palm, his expression a little dazed. Your Royal Highness was once a spirit cultivator, so you should know very well that the sword cultivator among the spirit cultivators can condense the sword heart when their domain is upgraded to a certain level, and only with a sword heart can they condense a life sword. Our demon race also has the concept of life treasure, but I am a priest, and fighting is not my vocation. So when my domain reached the level where I could refine a life treasure, I did not choose a powerful holy object, but refined the 9 demons heaven-defying bead, which was used for divination and had accompanied me for countless years, into my life treasure. But as my cultivation rose, the 9 demons heaven-defying bead could no longer provide me with enough help, so when I was in the priest hall, I usually did not take out the 9 demons heaven-defying bead. So Wenjia did not know that I had a life treasure on me, and when he sent me away, he naturally did not think of cutting out the 9 demons heaven-defying bead in my body. The old man revealed a sad and bitter smile. The pain of cutting out a life treasure was unbearable for both humans and demons. However, the old man was very certain that if Wenjia, this disciple that he had raised with his own hands, knew of the existence of the natal magic treasure, he would definitely not hesitate to push him into hell and make him suffer the pain of burning his heart and eroding his bones. In the end, it was because he did not know people well. He had never thought of guarding against this disciple. So that in the end, his cultivation was destroyed, his identity was robbed, and he lived a life that was neither human nor ghost. If he had not taken out the 9 demons heaven-defying bead, so that Wenjia did not know about the existence of the 9 demons heaven-defying bead, he would not even have the last glimmer of life. However, as his body became weaker and weaker, the magic core was eroded little by little, and the domain that had reached the 6th stage gradually deteriorated. In the end, the life treasure, 9 demons heaven-defying bead, could no longer be taken back into the body, and became an ordinary magic treasure. And from then on, he completely gave up the hope of regaining his identity. However, this glimmer of life eventually brought him hope, allowing him to divine the identity of Her Royal Highness. It also allowed him to once again set foot in the demon imperial city, and saw that evil disciple who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors. After listening to the old man's narration, Mu Yan also came back to her senses for a long time. He didn't expect such a thing to happen in this world. A person could disguise himself as another person, but how could he disguise himself as another person for a long time without being exposed? His actions, habits, strength, there were flaws in every aspect. The old man had also mentioned that he and Elder Min Wei had been good friends back in the Demon Palace. Since that was the case, how could Elder Min Wei not have noticed it after so many years? Was there really someone in the world who could impersonate another person for 1,000 years without revealing any flaws? Suddenly, something flashed through Mu Yan's mind, and his expression became slightly serious. No, there was still something in the world that could allow a person to perfectly impersonate another person. Magnificent quicksand, she recalled the time when Ling Qingwan pretended to be her. Although there were many flaws, it was true that the face did not have any traces of disguise or magic to change its appearance. But it was truly very similar to her. Third senior brother had once said that the magnificent quicksand was a very special and treacherous medicine. In fact, it could not even be called a medicine anymore. It was a kind of luck-snatching curse. If the wind quicksand is perfectly refined, not only can it have the same appearance as the one who is under the spell, it can even snatch the other party's luck. And once the luck is snatched, the person who takes the wind quicksand will slowly possess the other party's talent, strength, and even their living habits. They can imitate them perfectly. Third senior brother once said that the effect of the wind quicksand was not good after Ling Qingwan took it. Apart from the imperfection of the drug, the most important thing was that Mu Yan's own luck was strong enough. And the wind quicksand is very interesting in this aspect. If the snatcher's luck is stronger than the one being snatched, then the one being snatched will be stripped of everything bit by bit, until he is completely abandoned by the world. But if it is the other way around, and the one being snatched has a stronger luck than the snatcher, then the person who takes the wind quicksand will unknowingly lose his luck, and eventually become more and more unfortunate. Mu Yan slightly narrows her eyes and looks at the old man. Have you heard of the wind quicksand? The old man, or Zhongli, slightly frowns, revealing an expression of deep thought. The name is somewhat familiar, but at this moment, he can't remember where he had heard it. Mu Yan roughly explains the origin, effect, and refining method of the wind quicksand that she knows. Zhongli's eyes suddenly widen, and his body trembles violently. His eyes burst forth with shock, understanding, resentment, and pain. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. That traitorous disciple had too many opportunities to take my blood, my hair, and my personal belongings. He had been preparing for this a long time ago. He was just waiting for me to be heavily injured on the battlefield and my luck to weaken. Then, he would consume the magnificent quicksand. Ha ha ha, but why didn't he think about why I was seriously injured? Why did my luck weaken? I did it to save his life. Mu Yan lightly says, perhaps he was seriously injured in order to trick you into saving him. Zhongli's pupils suddenly contract, and his hands tightly clench into fists. The joints of his whole body make cracking sounds. Obviously, he is extremely angry, and also extremely hateful. Your Royal Highness. Zhongli slowly kneels before Mu Yan. Please forgive me, Your Royal Highness. You saved this old servant, but I only cared about my personal grudge, and I may even bring danger to you. But, if I'm unable to kill that rascal, Wen Zhe, if I'm unable to seize back the name and identity that belongs to me, then I'm truly unwilling. Princess, please allow me to take revenge. Mu Yan raises her hand to let him get up, and says in a low voice, this matter is perhaps no longer just a grudge between you and Wen Zhe. This person gave up his name and identity and lurked in the demon clan for thousands of years. Even your good friend Elder Min Wei didn't notice him. He even accompanied the demon lord, my father, through the most difficult, lovesickness demon love curse. Do you think he just wants to be a demon emperor's priest? Zhongli suddenly looked up. Princess, what do you mean? Mayan slightly curled her fingers and tapped the edge of the armrest. She said in a low voice, "Don't tell anyone that you're Zhongli. During this period of time, I will think of a way to repair the devil core in your body and restore your strength." The corners of her mouth slowly curled up. "Isn't it just snatching luck? Let's see whose luck is stronger." If she still wasn't enough, Di Mingju would come to the heavenly enchantment banquet, and Xiaobao should be by his side. Mu Yan's finger gently rotates the void spirit ring that others can't see, the longing in her heart overflowing like a tide. "Xiaobao, Di Mingju, our family will be reunited soon, won't we? Time flies, and soon it's the day of the heavenly charm banquet." At this time, countless spirit cultivators have already gathered above the hidden abyss. During the sky collapse disaster, the hidden abyss was full of devastation due to the ravages of the nightmare ghosts. But after more than a year, it's already green and colorful, looking brand new. The demons didn't prepare any palace to rest in the hidden abyss. And it turns out that they don't need it. Those invited to the heavenly charm banquet this time, even the third-rate clans, have a few spatial magic treasures that can transform into temporary houses, courtyards, and palaces. And even the really poor Xiqing's tribe is attached to a first-rate or second-rate sect like the Yin and Yang school, so they will have a place to stay. According to the invitation letter of the heavenly enchantment banquet, the submerged abyss barrier would automatically open at noon. At that time, these people will be able to enter the hidden abyss. These demons are too arrogant. Who do we think we are, to actually let us wait here like this? Han Weijiang was so angry that he paced around in the palace that had been transformed from the mustard seed. In order not to miss the heavenly charm banquet, the Han family set out early. But after arriving here, they weren't allowed to enter the hidden abyss, and could only wait in this damned place. What good thing does the demons think their princess is? A delicious piece of cake? That everyone wants her? Bah, she's just a fickle woman, a slut. Who do you think you are, brother? She should be happy that you're willing to marry her. Han Jiaming, who has been meditating at the side, slowly opens his eyes and says in a low voice, "Weijiang, be careful with your words. Don't forget that this is the territory of the demons, and the demons are famous for being protective. If you don't want our Han family to be unable to leave the hidden abyss alive, then you can talk nonsense at the heavenly charm banquet." Han Weijiang's face changes. He grits his teeth and says angrily, "I'm going to take a stroll outside." "Qin Jiaming, what are you doing? Hurry and follow me." Han Jiaming looks at his younger brother's back as he walks out of the hall. A dark light flashes in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth hooks up in a mocking arc. Han Weijiang walked out of the palace with a belly full of anger. The area above the hidden abyss was actually very large. However, there were simply too many sects and clans participating in the heavenly enchantment banquet. Although the families had separated themselves from each other, they did not interfere with each other. But when Han Weijiang looked around, he could still see many disciples of various sects and families walking back and forth in front of his Sumera mustard seed building. Han Weijiang really wanted to find someone to vent his anger on, but the Han family had already declined. As for those who could attend the heavenly enchantment banquet, they were all people that he couldn't afford to offend. Han Weijiang spat fiercely, kicked the stone under his feet, and was about to walk back resentfully. Suddenly, he saw two lonely people from the corner of his eye. The other was a sword cultivator who was dressed in tattered clothes and covered in dust. He seemed to be a peak golden immortal. On the other hand, the other one was sitting in a wheelchair. At first glance, he seemed to be in his 20s, and his cultivation base did not even seem to have reached the golden immortal realm. He was just worrying about not having a punching bag to vent his anger on. Wasn't it delivered right to his doorstep? Han Weijiang waved his hand at his subordinates and swaggered toward the two people beside the hidden abyss. He did not notice that Qin Jiao, who had been standing behind him like a puppet, when she saw the young man in the wheelchair, her eyes suddenly lit up. "Hey, which sect are you from? What are you doing in hidden abyss?" Hearing the arrogant voice coming from behind, Yu Jingqing came back to his senses. Seeing Han Weijiang, he frowned slightly. He did not want to talk to him. He also did not want to have a conflict with him. So he supported Chu Mo Li's wheelchair and prepared to leave. "Did I say you can leave now?" Han Weijiang lifted his leg and pressed down on the wheel of the wheelchair. Suddenly he raised his hand and took out a jade card from Yu Jingqing's bosom. Ha ha ha, did I see it wrong? Thunder Ray sect, Xianxia, which corner of the world did this small sect come from? You actually have the nerve to participate in the heavenly enchantment banquet. Don't tell me a cripple like you also wants to marry the demon princess? Xianxia angrily stepped forward to take the jade card. Give me back the invitation card. At the moment when Xianxia rushed over, Han Weijiang's face showed an arrogant smile. He dodged Xianxia's attack. Then he raised his hand and easily grabbed Xianxia's neck, fiercely threw him to the ground and then stepped on him. A puny golden immortal dares to be arrogant in front of me, second young master Han, who do you think you are? The people behind Han Weijiang saw their young master humiliate this sword cultivator, but no one came out to uphold justice. They immediately understood, this sword cultivator is either a rogue cultivator or Thunder Ray sect is just a small sect. No one can come out to support him. The Han servants who were originally ordered by Han Jiaming to stop Han Weijiang from causing trouble, immediately became arrogant. A golden immortal, a cripple also wants to marry the demon princess. It is simply a toad lusting after swan meat, ha ha ha. It just so happens that the heavenly enchantment banquet is also about martial arts. Second young master will teach them a good lesson, let them know the immensity of heaven and earth, ha ha ha. Xianxia was stepped on by Han Weijiang. His ears were filled with the laughter of the crowd, humiliating words. His eyes were bloodshot, and his teeth were almost bleeding from clenching. This is the price of being weak. Anyone could trample on it wantonly. Was it the same for the Thunder Ray sect and Yan Yan? They clearly did nothing wrong, but their whole sect was massacred, and Yan Yan was cooked alive and turned into a medicinal catalyst. If he was strong enough, he would be able to kill all the people who had humiliated and harmed him. He would return the pain their patriarch had inflicted on him 10 times, 100 times over. Han Weijiang fiercely stepped on Xianxia's foot again, until Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did the anger in his chest dissipate a little. But it was still not enough. He turned his gaze towards Chumoli. When he met the man's gaze, Han Weijiang's eyes narrowed in displeasure. There was no fear, no panic, not even anger. The young man in the wheelchair had a gentle and calm expression, and he even looked at them with interest in his eyes. It was as if they were monkeys. The stifling feeling of being looked down upon in Han Weijiang's chest suddenly surged up again. He kicked Xianxia away and walked towards Chumoli in big strides. Xianxia's expression changed. He recklessly rushed over. Don't touch him. He knew that Chumoli was very powerful. There was nothing in the world that he did not know. He could improve his cultivation. He could analyze the murderer who killed Yan Yan from the smallest clues. However, this young man was also very weak. He didn't have any spiritual power around him, and his face was abnormally pale. When he was just rescued, even his throat was broken and he couldn't speak. Chumoli really helped him a lot during this period of time, and he finally found a target for revenge. He could endure being humiliated, but he definitely couldn't endure Chumoli being trampled on like him. The minister wanted to stand in front of Chumoli, but he was pulled back by Han Weijiang's subordinates. What's the rush? If you want to get beaten up by our second young master, you won't be out of it. Second young master, I've been unhappy with this cripple since just now. You must let him have a good taste of your power. I think this cripple looks pretty good, why don't we bring him back, he he he. Han Weijiang grabbed Chumoli's clothes, and grinned evilly, about to drag him down from the wheelchair. However, before he could move, his neck was suddenly grabbed by a wide and powerful palm. Immediately after, his whole body was lifted up high. Han Weijiang didn't even have time to feel the suffocating pain and powerful pressure before he opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Qingjiu, what are you doing? Han Weijiang's subordinates also reacted. Qingjiu, what are you doing? Quickly put down second young master. Qingjiu, do you want to rebel? Someone rushed up and used a fist wrapped in immortal energy to attack Qingjiu. However, Qingjiu completely ignored them, as if they were tickling him. He grabbed Han Weijiang's neck with one hand, and punched with the other. Countless earth spikes rose from the ground, and directly sent Han Weijiang's subordinates flying. Qingjiu then turned to look at Chumoli, and asked nervously, Are you alright? Chumoli revealed a somewhat funny expression, and said warmly, Second senior brother, long time no see. Qingjiu's face reddened a bit. He wasn't good at expressing his feelings, and couldn't understand complicated emotions. But at this moment, his sparkling eyes still reflected his excited emotions. Good, long time no see. Third brother, it's great that you're alive. Chumoli said, not only me, little junior sister and the others are all alive. And this time, they should all be gathered at the heavenly enchantment banquet. He didn't even have time to say the last sentence before he had to remind his trembling second senior brother. Second senior brother, the person in your hand is about to be crushed to death by you. Only then did Xianxia suddenly come back to his senses, and hurriedly let go. Looking at Han Weijiang, whose eyes had turned white and whose face had turned purple, he was at a loss. Is he dead? I didn't mean to. He looked at Chumoli in a somewhat flustered manner, wanting to know if he had gotten himself into trouble. Chumoli asked indifferently, this person is? Han Weijiang's servants suddenly came back to their senses. Xianxia, you dare to attack second young master, you're dead. My Han family will never let you off. Second young master saved your life, yet you're biting the hand that feeds you. Chumoli said thoughtfully, Polar Domain's Han clan? That's right, this is the second young master of our Han clan. You've offended our Han clan, so you won't have a good ending. Chumoli didn't pay any attention to the Han clan servants who were clamoring. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu is suddenly unable to find this site today. Dear readers, please remember this site's domain name, Booksy Pavilion, and find your way home. Xianxia trusted his fellow apprentice brothers and sisters very much. Hearing that his third brother had killed him, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The panic on his face completely disappeared, leaving only the joy of reuniting with his junior apprentice brother. The Han clan servant was half dead with anger. What did he mean by just a good-for-nothing second young master of a third-rate clan, so it's fine to kill him? Who did these two think they were? They actually didn't put the Han clan in their eyes at all. Cough, cough, cough. After the servant injected spiritual power into Han Weijiang, he finally broke free from holding his breath and woke up. He glared at Xianxia, his eyes red. You bastard, you actually dared to attack me. Did you forget who saved you back to the Han clan and let you live? Xianxia, he held it in for a long time and finally said, I can pay you crystal stones, a lot. Puff, even with Chumoli's calmness, he couldn't help but almost choke on his own saliva. It had to be said, from a certain point of view, the only pure and good second apprentice brother of the Xiaoyao sect was sometimes quite black-bellied. Oh, he was naturally black-bellied. Han Weijiang was about to explode from anger. Was he treating the Han clan's second young master like a beggar? Han Weijiang suddenly took out a stack of talismans and was about to attack Xianxia. However, the next moment, his collar was grabbed by someone. Han Weijiang turned around and saw Han Jiaming's expressionless face. He couldn't help but shrink his neck. However, anger quickly replaced his guilt. Brother, that bastard Xianxia dared to betray me. Han Jiaming pushed Han Weijiang to the servant behind him, and said coldly, take the second young master back. Without my order, no one is allowed to let him out. Brother. Han Jiaming didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he coldly glanced at Han Weijiang's servants. Did I let you come out with the second young master to make trouble? When we return to the Han clan, none of you can escape punishment. The reprimanded servants turned pale. They didn't dare to delay any longer. They brought the furious Han Weijiang back to the Han family's Sumera mustard seed palace. Only then did Han Jiaming turn his head to look at Chumoli and Xianxia. With a gentle expression, he said somewhat apologetically, my younger brother has caused trouble for everyone. This Han will apologize to everyone here. I hope that you all will be magnanimous and not lower yourself to my younger brother's level. Yu Jingqing had already wiped off the bloodstains on his face, and limped over to Chu Moli's back. There was no need to mention Xianxia. He originally did not have any opinions of his own. When his fellow disciples were present, he would unconditionally listen to them. Han Jiaming's gaze towards Chumoli couldn't help but deepen. This man clearly looked extremely weak, as if he did not even have the cultivation of a golden immortal. However, Yu Jingqing, who was at the peak of the golden immortal realm, and Xianxia, who even he was slightly afraid of, completely followed his lead. Who was this person? Han Jiaming's mind spun at lightning speed, but he didn't show it on his face. He cupped his hands towards Chu Moli and said, I am Han Jiaming of the Polar Domain's Han clan. May I know who you are? Chu Emoli said in a gentle voice, Xiao sect, Chu Emoli. This is Thunder Ray sect Xu Jingqing. Han Jiaming said, it's an honor to meet you. Yu Jingqing sneered, honor my ass. Thunder Ray sect has already been exterminated. I have never heard of Xiao sect. How can it be an honor to meet you? Han Jiaming was rebuked, but he didn't get angry at all. He still had a gentle and calm smile on his face. Coupled with his outstanding face, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was an elegant young master. So, Qin Jiu is also a member of Xiao sect? Chu Moli nodded, speaking of which, I still have to thank the Han family for saving my second senior brother Qin Jiu. If you need any help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. As for whether or not he would help after asking, that was another matter. Chu Moli thought irresponsibly. Han Jiaming was obviously very clear about this point. First of all, saving Qin Jiu was just bringing him back to the Han family. He didn't even need to use a single pill for Qin Jiu to recover. Second of all, he couldn't figure out the identities of these people, but Qin Jiu's strength was there for all to see. If he forcefully asked for repayment, it wouldn't be good for the Han family's trip to the Heavenly Enchantment Banquet. After considering the pros and cons, Han Jiaming casually greeted them and left. Looking at his back, Yu Jingqing let out a long sigh. Han family's young master's character is not bad. No wonder many female cultivators in the Shoshan continent think of him as their dream lover and even named him as one of the 4 young masters. Chu Moli lightly hooked his lips and didn't answer Yu Jingqing's words. Not bad, hee hee. His schemes are deep and his schemes are big enough, that's true. Just as Han Jiaming was about to enter the Sumeru Mustard Palace, he heard a woman's voice coming from behind him. Big brother Han, are you really going to marry the demon princess? Han Jiaming turned around and saw a beautiful woman wearing a blue dress looking at him with tears in her eyes. The sadness and unwillingness in her eyes were almost overflowing. Big brother Han, do you really like the demon princess? You haven't even seen her face and you're going to marry her and share a wife with another man. Are you really willing? Han Jiaming lightly sighed, his face revealed a struggling and painful expression. He turned his head to avoid the woman's eyes and said hoarsely, as the Han family's young master, I have to shoulder the Han family's heavy burden in future. Yan Fei, I hope you can understand me. I don't have the qualifications to talk about liking someone, even if my heart only has. He stopped in the middle of his sentence. But the woman seemed to understand something. She excitedly rushed forward and grabbed Han Jiaming's hand. Big brother Han, although my Yuya pavilion can't compare to the demon race, it is still a first-rate family in the Nether Realm. My father even has the strength of a peak immortal king. If you want to revitalize the Han family, I can help you. Big brother Han, can you promise me that you will withdraw from the Heavenly Enchantment Banquet and not marry the demon race's princess? Han Jiaming seemed to be moved by her words. His eyes sparkled with affection and gratitude. Yan Fei, I don't deserve this. He closed his eyes and said dejectedly, attending the Heavenly Enchantment Banquet is my father's order. As the young master of the Han family, I can't disobey him. But I can't sincerely marry the demon princess, because in my heart, there's already a place for another woman. Big brother Han. Tears streamed down Shi Yanfei's face. She threw herself into Han Jiaming's arms and sobbed, I don't care, brother Han. You're the only one in my heart. Even if you marry the demon princess, I will not give up. Since the demon race princess can hug one on each side, why can't you? As long as Big Brother Han has me in your heart, even if I have to share you with another woman, even if I have to submit to the demon race's princess, I'm willing. The two of them hid in a corner of the palace and hugged each other tightly. Han Jiaming couldn't help but kiss her lips. When the two of them separated, Shi Yanfei was even more confused and infatuated. Han Jiaming gently strokes her long hair, softly saying, Yanfei, you should go back first, otherwise your brother will come out to look for you. Shi Yanfei reluctantly says goodbye to him. She sees that Han Jiaming hasn't entered the door, but is looking at her with deep affection. Satisfied, she hurries away. Waiting until Shi Yanfei's figure disappears, Han Jiaming's lips curve up, and he lets out a low laugh. Where is the deep affection from just now in this laughter? Only contempt and ridicule remain. Suddenly, something on his waist shines with a dark red light. Han Jiaming's complexion changes, and he quickly looks around. After making sure that no one is watching, he reaches out and gently touches his waist. The submerged abyss boundary is about to open. What's the matter that needs to be contacted at this time? A man's careless voice comes from the other side. Everything has been arranged in the demon palace, so you can't make any mistakes. If you fail to become the demon princess son-in-law and ruin Master's plan, you should know the consequences. Han Jiaming's face shows a confident smile. When have I ever made a mistake in the task that Master gave me? Alright, is there anything else? But there's a piece of news. If you don't know, then your task will inevitably fail. What news? It's about the demon princess's true identity. She's called Jun Mayan, perhaps a descendant of the Shin musicians. Han Jiaming's pupils suddenly contract, and his fingers suddenly clench into a fist. That originally handsome and gentle, jade-like face, in an instant, distorts into a hideous and frightening evil spirit. He opens his mouth to speak, but hears a hurried voice from the other side. The submerged abyss boundary is about to open. Remember, you must obtain the demon princess. Even if you can't obtain her heart, you must obtain her body. This is crucial to Master's plan. If there's any mistake, you and I will both die without a burial ground. Boom. Almost at the same time that the voice in Han Jiaming's ears fades away, a red light rises to the sky. Immediately after, countless demon soldiers, led by Demon General Tianhe and the Wine Boy, come out in a line, standing on both sides of the submerged abyss. Tian he walked forward shakily and said nonchalantly, "The heavenly Enchantress banquet is about to begin. Everyone, please enter the hidden abyss and pay your respects to the demon lord and the princess." His tone was frivolous, but his voice was heard by every spirit cultivator within a radius of several hundred miles. The method to enter the hidden abyss is very simple. You only need to inject your divine sense into the jade slip and everyone within a 3-meter radius will be teleported to the heavenly enchantment banquet. Everyone, please. Han Jiaming did not dare to delay any longer and hurriedly entered the palace. As more and more sects and clans activated their invitations to enter the hidden abyss, the number of buildings in the surroundings decreased. Until there was no one left. Tian he looked at the empty hidden abyss and his face darkened. Damned polar domain, damned Di Mingju, they received the invitation but didn't come to the heavenly enchantment banquet. What the hell is the meaning of this? Hee, you want to marry our princess with this attitude? Dream on. The wine boy did not speak, but after using his divine sense to detect that there was indeed no one from the polar domain around, he could not help but frown. Let's go back and report to the demon lord. If the polar domain's sovereign lord truly received the invitation and didn't come, it would be the same as ruthlessly slapping the demon race in the face. This enmity wasn't something that could be easily resolved. Zhongli greets your highness. Today's Zhongli was wearing a solemn dark red priest robe. He bowed towards Mu Yen. Your highness, please allow me to perform the soul-cleansing baptism for you. Mu Yen raised her eyebrows. Shuijie explained, this is a tradition of the demon clan. Before any important ceremony, the master of the demon palace has to perform the soul-cleansing baptism. Since you and the demon venerable are the only masters in the demon palace, and the enchantment banquet is a sacred ceremony of the demon clan, Lord Zhongli will perform the soul-cleansing baptism for you and the demon venerable before the enchantment banquet. Zhongli also smiled, Your Highness, please rest assured. The soul-cleansing baptism is for the divine soul. It is good for both demon cultivators and spirit cultivators. Shuijie also nodded. Not to mention the demon venerables who had received the soul-cleansing baptism, even the trusted subordinates of the demon venerables who had been protecting them would feel refreshed and even their cultivation would be improved if they touched a little bit of the demonic fire of the soul-cleansing baptism. The demon venerable didn't like to hold big ceremonies, so there were very few opportunities for the soul-cleansing baptism. Occasionally, there were a few, but they were taken away by Tianhe, Wine Boy, and other animals who didn't know how to be gentle to the fairer sex. This time, Shuijie followed Mu Yan shamelessly because she wanted to get some of the demon fire of the soul-cleansing baptism. She hoped that she could make a breakthrough in her cultivation. Fortunately, Devil Blade had a conscience and didn't fight with her. After listening to Zhongli and Shuijie's explanation, Mu Yan slightly frowned. But she couldn't find any reason to refuse, so she could only accept. The soul-cleansing baptism was supposed to be performed in the priest hall. But the demon venerable changed the location to Mu Yan's bedroom with the excuse that the princess was stimulated in the priest hall a few days ago. The low chanting was like the sound of Sanskrit from the sky, coming from far to near, echoing in the room. The dark green flame burned around Zhongli and jumped. Then, it slowly flew to Mu Yan and surrounded her. The demon aura was so dense that it could almost turn into a solid substance. It surrounded Zhongli, making the magic nucleus in her body spin quickly. Mu Yan felt a stream of energy entering her meridians and flesh, washing away the impurities that blocked the demon aura. The strange thing was that the devil chi was completely opposite to the energy waves of spiritual power, immortal power, and even divine power. But in Mu Yan's body, it can operate independently, not interfering with each other. As the dark green flames brushed past her body inch by inch, Mu Yan could feel her devil body crazily absorbing the energy of the flames and becoming stronger. Zhongli couldn't help but look up at her in horror, and then he lowered his eyes. His fingers, which were originally forming seals, changed their angles slightly, and the incantation he was chanting also changed by a syllable. Mu Yan is enjoying the comfortable feeling of her magic body being strengthened, when she suddenly feels her body tremble. It was as if something cold and bone-piercing had drilled into her sea of consciousness. But when she wanted to confirm what it was, she couldn't find any trace of it. Demon core, dantian, meridians, sea of knowledge, domain, sword heart, there was no problem. Mu Yan's complexion changes. Because there was no problem, that was the biggest problem. Zhongli slowly retracted his hands, and the dark green flames disappeared. A gentle smile appeared on his pale face because of the excessive consumption of demon aura. Your Highness, the soul-cleansing baptism ceremony has been completed, so I will take my leave. I hope that the princess can find a suitable husband at the heavenly charm banquet. After Zhongli left, Shui Jie revealed an excited expression. Your Highness, was I wrong? The soul-cleansing baptism can strengthen the demon body and solidify the divine soul. This subordinate has only touched a little bit of it, and the bottleneck that has been stuck for a long time is about to break through. Thank you, Princess, for allowing me to stay here. Hee. Then I'll take my leave first. It's time and the human spirit cultivators have probably entered. I'll help you check if there are any pretty boys worthy of your Highness keeping as your mistress. Even though Mayan is full of misgivings, she can't help but smile at this time. The members of the Devil clan, from her father to the Devil Lord, to the Devil Generals, Devil Masters, Devil Guards, and Devil Soldiers, were all competing with one another. How much did they want her to have more women and pick more men? After Shui Jie leaves, Mu Yan immediately summons the old man, the real Zhongli. She went straight to the point and said, I feel that Wenjia must have done something to me during the soul-cleansing baptism. Although Zhongli still has the appearance of an old man, under the treatment of the Tian Mo Qin by Mu Yan, he is already much better than before. With the fading of his wrinkles, one could indeed see that he was somewhat similar to the fake Zhongli from the priest hall. Zhongli's face changed dramatically when he heard this. He quickly took out the 9 revolutions heaven-defying bead, muttered something, and then asked Mu Yan to press her hand on the crystal ball. A moment later, his brows furrowed slightly. I didn't notice anything being done to the princess. Princess, how are you so sure that Wenjia attacked you? Mu Yan purses her lips and doesn't speak. That's just a kind of intuition. It's an instinct that she's left behind after going through trials and hardships from the Yanwu continent to the Xiaoxian continent. However, she could not explain this feeling, nor could she explain why she felt that Zhongli had done something to her. Just as Mu Yan was about to speak, she heard a loud explosion in the distance. Then, the beautiful music spread across the entire demon imperial city. The heavenly enchantment banquet had finally begun. Hey, I'm asking you. Which main city are you from? Luo Yu only came back to her senses when someone patted her shoulder heavily. He discovered that the one who called out to him was a somewhat strange-looking demon. He revealed a cute and obedient smile. What was a main city? How did he know which main city he was from? Speaking of which, it was all Yi Qingfeng's fault. Of all the ways to sneak into the demon race, he just had to roll in through the crack in the desert. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw dozens of magical beasts baring their fangs at him, wanting to swallow him whole. Fortunately, Yichengfeng was also a spirit and devil dual cultivator. He directly used his body to channel devil qi and killed the demonic beast. Only then could the two of them make it here alive. It could be said that his luck was bad, but it could also be said that his luck was really good. When they came out of the Demon Cloud Ridge, the first city they saw was the largest demon imperial city. In the past, the Devil Imperial City was shrouded in a powerful barrier. Other than the permitted teleportation formation, no one could enter or leave the city. However, today was just in time for the Heavenly Enchantment Banquet. The Demon Lord had ordered that all the demons in the Hidden Abyss were qualified to watch the Heavenly Enchantment Banquet and pay respects to the princess. The gate of the Devil Imperial City was opened for the first time. Hence, Luo Yu followed the rest of the demons and charged in. "Hey, kid, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Which main city did you come from? Who do you think will be able to become the princess's son-in-law at this Heavenly Enchantment Banquet?" Ha 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 ha. The strange-looking demon immediately laughed out loud and patted his shoulder. "Great minds think alike, great minds think alike. I'm also a loyal supporter of Demon King Yi. We've all sold our pots and pans, and spent all the mabe we had to rush over from a 2-star main city. Let's go, I'll bring you to join our Demon King Yi's main camp. In this time's Heavenly Enchantment Banquet, we must ensure that our Demon King Yi's supporters are stronger than anyone else's. Even when facing the Polar Domain's monarch, we absolutely cannot fall into a disadvantage. I don't know how many son-in-law Her Highness will marry this time, but no matter what, our Demon King Yi must be the biggest one, the official son-in-law." Luo Yu was dragged away by someone's shoulder in a daze. Her brain was a mess. What the hell? Demon King Yi? Official son-in-law? Is it 6th senior sister? Wait, 6th senior sister, what did you do? Why do you not only have the title of Demon King Yi, but also want to be the official son-in-law? You're a woman, how can you be the princess son-in-law? Ouch. The strange demon's scream suddenly came to his ears. He quickly retracted his hand and looked at Luo Yu suspiciously. "Do you have thorns on your body?" Luo Yu was dumbfounded. "What? Forget it, let's go. It's more important for us to return to the camp." Ouch. The male demon screamed again. This time, he didn't dare to touch Luo Yu anymore. He retreated a few steps and looked at her as if she was a monster. Just now, when she stabbed his hand, it was as if his entire soul was stabbed. It was too painful. Seeing the little demon soldier looking at him innocently, the male demon wondered if it was his illusion. Hearing the shouts of his companions in the distance, he didn't dare to delay and hurriedly led Luo Yu forward. As Luo Yu ran, she secretly flicked the small silver halberd at her waist. "Yi Chengfeng, was it you who did that just now?" The state preceptor was as quiet as a chicken and pretended not to hear. Luo Yu snorted and was quickly brought by the strange demon to the camp of Yi Liangchen's supporters. At this moment, he already knew that this grotesque devil was called Hongwu, and he came from the 2-star Red Star City. Back then, he was also one of the devils who signed up for the betrothal contest. Unfortunately, because his appearance didn't meet the examiner's aesthetic standards, he was eliminated before the contest even started. After seeing Demon King Yi's heroic appearance on the Crimson Star Plaza and buying the devil pill from the Tianguang ruins, he became Yi Liangchen's diehard fan. Those who came with Hongwu were basically demons from Red Star City and the 2-star main cities around Red Star City. Their slogan was, "The great Demon King Yi is invincible in the world, the netherworld of the polar domain is not fit to carry his shoes, the princess's son-in-law is none other than us." Luo Yu was speechless. He was already so blunt and vulgar, yet he still had a rhyme to it. What are you waiting for? Shout. We must suppress the arrogance of those spirit cultivators. That's right. Even if they're the 4 candidates of the demon race, we can't let them overshadow Demon King Yi. Luo Yu opened her mouth and the words were at the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't spit them out. She turned her head and covered her face. "I'm sorry, 6th senior sister. It's not that I don't want to support you, but the slogan of your supporters is 2F** King shameful." Luo Yu was originally worried that she would be forced to shout shameful slogans. But in the next moment, there was a loud bang and the dazzling red light exploded in the sky, turning into colorful flowing lights. Melodious music drifted into his ears. The originally dusky area in front of them, which was covered by a barrier, instantly brightened up. The heavenly Enchantress banquet was filled with dazzling lanterns and colorful satin. Although the honored demon lord allowed any demon from the hidden abyss to watch the heavenly Enchantress banquet, the honored demon lord was not a demon lord. However, not every demon could enter the heavenly enchantment banquet. The venue of the heavenly enchantment banquet was called the Heavenly Enchantment Palace, which was also a Sumeru mustard treasure. Only during the heavenly enchantment banquet would the heavenly enchantment palace be placed in the center of the demon palace. The heavenly enchantment palace could accommodate thousands of demons and spirit cultivators at the same time, and it was one of the few holy artifact spatial spaces that could be filled with rich spirit chi, immortal chi, and devil chi. The center of the heavenly charm palace had been decorated with gold and jade since a few months ago. As the music played, the enchanting and beautiful succubus danced in the middle of the pool in the middle of the hall. The surroundings of the hall were separated by a barrier, which could accommodate hundreds of thousands of devils. Luoyu was currently on the viewing platform. Every scene of the banquet below could be seen clearly, and they could hear the voices that were deliberately amplified. However, there were some whispers that he couldn't hear clearly even if he gathered his spiritual energy into his ears. As time passed, more and more people entered the venue. Most of the people who entered at the beginning were from the demon race, so no one specially announced or shouted. However, he didn't need anyone to sing. Yap Liangchen's supporters beside Luoyu were already shouting excitedly beside his ear. Elder Minwei. It's the kindest and greatest Elder Minwei of our devil race. I heard that this year's Heavenly Enchantment Banquet was initiated and hosted by Elder Minwei in order to promote the prestige of our devil race. Elder Minwei, who was forced to throw the blame on the Heavenly Enchantment Banquet. How I wish I could chop up all those idiots who organized the Heavenly Enchantment Banquet, except for the Demon Lord, and feed them to the dogs. Look, it's Elder Wu Zhuang and Elder Mu Chang. The captain of the second Blood Demon Squad, Wu Feng, and the captain of the first squad, Guan Yu, are also here. Why does Captain Guan Yu look haggard? Lord Yuyue, look, Lord Yuyue is here. That was the leader of the Blood Demon Squad 3, the one who was most likely to inherit the Blood Demon Marshal's token. Our Demon Xianxia's competition in Red Star City was hosted by her. Yes, it was in Red Star City. That Demon Xianxia broke Lady Yoyue's 5-ghost chilly wind sword formation, that he stood out and began his journey of dominating the abyss. Hee, you bunch of idiots still don't know? Demon Xianxia did not come from Red Star City at all. She came from the 1-star main city, Bloody Flame City. Did you see that? Lord Yuing had just walked past. She was the one who had unearthed Demon Xianxia from Blood Flame City. Now that Lord Yuing has become famous, there are many male devils who wish to worship under her skirt and become her devil pet. In the corner, a few devils from the 4-star immortal slaughtering city looked at each other and smiled. A bunch of foolish mortal demons. They were still dreaming of seeing Demon Xianxia become the princess's son-in-law. Little did they know that the true identity of the great Demon Xianxia was enough to scare them to death. That was Her Highness the Princess. Our Highness the Princess was so awesome. From a 1-star main city to a 4-star main city, no one below the Demon Lord could match her. They really wanted to roar, "The great Demon Xianxia in your mouths is the Supreme Princess Highness." However, they had been ordered to keep their mouths shut by the demon deity. Thus, watching this group of idiots discussing, they were having a hard time holding it in. The melodious music slowly stopped and the succubus dance came to an end. Elder Minwei stood at the seat of honor in the hall. He raised his hand and pressed down slightly. The pressure of a peak demon general was released. In an instant, the noisy enchantment hall quieted down bit by bit. When all the noise disappeared, Elder Minwei bowed and said in a voice that was neither loud nor soft, but loud enough for everyone to hear, "Welcome, demon deity." "Welcome, your highness." Whoosh 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 whoosh, almost at the same time, Luoyu saw all the demons kneel down. It would be too eye-catching if they were still standing. Left with no choice, Luoyu knelt down as well. His ears were filled with deafening shouts. "Welcome, demon deity." "Welcome, your highness." Powerful demonic energy spread in the air. Tens of thousands of demons crowded the spectator stand, but at this moment, it was silent. Luo Yu had wanted to sneak a peek at the demon deity and the princess, but at this moment, even though the enchantment hall was filled with spiritual energy and immortal energy, he couldn't even lift his head. A drop of sweat rolled down his forehead silently. Because he was a spirit cultivator, the pressure the demon deity gave him was far greater than the demonic cultivators around him. If he didn't have Bai Zai in his body and Yi Qingfeng's demonic energy protecting him, he would be in an even more pathetic state. Was this the supreme ruler of the demons, the demon deity who could stand side by side with Tutor Mo and dominate the entire Shoshan continent? Sixth senior sister, you disguised yourself as a man to marry someone else's daughter. What would you do if you're exposed? The terrifying pressure lasted for an unknown amount of time before it suddenly disappeared. The surrounding area was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. It was as if someone had thrown a stone into a lake that was as calm as stagnant water, and it suddenly came alive. Was it the demon deity and the princess who just walked past? Sob, I was able to enter the demon imperial city and see the demon deity and the princess. Even if I spent all my savings, it was worth it. I have no more regrets in life. TSK, you speak as if you saw the demon lord and the princess clearly. Did you dare to raise your head just now? All the demons looked at each other in dismay. Then, they opened their eyes at the same time. Just now, the demon venerable's coercion was so powerful and terrifying that they almost stopped breathing. Their demon cores felt like they were about to explode. How could they still have the courage to peek at the demon venerable and the princess? Although the pressure had disappeared, the honor demon, the princess, and the accompanying priest, Lord Zhongli, had all entered the water curtain. From afar, they could only see the silhouette of their silhouettes, but not their faces. Luo Yu also felt a little regretful. It wasn't easy for them to make a trip to the demon race's territory, and it was such a waste that they didn't get to see their big shot. The demon venerable and the princess sat down. Priest Zhongli led Saintess Mo Lian onto the altar, and the demon blood guards took their positions. The crystal staff gently brushed past the bronze cauldron in the center of the altar. The long-robed priest lowered his eyes, his hands forming complicated hand seals, chanting an ancient spell. In the next moment, the bronze cauldron burned with raging flames. Elder Min Wei raised his voice and shouted, "The heavenly Enchantress feast of the demon race begins now. The heavenly Enchantress feast begins. His deep and vigorous voice echoed in the heavenly Enchantress palace. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu is suddenly unable to find this site today. Dear readers, please remember this site's domain name, Booksea Pavilion, and find your way home. The deep and vigorous echo lingered in the heavenly charm palace. Guests from the heavenly enchantment banquet, please enter. Han Clan of the Northern Region. North Region Toad Palace. North Region Fuxi Sect. Southern Domain 7-String Sect. The Ouyang family of the Southern Region. Southern Region's Grace Pavilion. Shadow Moon Gate of the West Wilderness. The Wu family of the Western Wilderness. East Tianyin Temple. As the names of the families and sects were announced one after another, the heavenly charm palace lit up from time to time. Every time a light flashed, a group of people would appear in the empty seats in the center of the venue. Some had 3 to 5 people, some had more than 10 people, and some even had close to 100 people. The demons in the stands looked at the spirit cultivators with great interest, pointing at them and commenting on them. His tone sounded like he was talking about a wild beast in an iron cage. There wasn't even the slightest bit of respect for the demon race's elders and generals from before. When Luo Yu heard Hongwu calling the gigolo a sissy and saying that the man was horse-faced and ugly, she almost burst out laughing. With Hongwu's strange polygonal face, he had the nerve to mock others for being ugly. But at the same time, he listened with great interest. The devil race spoke completely according to their hearts, not beating around the bush in the slightest. They said one thing but meant another, so it was especially easy to get along with them. Oh, right, wasn't the Polar Domain Sovereign Lord coming as well? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Don't tell me he's not coming? What the hell? You accepted the invitation but didn't come. Aren't you not giving our demon race any face? Even the Polar Domain Sovereign Lord cannot tolerate it. That's right, your father, have long since disliked those guys from the Polar Domain. So what if they're immortal emperors? We'll flatten the entire polar domain. Luo Yu shrank her neck and thought to herself, since sixth senior sister is here, the wife-chasing maniac teacher Mo should be here, right? He was just about to inquire about the various powers that would be attending the heavenly enchantment banquet. Suddenly, from the corner of his eyes, he saw a figure below. His eyes widened and he stood up straight. Hey, little demon soldier, what are you doing? The match hasn't started yet, so it's useless even if you stand up. Luo Yu clenched her fists tightly and took a deep breath. Only then did she control her expression and continue slowly. Fourth senior sister. He actually saw fourth senior sister in the Yinyang sect jest. Now, furthermore, there was a familiar little monk sitting beside her. Wasn't that their fourth brother-in-law, Master Jingyuan? Luo Yu had not seen her fellow disciples for a long time. At this moment, she was so excited that she wanted to rush down and hug Ling Yuma. Unfortunately, the viewing platform was outside the barrier. Even if he wanted to rush in, he couldn't. He heard that the heavenly enchantment banquet would last for 2 days and 2 nights. He would definitely be able to find a chance to enter the banquet. At least he saw fourth senior sister here, didn't he? Luo Yu had just calmed down when her eyes suddenly widened. This time, Elder Min Wei announced the arrival of rogue cultivators or cultivators from small sects and clans. The light flashed and Luo Yu almost shouted. Because he saw 2 more familiar faces. Second apprentice brother Qinjiao and third apprentice brother Chumoli. That was great. Sure enough, everyone had received sixth senior sister's message in the Tianguang ruins and rushed to the enchanting heavenly banquet. Then, only eldest apprentice brother and fifth apprentice brother were left. Where were they now? Did they receive news from sixth senior sister? Luo Yu's worries only spun in his mind for less than a quarter of an hour before completely disappearing. Because very quickly, he saw fifth apprentice brother Ling Yuxing among another group of rogue cultivators that were teleported in. Next to him was a beautiful and tall woman. The color of her clothes was bright and didn't match Ling Yuxing's usual style, but Luo Yu could still recognize her at a glance. As for Yun Ruhan, he surprised Luo Yu even more. He actually walked out from behind the water curtain. Those behind him were the higher-ups of the demon race, right? Why did Yun Ruhan go there? At this moment, Luo Yu's mind was in a mess. The joy of reuniting was mixed with the confusion in her heart. Then, he realized something in hindsight. Wait a minute, Yun Ruhan, second senior brother, third senior brother, fourth senior sister and fifth senior brother were all at the banquet. Sixth senior sister was the candidate for the princess's husband. So in the end, everyone from the Xiaoyao sect was at the banquet, and he was the only one watching from the spectator stand? Did he enter the demon race the wrong way? Luo Yu clenched his teeth and grabbed the small halberd at his waist. Yi Qingfeng, come out and talk about life. What kind of path did you choose for me? Noises came from the banquet hall of the Heavenly Enchantment Palace. Mu Yan had just taken off her princess attire and put on Yi Liangchen's clothes. Night Spirit followed behind her and looked around from time to time. After making sure there was no one around, she said in a low voice, Princess, Liangchen, are you really going to attend the Heavenly Enchantment Banquet with this identity? Mu Yan smiled and glanced at her. Why? Can't I? Don't you want to see Yi Liangchen again? She paused and smiled. If Yi Liangchen doesn't say anything and doesn't appear again, won't those who came to support me be disappointed? When Night Spirit heard that, she instinctively tilted her head to listen and the call of Demon King Yi immediately entered her ears. She couldn't help but recall the scene a few months ago when she fought a bloody path out of Blood Flame City with the girl beside her. At that time, she never thought that the girl she saved from the Demon Cloud Ridge was the Supreme Princess. What moved her the most was that even though Yi Liangchen had become the princess, her attitude towards her and Yuing had never changed. That's right, the demon race princess is indeed supreme, and can bring endless vanity and benefits. However, to her, the one who was truly engraved in her heart was the girl who disguised herself as a man and went by the name of Yi Liangchen. A bright smile appeared on Night Spirit's face. No, I really want to see Yi Liangchen. She would cheer for Yi Liangchen as much as she had done before. Even if Yap Liangchen won against everyone in the enchantment banquet, he could only marry himself. Puff, Liangchen, you're indeed the leader of the immortal slaying city. Mayan has just found her place and is about to sit down when she hears a familiar voice. She saw that Bailey Weiran was wearing a blue and white brocade robe with his hair tied up with a jade crown. He looked even more handsome than usual. At this moment, he was looking at her with a burning gaze. Mu Yan casually nods, "Congratulations." There were only 4 seats at this small table, and they were reserved for the final candidates for the betrothal contest. Since Bailey Weiran was here, it meant that he was also the final candidate for the princess's husband. As for the other 2 people, Mu Yan also casually glanced at them. They were all people with outstanding appearances and extraordinary auras. Most importantly, all 3 of them, including Bailey Weiran, had demon cores that were above the 9th rank of Demon Master. In comparison, her own cultivation was actually the weakest among them. Bailey Weiran looked at her deeply when he heard the word congratulations, but his eyes were filled with disappointment. Mu Yan asked in surprise, "Brother Bailey, you don't want to be the princess's son-in-law?" Bailey Weiran opened his mouth, and after a while, he said softly, "I don't want to." He was waiting for the youth to ask him why he didn't want to. However, Mu Yan just nodded thoughtfully, then found an empty seat and sat down. Although he felt very apologetic towards the 3 young demons sitting here, he still felt very apologetic. But she didn't know that she was the demon princess before. Now that she had found out, she would definitely find a way to eliminate these 3 Fuma candidates. She thought that Bailey Weiran had helped her several times, and it wasn't good to break his dream. But since Bailey Weiran didn't want to marry the princess, that was great. Bailey Weiran couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw the youth's indifference. He slowly walked to the seat next to Mu Yan and sat down. He said gently, "Liang Chen, where have you been these days? I searched all the inns in the Demon Imperial City, but I couldn't find any trace of you." Mu Yan retracted her gaze from afar. She had been searching for the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect. After returning to the Demon Imperial Palace, many things happened, so she didn't have time to go to Tianguang ruins. But Mu Yan believed that as long as her disciples saw the summons she left in Tianguang ruins, they would find a way to rush over. But what she didn't expect was that the Heavenly Charm Palace, which seemed to be endless, was actually very vast. Moreover, the dance of the succubi was releasing smoke in the air. So much so that she could only barely see the faces of a few cultivators sitting nearby. Hearing Bailey Weiran's question, Mu Yan was silent for a moment. She couldn't say that she had been living in the Demon Imperial Palace all this time, could she? Just as she was thinking about how to make up an excuse, her elbow was suddenly hit, and a few drops of wine splashed on her face. "Ah, sorry." A gentle male voice sounded apologetic, "Are you okay?" Mu Yan looked up and saw a young man standing in front of her. Bailey Weiran's appearance was as gentle as jade, and he was handsome and outstanding. However, the man in front of him was clearly better than Bailey Weiran. Moreover, no matter how elegant the demons were, there was still some evilness in their bones. However, this young man's countenance and actions were filled with elegance and gentleness from head to toe. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that a gentleman was like jade. However, Mu Yan was only surprised for a moment before his expression returned to normal. He couldn't even raise his surprise by 2 points. He was really used to seeing little Uncle Master's looks. Compared to young Master Yun Xiao, who was once popular in the Cultivation continent, who was like a jade, a gentleman unparalleled in the world, the other young masters seemed to have become a foil and were completely incomparable. On the contrary, the young man looked at Mu Yan with a trace of amazement and absent-mindedness. However, it only lasted for an instant before it returned to normal. He smiled warmly and said, "I'm Han Jiaming of the Lower Polar Domain's Han family. May I know which family you're from?" After Han Jiaming said this, he looked around as if he had just realized what kind of place he was in. He showed a slightly surprised expression. "Could it be that you're one of the candidates selected by the demons to be the princess's son-in-law?" Mu Yan raised her eyebrows and told him her name. "Yi Liangchen?" Han Jiaming was startled and then showed a surprised expression. "Yi Liangchen, the one who combined the 3 lists in Tianguang ruins?" Before Mu Yan could speak, Bailey Weiran sneered and said sarcastically, "Han Jiaming, the young master of the Han family and one of the 4 young masters of the Xiaoxian continent, would also pay attention to a mere list in Tianguang ruins?" For some reason, Bailey Weiran didn't like the spirit cultivator who suddenly came to talk to Yi Liangchen. Han Jiaming didn't get angry after being rebuked. He just smiled and said, if I'm not wrong, you should also be one of the candidates for the princess husband, the final winner of heaven-reaching city, Bailey Weiran, right? The Bailey family has always been full of life in the demon clan. Brother Bailey has been talented since young and is the leader of the new generation of the demon clan. I've heard a lot about you. Bailey Weiran snorted and didn't answer him. Mu Yan, on the other hand, looked at Han Jiaming thoughtfully. Han Jiaming raised the wine cup that was already 1/3 full and shook it in front of Yi Liangchen and Bailey Weiran. He said in a gentle voice, I hope you two will be lenient in the marriage contest at Tianmei banquet. After saying that, he left with a smile. However, as soon as he turned around, the gentle smile on Han Jiaming's face disappeared completely. His eyes were burning with hatred and the desire to plunder. Liangchen, I heard that the master of the Han family and Shi Yanfei, the daughter of the Yuya Pavilion, have long been in love. Bailey Weiran wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Mu Yan's mind was a little slow. She said, oh, really? But what did it have to do with her? She just wanted to walk around the hall and see if there were any traces of her fellow disciples. However, when Mu Yan was about to get up, she heard a rough male voice not far away. Demon Lord, we didn't come all the way to the hidden abyss to attend a banquet. I heard that the demon clan doesn't like to beat around the bush. Then I'll just say it. We came to the heavenly enchantment banquet because we want to marry the demon race's princess. We want to form a marriage alliance with the demon race. We've already drunk 3 rounds of wine, but we haven't even seen the princess. The noisy Tianmei palace suddenly quieted down. Only the sound of stringed instruments lingered in his ears. Everyone's eyes were subconsciously focused on the person who spoke. The son of the 7-string sect, Hu Yuanbai. The 7-string sect was located within the sphere of influence of the Netherworld region and was a famous first-rate sect. As the son of the sect master, Hu Yuanbai naturally possessed extremely good resources since a young age, and his current cultivation had even attained the peak of the mysterious immortal realm. But just by looking at his appearance, thick eyebrows, big eyes, square face, short and fat figure, there was really nothing to write home about. Pfft! Someone couldn't help but chuckle. With this appearance, he has the nerve to ask for the demon princess hand in marriage. Someone, King, Yen, someone, families, Yen, sect, someone, Yen, Shu, be careful with your words. Right now, the 7-string sect's influence in the nether realm is like the sun in the sky, the master of the Yen is, Yen, Ji. Now that the 7-flux sect has crossed over to the nether realm and said that they want to marry the devil race's princess, isn't that a slap to the nether realm's face? You don't know, but I heard that the nether realm is about to collapse. Rumor has it that domain master In Wuji suffered chi deviation in his cultivation and no one knows if he's dead or alive. The nether region is in a mess, and the 7-string sect is so eager to form a marriage alliance with the demon race. Is it because they want to replace him? Hearing the conversation of a table not too far away, Mu Yan stares blankly. The nether realm was in chaos? In Wuji suffered chi deviation, an immortal reverent shouldn't die so easily, right? The corners of Mayan's mouth curled up into a cold smile. She was waiting for the day when she would personally slaughter that old thing In Wuji and avenge youngest martial uncle, Hu Yuanbai paid no attention to the discussions of the people around him. His face was filled with battle intent and determination as he continued to speak. Your Majesty, you invited so many spirit cultivators to the heavenly enchantment banquet and said that you can help us marry the princess. Are you trying to trick us? As soon as he finished speaking, the curtain of water dissipated without a trace. On the throne, the black-robed Junshi Tian appeared in front of everyone. This man had an incredibly handsome appearance. However, like the Polar Domain's sovereign emperor, no matter how beautiful he was, not many people dared to look him in the eye. Because before one could take a closer look, one would already be suffocated by that powerful pressure that seemed like it could topple mountains and overturn the seas. When did I ever say that I wanted you to attend the heavenly enchantment banquet to marry my daughter? What I'm saying is that all of you who have come to participate in the heavenly enchantment banquet are for my daughter to choose from. Everyone, the entire place fell silent, and all the spirit cultivators had ugly expressions on their faces. Although this was the truth, there was no need for the demon lord to say it out loud, right? What did he mean by all of you who came to the heavenly enchantment banquet are here for my daughter to choose from? They were all the elite disciples of their respective families. How many female cultivators chased after them? Did they think they were cabbages or carrots? Choose at will, didn't they want face? Of course, indignation was indignation. In the territory of the devil race, even someone as reckless as Han Weijiang did not dare to make a ruckus at will. However, it wasn't as if there weren't any idiots present who didn't have brains. When Hu Yuanbai heard Jun Shitian's words, the arrogance on his face immediately turned into anger. Demon Lord, don't go overboard. I am the son of the Seven Flux sect master, the future leader of the Seven Flux sect. As for your daughter, even if she's a princess, she's just an engaged woman. Her reputation has long been tarnished. This young master is willing to marry her, it's her. The arrogant voice stopped abruptly. The anger on Hu Yuanbai's face instantly turned to fear. His body was also lifted high into the air by an invisible hand. The demon held a cup of wine in his hand. As he drank, he said casually, "You don't want your tongue anymore. I can cut it off for you." Ah! Hu Yuanbai let out a miserable scream. Blood immediately spurted out of his mouth. A short tongue fell from the air to the ground, and it even twitched slightly. Hu Yuanbai struggled with all his might in the air, moaning and groaning, a pained and terrified expression on his face. Only now did the elders and disciples of the Seven Flux sect react. Demon Lord, what are you doing? We came to the heavenly enchantment banquet with the intention of befriending the demon race. The demon race's tradition states that no guests are to be harmed during the heavenly enchantment banquet. Does the demon lord want to break the agreement? Min Wei sneered, is your Seven Flux sect here to participate in the heavenly enchantment banquet, or are you here to criticize our princess? What do you think a mere Seven Flux sect is? You slandered the princess in my hidden abyss, and you still want to escape unscathed? Do you think our demon race is easy to bully? Anyone who insults the princess will be killed. Heavenly Enchantment Palace was instantly filled with earth-shattering shouts. Kill! 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 Berserk devil chi surged violently, as if it would rush over and tear them to shreds in the next moment. Everyone from the Seven Flux sect turned pale with fright, their legs trembling. The elder leading the group was also ashen, and he circulated his immortal chi with all his might to prevent his voice from trembling. Demon Venerable, please forgive us. It was our Seven Flux sect's disciple who spoke without thinking and offended the princess. I apologize to the princess on behalf of my martial nephew. But martial nephew Yuanbai did not mean it. I hope Demon Venerable can be magnanimous and spare his life. After all, today is the heavenly enchantment banquet, the princess wedding day. It is not suitable to kill. Jun Shitian narrowed his eyes, and his gaze swept over his precious daughter who was sitting below. In the end, he was moved by the last sentence. He coldly snorted and directly threw Hu Yuanbai onto the Seven Flux sect's table. The delicacies on the table splashed all over his body, mixing with his blood and sweat. When he got up again, he no longer had his previous high-spirited appearance, and looked like a beggar in a sorry state. Elder Min Wei slowly said, in the future, don't send this kind of trash to our princess's door, lest it dirties her eyes. The Seven Flux sect's people were all filled with anger, but they did not dare to say anything. They could only silently help their young sect master to settle the matter. But someone in the crowd calmly said, Your Majesty Demon Venerable, although young sect master whose words were unpleasant to hear, they more or less spoke our hearts. I have no intention of offending the princess. On the contrary, I have admired her for a long time. I came to participate in the heavenly enchantment banquet in hopes of being chosen by the princess and become one of her son-in-law. But now, the competition has not started, and the princess is nowhere to be seen. I have no place to put my feelings. I wonder if Your Majesty Demon Venerable can tell me why the selection for marriage has not started. Why is the princess nowhere to be seen? Just as that person finished speaking, another person immediately said, Patriarch C is right. Whether we are here to marry the princess or to let the princess choose us, at least half of us are here for the princess. But now, I can't even see the princess. How can this be justified? Or could it be that His Majesty had already decided on the candidate of the Emperor's son-in-law from the beginning? And we're just here to serve as foils? As soon as he said that, the spirit cultivators who were intimidated by Xianxia immediately became lively again. So, who is His Majesty's son-in-law? It can't be the Polar Domain Sovereign Lord, right? But His Majesty didn't come at all. Haha, I already said that the Extreme Domain Sovereign Lord wouldn't attend any heavenly enchantment banquet at all. What kind of status did the Empyrean Emperor have? If he wanted any woman in the world, which one couldn't he marry? Why would he want a woman who was already engaged? Even if this woman is a demon princess. Back then, I really believed that the Emperor accepted the demon race's invitation to marry the demon race's princess. Haha, it turns out that all of this was just the demon race's imagination. Thinking about it, the Polar Domain's Sovereign Lord is now publicly recognized as the #1 person in the Xianxia continent, the only immortal emperor in the world. No matter how powerful the demon venerable is, could it be that he can compare to the emperor? The Polar Domain doesn't even need a marriage alliance to be able to dominate the Xianxia continent. Why would he rush to marry a filthy demon princess? Oh right, there's something you don't know, right? The demon race had sent over the marriage certificate several times, wanting to form a marriage alliance with the Polar Domain, but they were mercilessly rejected. In the end, they had no choice but to settle for the next best thing, and chose the son of the Netherworld Domain Lord. Do you think that the Emperor will turn around and marry a woman that he didn't want in the past? The whispers of the spirit cultivators were not loud, but it still reached everyone's ears. Xianxia's complexion had already turned from ice-cold to ashen. The coldness and killing intent in his eyes seemed to condense into a substance, gushing out. Regardless of whether it was the demon race in the venue or the spectator stand, all of them were filled with righteous indignation. They wished they could immediately rush over and tear those spirit cultivators who slandered their princess to shreds. The first spirit cultivator to speak, feeling the tense atmosphere, could not help but curl his lips. His face revealed a mocking expression. What is the meaning of all the devil cultivators showing such murderous expressions? Did we slander the princess? Isn't what everyone said the truth? Just because we spoke the truth, the demon lord allowed his subordinates to hurt people? So the heavenly enchantment banquet that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, is actually such a tyrannical way of speaking, not allowing anyone to raise a different opinion. Then why is the demon lord still choosing a son-in-law? It would be better to kill all of us and leave those yes-men, trash that only knows how to flatter. This way, the princess might be satisfied. The man slowly raised his chin and said coldly, perhaps there are such cowards in the heavenly enchantment palace, but I, Xianxia, am definitely not one of them. If the demon lord thinks that I deserve to die, then why don't you kill me now? I would rather die than to lose my dignity as a spirit cultivator in the enemy's territory. The crowd immediately burst into cheers. That's right, if the demon lord has the ability, then kill us. Then from now on, the heavenly enchantment banquet will become a joke. Demon lord, we are only asking the princess to come out and let us meet, this request is not too much, right? The few elders of the demon race looked at Xianxia with unsightly expressions. Meeting Xianxia's cold gaze, they shrunk their necks and turned to look at Minwei. The heavenly enchantment banquet is one of the most sacred ceremonies of the demon race. Even the demon lords could not easily break its rules. If the demon lord really went on a killing spree at the heavenly enchantment banquet, then the demon race and the spirit cultivators would fall into a state of endless bloodshed. Although 9 out of 10 demons hated spirit cultivators, it was clearly not the time to start a war. Elder Wu Zhuang coughed lightly and said, Minwei, the enchantment banquet is ultimately a matchmaking banquet for the princess. I think it's better to let the princess meet these spirit cultivators. Yeah. Another elder said, it's fine if we couldn't find the princess before, but now that we've found her. Why do we need to hide it? Even if her highness is not good-looking, would these spirit cultivators dare to look down on her? Minwei, he also wanted the princess to come out, but the problem is that her royal highness is sitting below, and she is one of the candidates for the princess's son-in-law. Can you believe that? Minwei massaged his temples, feeling a headache. Could it be that the demon lord still cares about the polar domain? Wu Zhuang frowned and said, but looking at the situation now, the polar domain's emperor probably won't come? What's more, with the status of the polar region's sovereign lord, it's impossible. He didn't finish his sentence because if he did, it would boost the morale of others and diminish his own prestige. But the meaning behind his words was clear. Not far away, Mo Lian, who was standing behind priest Zhongli, felt a burst of joy in her heart. Her face under the black veil revealed a carefree expression. Jun Mayan, you also have this day, so what if you're a princess that the demon lord dotes on, wouldn't he still become the laughingstock of the world? What kind of status did the polar domain sovereign lord have? How could he really come to propose to you? Mo Lian's gaze fell on the youth below. In the demon royal palace, only a few of Jun Shitian's trusted subordinates and the priest, Zhongli, knew about the relationship between Yi Liangchen and the princess. As the only disciple of Zhongli, Mo Lian naturally knew that Yi Liangchen, the candidate for the princess son-in-law, was the demon princess. Although she can't see her face clearly from afar, Mo Lian believes that at this time, Mayan's heart must be ashamed and annoyed, wishing that she could find a hole to burrow into. When Mo Lian thought about all of this, she felt so happy that she wished for nothing more than to roar with laughter. The spirit cultivators in the venue were completely stirred up by Si Tiancheng. One after another, they shouted for Her Highness to come out. Han Jiaming looked at the situation that he had single-handedly taken control of. He glanced at the youth not far away, and the corners of his mouth curled into a leisurely smile. Si Tiancheng was just the head of a third-rate family. Logically speaking, he wouldn't dare to stand out and fight against the demon lord. But just now, Han Jiaming intentionally or unintentionally talked to him and hypnotized him. Thus, Si Tiancheng became his pawn, his lackey. From the looks of it, this pawn had completed his task very well. He stood on the opposite side of spirit cultivators and demonic cultivators, and from the perspective of dignity, stirred up the spirit cultivators to unite against a common enemy. The spirit cultivators had completely forgotten their fear of the demon lord. Furthermore, the polar domain's sovereign emperor did not attend the heavenly charm banquet, causing humiliation and psychological pressure to the demons. As a result, the devils were caught in a dilemma. What would you do in this situation, Your Highness? Seeing that the young man could no longer restrain himself and was about to stand up, Zhang Xian's eyes widened. The smile on Han Jiaming's face deepened. Everything was within his expectations. But now was not the time to expose the princess's true identity. On the contrary, it was his help that made the demon deity and the princess look at him in a different light and feel grateful. Shen musician. Demon princess, Han Jiaming lowered his eyes. This time, he had to get his hands on it. Why hasn't Her Royal Highness come out since we've said so much? Is he too ugly to see others, or is he really delusional enough to think that the polar region's sovereign lord will come? Haha, stop dreaming. If the polar domain monarch is willing to come to this heavenly enchantment banquet, I will eat all the dishes on this table. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, the devils had already reached the end of their patience. They clenched their fists so hard that they made cracking sounds. Hurry up and open the barrier, I'm going to beat those spirit cultivators to death. I will chop off their heads and feed them to the dogs. When the crowd was at its most excited, Han Jiaming slowly stood up and used his immortal power to send a voice transmission. He said in a clear voice, "Everyone, please listen to me," bang. Just as Han Jiaming finished speaking, a loud noise came from the entrance of the enchantment hall. Wait a minute, entrance, the heavenly charm palace was a Sumera mustard seed space. How could there be an entrance? The same thought flashed through many people's minds. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu is suddenly unable to search the site today. Dear readers, please remember this site's domain name, Book C Pavilion, and find your way home. Everyone, whether it's spirit cultivators or demons, their gazes converge on the door at the same time. Soon after, all of them suddenly widen their eyes, revealing a look of disbelief. Who is that? Could it be that their eyes are playing tricks on them? Dijun. Polar Domain's Dijun, how could he appear here? The whole place falls into a deathly silence. They just stare blankly as a group of people walk into the heavenly charm palace as if there's no one else around. They walk past the succubi in the center who have even forgotten to dance, and come to the place where the water curtain barrier appeared just now. Elder Minwei, our Jun Shang is late by 4 hours, you don't need to be so ruthless, right? Han Yi, who is following behind Di Mingju, laughs sloppily. Not only did you close the transmission array, but you also set up a barrier outside the heavenly charm palace. Are you deliberately preventing our Jun Shang from participating in the heavenly charm banquet? Elder Minwei stares blankly, subconsciously looking at his demon lord. Junshi Tian coldly snorts, avoiding Minwei's line of sight. Elder Minwei's mouth twitches, coughing lightly, he bows and says, "Greetings, Di Jun." Since Elder Minwei has already expressed his stance, Tian He and the others behind him, as well as the demon elders, even if they are unwilling, they still have to show their attitude. "Greetings, Di Jun." Han Yi and the others behind Di Mingju also slightly bow, bowing to Junshi Tian, "Greetings, Demon Lord." Whoosh, the salute from both sides is like a boulder that has been thrown up high, finally falling down and smashing into the calm lake. Time sets off stormy waves. It's polar domains. Di Jun really came to participate in the heavenly charm banquet? Quick, pinch me, see if I'm dreaming or not. Does Di Jun really want to marry the demon princess? However, no matter how shocked and incredulous they are also suppressed when a sect under the polar domain forces kneel down and shout, "Greetings, Di Jun." In the heavenly charm palace, all the spirit cultivators slowly kneel down. "Greetings, Di Jun." There was no anger or fear in their expressions, only reverence. Even the spirit cultivators of the nether realm were the same, and even the demons did not dare to show the slightest disrespect. This was the polar domain sovereign lord. This was the strongest cultivator in the Shoshan continent. This was the power of absolute strength. Han Jiaming knelt on the ground and crushed the chopsticks in his hand. The jealousy and anger surging in his chest made him almost unable to control his perfect expression. Junshi Tian condescendingly looks down at Di Mingju. He then looks at his baby daughter who is sitting to the side, her gaze unblinkingly falling on the man. He only feels that this dog man is not pleasing to the eye. He says coldly, "Di Mingju, what are you doing here?" Di Mingju says faintly, "The Honorable Demon Lord personally sent the invitation." "Why are you asking Ben Jun why I've come?" Junshi Tian gritted his teeth. In his heart, he had already chopped Qin Wendian 100 times. Back then, you were the one who rejected the engagement with the demon race. Now that you are here at the heavenly enchantment banquet, what makes you think that you can marry my daughter? In fact, everyone from the polar domain was also curious about this question. They didn't understand at all. It was obvious that their Jun Shang liked Miss Jun. How come in the blink of an eye, after losing his memory, he wanted to marry a demon princess? The scene of Jun Shang mercilessly rejecting the marriage proposal of the demon race is still vivid in their minds. Di Mingju hooks up the corner of his lips and says unhurriedly, "Who said that Ben Jun came to the heavenly enchantment banquet to marry the demon princess?" Di Mingju. Junshi Tian was finally infuriated. He stood up abruptly and emitted a strong killing intent. In an instant, the entire heavenly charm palace seemed to be on the verge of collapse. However, Di Mingju, who has been directly attacked by the storm, seems to be unaware of it. He simply doesn't put this bit of killing intent in his eyes. His gaze swept through the hall, and in the end, his pupils constricted abruptly as it descended onto one of them. Seeing his arrogance, Elder Minwei was infuriated. "Imperial Emperor, if you don't want to marry the princess, then why are you here at the heavenly enchantment banquet? Are you toying with us demons?" Everyone in the fiend race also glowered at the polar domain one by one. The atmosphere was tense. As for the spirit cultivators who had recovered from the shock, they felt that this was only natural. That's right, who was the polar domain Empyrean Lord? Why would he fight over a woman with another man? If there was really a woman in this world who caught the eye of the Celestial Emperor, wouldn't they be eager to marry her? Why would there be a need for the heavenly enchantment banquet? However, if the demon emperor didn't want to marry the demon princess, then why did he come to the heavenly enchantment banquet? Di Mingju doesn't seem to notice the demon race's anger or Junshi Tian's monstrous killing intent. He slowly pulls up his sleeves, then says in an indifferent voice, "Ben Jun is looking for someone." With that, he took a step forward and arrived at the long table at the side in an instant. Di Mingju's expression is as cold as ice, but there's a violent storm hidden in the depths of his ice-blue eyes. With a wave of his hand, he pulled the youth who was sitting at the table into his arms. The man's voice was low, cold, and magnetic, with a hint of anger. "Didn't I tell you to wait for me?" Why did he want to attend the heavenly charm banquet? Do you really want to marry the princess? Mu Yan is tightly shackled in the man's arms. The tip of her nose is surrounded by the man's familiar cool scent, and the man's suppressed anger echoes in her ears. Her head felt a little dizzy. Wasn't there something wrong with this? Mayan struggles for a moment and breaks free from the man's embrace. She looks up at him and asks in a voice that only the two of them can hear, Di Mingju, do you know who I am? But Di Mingju takes this sentence to mean something else. Was this a reminder that this young man was a candidate for the demon princess's son-in-law? The suppressed storm in the depths of Di Mingju's eyes is almost set ablaze. I don't need you to remind me. I know that you want to marry the demon princess. Well, that depends on whether or not you'll be able to marry her with me around. Mu Yan, wait a minute, was the way she met Di Mingju wrong? Why is it that after the reunion, she doesn't understand a single word that Di Mingju says? Mu Yan's silence is taken as a tacit agreement by Di Mingju. The flames of jealousy and anger in his heart surged together. He suddenly reached out and pulled the youth to sit down. The chairs prepared by the demons were very large, and it was very spacious and comfortable for one person to sit on. However, when it was replaced by two people, it became especially crowded and ambiguous. Mu Yan struggled to change her position, but her waist was tightly gripped by the man's strong palm. The heat of his palm seemed to seep in through the thin material of her clothes, making her skin feel as if it was about to burn. Di Mingju, this bastard, has he gone crazy? She was dressed as a man in public. Wouldn't that make her the center of attention? Wait a minute, Mu Yan suddenly realizes that there's no need to make any ambiguous moves. The moment Di Mingju walked over to her, the eyes of the entire Heavenly Charm Palace have already focused on her. Whether it's the polar domain, the demons, or the spirit cultivators from all directions, everyone's expressions are more and more stupefied than the last, but their hearts are surging with monstrous waves. Jun Shirtian, bastard Di Mingju. Release this sovereign's daughter, Elder Min Wei. What the hell is this Di Mingju doing? Didn't he just say that he wouldn't marry their princess? Now, he's dragging their princess along with him? Had his brain gone haywire after not seeing him for a few months? The surrounding spiritual cultivators thought, oh my god, what am I seeing? Why was the polar domain emperor hugging a man? And a young demon at that? So, the polar domain sovereign came all the way to the heavenly enchantment banquet not to marry the demon race princess, but for a man? Am I blind, or is this world too fantastical? Hanyi, isn't that Miss June? Little Shadow, Elder Chong, look. That's Miss June. Why is Miss June here? Just as Hanyi is about to open his mouth, Yingmei covers it. Since Miss June is dressing up as a man, she must have her own considerations. Don't talk too much and ruin Mrs. plans. Also, don't forget who we're bringing along. Hearing Yingmei's words in his ear, Hanyi suddenly comes back to his senses from his shock. Yes, since the female version of Miss June appeared in the demon race, she must have her reasons. If he were to reveal his identity and ruin her arrangements, then he would not be able to absolve himself of the blame even if he were to die 10,000 times. Furthermore, Yingmei glanced behind him. Sure enough, he saw the veiled June Mayan staring straight ahead, unable to conceal the killing intent in her eyes. What's more, it wasn't only them, Jun Shang's trusted aides, who came along this time. There was also Commander Tong and the imposter. What if they find out about Miss June's identity and harm her? Hanyi takes a deep breath, and there's a burst of lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he has Little Shadow's reminder, so he didn't commit a big mistake. However, didn't their family's Jun Shang lose his memory? How did he set his eyes on Miss June? The crowd was silent for a while before someone finally came back to his senses. The atmosphere in the hall was still tense, but there were already people whispering to each other, trying to figure out the identity of that youth. To think that the extreme domain sovereign emperor would treat him differently. Even Elder Min Wei was stunned for a long while before he cleared his throat and said with a strange expression, since everyone is here, let us begin the selection of the devil princess's son-in-law. The demon race had always done things in a straightforward manner. Therefore, the method of the groom selection was very simple. That was to draw lots, form groups of 10, and fight in a free-for-all. The final winner would advance to the next round. Anyone whose looks meet the requirements and who is unmarried can participate. In the competition, you can't fight to the death, but you don't have to worry about injuries. Think about it and participate. There are only 4 of us who are participating in the marriage selection, Bailey Weiran, Yi Liangchen, Tao Wu, and Dugu, and they will also participate in the drawing of lots with you and be randomly assigned. Stroking his beard, Elder Minwei glanced at all the spirit cultivators present and said with a smile, "Didn't all of you want to see the princess? However, our demon race's princess is not someone you can casually see. Only the champion of each group has the right to pay respects to the princess. Do you still have any objections?" The spirit cultivators looked at the people from the polar domain. Seeing that they didn't say anything, they naturally didn't dare to object. "Liang Chen, you know the god monarch?" Bailey Weiran looked at the two people huddled together, the light in his eyes dimming little by little. Di Mingju gave him a cold look. This man was an eyesore in Tianguang ruins, and even more so here. Seeing that Mayan wants to talk to Bailey Weiran, Di Mingju clasps her chin, his fingertips gently caressing her captivating red lips. His ice blue eyes suddenly become incomparably serene. Mayan's heartbeat quickens. "What are you doing?" "There's something stained here, Ben Jun will wipe it off for you." "Mayan." "Di Mingju, who are you trying to fool?" "I haven't eaten anything since just now, how could there be something stained?" But she knows that this guy's pettiness has flared up, so she doesn't expose him. Di Mingju sees that the attention of the people around him is completely drawn to him, no longer looking at Bailey Weiran. Only then does the anger and jealousy in his heart subside a little. Mayan's line of sight lingers on the man's incomparably handsome face, and she softly says, "Di Mingju, these days, have you?" Before she could finish speaking, she hears a familiar voice from her side. "Di Mingju, won't you introduce this Gongzi's identity to us?" Mayan stares blankly, and she abruptly turns her head to look. What she sees is a woman with a white veil. Although she can't see her entire face, it still makes her pupils shrink. Why did that voice just now feel so familiar? Because that voice is almost exactly the same as when she didn't deliberately lower her voice. And this face, even if it's covered with a white veil, she can still see the exposed brows and eyes, exactly the same as her own. Moreover, this woman just called out the name Di Mingju. Mayan's eyes dangerously narrow. But before she can open her mouth, Di Mingju slightly raises his eyebrows. A strong gust of energy headed straight for the woman and hit her in the chest. Yu Yanran screams and falls to the ground, blood spraying out directly staining her white veil. "Di Mingju, why are you treating me like this? I'm your most beloved, oh. Oh. Oh." Yu Yanran's hysterical voice seems to be stuck in her throat, and she can no longer say anything. Her eyes are crimson as she stares at the scene in front of her. The man who just ruthlessly attacked her is now picking up the spiritual fruit pastries on the table and sending them to the youth. Although his expression is still cold, even a fool can see the gentleness between his brows. Yu Yanran almost grinds her teeth to pieces. "Yi Liangchen, it's that Yi Liangchen who looks like Jun Mayan again. He was clearly a man, so how could he compare to her? Why? Why would the Celestial Emperor rather protect a man gently than look at her?" Mayan's heart is filled with questions, but Di Mingju's absent-minded words and the food that's been thrown into his mouth has been blocked. She swallowed the food and couldn't help but comment, "It's not as good as what you and fifth brother cook." Di Mingju knit his brows. He's the sovereign monarch of the polar domain, how could he possibly wash his hands and cook soup? But when he met the youth's clear peach blossom eyes, the words at the tip of his tongue became, "If you like it, Ben Jun will cook for you in the future." Standing behind him, Commander Tong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when he heard this. His gaze towards Mayan is filled with disgust and resentment, but he immediately restrains it out of fear of Di Mingju. Even though they had already begun drawing lots to determine the participants of the betrothal contest. In the entire banquet hall, there are still quite a few gazes that fall on Di Mingju and Mu Yan from time to time. Unfortunately, the two of them acted as if no one else was present. The group of spirit cultivators, especially the female cultivators from the various clans, were filled with confusion and resentment. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu is suddenly unable to find this site today. Dear readers, please remember this site's domain name, Booksy Pavilion, and find your way home. These female cultivators believed that they were definitely more attractive than the fickle demon princess. From the beginning to the end, he had dreamed of catching the eye of a sovereign emperor and soaring to the sky. At first, he thought that the god monarch would not come, and he was disappointed for a while. The celestial emperor had finally arrived, but the celestial emperor only had eyes for a youth. At this time Mo Lian, who was holding the crystal ball, walked over to Mu Yan and the others. Compared to her usual voice, it was a little less cold and had a little more sweet-sounding and hoarse tenderness. Please inject your divine sense into the demon core crystal in order to draw the order of the participants. Mu Yan looked up and saw that Mo Lian's words were directed at them. But from time to time a pair of beautiful eyes flits past Di Mingju. Even though she tries her best to conceal the affection in the depths of her eyes, she can't hide it no matter what. Mu Yan purses her lips, and can't help but give the man next to her a sidelong glance. This guy was as good as always at attracting rotten peach blossoms. But Di Mingju is completely oblivious to the ridicule in her heart. He sees the youngster reaching out to touch the crystal ball. His brows furrowed and he abruptly reached out to grab her hand. His voice was filled with exasperation as he asked, "You must marry the demon princess?" At this moment, Mu Yan is already 100% sure that Di Mingju really has a problem. He didn't seem to recognize her anymore. Mayan's line of sight turns towards Han Yi and Ying Mei, who are not too far away. She sees Han Yi desperately winking at her, and from time to time turns his line of sight towards Di Mingju. Ying Mei, on the other hand, looked at her with a worried expression. Mu Yan is deep in thought. She turned her palm over and gently scratched the man's palm with her fingertips. All of Di Mingju's nerves suddenly go taut, a blush creeping up to his ears at a speed visible to the naked eye. His ice blue eyes seemed to deepen as he stared at the youth in front of him. Did he know what he was doing? As Di Mingju stares blankly, Mu Yan quickly pulls out her hand and presses it on the crystal ball. After injecting his divine sense, the registration was completed immediately. The desire and bashfulness in Di Mingju's eyes instantly turn into a monstrous fury. He grabbed the young man's hand again and pulled him into his arms. Why? Why did she seem to have feelings for him just a moment ago, and then suddenly want to marry another woman? Was it just because they were both men? No, he didn't care. As long as it's someone that he, Di Mingju, likes, he doesn't care whether it's a man or a woman. Mu Yan looks at the pain and anger in his eyes, and is both angry and amused. It can only be said that Xianxia's disguise on her is too brilliant. So close that Di Mingju hasn't discovered her identity as a woman. She reached out her other hand and gently scratched the man's tall nose. She said intimately and with a hint of complaint, "Think about it yourself, idiot." Di Mingju stares blankly. Looking at the face that's smiling sweetly right in front of him, he doesn't know why the anger that filled his heart seems to have been pierced by a needle, disappearing without a trace. What flows down is only a heart full of sourness and sweetness. Mo Lian, who had witnessed the intimate interaction between the two of them, gritted her teeth and left with a gloomy face. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when he heard a deep male voice. "Wait a minute. This is Di Jun's voice." Mo Lian's heart leaps with joy. She forcibly suppresses her wildly beating heart and slowly turns around. She softly says, "Di Jun, do you have any instructions? Isn't it too crowded to sit here? It would be better to let this subject rearrange it for you." Di Mingju doesn't pay attention to her. He raises his hand and sends a wisp of his divine sense into the crystal ball, then waves, "Okay, you can go." Mo Lian freezes. Elder Minwei's eyebrows jump as he sees this scene. "Di Jun, what do you mean by this?" Di Mingju doesn't let go of the youngster's hand, his fingertips slowly caressing the smooth skin as he says, "Sign up." "Sign up? Sign up for what?" "Naturally, it's to participate in the princess's groom selection." Elder Minwei coughs, "You just said that you didn't come to marry Her Highness." Di Mingju doesn't even raise his eyebrows. "Benjun changed his mind, can't I?" Jun Shirtian suddenly stands up from the main seat. He has endured long enough. This bastard has been taking advantage of his baby daughter. Now he wants to go back on his words and participate in the groom selection. Dream on. You want to marry Benjun's daughter, Di Mingju, dream on. Get out of the heavenly charm palace. Di Mingju suddenly stands up and protects the youngster behind him. He blocks Jun Shirtian's blow with a palm. Devil energy and immortal power crazily roll over the banquet. A great battle is about to break out. The dancing succubi were so scared that they kept quiet out of fear. They hugged each other and didn't dare to move. "Demon Lord, calm down, calm down. It's the Heavenly Charm Banquet, Her Highness Groom Selection." Min Wei and several demon elders pulled Xianxia back, repeatedly dissuading him. On the polar domain side, Han Yi and Ing Mei also quickly pulled Di Mingju away. Jun Shan, this is the demon's territory, Miss Jun, cough, the person you care about is still next to you, what if you accidentally hurt him? Elder Minwei looks at Mu Yan for help. He can see it now. The polar domain's emperor is indeed pleased with their princess. But he doesn't seem to recognize their princess identity. On the contrary, he takes the princess identity of Yi Liangchen as a man seriously. Cough, cough, what is going on? Mu Yan presses her temples, feeling that her head is twice as big. She flashes between the two, grabs Di Mingju's hand and presses him behind her. The two of them had been about to unleash their attacks, but when they saw her, they instantly restrained themselves. Mu Yan turns around and glares at Di Mingju, don't make trouble. He then turned to look at Jun Shirtian, Demon Lord, is it time to start the selection? Jun Shirtian coldly snorted. Since it was his precious daughter's words, he would listen to it for the time being. But if this Di Mingju wants to easily take away his baby daughter, he's simply dreaming. A great battle instantly disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the betrothal contest finally began. When the results come out, Mayan is placed in the second last group. A certain sovereign who went back on his word was placed in the last group. Mu Yan looks at the man beside her, whose complexion is as black as the bottom of a pot. She can't help but laugh. Does this guy Di Mingju still want to be in the same group as her and eliminate her in advance? However, what exactly happened? Why does it seem like Di Mingju doesn't recognize her? Who is that woman by Di Mingju's side who looks so similar to her? Mu Yan glances at Han Yi and Ing Mei. Right now, it was not a good time to interact with the two of them. After today's banquet, she must find a chance to ask Ing Mei what exactly was going on. Where was Xiaobao? Mayan was lost in thought when she suddenly caught sight of the magic crystal platform from the corner of her eye. The match was about to begin. Startled, she stands up abruptly. Among the 10 people on the magic crystal platform, there's a young man with delicate features who looks very familiar. Fifth brother. Isn't that fifth brother Ling Yuxing? Mayan's position is very far from the magic crystal platform, but Ling Yuxing seems to have heard her voice. He turns around and gives her a warm smile. It's really fifth brother? Mayan is wild with joy. Fifth brother really saw the message she left in Tianguang ruins, so he came over. If fifth brother is here, then what about the other disciples? Are they here too? However, why is fifth senior brother also participating in the betrothal contest? Fifth brother likes men, and he already has Ouyang Qing, so he naturally won't want to marry a princess. So there's only one reason why he came on stage. That is, he's worried that she will be hurt in the competition, so he took a spot in advance to help her. Mayan feels a burst of warmth in her heart. But Mayan doesn't know that Ling Yuxing's appearance is just the beginning of the reunion of the Xiaoyao school. The contest soon begins. After a few months, Ling Yuxing's cultivation has reached the 3rd level of abstruse immortal. If it's just the speed of improvement, it's simply stunning. But in terms of cultivation, Ling Yuxing is almost the weakest in this group. But Mayan isn't worried at all. Because she clearly knows how strong her fellow disciples of the Xiaoyao school are. They can defeat their opponents even if they are at a higher level. What's more, their cultivation has also reached the abstruse immortal. Sure enough, as soon as Elder Minwei announces the start of the contest, Ling Yuxing's figure is already nowhere to be seen. The other 9 cultivators on the platform are engaged in a fierce battle. But no one notices that Ling Yuxing has disappeared. Mayan's eyes are bright and sparkling as she stares unblinkingly at the figure that is hidden in the crowd, a figure that not many people can see. Fifth brother has become stronger again. She murmurs softly. Ling Yuxing's absolute space field has reached the point where he can freely extend and retract it. His speed is far beyond that of cultivators at the same level. In fact, even a celestial king might not be a match for fifth senior brother in terms of speed. And there's no doubt about the outcome of this contest. Mayan is engrossed in watching, when suddenly her chin is caught by someone. Then, a cold voice rang in his ears. Is this person very strong? Why are you so focused on it? Mu Yan turns her head and meets Di Mingju's deep and serene eyes. She can't help but curve up the corners of her lips. She tugged on Moju's sleeves, pulling him closer to her. She whispered in his ear, "This is your disciple. How can he not be strong, Mentor Emoju?" Di Mingju's pupils contract, his body jerking backwards. He looks at the youngster who's so close at hand, his expression is bewildered and at a loss. "How do you know my surname is Mo?" Di Mingju's real name was Emoju and his courtesy name was Yanyu. After officially inheriting the position of Polar Domain's emperor, he was crowned with the surname Di, changing his name to Di Mingju. This was a tradition of the Polar Domain. However, Emoju's name was rarely mentioned nowadays. In fact, not many people knew of her. How did this young man know? Mu Yan loosens her grip on his lapel and no longer pays attention to him. Instead, she looks towards the magic crystal platform. As the competition came to an end, Ling Yuxing's figure also appeared. The moment he appeared, the outcome of the battle was decided. Looking at the young man standing on the magic crystal platform, the enchantment palace fell into a brief silence, then burst into thunderous cheers. Who is this young man? A disciple of the Flying Swallow sect? How can he be so fast? Ling Yuxing of the Xiaoyao sect. Which sect is the Xiaoyao sect? I've never heard of it before. Everyone in the enchantment palace was amazed by the extreme speed at the last moment. Many of them asked themselves, if they were the ones who had to endure Ling Yuxing's last attack, would they be able to avoid it? The answer was, difficult. Because it was fast, too fast. When a person's speed reached a certain level, they could break through all limits, and even gods and demons could not stop them. Everyone was discussing Ling Yuxing's identity and background. For the first time, the Xiaoyao sect entered everyone's sight. But the spirit cultivators and demons of the enchantment palace still did not know. In the following days and years, the shock that the Xiaoyao sect would bring them was far from over. In the second round, the winner was the young master of the Yuya Pavilion, Shi Jinghui. In the third round, Mu Yan saw the person she missed, second senior brother Qin Jiu. And the winner of the second round was Qin Jiu of the Xiaoyao sect. In the fourth round, the young master of the Han clan, Han Jiaming, won. In the eighth round, Mu Yan saw the cross-dressing fourth senior sister, Ling Yuma. Ling Yuma became the winner of the eighth round. At this point, including Yun Ruhan, 5 people from the Xiaoyao sect had gathered at the enchantment palace. Only Luo Yu and Chu Emoli were nowhere to be seen. But Mu Yan was overjoyed. She did not want to continue the competition, and only wanted to reunite with her fellow disciples as soon as possible. The 9th round begins now. Following Elder Min Wei's shout, Mu Yan leaped onto the magic crystal platform. The next moment, a tsunami of shouts came from the stands of the enchantment palace. Demon Qingyi. Ah, Demon Qingyi. We love you. Demon Qingyi, you must become the princess's husband. Demon Qingyi is invincible. Polar Domain's Hades is not fit to carry his shoes. The princess's husband must be us. Even if I can't defeat the Polar Domain's sovereign emperor, I would rather share a wife with the Polar Domain's sovereign emperor and defeat the other toads. When the roar reaches her ears, Mu Yan almost slips under her feet. What do you mean by sharing a wife with the Polar Domain's sovereign lord? Where is your integrity? She looks down at Di Mingju. The man's face was as dark as water, and his whole body was shrouded in a thick killing intent, as if he would tear something into pieces in the next moment. Mu Yan rubbed her forehead with her hand, feeling a little funny. If Di Mingju knew that she was the demon princess, she doesn't know how he would react. Good day. A familiar voice entered Mu Yan's ears, causing her to restrain her mind and look at the person not far away. Bailey Weiran. Mu Yan didn't expect her luck to be so good. She just happened to be in the same group as Bailey Weiran. Brother Bailey. Mu Yan greeted him with a smile. Bailey Weiran looked at her deeply. Liang Chen, do you really want to become the princess's husband? If I say that I don't want to be the princess's son-in-law, and I don't want you to be the princess's son-in-law, you. The youth didn't finish his words, but Mu Yan immediately understood. It turned out that Bailey Weiran liked her, or rather, liked Yi Liang Chen. Mu Yan subconsciously looked at Di Mingju. The man's face becomes blurred at this moment. Perhaps it's because the match in the magic crystal platform has already begun, and the barrier rises, preventing the surrounding sounds from interfering with the competition. It's also possible that someone is already so jealous that his face is blurred. Mu Yan is amused by her own imagination. Meeting Bailey Wayron's gaze, she hooks up her lips and smiles softly. I'm sorry, Brother Bailey, I already have a sweetheart, and only that one person I like. As for this competition, I will definitely win. If it was before the Tian Emochin was unsealed, Mu Yan was not sure if she could win against Bailey Wayran. But after the Tian Emochin was unsealed, her strength has almost doubled. Even the Tian Emochin can't appear in front of people now. But she can use the heavy phantom skill, letting her doppelganger play in the space. Bailey Wayran, who is at the peak of Xian Immortal, is no longer her opponent. Bailey Wayran is in a trance when the glittering and translucent longsword is pressed against his throat. His gaze sweeps around the magic crystal platform. There are spirit cultivators lying on the ground, each of them unconscious, without any strength to fight back. And he himself has been suppressed from the beginning to the end, with no room to fight back. Is this Demon King Liangchen? Therefore, even if he has only appeared for a few months, he has become the object of pursuit of all the demons. The entire Heavenly Charm Palace is filled with the sound of cheers and shouts. That momentum even overshadowed the appearance of the Polar Domain's monarch. Bailey Wayron's heart suddenly surges with powerlessness, and he can't help but feel relieved. That's right, how could he be worthy of such an outstanding youth? How could he have the qualifications to think about it? Even the powerful Polar Domain's monarch is so gentle and considerate to him, even lingering. Bailey Wayran closes his eyes and says in a hoarse voice, I admit defeat. Almost at the same time as he says these 3 words, a wisp of devil soul floats out of his body and falls on Mu Yan. Mu Yan's eyes widen in surprise. She sees Bailey Wayran push away the 7 absolute sword at his throat, slowly gets up, kneels on one knee, and bows, Demon King Yi, please allow me, Bailey Wayran, to dedicate my loyalty to you. I pledge my life to follow you without regrets for 1,000 years. Whoosh! Heavenly Charm Palace once again set off a storm. The shouts of the demons in the stands nearly overturned the space within the spatial ring. Many more devil souls floated towards the youth on the magic crystal platform. The name of the great demon King Yi filled everyone's ears, causing the spirit cultivators present to be unable to help but be moved. Who is this Yap Liangchen? Was there such a person in the devil race before? I heard that she's a fallen evil, but how can a fallen evil be so powerful? There were also people who were filled with fear and worry. It's as if I can see the rise of another demon lord. If this young man becomes the princess's son-in-law, I'm afraid the demon race will rise. Elder Minwei's eyes were filled with gratification and pride as he looked at his princess. Her royal highness was so young, yet she was already so powerful. In time, he would definitely inherit the position of the demon lord and become the king of the demon race. He might even become the unprecedented demon emperor. It was great to be able to find her royal highness. Elder Minwei cleared his throat and said in a clear voice, the winner of the 10th round is Yap Liangchen of the demon race. Mu Yan sheathed the 7 absolute sword and thought for a moment, add another 3 words in front of the demon race? Elder Minwei was stunned, what words? Xianxia sect? Everyone in the Heavenly Charm Palace doubted their ears. What, Xianxia sect? Why is it Xianxia sect again? Where did this Xianxia sect come from? How could Mu Yan care about their reactions? As soon as she said this, her fellow apprentices, who were afraid of ruining her plan, quickly moved closer to the magic crystal platform. Mu Yan jumped off the magic crystal platform without thinking and hugged 4th sister Ling Yuma. Then, the other people of the Xiaoyao sect also hugged her. Reuniting after a long time, the soul-stirring battle on the floating island a few months ago, the heart-wrenching separation of life and death, all seemed like a lifetime ago at this moment. 2nd brother, 4th sister, 5th brother, did you all see the announcement I left in the Tianguang ruins? The excitement in Mu Yan's eyes could hardly be concealed. She missed Di Mingju and longed to see Di Mingju and Xiao Bao, but she wasn't that worried. Because before she fainted, she clearly remembered that she saved Di Mingju. And she and Xiao Bao had a mother and son connection, so she would definitely feel it if something happened to Xiao Bao. Since Xiao Bao was safe and sound, he must have been saved by Di Mingju. But the disciples were different. That was the first time she used Nirvana of Stars. Mu Yan didn't know if Nirvana of Stars could really save the 6 disciples who had already breathed their last. What if it couldn't? What if only a few people were saved? If they were like little Marshal Uncle and Chi Wen? Mu Yan didn't dare to think about that result. Now that she could see everyone safe and sound, how could she not be ecstatic? Oh, right, third brother and Xiaoqi. As soon as Mu Yan's words left her mouth, she saw a man in black slowly pushing a wheelchair towards her. The weak man sitting in the wheelchair had a gentle smile on his face that never changed. Who else could it be other than the black-bellied third brother of the Xiaoyao sect? Mu Yan said happily, "Third brother, you're here too?" Chumoli said with a faint smile, "I couldn't get a place for little sister, I'm really sorry." Mu Yan looked at him as if she was looking at a monster. "Third brother, you actually know how to be sorry? I think you're sorry that you almost don't recognize you?" Pfft, the members of the Xiaoyao sect couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chumoli didn't get angry in the slightest, and said unhurriedly, "That's true, but it's just a formality. Little junior sister doesn't need to take it to heart." But... He pauses for a moment, then takes a deep look at Mu Yan. His lips then open and close, spitting out a few syllables. These words were spoken very softly, only Mu Yan could hear them. Her eyes immediately widened as she looked at Chumoli in shock. However, just as she was about to speak, she saw Chumoli raise his index finger to his lips, making a shushing gesture. Mayan suppresses the peculiar feeling in her heart, and her expression remains the same. Yunmerhan sighed softly. The only regret is that little Seven didn't come. He didn't know if it was because he didn't see the summons in the Tianguang ruins, or because he couldn't make it to the hidden abyss before the heavenly enchantment banquet. Luo Yu, who was still looking at her senior brothers and sisters from the spectator stand, was already on the verge of tears. "Boo-hoo, I'm here." After being stunned for a moment, everyone finally came back to their senses. What kind of sect is this Xiaoyao sect? How come I've never heard of it before? Moreover, it's clearly a sect for us human spirit cultivators. How did a demon race sneak in? Hearing these people's discussion, Ling Yuma sneered, "Who said that a human spirit cultivator sect can't have a demon race? Our Xiaoyao sect does. Do you have any objections?" Quite a few of the spirit cultivators frown in disgust. In their eyes, the demon race is crude, inferior, they don't look up to them. A dignified spirit cultivator, moreover one with a promising future at such a young age. Wouldn't mixing with a demon race be degrading themselves? Ah, no wonder I've never heard of this Xiaoyao school before. It's a low-level sect that can recruit any Tom, Dick, or Harry. If I become fellow disciples of the same sect with a demon race, how can I face people later? Because in the demon race's territory, these people don't dare to speak ill of the demon race. However, whispers and spiritual voice transmissions could be heard endlessly. Although Mayan can't hear what they're saying, how could she not guess just by looking at their expressions? She can't help but curl her lips into a mocking smile. She takes a few steps to the front of the magic crystal platform, and watches the man leisurely walking down from the platform. Thus, the 10th round of the betrothal contest came to an end. There's naturally no suspense about the result. From the moment Di Mingju stepped onto the magic crystal platform, the other 9 people were doomed to fail. Especially since those 9 people are all spirit cultivators. They don't even have the interest to go up and compare notes with Di Jun. How could a mere Xian immortal compete with the Xiaoxian continent's #1 expert, the immortal emperor? Isn't that more ridiculous than an ant trying to shake a tree, or an egg hitting a stone? But the man who won without a fight clearly doesn't feel happy. As soon as he thinks that the youngster in front of him wants to marry another woman, he can't restrain the rage burning in his chest. Mayan looks up at the man's incomparably handsome face, and uses a voice that everyone can hear to ask, "Di Jun, if my Xiaoyao school wants to take root in the polar domain, would you agree?" Di Mingju slowly walks down the stairs, arriving in front of her. The 2 people are so close that they can almost hear each other's breathing. He uses a voice that only the 2 of them can hear. "If you promise Ben Jun not to marry the demon princess, then Ben Jun will agree, how about it?" A mischievous smile flashes through Mayan's eyes, and she slowly says, "If I don't marry the demon princess, then you won't?" Naturally. Mayan stifles her laughter, and says softly, "Di Mingju, remember what you're saying now. Don't regret it later." Di Mingju frowns, his eyes flashing with doubt. What did he have to regret? Regret agreeing not to marry the demon princess? What a joke! Ever since he saw the youth in front of him, there was only one person in his mind. Why would he want to marry a demon princess? Di Mingju resists the urge to pull her into his arms, and faintly says, If the Xiaoyao school wants to enter the polar domain, Ben Jun will open up a mountain for you in the imperial region. Whoosh, the moment he said that, the spirit cultivators were shocked. What the hell? Within the imperial domain? What was the location of the polar domain's imperial domain? There was the most powerful protective barrier on the outside, and the polar domain's army on the inside. Whether it was safety or resources, it was something all sects yearned for even in their dreams. But now, it was given to an unknown sect so easily. However, the people from the Xiaoyao sect all acted as if it was a matter of course. Their faces were filled with joy, but not shock. The jealousy in the hearts of the spirit cultivators almost drowned them. However, at this moment, the cold voice of Jun Shitian came from the main seat of the Heavenly Charm Palace. There is no need to go to the polar domain. As long as the Xiaoyao sect is willing to stay in the hidden abyss, you can choose the location of the Demon Imperial Palace. You can choose the Shumi Mustard Seed Space. Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Is the Demon Lord crazy? It's reasonable for the Emperor of Polar Domain to leave the Xiaoyao school in the Royal Domain. After all, the Xiaoyao school only has one demon, which can't do anything. But the remaining members of the Xiaoyao school are all human spirit cultivators. The Demon Lord left the Xiaoyao school in the hidden abyss, and allowed them to enter and leave the demon palace at will. Isn't he afraid that the entire demon clan will be wiped out? The spirit cultivators' thoughts are twisting and turning. They think that the Demon Lord's decision will be strongly opposed by all the demons. However, the next moment, the reaction of the demons is far beyond their expectations. The high-level demons in the Enchantress Palace frown, but they don't oppose it too much. On the other hand, after a moment of silence, earth-shattering cheers erupted from the stands. The Demon Lord is wise. The Xiaoyao school should stay in the hidden abyss. Demon King Yi, stay. Even if you have joined a sect of human spirit cultivators, we are willing to follow you until death. Yes, we, the demons, are not as snobbish as the human spirit cultivators. Although we hate spirit cultivators, if you are Demon King Ye's fellow disciples, we are willing to accept you. The Xiaoyao school belongs to the demons. The Xiaoyao school belongs to the demons. The Xiaoyao school belongs to the demons. In the end, the messy shouts became one after another, shouting in unison. Not only the spirit cultivators of the Shoshan continent are dumbfounded. The people of the Xiaoyao school, Han Yi, and Ying Mei are also dumbfounded. Junior sister, how did you do it? It's only been a few months, how did you get so many loyal supporters in the demons? This display is simply not inferior to the Liangchen army and the devastatingly beautiful army from back then. Yun Ruhan chuckles, these demons don't know the true identity of junior sister, otherwise they would be 100 times crazier. True identity? What true identity? Big brother, tell us quickly, don't keep us in suspense. Yun Ruhan pats Ling Yuxing's head, don't worry, you will know soon. Ling Yuma blinks and says in disbelief, Big brother, even you have become two-faced. Has he been led astray after spending so much time with junior sister? Mu Yan giggled and said, this has nothing to do with me. Even if I'm led astray, it's still eldest sister-in-law's fault. Don't wrongly accuse me. Sister-in-law? What sister-in-law? We haven't seen each other for a few months. What did we miss? Eldest senior brother, did you really find eldest senior sister-in-law for us? Yun Ruhan's ears reddened, and she lightly tapped Mayan's forehead, indicating for her not to speak nonsense. Aya, eldest senior brother, why are you so shy? My family's little monk and I have always openly displayed our affection. Ling Yuma shouted loudly and glanced at Jing Yuan, who was sitting not far away. The little monk, who had been quietly sitting at the side with his eyes lowered to reduce his presence, somehow sensed her presence. He raised his head and gave her a shy smile. His clear eyes were astonishingly bright. Due to unknown reasons, Sogu is unable to find us today. Dear readers, please remember our domain name, Sea of Books, and find your way home. Yun Ruhan touched her forehead, stop fooling around, we are still at the enchantment banquet. Moreover, Xiaoqi and have not reunited with us yet. Yun Ruhan did not say the words martial uncle. But in an instant, everyone in the Xiaoyao sect understood. The happy atmosphere of reunion, the worries and fears that they had deliberately forgotten, finally came back to their minds. Ling Yuma grabbed Mu Yan's hand and asked softly, "Martial uncle, is he still alive?" Only Mu Yan, who had survived till the end, could answer this question. But she could not answer. Or rather, she did not want to believe the only answer. Mu Yan moved her lips and was about to speak. Suddenly, she saw a little monk in a golden-red robe appear in front of Ling Yuma. Jing Yuan's usually shy and calm face showed a rare look of fear and panic. Ling Yuma was shocked. "Little monk, what's wrong?" "Yuma, I need to leave for a while, I need to go back to the sect." "Little monk, what happened?" Jing Yuan's eyes were filled with reluctance, his slender hands holding Ling Yuma's hand tightly, not willing to let go. He did not know why, but he had a premonition. After this trip, he might not see Yuma for a long time. Maybe something would change in the future. But he had to go. Every direct disciple of Debi Temple was bound to the spirit bell in Debi Temple. Once Debi Temple was in trouble, the spirit bell would ring in their sea of consciousness. The last time the spirit bell rang was a few months ago. He did not go back that time, but he received the news of second brother's death. This time, the spirit bell rang even more intensely. This proved that the misfortune in Debi Temple was even more terrible and tragic than second brother's death. Master Bodhidharma and eldest brother were in the temple. He could not sit back and watch them be in danger. "Yuma, wait." He wanted to say "wait for me," but the last word was stuck in his throat. Even his master, Bodhidharma, was unable to deal with such a formidable foe. Could he really escape unscathed? If Yuma waited for him, and he never came back, Yuma would never come back. Jing Yuan closed his eyes, and his figure began to fade away. Ling Yuma pounced forward and reached out to grab him, but she passed through his figure. "Little monk, where are you going? At least tell me where you're going." The figure in the golden-red kasaya finally disappeared completely. In the end, there were only 3 words left in Ling Yuma's ears, or rather, only in her ears. "Debi Temple. Debi Temple." Ling Yuma's eyes widened. Because of the forceful tearing of space, the entire heavenly charm palace shook slightly. Di Mingju, Jun Shitian, and the others all turned their gazes towards Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan came to the submerged abyss to accompany Ling Yuma. Since he was in the Yin Yang sect, he had concealed all of his aura and tried his best to reduce his sense of existence. Because he didn't deliberately search for him, even Di Mingju and Jun Shitian didn't notice his existence. But in order to rush back to Debi Temple, he couldn't care about anything else. When Jing Yuan's figure completely disappeared, Mayan and the others came back to their senses. "Fourth sister, what's wrong? Did something happen to Great Master Jing Yuan? If there's really a disaster, I'll ask Demon Lord and Di Mingju for help." Mu Yan put her hand on Ling Yuma's shoulder and looked at her with concern. When Ling Yuma met her gaze, she felt as if her heart was being squeezed by something. She gripped the handle of the red lotus soul-seizing blade and loosened it bit by bit. She said hoarsely, "Nothing, he just had to go back to the sect." In the end, she did not say the last words left by the little monk. Debi Temple? Which Debi Temple? Was it the Debi Temple that put little Uncle Master through the worldly tribulation and finally wanted to kill him? Was it the Debi Temple that almost destroyed the entire Xiaoyao sect? Why did the little monk leave these 3 words? What was his relationship with Debi Temple? Was the little monk from Debi Temple? No, it couldn't be. Ling Yuma clenched her teeth and suppressed the fear and panic in her heart. The little monk could not be related to Debi Temple. Absolutely not. Far East, Debi Temple. Black flames burned every corner of the temple. Jiueming shrank in the corner, listening to the cries, wails, and roars around him. He felt as if his throat was being strangled, and he could not breathe. What he saw was darkness and blood mixed with red. Corpses after corpses were strewn all over the ground in extremely twisted postures. What had happened? Jiueming thought blankly. 2 days ago, Debi Temple was still peaceful. The Sanskrit was faint, delivering all living things from suffering. Every monk in Debi Temple was proud to be in the world's #1 Buddhist holy land. Every believer in Mercy City devoutly believed in Buddha and worshipped every monk in Debi Temple. But why did everything change overnight? From the moment that group of people appeared in Mercy City, from the moment that handsome young man who was 100 times scarier than a devil descended from the sky, everything had been turned upside down. Ha 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 ha, Debii Temple, you bald donkeys have this day? When you treated our lives as nothing and let us experience the mortal tribulation, did you ever think that this day would come? People of Fentian, listen to me. Today, I will vent all your anger, accumulated grievances, and monstrous hatred. Kill all the bald donkeys in Debii Temple, let them have a taste of the pain and torture we once suffered. Ha 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 ha. Shrill screams rang out one after another. Occasionally, there would be the angry roars of his fellow disciples. Everyone, hold on. Bodhidharma and the abbot will definitely win. That's right. Evil will never triumph over good. The devil's doctrine of world destruction will be destroyed by the heavens and the earth. Debii Temple will definitely obtain the final victory. Kill all the demons and protect our Buddhist holy land. Jueming hid in a corner, his body trembling as he covered his ears and curled up into a ball. Buddha, if you have the virtue of cherishing life, if good and evil are rewarded, why don't you show yourself? Why did he allow these villains to kill and wreak havoc in the sacred Debii Temple? What did the red dust ambush that those burning heaven villains mentioned mean? Could it be that Debii Temple had really done something outrageous? The young man's almost perfect face flashed through Jueming's mind. His crimson eyes were cold and indifferent, as if he had already experienced the vicissitudes of life and no longer cared about the mortal world. But even though it was so cold and cruel, an indescribable sadness welled up in Jueming's heart when he met that pair of eyes. When that person threatened him to come to Debii Temple, he said he wanted the resurrection lamp. Why did he want the lamp of resurrection? Why did he lead the demons of Fentian to Debii Temple for a bloody massacre? Jueming looked into the distance with a pale face. It was a battlefield that no one dared to approach. From time to time, there were dazzling golden lights and black flames flying out. And every time a black flame fell, a part of Debii Temple would be ignited. As long as the disciples below the immortal king level were touched by the black flame, they would immediately scream. They could only watch as their flesh and bones were burned by the black flame. The holy flame of Underworld Een, that was the coldest and most terrifying holy flame of Underworld Een. At the end of this battle, even if Debii Temple won, it would still suffer heavy losses. Jueming did not know how much time had passed. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The most majestic hall of Debii Temple collapsed in the deafening sound of the explosion. The battle that had been raging like a raging fire slowly calmed down. Everyone's eyes were focused on the collapsed hall. The monks of Debii Temple had tears in their eyes, as well as an indescribable sense of loss and despair. And the people of Fentian held their breath. Their eyes were red as they stared unblinkingly at the smoke and dust that permeated between heaven and earth. Every one of them could hear their heartbeats pounding in their ears. It was as if some emotion that had been suppressed for thousands of years was finally about to burst out at this moment. The dust finally dissipated, and the result was revealed to everyone. They finally saw the figure who had fallen miserably among the rubble and broken tiles. It was the abbot of Debii Temple, Master Shanhui. He was the spiritual leader of all the monks, the first person in Buddhism, Bodhidharma. They used to be high and mighty, but at this moment, they looked so miserable and wretched. It also seemed to indicate the end of Debii Temple. Finally, some monks of Debii Temple could not help but burst into tears. Their courage and faith seemed to have been punctured by something, and they could never return to the past. One by one, they fell to the ground, their bodies prostrated on the ground, and let out heart-wrenching cries of despair. And the people of Fentian were the opposite. They still could not believe what they had seen. Debii Temple had fallen, the culprits who had caused their miserable lives, were they really at the end of their rope? Dark Knight 11th clenched his fists tightly. Her fingernails dug into her palms, but she didn't feel anything. He gazed at the sky, his crimson eyes staring unblinkingly. No one knew what he was waiting for. Until he saw that familiar figure slowly descend from the skies. He had silver hair and crimson eyes. He was like a fiend god that had descended into the world, controlling the universe and the vitality of all living things. Dark Knight's 11th suddenly felt his eyes turn red. His body seemed to instinctively kneel down. Greetings, Burning Heaven Lord. Then came Anya 3 and Anya 7, welcome, Lord Fentian. After that, it was everyone from Fentian. Welcome, Master Burning Heaven. Luo Yunxiao did not look at the little monks who were crying and trembling. Nor did she look at the people of Fentian who were kneeling and shouting. He slowly descended to the ground, his gaze landing on Bodhidharma and Abbot Xianhui. His voice was as cold and indifferent as ever. "Where is the soul-returning lamp?" Bodhidharma stared deeply at Luo Yunxiao with his cloudy eyes, then opened his mouth and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Ba," Bodhidharma said in a hoarse and weak voice, "Benefactor, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you will be saved. If this goes on, your nature will be swallowed by the soul of destruction, and the three realms of heaven and earth will be plunged into misery and suffering. Due to unknown reasons, this site is suddenly unavailable on Sogu today. Please remember the domain name, Sea of Books, and find your way home." "Ha ha ha, repent and be saved?" Before Luo Yunxiao could answer, Anya 11 roared hysterically, "Damn bald donkey, why didn't you repent and be saved when you made us the hosts of the mortal tribulation? What did we do wrong? Why should we be deserted, alone, and finally tortured to death?" "Shut up." Cough, cough, cough. Xianhui wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said angrily, "Debi Temple does everything for the sake of the common people. We never seek personal gain. Sacrificing the hosts of the mortal tribulation to protect the thousands of creatures in the 3 realms and 6 realms was the only way my master could save the world. We, Debi Temple, have never had any selfish motives. But you, Luo Yunxiao. If my martial uncle was not in the temple and my master had been seriously injured when he sealed the demon of destruction 1,000 years ago, he would not have been defeated by you today." Xianhui sneered, "Luo Yunxiao, what do you want the resurrection lamp for? To resurrect the important people? Unfortunately, you are the host of the half-soul of the world destroyer. You are destined to be abandoned by the world and die a miserable death. Stop dreaming if you want the resurrection lamp." Luo Yunxiao's expression did not change at all. He twisted his fingers, and a black flame appeared in his palm. Slowly, in a calm tone, he said, "Then let's do it this way. Since there is no resurrection lamp, everyone here will die." The black flame flew from his fingertips and fell to the ground. It was different from the black flame that only burned the surrounding area. As soon as this black flame fell to the ground, it began to burn wildly and spread. In the blink of an eye, the whole Debi temple was enveloped in flames. The monks at the Immortal King realm hurriedly opened the protective shield to protect the disciples around them. But their faces became paler and paler, and their bodies trembled violently. Their eyes were full of despair and sorrow. Everyone knew that such a protective shield would not last long. Soon, they would be burned to ashes by the darking holy flame. Weeping, begging, and cursing filled the air. Xianhui screamed, "Luo Yunxiao, don't you dare! Our Debi temple is the leader of the righteous path in the world, the sacred land of Buddhism. If you dare to destroy Debi temple, the spirit cultivators in the world will not let you off." Bodhidharma closed his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "Benefactor, if I give you the lamp of resurrection, will you really spare the monks of Debi temple?" Luo Yunxiao faintly replied, "Yes." "All right, I'll give you the soul resurrection lamp." "Master!" Xianhui screamed. There were also monks at the Immortal King realm who cried out in alarm. How could the dignified Debi temple come to a compromise with an evil spirit? Bodhidharma simply sighed softly, then flipped his hand, causing a semi-translucent lamp to appear in the palm of his hand. "Benefactor Luo, this is the resurrection lamp you asked for. With the soul resurrection lamp as a vessel, coupled with a rare item of extreme yin and yang in the world, the dead can be resurrected. However, to defy the heavens and change one's fate, one must pay the price. I believe Benefactor Luo knows this better than anyone else." Bodhidharma pushed his hand, and the soul resurrection lamp floated in front of Luo Yunxiao. Luo Yunxiao reached out and took it. Her fingertips gently caressed the lamp, and a ripple finally appeared in her calm eyes. Mu Yan, Yun Ruhan, Qin Jiu, Chu Moli, Ling Yuma, Ling Yuxing, Lan Luayu. The only Xiaoyao sect that belonged to him in this world. As long as the Xiaoyao sect could return, he was willing to pay any price. Bodhidharma looked at the fluctuating emotions in his eyes. He suddenly closed his eyes and murmured, "Master, Grandmaster, did we make a mistake? Was the red dust ambush really wrong?" "Master!" Xianhui shouted. "Master, we are Debi temple. How can we compromise with evil?" I'd rather die in battle than submit to this demon and let him take away our temple's treasure. Bodhidharma sighed softly. Ba. Shanhui, you're willing to die in battle. But what about the monks of Debi Temple? What about the people of Mercy City? Don't tell me you want them to pay with their lives for the karma we sowed? Shanhui said agitatedly, everything we did was in accordance with the will of heaven. What karma? The red dust ambush is the only way to save the world. Master, we did nothing wrong. No. Bodhidharma shook his head and suddenly flicked a prayer bead in front of his chest. The prayer bead flew towards Luo Yunxiao and landed in the center of the resurrection lamp. This prayer bead contains the items of extreme yin and yang that Debi Temple collected to resurrect Wu Che. You'll have to rely on yourself for the other half, Benefactor Luo. Luo Yunxiao looked up. A flash of surprise passed through his eyes. Shanhui stood up agitatedly and shouted, Master, how can you do this? Why are you helping that demon? He wanted to rush over and take back the resurrection lamp and the prayer bead. Unfortunately, his injuries were too severe. His legs were almost burned to ashes by the darking holy flame. Even with his celestial prime cultivation, it would take at least a year for him to gradually recover. Shanhui fell to the ground. He could only watch with bloodshot eyes as Luo Yunxiao kept the resurrection lamp and the prayer bead and turned to leave. Benefactor Luo, please remember, do not kill. Do not go against the will of heaven. The more blood you have on your hands, the more your self-consciousness will be devoured by the half-soul. Until one day, you will no longer recognize your family and be alone for the rest of your life. It will be too late for regrets. Luo Yunxiao paused for a moment and then disappeared on the spot. Fen Tian and the others saw Luo Yunxiao disappear. Although they were unwilling, they quickly retreated. Debi Temple finally regained its peace. But all that was left was a scene of desolation, fear, and panic. Master, cough cough cough. Master, why? Why did you compromise with that demon? As soon as they entered one of the intact inner halls, Shanhui immediately shouted at the top of her lungs, Martial Uncle Xian and Junior Brother Jingyuan went out. They'll be back as soon as they sense that Debi Temple is in danger. I don't believe that we can't kill Luo Yunxiao with the combined strength of the entire Debi Temple. Bodhidharma closed his eyes and said softly, Shanhui, do you know what Luo Yunxiao's current cultivation base is? Shanhui was stunned. Immortal Emperor? Bodhidharma's voice was hoarse and dejected. Or perhaps even stronger than the Immortal Emperor? By gathering the strength of the entire temple, do you wish for Debi Temple to disappear from the world and disappear without a trace? If you and I join hands, we can't even seriously injure him. Do you really think that with Xian and Jingyuan, we can win? Even if there's a chance of winning, will Debi Temple still have its former glory? Shanhui listened in a daze. The anger and unwillingness on her face were gradually replaced by fear and confusion. Bodhidharma smiled bitterly and said, Moreover, the killing in the mortal world is the cause, and today's ending is the effect. Bodhidharma smiled bitterly. Moreover, the worldly tribulation is the cause, and the current outcome is the effect. We chose these people to be the hosts of the worldly tribulation for the sake of all living beings in the world. But the pain and harm we caused them is also real. Wu Che's death and the heavy casualties in Debi Temple are the sins we have committed, and we have to bear the consequences. Shanhui covered his face with his hands. Through the gaps between his fingers, he saw his burned legs and felt the powerlessness and pain in his body. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he kept muttering, No, we didn't do anything wrong. We did it for the sake of all living beings in the world. Everyone has the right to punish evil spirits. Senior Martial Brother, what happened? Why did Debi Temple become like this? A low voice came from outside the door, making Shanhui raise his head. A monk with a broad and peaceful face, wearing a Buddhist headscarf, slowly walked into the inner hall. Martial Uncle Xian. Shanhui called out softly with tears in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, It's the host of the half-soul that destroyed the world. He led Fen Tian and the other evil spirits to attack Debi Temple, slaughtered the monks, and stole the soul return lamp. Bodhidharma put his palms together and said in a low voice, Ba. Xian, it's great that you're back. Next, everything in Debi Temple is in your hands. Before he finished speaking, Bodhidharma suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body could no longer support itself, and he fell down. Master! Senior martial brother! I see. Xian put his palms together, facing the ruins of Defying temple outside, and softly recited the expiation scripture. After Xian expiated, Xianhui gritted his teeth and said, "Martial uncle, we can't let this matter go. We must take back the soul return lamp and those treasures of extreme yin and yang. Otherwise, how can Wu Che be resurrected?" Xian lowered his eyes and said, "You're right. The host of the world-destroying demon must be killed. Otherwise, the 3 realms and 6 Tao will no longer exist." Xianhui was overjoyed when she heard that. "Martial aunt, this matter cannot be delayed any longer. Even though that demon has defeated Master and I, he has also suffered quite a heavy injury. I will immediately contact the Sovereign Lord of the Polar Domain, and then follow the aura of the Soul Return Lamp to find him. We will definitely be able to capture Fentian and the other demons in one fell swoop." Xian's eyelids moved slightly. He was about to speak. A young novice monk hurriedly ran out, his face filled with fear as he said, "Benefactor Xian, Abbot Xian, you should go and have a look." Bodhidharma, Shan Hui's expression changed drastically when she heard this. She no longer cared about slaying this apocalyptic fiend. She pressed her hand against the ground, sending her legless body flying towards Bodhidharma's room. Senior brother was burned by the world-extinguishing fire 1,000 years ago and has yet to fully recover from his injuries. Now that he's severely injured and his immortal bones are destroyed, I'm afraid he's in danger. Xian slowly exhaled. His peaceful expression was now filled with deep worry. Xianhui felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her body, which was already heavily injured, was now on the verge of collapse. You're saying that Master, he will die? No, absolutely impossible. He won't. Master is the #1 expert of the present age. If he hadn't been severely injured 1,000 years ago, he would have been the first person to become an immortal emperor. Even the Sovereign Lord of the Polar Domain can't compare to him. How could Master possibly die? Ba. Xian sighed softly, his eyes revealing sorrow and hesitation. Martial uncle, there must be a way to save Master, right? I'll go to the Polar Domain to find the sacred ancestor medicine king. He has an elixir that can bring the dead back to life. He can definitely save Master. Xian took a deep breath as if he had made up his mind. If we can find the sacred ancestor medicine king, then senior brother may have a chance to live. But now senior brother is like a lamp without oil. If he doesn't breathe, I'm afraid that even if the sacred ancestor medicine king arrives, it will be too late. I will use all my strength to hang on to senior brother's last breath. Xianhui, take the elders out first. By this time tomorrow, if I succeed, you will immediately go to the Polar Domain to find the sacred ancestor medicine king. If I fail, alas, maybe it's God's will. Xianhui looked at Xian with gratitude. His legs had been crippled by Luo Yunxiao, so he couldn't kneel now. He could only kowtow to Xian. All the monks in the room knelt down and looked at Xian with worship and hope. When Bodhidharma was defeated, they thought the sky had collapsed. Their hearts were full of pain and despair. But now they realized that martial uncle Xian's cultivation was not much weaker than Bodhidharma's. As long as he was alive, Defying temple would not collapse. The door of the main hall was slowly closed. Xian sat cross-legged in front of Bodhidharma. He gently knocked the wooden fish in his hand. Immediately, a ray of light emitted and enveloped the whole room. Xian's eyes stared unblinkingly at the pale, unconscious Bodhidharma in front of him. He didn't know if it was because of the flickering light in the room, but a faintly discernible blue light flashed in the bottom of his turbid eyes. The next moment, he lowered his eyes and quickly formed a complicated and strange seal with his fingers. As more and more runes were formed, more and more seals were formed. A small black hole appeared in Xian's chest. This black hole seemed bottomless. It gently rotated, getting bigger and bigger. Wisps of black gas floated out of the hole and wrapped around Bodhidharma's body like poisonous snakes. Bodhidharma's originally calm and still face showed a painful expression. He groaned and opened his eyes. Seeing Xian sitting across from him, he couldn't come to his senses for a moment. His turbid eyes slightly widened. Junior brother, what are you doing? Hearing this, Xian also opened his eyes and revealed a shallow smile. Senior martial brother, you're awake? Actually, you shouldn't have woken up. Isn't it more peaceful and blissful to walk towards death in ignorance? Bodhidharma's expression changed. Xian, what are you doing? He abruptly lowered his head and felt the terrifying energy twining around his body. His face was filled with shock and anger. Soul-stealing curse. Xian, how could you know such a vicious curse? The spirit-snatching curse could completely plunder a person's cultivation and divine soul into one's own body without any sequelae of incompatibility. This curse technique was too insidious and heaven-defying, so it was extremely difficult to achieve the conditions. First of all, this person must be extremely proficient in curse. Even in the Jiuli tribe, which was famous for its curse technique, almost no one could do it. Secondly, the strength of the person who cast the curse must be comparable to that of the person who was cursed. Moreover, the person who cast the curse must complete all the seals without the other party resisting. Only then would the person not be counterattacked by the soul-stealing curse. Otherwise, cultivators would instinctively reject unfamiliar auras even when they were unconscious. Not to mention completing the soul-stealing curse. Bodhidharma's body swayed slightly, and his voice was hoarse and trembling. You want to steal my cultivation base? Was this your plan from the moment you entered Defying Temple? Xian gently smiled and slowly said, You can't say that. The most important reason I came to Defying Temple was to get close to the spirit clock and find the other half of the world destroyer soul. This was because only by finding the other world annihilation half soul could he activate the other half of the mortal tribulation's host soul. But I really didn't expect. His eyes darkened and his voice deepened. The host body of this generation's mortal tribulation, Luo Yunxiao, was able to activate the world-destroying soul body on her own without the catalysis of the other half of the soul and fuse with it. Because of this unforeseen event, all of my plans have to be brought forward. Defying Temple must be completely under my control. If that's the case, there's no value in your existence anymore, senior brother. Bodhidharma's body trembled violently. You're not Xian. Who are you? What do you want? Xian's voice is still gentle, but there's a bit of melancholy in it. Originally, I didn't want to take the risk of using the soul-stealing curse, but who told Di Mingju's cultivation to grow too fast these years? Even the cultivation of Luo Yunxiao, the host of the half-soul that destroys the world, has reached the realm of a mortal emperor. With my current cultivation, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to fight against these two. But with senior martial brother's cultivation, things are different. At that time, no one in this world would be a match for me. In the 3 paths 6 realms, I will be the only king. Senior brother, it's a pity that you won't be able to see that day. Bodhidharma struggled with all his might, blood gushing out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. He had to stop the person in front of him and stop Defying Temple from turning into hell even if he had to risk his soul to be destroyed. Xian sneered, You've been replenished by my soul-stealing curse. Do you think you still have a chance to escape? As he spoke, the speed at which his fingers formed seals became faster and faster, and a scarlet light shot out from his eyes. Bodhidharma could sense his life force draining away bit by bit. As his blood drained and his spiritual power disappeared, his body became colder and colder, and his vision became blurry. But at this moment, his ears seemed to hear a hazy and distant voice. Jingyuan, what took you so long? Where is Master? Master, he. Luo Yunxiao, it's Luo Yunxiao. Jingyuan, you must avenge Master and the disciples of Defying Temple. Luo Yunxiao. Did Luo Yunxiao kill him? Did Luo Yunxiao owe him something? No. That's not it, it was him. Defying Temple owed Luo Yunxiao. The red dust ambush was meant to kill one's emotions and heart. He thought that it was for the sake of the world, for the peace of the 3 paths and 6 realms. But in reality, apart from achieving their undeserved reputation, apart from causing hundreds of thousands of innocent lives to suffer and fall into eternal hell, what else did they gain? Was he wrong? The Red Dust Massacre, Defying Temple, and the world of righteousness, were they all wrong? Bodhidharma murmured an almost soundless Buddhist mantra. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splashed on Xian's face, and suddenly turned into a golden flame that burned. Xian's face changed, and a trace of anger flashed across his eyes. His hand seals become faster and faster, as if there are after-images. Bodhidharma's round eyes finally see Xian's face. His eyes are filled with extreme shock. His hoarse voice suddenly rises, "You, how could it be, you?" Bodhidharma's body finally can't hold on any longer. He slowly falls down, completely lifeless. Xian wipes the blood from his face and slowly stands up. He operates the divine power in his body, his face showing a satisfied expression. Immortal Emperor. I've finally reached the Immortal Emperor realm, ha 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 ha. Who in this world can stop me from dominating? The Shin musician, Luo Yunxiao, Di Mingju, no one. Xian laughs for a while, then takes out a talisman and sticks it on his face. As the black smoke dissipates, his face begins to quickly change and distort, finally restoring Xian's appearance. But compared to before, his face is a lot paler, as if his cultivation has been overconsumed. He steps forward and helps Bodhidharma up from the ground with his eyes wide open. She reached out her hand and covered his eyes, which were filled with everlasting regret. Even the bloodstains are wiped clean. In this way, it looks like Bodhidharma's injuries were too heavy and he died before he could be saved. Xian looks at the final result with satisfaction. He changes into a weeping and tired face, intending to remove the enchantment. But at this moment, a jade stone on his waist gently vibrates. Xian reaches out and gently touches the jade stone. A man's figure appears in the void. If Mayan and the others were here at this time, they would definitely recognize this man in a robe and with a pale face. That is, the demon emperor's priest. Zhongli sees Xian and immediately bows, "Master, everything at the heavenly enchantment banquet went as you expected." Xian smiled and faintly said, "Is there something unexpected about what you said?" Zhongli bows and nods. Di Mingju didn't participate in the heavenly enchantment banquet to discuss anything with Junshi Tian, but he really took a fancy to the demon princess. Xian's eyes slightly narrow. That Shin musician remnant? Yes. Interesting. Zhongli asks again, "Master, Di Mingju is interested in the demon princess. Do we still follow the original plan?" "I'm afraid there will be variables." The corner of Xian's mouth hooked up. "Of course we'll follow the original plan." Di Mingju was interested in Jun Mayan, but in the end, Jun Mayan and Han Jiaming had a physical relationship. Isn't this even more interesting? Zhongli's face turned pale. It was interesting, but Han Jiaming would obviously become cannon fodder. However, it was clear that as long as it was his master's order, there was no room for rejection. If he obediently carried out the mission, he might die. However, if they dared to disobey orders, they would definitely suffer a fate 10,000 times worse than death. After this heavenly enchantment banquet, I want the demons and spirit cultivators to fight to the death. Yes, Master. Debii Temple was located in the far west. Jing Yuan had to teleport a few times to return to Debii Temple in a short amount of time. Looking at the dilapidated walls of Debii Temple, Jing Yuan felt a buzz in his head, almost unable to breathe. His premonition came true. Something had happened to Debii Temple, but when he saw that eldest martial brother Shan Hui was still alive and that martial uncle Xian was treating his master in the hall, Jing Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. "Senior brother, who was it that was able to injure you and master?" "Luo Yunxiao, it's Luo Yunxiao." When Shan Hui says these 3 words, he grits his teeth, wishing he could tear him to pieces. Luo Yunxiao, Jing Yuan felt that the name sounded familiar to him. When he comes to, he suddenly widens his eyes. Luo Yunxiao? Isn't that Yuma's martial uncle? On the floating island, he saw through Jun Mayan's identity as a Shin musician. Luo Yunxiao gave him a warning and challenged him. And he didn't want to hurt Yuma, so he pushed the boat with the current. The 2 of them fought to a draw, as if nothing had happened. "Senior brother, is it a mistake? Why would Luo Yunxiao attack Debii Temple?" These 2 parties were clearly unrelated to each other. Could it be to hide Jun Mayan's identity as a Shin musician? Shan Hui suddenly turns his head and stares at him. "Jing Yuan, how do you know about Luo Yunxiao?" "There are not many people in Debii Temple who know about the Red Dust robbery." In addition to Bodhidharma, Cin, Shan Hui and Wu Che, there is only Shan Hui's eldest disciple Xianxia and a few highly respected elders of Defying Temple. Jing Yuan doesn't know about the red dust robbery, so it's reasonable to say that he doesn't know Luo Yunxiao. Jing Yuan subconsciously avoids Shan Hui's gaze and whispers, "I met Luo Yunxiao on the floating island." After a pause, he can't help but say, "I don't think this person is a cruel killer." "Why, Jing Yuan, are you speaking up for that devil?" Shan Hui slaps the table and almost jumps up. But because his legs are destroyed, he can't recover and can only fall down. Jing Yuan reaches out to help him up, but Shan Hui pushes his hand away and says sternly, "Jing Yuan, look at Defying Temple, what has become of it now? Master's life is uncertain, so many monks have lost their souls, Defying Temple is in ruins, and you still want to protect such a devil?" "Brother, I'm not, Uncle Master Jing Yuan, you may not know this, but the reason why the devil attacked Defying Temple was to take away our temple's treasure, the resurrection lamp." The young novice monk serving Shan Hui could not help but say, "Luo Yunxiao has brought many devils with him. They kill people and destroy houses on sight. It's not just Defying Temple that has been massacred. The innocent believers in Mercy City have also been massacred." Jing Yuan's pupils constricted. Before he could ask, he heard Shan Hui say in a hoarse voice, "Jing Yuan, do you still remember the second Shidi who treated you like his own little brother? Wu Che also died at the hands of Luo Yunxiao. Now, even the only hope of reviving Wu Che, the soul revival lamp, has been snatched away by that demon. Yet, you are saying that he is not a murderer? Jing Yuan, are you worthy of your second senior brother?" Jing Yuan felt his chest violently tremble and his mind was buzzing. After a long time, he said in a hoarse voice, "Why did Luo Yunxiao want to kill second senior brother? How did he kill second senior brother?" He suddenly raised his head. His usually gentle and shy handsome face was now filled with a bone-piercing killing intent. His clear eyes also turned blood-red in an instant. "Eldest senior brother, where has second senior brother been all these years? What has he been doing? Does it have anything to do with Luo Yunxiao? What are you hiding from me?" Shan Hui met Jing Yuan's blood-red eyes and an indescribable fear emerged from the bottom of his heart. But soon, a trace of anger flashed across his eyes and he said sternly, "Jing Yuan, is this the attitude you should have when talking to your senior brother?" At this moment, the closed door was suddenly opened with a bang. Shan Hui and Jing Yuan immediately stopped quarreling. "Master! Uncle Cin, how is Master?" However, when they rushed into the hall, they saw Bodhidharma lying on the ground with a pale face and no breath of life. Their bodies swayed, almost unable to stand. "Master!" Jing Yuan jumped up and helped Bodhidharma up. Feeling his master's cold body, he only felt that the blood in his body seemed to have lost its temperature. He raised his trembling hand and pressed it on Bodhidharma's neck. The coldness and deathly stillness caused Jing Yuan's eyes, which had just shed their crimson red, to suddenly burn like a raging fire. "Master, Master! Why is it like this?" Shan Hui screamed, "Uncle, didn't you say that Master still has a chance to live?" Not far away, Cian's face was pale, and the corners of his mouth were stained with blood. His face was full of sadness and guilt. He put his palms together and said hoarsely, "I'm incompetent and couldn't save senior brother. I didn't expect that Luo Yunxiao would be so vicious. She left a ball of darking holy flame in senior brother's sea of consciousness. I was caught off guard and was injured by the darking holy flame. I could no longer protect senior brother's divine soul. I was too careless and caused senior brother's death." Cin said. Turbid tears rolled down his eyes. His body swayed slightly, and he could no longer hold on and fainted. "Ah! Luo Yunxiao, Luo Yunxiao! Today, I will make you pay with blood." In Shan Hui's heart-wrenching roar, Jing Yuan tightly held his master's cold body in his arms and slowly closed his eyes. Hot tears flowed down from his eyes, but they slowly turned cold. When he opened his eyes again, only cold red killing intent was left. Under the abyss. Fourth senior sister, fourth senior sister. Did you hear what I said? Ling Yuma came back to her senses and met Ling Yuxing's concerned eyes. She immediately smiled, "Sorry, I was distracted just now." "What are you talking about?" Yun Rohan reached out and patted her shoulder gently. Yuma, are you worried about Master Jing Yuan? Ling Yuma's fingertips gently touched the hilt of the red lotus soul-stealing blade. Then, with a carefree smile on his face, he stretched his arms and said, I'm a little worried, but after thinking about it, worrying won't help. What is the little monk's cultivation? What is my cultivation? Do I have the right to worry about him? Come, let's guess the true appearance of this demon princess. Is she beautiful or ugly? By the way, eldest senior brother, you've been in the devil race for so many days, have you seen the princess? What does she look like? I heard that the princess of the demon race and junior martial uncle were once engaged, but now they're going to hold a martial competition to find a spouse. Wasn't it enough for her to have a peerless man like youngest martial uncle? Are you going to hug them on both sides? Yun Rohan rubbed her forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You'll know what the demon princess looks like when you enter the palace tomorrow. Hee hee. He chuckled softly and revealed a meaningful expression. I promise that you will be shocked when the time comes. Is it that ugly? So ugly that it can't be seen? Third senior brother, what do you think? Ling Yuma suppressed the anxiety in her heart and looked at Chumoli with great interest. Do you think the demon princess is beautiful or ugly? Is she hugging them on both sides and enjoying the fruits of others' labor? Or is she blind? Chumoli looks up at them, his eyes sweeping over Yun Rohan. He lowers his eyes, twirls the jade ring in his hand, and says in a low voice, I hope that you won't swallow back your words later. Third brother, what did you say? Hey, third brother, are you going to get it? Do you want us to push you? Chumoli doesn't turn around, and says warmly, no need, the minister will be waiting for me outside. Why do I feel that third brother has been very mysterious since coming to the demon palace? I don't know what he's planning. By the way, where's little sister? I haven't seen her for a long time. Cough, do you still need to ask? She must have gone to meet Instructor Mo in private. In the side hall of the demon palace. Ying Mei and Han Yi kneel in front of Mayan, bowing. Greetings, Miss June. Mayan promptly steps forward to help Ying Mei up. The rims of Ying Mei's eyes are a little red, and her usually cold voice is trembling with excitement. Miss June, it's great that you're safe and sound. Many things have happened these days, June Shang, he. Mayan touches her head, saying softly, don't worry, tell me slowly, what happened? Han Yi, who is still kneeling on the ground, looks at them with hidden bitterness. Miss June, little shadow, I'm still kneeling on the ground. The difference in treatment is too big. Little Shadow's knees haven't touched the ground when Miss June pulls him up. What about him? He's been kneeling here for a long time, and no one came to look at him. It's like a yellow cabbage field, too miserable. Ying Mei hears his words and glares at him in disgust. What else do you want? Let Miss June help you up. Aren't you afraid that June Shang will chop off your claws? Or you'll be locked up in the purgatory pool for a year and a half? Han Yi, there's no justice. Little Shadow, whose lover are you? Is this how you describe your husband? After watching Han Yi play around for a while, the three immediately get to the point. Di Mingju lost his memory? Ying Mei nods. June Shang rushed to the floating island to save Miss June, and we followed him to look for you, but we couldn't find any trace of you. But suddenly, June Shang returned to the polar domain and fell into a coma. When he woke up again, he couldn't remember anything. Just like 7 years ago. Mu Yan stares blankly. 7 years ago? What 7 years ago? Just as Ying Mei is about to speak, Han Yi immediately pulls her sleeve and snatches her words. Miss June, you don't know, but while June Shang was unconscious, a woman came out to impersonate you. Mu Yan frowns, and sure enough, her attention is drawn over. Impersonate me? Yes, she calls herself June Mayan. Whether it's her appearance or her voice, it's almost exactly the same as yours. She also said that she lost her memory, and we were almost fooled. Fortunately, Little Shadow was alert and was suspicious of the imposter from the beginning. Mu Yan raises her eyebrows. Why don't you suspect that I'm a fake and she's the real one? Hee hee, is there still a need to ask? Han Yi says, beaming, just look at June Shang's attitude and you'll know. Do you know what June Shang's first words were when he woke up and saw that imposter? Cough, cough. Han Yi clears his throat and puts on a stern face. Imitating Di Mingju, he coldly says, Ben Jun lost his memory, not that he's stupid. Is this kind of thing fit to be Benjun's fiancé? Do you think that Benjun is blind? Ha 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 ha, you didn't see the expression on that imposter's face at that time. Mu Yan stares blankly, then an indescribable sweetness and joy wells up in her heart. No wonder when she met little Mo Ju in the Tianguang ruins, it was as if he didn't know her. Later, he really took Yi Liangchen as a man, and even threatened her not to marry the demon princess. It turns out that he lost his memory. But even if he lost his memory, this man would never mistake her at first glance. Even if he knew that Yi Liangchen was a man, he still chased him down the abyss without hesitation. Han Yi suddenly lowers his voice and says, "Miss June, please believe me, Jun Shang might forget you once, twice, or even thrice, but he has no other choice. The feelings he has for you in his heart will never change." Mu Yan's fingers lightly grasp the void spirit ring, squeezing it tightly. "Tell me, what's the matter with the God-punishing curse hidden inside Di Mingju's body?" Han Yi is about to answer, when he hears the voice of a demon attendant outside the room. "Your Highness, the demon lord asks you to come over as soon as possible." There's a bit of anxiety in the voice. Mu Yan knits her brows. "I know. Gong gong. Her Highness? Who is Her Highness?" Mu Yan hooks up the corner of her lips. She raises a finger towards the industry whose eyeballs are about to pop out of their sockets, and makes a shushing gesture. "Don't tell someone in advance, my biological father had reincarnated and went through a calamity. His real name is Jun Shirtian." Han Yi sucks in a mouthful of cold air. Even after Mu Yan has left, he still hasn't reacted. "Little Shadow, quick, pinch me." "Miss June, what did she just say?" "She said that her biological father is called Jun Shirtian?" "God, isn't Jun Shirtian the demon lord of the demon race? So Miss June is the demon princess that was rejected by the polar domain in every possible way, that Jun Shang swore that he wouldn't marry even if he was beaten to death?" Han Ye's legs soften, and he very much wants to faint. Oh, no, he's fainting just like their Jun Shang. At that time, the polar domain rejected the marriage, and it was spread to the entire Shoshan continent, thoroughly offending the demon race. Now, he wants to marry the precious daughter that he found with great difficulty from the hands of the demon lord. Isn't this a long and arduous road? Han Yi can't help but shed tears of sympathy for his Jun Shang. Mu Yan walked out of the Xiaoyao sect's sleeping quarters and followed the demon servant to Jun Shirtian's palace. The heavenly charm banquet would last for 2 days and 2 nights. Of course, during this period, there would be more than just a competition for the position of the princess's son-in-law. The traditional purpose of the heavenly enchantment banquet of the demon race was to display the might and power of the demon race to all spirit cultivators. After the betrothal contest ended, the blood demon army marched into the arena. As the lingering and melodious singing of the succubus became as impassioned as a mighty army, the atmosphere in the hall also changed abruptly. As soon as the blood demon army appeared, the faces of the spirit cultivators who had looked down on the demon race turned pale. They were filled with fear and didn't dare to speak nonsense anymore. At the same time, they were extremely fearful and envious of the demon race's current strength. But right now, Mu Yan's mind is mostly occupied by Di Mingju. Why did he lose his memory? What was the god-killing curse? She wanted to ask third senior brother about it after everything was over. Ding! All of a sudden, something bumped into his hand. It happened to hit the void spirit ring, giving off a crisp sound. Mu Yan looked down, only to find that a jade ring had broken into 2 halves, falling at her feet. How could a jade ring suddenly fly over here? How could a piece of jade suddenly fly in here? While she was puzzled, she suddenly heard a vague and weak voice. Little guy, take me to my disciple, I will give you the best elixir in the world. How about it?" Mu Yan was startled, her body suddenly became alert. That was because the voice came directly from her void spirit ring and entered her head. "Who?" The demon servant who was leading the way turned around and quickly asked, "Princess, what's wrong?" Just as Mu Yan was about to speak, she heard the old man raise his voice with great difficulty. Don't look, this is the doppelganger technique. I transferred my divine soul from that piece of jade to your ring. Boy, I'm telling you, as long as you take me to my precious disciple, I promise I won't treat you badly, It's all that bastard Di Mingju's fault. He's not willing to take me to find my treasured disciple. There are so few people with godly power in this place, it wasn't easy for me to find you. Otherwise, how could I, the grand sacred ancestor of medicine, be in such a difficult situation? Mu Yan's breath stagnated, she swallowed back the question she wanted to ask. She shook her head at the demon servant who was leading the way and said, "Nothing, let's go." When the demon servant turned around, she used her divine sense to transmit her voice, "Little Jiu." "Master?" "Huh? Ugh, are you talking to me?" "No, that's impossible, only my precious disciple will call me Little Jiu Master." "That bastard Di Mingju, it's all his fault, my divine soul is so weak that I have auditory hallucinations, this won't do. I need to rest for a while. Once I'm fully recovered, you can bring me to find my precious disciple." Listening to the voice in her mind gradually disappear, Mu Yan doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Little Jiu's master is as lively as ever, but when she thought of how Han Chujiu went through so much trouble to find her, and even used the doppelganger technique, her heart was filled with warmth. "Your Highness, the demon marshal is waiting for you inside, please go in." The demon servant opened the door and stood outside the door. Mu Yan walked into Jun Shirtian's room, only to find that it was dark, and there was a faint sound of suppressed breathing. She frowned and was about to use her divine sense to explore the situation in the room. However, at this moment, there was a loud bang behind him. The door closed behind him. Mu Yan's heart shudders, and she promptly turns around to open the door. However, the door did not budge. Swish, the sword of 7 absolutes was unsheathed, overflowing with cold light, and directly chopped at the wooden door. However, even though it was just an ordinary wooden door, it was not damaged at all. On the contrary, the surroundings of the house emitted a faint blue light, and within the blue light, golden runes crisscrossed. Mayan's heart suddenly sinks. Had she fallen into someone's trap? That devil servant wasn't sent by Jun Shirtian? What did the person who lured her here want? Mu Yan's nerves were all tense. She held the 7 absolute sword in her hand and spread her divine sense around. However, what shocked her was, there seemed to be some sort of special confinement in this room. Her divine sense spread out from her body, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea, instantly disappearing into the air. Who's there?" At the same time, a slightly hoarse male voice rang out from the darkness. Then, a figure staggered towards her. "Yi. Brother Yi?" When the person sees Mu Yan, his face reveals a surprised expression. He frowns and says, "Why are you here?" Mu Yan raises her eyebrows. "That's what I wanted to ask, why is young Master Han here?" The person who walks out from the darkness is actually the eldest son of the Han family, Han Jiaming, who was sent to participate in the heavenly enchantment banquet. Han Jiaming reveals a bitter smile. "If I say that I don't know what's going on, would you believe me, Brother Yi? 2 hours ago, a demon servant came to inform me that the demon lord invited all the winners of each round to meet him, so I followed the demon servant here. But after entering this hall, the door was suddenly locked, and then slowly, the cultivation in my body began to retreat, and I couldn't use it. Moreover. Han Jiaming's face was a little flushed, and he had an awkward expression on his face. After a long while, he grits his teeth and says, "Right now, I only feel as if there's a fire burning in my dantian, and all the blood in my body seems to be boiling. This feeling is like I've been poisoned with some kind of shameful drug." Mu Yan frowns, and her complexion also changes. Regarding drugs, she doesn't care about it at all. In this world, there really aren't many poisons and drugs that can stump her. But what's going on now? Just as Han Jiaming said, as time passes in this room, she feels that the spiritual power, immortal power, and even divine power in her body are rapidly depleting. Her abdomen feels like there's a fire burning, gradually spreading to her whole body. Moreover, this fire doesn't only seem to be burning her body, but also her soul. Her cheeks become crimson and hot, and her eyes become unfocused and blurry. It's as if there's a fire burning in her head, stirring all her thoughts into a ball of paste, making her unable to think. Mu Yan wants to take out the Tian Emochin to calm her mind, but she finds out that the Tian Emochin space can't be opened. Brother Yi, do you know what's going on? Who's behind this? Why do you want to trap us here?" Mu Yan glances at the hazy figure not far away, and doesn't answer. He also wants to know who used Xianxia's name to lure her here. And why did they have to involve Han Jiaming? Mu Yan is sure that the demon attendant is Xianxia's trusted aide. Only Xianxia's trusted aides knew that Yi Liangchen was the demon race's princess. If not for this, Mu Yan wouldn't have followed him so defenselessly. Who could plant a spy under the eyes of Xianxia and not be discovered? Mu Yan's eyes slightly narrowed, and a dense cold light shot out from her eyes. Until now, she did not feel that she was poisoned or drugged. However, his body's abnormal reaction couldn't be deceived. There was only one possibility, and that was that someone had done something to her body. And the only person who could tamper with her body and make her feel a little strange, was that person. Zhongli, the demon emperor's high priest. Or rather, Wen Zhe, who had replaced the real Zhongli and served as the demon emperor's high priest for nearly 1,000 years. Mu Yan gently pressed her finger on the void spirit ring, thinking of a way to escape. At this moment, a few rays of light suddenly lit up the room. They were red candles, and they burned in the four corners of the hall. As the candles burned, a faint aroma wafted through the room. It made Mu Yan's mind, which was finally clear after using internal force, become incomparably hot and chaotic in an instant. Brother Yi, don't you feel that, it's so hot here? So uncomfortable? Han Jiaming's voice becomes extremely hoarse, his hands constantly pulling at his clothes. Under the illumination of the orange candlelight, the man's handsome face can be seen, as well as the beads of sweat flowing down his face and into his chest. Sexy and enchanting. Han Jiaming's eyes are blurred, stumbling towards Mu Yan, as if yearning for something. Mu Yan raises the 7 absolute sword in her hand and swings it. Cold light rustles, blood splatters, Han Jiaming's exposed chest is slashed with a bloody wound. The intense pain made him let out a muffled groan, and he took a few steps back. Mu Yan's voice is also a bit hoarse, but her tone is exceptionally cold. Young Master Han, calm down, otherwise my sword won't have eyes. Fortunately, before the door was completely closed, she summoned the 7 absolute sword out of reflex. Otherwise, she might not even have the leeway to resist. Han Jiaming clutches the wound on his chest and shakes his head, revealing a struggling and ashamed expression. I'm sorry, I was rude. Just now when I smelled that fragrance, I don't know why I lost my mind and treated you as a woman. Brother Yi, if you're angry, then chop me. His voice comes to an abrupt halt, his somewhat reddened eyes suddenly widen, staring at Mu Yan in disbelief. Brother Yi, you're a woman? Mu Yan's heart sinks, only to discover that the disguise that Xianxia made for her has disappeared. Although she is wearing men's clothing now, because of the camouflage, she did not specially change her appearance. So with a glance, it can be seen that she is disguised as a man, and not a real man. But all of this is a bit too much of a coincidence. I am sorry. Han Jiaming's originally flushed cheeks turn red, he slightly lowers his head, and can't help but raise it again. With fanatical love and desire in his eyes, he hoarsely says, Brother Yi, I didn't mean to be rude. But in my entire life, I have never seen anyone so moved. The first time I saw you, I had a good impression of you. But, at that time, I thought that you were a man, and wanted to marry the demon princess, so I suppressed the feelings in my heart. But only now do I know that you're actually a woman disguised as a man. I feel as if the heavens are looking after me. What demon race princess? In my heart, you can't even compare to her. The two of us have been locked up here today. I'm sure Brother Yi. Miss Yi has also felt the changes in our bodies. Perhaps this is fate bestowed upon us by the heavens. He closed his eyes and revealed a pained and struggling expression. His voice became more and more hoarse and carried a strong and almost uncontrollable desire. Miss Yi, if I can't hold back and do something worse than a beast, I hope you don't hate me. I swear, I will be responsible for you, girl. As long as you are willing to marry me, I promise you that I, Han Jiaming, will only have you as my wife for the rest of my life. If I am unfaithful to you, I will be abandoned by both man and God. I will die a horrible death. Miss Yi, Mayan mercilessly interrupts him. Young Master Han, you're thinking too much. I already have a fiancé, so I'm not interested in marrying someone else. Han Jiaming's hands, which were hanging by his side, suddenly clenched tightly. The veins on his forehead twitched slightly. He only revealed a dejected expression and said in a hoarse voice, I know. Since you already have someone in your heart, I will definitely try my best to restrain myself and not hurt you. However, if one day, your fiancé lets you down, please remember that there will always be someone waiting for you wholeheartedly behind you. Such a handsome, affectionate, and talented man was willing to endure his overflowing desire for her and promised to spend the rest of his life for her. He was even willing to wait. If she was an ordinary girl, even if her heart belonged to someone else, she would probably be moved to tears at this moment. He could no longer reject her heartlessly. However, after he said this, Mu Yan's 7 absolute sword swooshed across her chest and said faintly, I advise you to restrain yourself. Otherwise, I'm not sure if you can guarantee that you won't hurt me, but I certainly can't guarantee that I won't hurt you. Han Jiaming's affectionate eyes darkened. His long eyelashes drooped, covering the divine light in his eyes. Jun Mayan. Jun Mayan, truly worthy of being the woman that Di Mingju fancies. She had actually completely abandoned his deep love for her. Interesting, really interesting. He wants to see if this woman can still be so calm and unhurried when he takes away her pure and innocent body, and that kind of enchanting scene unfolds in front of Di Mingju. When Zhongli conveyed his master's message to him, he thought that he would be afraid and retreat. But in fact, Han Jiaming only felt excited. He was able to snatch the woman he loved from the hands of the Polar Domain's sovereign emperor. To be able to take the supreme princess of the devil race as his own. To be able to make the Shin musicians, who had once dominated the 3 realms, once again go crazy for a man from the Han family. This kind of glory and sense of accomplishment was incomparable to anything else. At this time, Jun Mayan can still be tough and insolent. But when the lovesickness demonic love curse in her body was completely activated, he would lose his mind and only be left with a crazy desire for the Love Valley. At that time, even if he doesn't approach her, Jun Mayan will still put down her self-esteem and pride, and crawl towards him to tactfully seek pleasure. Han Jiaming can't wait to see Di Mingju's reaction when the door to the main hall is pushed open tomorrow. However, when he thought about Zhongli's plan, he felt a chill down his spine. Han Jiaming couldn't help but curl up the corner of his lips. In the end, it's not certain whether it'll be him bringing Jun Mayan to watch a good show, or Zhongli bringing Di Mingju to watch a good show. Just as he was deep in thought, a loud bang came from not far away. He sees that Mayan, who has been sitting against the wall, has fallen to the ground. Her body is curled up into a ball, her mouth uttering painful and chaotic moans. Han Jiaming's lips curled into a faint smile, but it was immediately replaced with worry. Miss Yi, what's wrong? He anxiously shouted as he stumbled towards Mu Yan in the corner. At the same time, as if unable to restrain himself, he tore at his clothes. By the time he rushes to Mu Yan's side, his clothes are already completely open, revealing a bare chest full of masculine charm. Miss Yi, are you all right? He reached out his hand to help her up. As if he couldn't restrain himself, he wanted to pull her into his arms. His voice was panting and filled with deep affection. Miss Yi, if you really can't bear it anymore, I can help you. I promise you that after today, I will definitely be responsible to you. Han Jiaming's voice came to a screeching halt. He abruptly loosened his grip, retreating several steps back. Han Jiaming's left hand clutched his right hand that had just touched Mu Yan's clothes. His face was full of shock and horror. There was a piercing pain in his right hand. And this pain was quickly spreading to his heart. Ha 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 ha, you rogue pervert, you didn't expect it, right? An old voice rang out in the room. Although it was still a little weak, there was a sense of arrogance in it. You want to touch my precious disciple? Do you think a pervert like you is qualified? After being poisoned by my 7 corpses soul-eroding powder, I want to see how you, this rogue pervert, will think about my baby disciple. 7 corpses soul-eroding powder? That was a top poison, rare in the world. It was effective even for a cultivator in the immortal king realm. Han Jiaming's heart sank. He suddenly gritted his teeth. A cold light flashed in his hand, and he directly cut off his right hand. This stopped the spread of the poison. However, beads of sweat still appeared on his forehead. The pain of losing an arm was not something that ordinary people could bear. At this time, Mu Yan also got up from the ground. She gently clicked her tongue and said in a slightly hoarse voice, Master Xiaojiu, you actually beat me to it. Let me directly cut off his arm. Wouldn't it be a waste of Master's good medicine? Han Jiaming suddenly looked at Mu Yan. He saw that the girl, who had just been controlled by the lovesickness curse, and lost the ability to resist, was now standing in the same place. Although her face was still flushed and her eyes were blurred, it was clear that she had not lost her mind. However, Mu Yan didn't look at him. She turned to the other side and whispered, Master Xiaojiu, didn't you say you want to rest first? Why did you come out? He saw that not far from Mu Yan, there was a young man's figure looming. It was not a real person, but more like a shadow that would be blown away by the wind. Han Chujiu looked at her and thought of the anxiety and worry of losing her apprentice during this period of time. She followed Di Mingju to look for him. She only felt wronged and depressed. Her eyes turned red. His appearance was that of a chubby and cute boy. At this time, when he cried, he looked even more cute. The atmosphere in the room, which should have been tense, added a bit of joy. Han Chujiu said with grievance, My dear disciple, why did you leave the inheritance space half a year ago and never appeared again? Do you know how worried I was for you? Just now, he did greet Mu Yan and was going to sleep to recuperate. But when he was nurturing this fragile avatar's soul, he felt that he had neglected something important. Little Nine's master, he seemed to have really heard the brat that he was currently possessing call him Little Nine Master. Moreover, it wasn't his voice, but his soul consciousness that had entered the void spirit ring. There was no possibility of hearing wrongly, and in this world, the only person who would call him Little Nine Master was. When Han Chujiu thought of this, she woke up. Then he hears the conversation between Mu Yan and Han Jiaming. When she hears the Han family call Mayan Yi brother, and say that she is a woman. What else Han Chujiu doesn't understand, Mu Yan's alias in Tianguang ruins was Yi Liangchen. Because of carelessness, Han Chujiu forgot to ask her treasured apprentice's real name. He thought that Yap Liangchen was her real name. No wonder he searched around the demon imperial palace. Except for Di Mingju, he disliked everyone else. However, when he sensed this youngster's aura, he felt an indescribable familiarity. Because this is his precious apprentice he said that as long as he can come out of the Medicine King Hall, he will be able to find his precious apprentice. Han Chujiu cried with joy. But before he could be happy for long, he noticed that Han Jiaming wanted to lay his hands on his precious apprentice. Are you kidding me? What kind of peerless treasure is his apprentice? Is it something that this kind of dog pervert can touch? He even dislikes Di Mingju. How can he like this kind of thing? This is unbearable. Han Chujiu immediately took out the 7 corpses soul-eroding powder from the inheritance space, regardless of the consumption of her soul. You dare to touch my precious apprentice, then I will waste your turtle grandson. She just didn't expect that Han Jiaming was also a ruthless character. After realizing that the 7 corpses soul-eroding powder will erode his heart, he decisively cut off his right hand. In this way, although he was seriously injured, the poison will not spread. Han Chujiu gritted her teeth and said, This bastard pervert dares to bully you. Master will call Flower Peacock and let him cut this bastard surnamed Han into 8 or 10 pieces. After scolding, Han Chujiu suddenly realized why this Han Jiaming was also surnamed Han. When he scolded Han, didn't that mean he was scolding himself as well? Not good, super bad. Mayan couldn't help but be amused by her lovely master. But when she heard that he wanted to call Di Mingju, in fact, Mayan still hasn't figured out how the always serious Jun Shengdaran became Flower Peacock in her master's mouth, she shook her head. I'm afraid we can't get out of this room now. With that, she turned to look at Han Jiaming and hooked up her lips. Young Master Han, are you done acting? Now you can talk about it. What do you and the people behind you want to do by locking me in here? Han Jiaming lowered his eyes for a while, then he suddenly laughed. Jun Mayan is indeed Jun Mayan, a woman who can be fancied by the Emperor of the Polar Domain. I shouldn't look down on you because of your low cultivation and young age. Mayan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Han Jiaming really knew her identity. How did he know? You know Zhongli? Han Jiaming raised his eyebrows, and the astonishment on his face deepened. You even know about Zhongli? Zhongli, or rather, Wen Zhe, had always boasted that his undercover work among the demons was flawless. But from the looks of it, that wasn't the case. At least, this princess who had just returned not long ago actually suspected him in such a short time. At this moment, Han Jiaming didn't look like he was struggling in pain after being drugged. His expression was calm and his movements were graceful and calm. Even though he had lost a pair of hands, it did not diminish his elegance in the slightest. Han Shujiao stared at Xiao Tianyuo's face, but suddenly, she slightly frowned. Her face showed a bit of surprise. What does Han Ziki have to do with you? Han Jiaming chuckled. I didn't think that there would still be someone in this world who remembers my ancestor. After a pause, Han Jiaming's gaze turns to Mayan, speaking of which, my ancestor Han Ziki doesn't have a deep relationship with your Shin musicians. At that time, if it weren't for the head musician of the Shin music school, Bailey Yin Lu, being too arrogant and offending most of the sects and families in the Xiaoxian continent, the Shin music school would not have become the target of public criticism. My ancestor Han Ziki would not have died to protect Bailey Yin Lu. Once my ancestor died, the Shin music school collapsed. Those sects and families that haven't yet vented their hatred and greed on my Han family. Han Jiaming's tone is still calm, but the light in his eyes is gloomy and cold, as if they're quenched with a bone-chilling poison. Those people's words are pleasant to hear, that the Shin musician sect was wiped out in order to uphold justice and slay evil. But in fact, each and every one of them just wanted to snatch the Shin musicians' heaven-defying inheritance and the best holy artifact, the Tian Mo Qin. After slaughtering the entire Shin musician sect, they couldn't find any inheritance related to the Shin musicians, so they set their eyes on our Han family. In the polar domain, under the imperial court, there was only the Shin musician sect and my Han family. Even because Di Beishuan's cultivation was not as good as Bailey Yinlu's, he was only on par with my ancestor. The Shin musician sect and the Han family, who were connected by marriage, even overshadowed the imperial court of the polar domain. After this battle, the Han family's youths were slaughtered, the clan's resources were looted, and the dignified top aristocratic family became a third-rate small sect that could bully and oppress them. Ha 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 ha, you tell me, how wonderful is the world? Han Jiaming looks at Jun Mayan, lowers his voice, and slowly says, Jun Mayan, tell me, your Shin musician sect, don't you owe my Han family a glory, and a wife? Many people say that I look very similar to my ancestor, Han Ziki. That year, my ancestor and the head of the Shin musician sect, Bailey Yin Lu, tied the knot. Now it's your turn to be with me. Is this the fate of heaven, the fate that has been passed down for thousands of years? Mayan is about to speak, but she hears Han Shujiao already flying into a rage. Screw your father's fate, screw your mother's 1,000 years of fate. Do you think you're worthy to tie the knot with my baby disciple? That kid Di Mingju still wants to stand aside? Who do you think you are? Mayan's face suddenly changes, and the 7 extinction sword in her hand suddenly swings out. Ninth Master, be careful. However, her reaction is still a step too slow. A dark red flame sprang up from under Han Shujiao's shadow, instantly engulfing it. Han Shujiao is just a broken soul clone, so naturally, he has no power to resist. His illusory shadow instantly becomes faint, almost non-existent. Ninth Master. My good disciple, don't worry. This is just 1,000th of my soul. If it disperses, then so be it. It's no big deal. Han Jiaming, don't think you've won. I'm warning you, if you dare touch my precious disciple, I'll tear you to pieces. The dark red flame burned out, and Han Shujiao's figure also disappeared. Han Jiaming suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying. His voice once again became a bit hoarse, really worthy to be called Xingzu Medicine King Han Shujiao. Even if it was only 1,000th of his soul, it wouldn't stop him from poisoning me. It's a pity. A scarlet light flashed across Han Jiaming's eyes. Immediately after, the bones in his body let out a crisp crackling sound, and the hand that was originally chopped off grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. From the ghastly white bones to the bloody flesh covering it, even the skin had completely recovered. Han Jiaming didn't even look at his hand, but step by step, he walked towards Mayan. There is no trace of pain on his face, instead, his mouth holds a gentle and elegant smile. Jun Mayan, you still don't know, this place is called the Little Curse God's Land, and your body has been planted with the lovesickness demon curse. As long as you are still within the scope of this Little Curse God's Land, I am God. Even if Di Mingju accidentally comes in, as long as he's bound by the power of the curse here, he'll still become a turtle in my jar. Han Jiaming reaches out his hand, wanting to stroke Mayan's face. Mu Yan sidesteps and looks at him coldly. He wasn't angry at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "At first, I wanted to give you a beautiful memory. Let's just take it that we're both under the influence of an aphrodisiac and have sex uncontrollably. Then, we'll marry into the Han family and have a beautiful dream of being together for the rest of our lives. Isn't that great? Why do you have to expose me like this? But even if you expose me, you won't be able to escape from me in this little cursed land. Today, you are destined to become my woman." Mu Yan took a step back and said coldly, "What is the little cursed land? What is the relationship between the cursed land of the Yanwu continent and this little cursed land? Was it also set up by you guys? There's also the lovesickness demonic love curse. If I remember correctly, Junshi Tian was also afflicted with the lovesickness demonic love curse. That's why he had no choice but to use the mortal world tribulation method to save himself. So, all of this was set up by the devil emperor priest, Zhongli?" Han Jiaming was stunned by her series of questions. Then, he couldn't help but chuckle, looking at her with eyes full of admiration and amazement. Lovesickness charm curse entered his bones, and lesser incantation land strengthened him. At this moment, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Jun Mayan is burning with lust and suffering so much that she doesn't want to live. However, other than a flushed face, watery peach blossom eyes, and a slightly hoarse voice, the girl in front of him didn't seem to have any abnormalities. Even the occasional trembling of her body was concealed by her subtle movements and movements. He was only in his early 20s, but he was already a demon master. Moreover, if the information Master gave him was true, then this person might not only be able to cultivate in the devil path, but he could also cultivate in the spirit path. Moreover, his cultivation in the spirit path had already attained the mysterious immortal realm. How many generations had it been since a spirit and demonic dual cultivator had appeared in this world? The most frightening thing is that this person has struggled all the way from the Yanwu continent. In just a few short years, from a mortal who couldn't even be considered a spirit cultivator, he had now become the great demon King Yi who could make tens of thousands of demons willingly submit to him with his own strength. This kind of innate potential, this kind of temperament and willpower, simply surpassed even Bailey Yinlu from back then. Han Jiaming's heart suddenly surged with a sincere feeling. If he could marry such a woman, would the Han clan be able to regain the glory of 1,000 years ago? Thinking of this, Han Jiaming's tone became gentler, and he even patiently answered her questions. Of course, he wasn't afraid of such a delay. Unless he wanted to, no. One could break the lesser cursed land. Even Junshi Tian and Di Mingju can't do it. And the longer it drags on, the more severe the lovesickness curse within Mayan's body will become. When that time comes, she will crave even more for his invasion and love. Han Jiaming unhurriedly said, "The lesser cursed land, as the name suggests, is naturally a weaker version of the cursed land. But even so, it would take several hundred years before it could be successfully arranged. The cursed land can strengthen all the power of curse by several times, and can also stimulate the curse technique that was originally hidden within the body. It can even seal and reduce the cultivation that exceeds a certain limit. The land of the cursed god, of the Yanwu continent that you speak of can be said to be tailor-made for Di Mingju by my master. As long as you enter it, the god-punishing curse, hidden in the Li Fire bloodline will be activated. The result? I think you already know. If it's light, you'll lose your memory, the power of the curse will deepen, and your soul will be damaged. If it's heavy, your soul will scatter, and you'll die." Mayan's pupils shrink. Han Jiaming takes another step closer, lowering his head and saying in a hoarse voice, "Jun Mayan, leave Di Mingju and follow me. The Polar Domain's emperor has 3,000 beauties in his harem. It's impossible for him to wholeheartedly treat you, but I can. I promise that as long as you agree to marry me, I will be as faithful to you as my ancestor." Mayan takes a step back with an expressionless face, but the hoarseness of her voice becomes more and more alluring. "How to remove the god-punishing curse? Hee, so you're asking so much because you want to find out how to remove the god-punishing curse for Di Mingju?" Han Jiaming's voice becomes a bit colder. "It's a pity that even if you ask me, I don't know. The God-punishing curse was planted by Master, and only Master alone can remove it in this world. Demingju is destined to be a puppet in Master's palm. He can't even control his life and death. You're daydreaming, vainly trying to save his life. Receiving such an answer, Mayan isn't the slightest bit annoyed. She just continues to ask, then what about the lovesickness demon love curse? Was it planted by Zhongli on Junshi Tian? Han Jiaming sees that she isn't overly concerned about Demingju, and his expression softens a bit. Hearing her next question, he can't help but sneer. How could Zhongli have the means to do something to Junshi Tian? That was a more sophisticated and remote arrangement by Master. He spent an extremely important chess piece to plant the lovesickness demon love curse in Junshi Tian. When Han Jiaming talks about Master, his always arrogant eyes unexpectedly reveal a bit of admiration. The lovesickness devil love curse has different grades. Only peerless grade, curse technique, can be used on venerables. And once the lovesickness devil love curse fully activates, Junshi Tian will become a puppet controlled by his lust, completely at the mercy of his master. Naturally, the demon race will also become an object in the hands of his master. However, something unexpected happened. Han Jiaming's gaze fell on Mu Yan, his expression gentle as he slowly said, "Your father Junshi Tian is also a ruthless character." After he discovered that he was afflicted with the lovesickness demonic love curse, he endured his boiling desire and did not find a woman to vent it on. Instead, he destroyed his own divine soul and fell into a coma. In this way, although Junshi Tian is heavily injured, Master's goal of controlling him will not be achieved. After much consideration, the Master buried the chess piece, Zhongli, and proposed the mortal world tribulation method. This method can indeed save Junshi Tian's life, but at the same time it will open a secret door in his body. When the worldly trials is over, when Junshi Tian and the others think that the lovesickness curse has been lifted, he will become Master's puppet. The corner of Mu Yan's lips curled up, and she said in an increasingly hoarse voice, "Unfortunately, you still did not succeed." "Yeah." Han Jiaming gently shakes his head, and slightly moves closer to Mu Yan. His hot breath lingers on her face, lingering and ambiguous. At that time, even Master did not know why he failed. Junshi Tian returned from the worldly trials, and the lovesickness demon love curse in his body was lifted, but the secret door in his body was not opened. As a result, Master's 1,000-year plan failed at the last moment. But now, I know that the accident was you and your mother. It's really unexpected that the cold-blooded and heartless demon lord would fall in love with a woman from the lower realms. Mu Yan frowns and takes a step back. Han Jiaming's tone when talking about Ning Yanqing makes her very unhappy. They already know the reason why their plan failed. It's because Junshi Tian fell in love with a woman from the lower realms and gave birth to a child. After the soul and spirit returned, they sealed themselves because they were in too much pain and despair. At the same time, they also sealed the secret door that Han Jiaming's master left in Junshi Tian's body. Han Jiaming and the others deduced the cause and effect of the matter from Mu Yan's existence. But they don't care about Ning Yanqing at all. They don't even have the interest to investigate her name and identity. Han Jiaming's scheming is deep. He sees through her thoughts at a glance. His eyes stare at her flushed beautiful face, and his voice becomes deep and hoarse. "Jun Mu Yan, you should know that the weak are prey to the strong. This is the law of survival in this world. The weak don't even have the qualifications to be remembered. And once the strong are weak, their fate will be more miserable and pitiful than the weak. Just like the Shenle sect in the past, and Demingju and Junshi Tian that you will soon witness. They will all become turtles in the jar, without any room to resist. And you, only by choosing me and being with me can you have a chance to live. Otherwise, no matter how you struggle, there are only two choices. Either you die, or you become a puppet without self-awareness." Han Jiaming reaches out his hand, wanting to caress Mu Yan's peach blossom-like cheeks. His voice contains tenderness. "I don't want to see these beautiful eyes lose their spirit, so be obedient, okay?" Mu Yan suddenly raises the 7 absolute sword in her hand, blocking Han Jiaming's action. The lovesickness demon lord still has the lovesickness demon love curse. Of course. Mu Yan takes a deep breath. "You probably don't know how to remove the lovesickness demon love curse." Han Jiaming smiles and says good-naturedly, the God-punishing curse and the lovesickness demon love curse are not things that Zhongli and I can master. Even the lovesickness demon love curse that Zhongli placed in your body is just a weaker version of the demon core that is similar to the demon lord's. Although it has the same effect, it's just a fake. Mu Yan, have you asked enough? I have enough patience for girls I like, but my master doesn't. After tonight, if I can't completely activate the lovesickness demonic love curse in your body, master will have to do it himself. At that time, all of you won't be able to escape, and I'll die a graveless death just like Zhongli. Speaking up to here, Han Jiaming's eyes suddenly darkened. He abruptly reached out and grabbed Mu Yan's wrist, pressing her against the wall. Stop stalling for time. From the moment you stepped into the little cursed land, you are destined to be in my hands. Han Jiaming's voice was abnormally hoarse, and his eyes were filled with a strong desire. He was not affected by the curse, and he only wanted to complete the mission. But looking at June Mayan's beautiful face up close, he thinks of her talent, her strength, her calmness in the face of danger, as well as that predestined fate between the Shen musicians and the Han family. Unknowingly, a strange feeling was ignited in his heart. Not only was he trying to complete the mission his master had given him, but he also wanted to possess her from the bottom of his heart, violate her, and make her crazy for him. Han Jiaming reached out to hold Mayan's face and was about to kiss her. However, at this moment, he heard the girl's low and hoarse voice without any panic or anger. I think you also don't dare to reveal your master's identity, and you can't even reveal it. If that's the case, then there's no need for me to play along with you. Mayan reached out and pushed him a few steps away. Han Jiaming paused and frowned at her. What do you mean? He had always been a scheming person. Hearing this, he immediately looked at Mayan from head to toe. After confirming that she was really affected by the lovesickness demon love curse, he breathed a sigh of relief. He really liked and admired the girl in front of him. Even at this point, she could still calmly try to provoke him with words and strike back. It was a pity that her opponent was him. The tenderness and desire in Han Jiaming's eyes became stronger. He was about to step forward when Mayan slightly raised her voice. Third brother, come in. As soon as she finished speaking, the dark room suddenly shook violently. A gust of wind blew, extinguishing all the lit candles in the room. But the light didn't dim, because the walls and doors around the room once again lit up with a dazzling red light. Golden runes appeared on the surface, rippling like water, but also like a spider web that was slowly being torn apart by a hand. Han Jiaming's complexion changed greatly, and he suddenly looked at the door where the runes were the most concentrated. With a bang, the runes on the door finally couldn't hold on any longer and shattered. Then the door opened, and dazzling light shone in from outside, forcing Han Jiaming to close his eyes. When he opened them again, he found two people outside the room. One had a grave and stern expression, and his whole body was emitting a bone-piercing killing intent. His cultivation was around the peak of golden immortal. The other was sitting in a wheelchair. His face was pale, and his figure was thin. He looked cultured and refined, but also fragile. He was a cripple that no one would be wary of. But Han Jiaming's gaze was focused on him, not even for a moment. Who are you? Chumoli smiled and pointed at Mayan. Didn't you hear it just now? Third brother. This person was Mayan's third brother, a disciple of the Xiaoyao school. During the day in the heavenly enchantment palace, Han Jiaming had seen the disciples of the carefree sect shine. He also knows about their relationship with June Mayan's fellow apprentices. But at that time, Han Jiaming didn't care about them at all. His natural talent was awe-inspiring, and he'd attained the mysterious immortal realm at the age of 20. Even in the Shoshan continent, such geniuses were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. But so what if they were rare? No matter how talented he was only a Xian immortal. After Han Jiaming recovered from his shock, he had already thrown them to the back of his mind. Just like how he was surprised that Jun Shirtian would be moved by a girl from the lower realms, but he didn't even think of investigating Ning Yanqing's identity. In their eyes, the weak had no right to be remembered. But at this moment, Han Jiaming was filled with regret. He regretted that he had neglected the Xiaoyao sect. His eyes were fixed on Chumoli. Who exactly are you? Why can he break the seal of the little land of the curse god? Even Di Mingju and Jun Shirtian couldn't do it. In this world, there was no one else who could do it. how did you do it? Saying that, he turns to look at Mayan, junior sister, how do you feel? Mayan's whole body is soaked in cold sweat at this time. She has to use all her strength to restrain herself from making strange sounds and trembling violently. When she heard Chumoli's nonchalant question, she almost wanted to curse out loud. Third brother. Mu Yan gritted her teeth and said, why don't you play the Guqin with Han Jiaming again and ask me this question after your junior sister dies from the curse? Chumoli rarely sees this kind of expression on his calm junior sister. He can't help but let out a low laugh. After laughing, the expression on his face instantly recedes. He spreads his hands, making a bow and knocking an arrow. A translucent silver longbow and a black arrow gradually appeared in his hand, which was supposed to be empty. The tip of the arrow is aimed at Han Jiaming's forehead. Han Jiaming's eyes widen. He suddenly feels as if a pair of hands are squeezing his heart. He wants to dodge, he wants to escape. But his whole body seems to be bound by an invisible force, and he can't move at all. A drop of cold sweat slips down Han Jiaming's forehead. At the same time, whoosh, the arrow flies out and hits Han Jiaming between the eyebrows. Han Jiaming's body shakes violently. His face is deathly pale, and his whole body is frozen like a statue. The runes and red light that were originally flickering in the room completely disappear after the arrow pierced through Han Jiaming's body. Chumoli loosens his hand and the silver bow disappears. He spits out a mouthful of blood. Mayan's movements are also very fast. After the runes disappear, the burning feeling in her body also disappears. She immediately takes out the Tian Emochin and plucks the strings. As the sound of the zither lingers in the room, Chumoli's deathly pale face finally regains some vitality. The imperial minister looks at Chumoli, then at Mayan. His eyes are filled with shock and admiration. What kind of sect is the Xiaoyao school? It's not enough to have a monstrous talent like Chumoli. The others are also more frightening than the last. The sound of the zither slowly turns into the sound of flowing water, and finally disappears. Mayan exhales and puts away the Tian Emochin. She walks over to Chumoli and grabs his wrist. After confirming that Chumoli's body could still hold on, she heaved a sigh of relief. Then, his attention fell on Han Jiaming. What's wrong with him? Is he stupid or dead? From the moment Chumoli's arrow hit him, Han Jiaming had been standing rigidly on the spot. His entire person was like a stone statue, without the slightest fluctuation of breath. But if he was dead, it didn't look like it. Chumoli coughed lightly, then said indifferently, I was just turned into a puppet by the backlash from the lovesickness demonic love curse. He was alive, but it was worse than being dead. From then on, he could only listen to his master's orders like a walking corpse. Without the master's order, the flesh would rot and die. Mu Yan slightly inhales a breath. She did not sympathize with Han Jiaming, but she was shocked by Han Jiaming's master's methods. His subordinates would either succeed or become puppets. How heartless and vicious was this? Suddenly, Chumoli's voice paused, and he let out a soft "eh." Suddenly, a shadow appeared beside Han Jiaming's statue-like body. That shadow looked exactly the same as Han Jiaming. Mu Yan's pupils shrink, a doppelganger? No. Chumoli faintly said, he forcibly separated a part of his soul. The tearing and cutting of the physical body is already so painful that one would rather die. And the pain of the separation and cutting of the soul is only 1,000 times worse than the pain of the physical body. Chumoli's eyes reveal a bit of admiration, at the crucial moment, he's ruthless towards himself. Junior sister, this person is quite interesting. He has something in common with Li Weiran. Because it's a remnant soul, Han Jiaming's figure is very faint. His gaze sweeps over Chumoli, a deep fear in the bottom of his eyes. Only when it falls on Mayan does he speak in a low, hoarse voice, Jun Mayan, we will meet again. One day, I will take back what the Kamikaze sect owes my Han family. Saying that, Han Jiaming's figure becomes fainter and fainter, about to disappear. However, at this moment, a dark red flame suddenly sprang up from the ground, directly engulfing Han Jiaming's remnant soul. Aha! A mournful and despairing scream, making one's scalp go numb. Before Mayan could react, Han Jiaming, who was just praised by Chumoli, has already been burned to ashes. Mayan can't come back to her senses for a while. Third senior brother was just praising Han Jiaming for being ruthless. She had also prepared herself that she definitely wouldn't be able to catch or kill Han Jiaming this time. Who would have thought that the remnant soul that had just said those harsh words would be completely burned in the next moment? So, Han Jiaming was completely burned to death. She had already prepared herself that the next time they met, this person would make all kinds of obstacles for her. In the end, the person's soul flew away and scattered like a feather. Also, the dark red flame that had just appeared seemed a little familiar. The next moment, she hears a familiar voice in the night sky. Long time no see, Chu Moli, has your eyesight really gotten worse and worse? You can also see that this kind of thing is similar to me? White clothes like snow, black hair like a waterfall. A bright red ribbon covers his eyes, glaring and gorgeous. Under the night sky, the man in white slowly lands on the ground. His gaze seems to be smiling yet not smiling, sweeping over Chu Moli with ridicule, then falling on Mayan. His thin lips slowly hooked up into a happy arc. Jun Mayan, you really didn't die. Seeing the person, Mayan is also surprised for a moment. Li Weiran, why are you here? And how did this guy get in? There was a barrier above the hidden abyss, and it was impossible for anyone to enter without alerting Elder Min Wei and the others. Li Weiran's youthful face revealed a pleased expression. I saw Yaliankan's summon in Tianguang ruins and guessed that it was you, so I specially rushed over to see if you were still alive. Mu Yan stares blankly. This was the second time Li Weiran had repeated, she's not dead and she's still alive. Mu Yan looks at him curiously, why do you think I'm dead? Suddenly, her expression changed. Could it be that the heart-piercing life-prolonging curse in your body is acting up? Did something happen to Xiaobao? Li Weiran was taken aback by her question. Then, he smiled and said, no, that kid is fine. His cultivation progresses by leaps and bounds, so when he remembers that this is Di Mingju's son, his heart is particularly unhappy. After confirming that Xiaobao was fine, she heaved a sigh of relief. However, he couldn't help but repeat his question. Li Weiran brushes away the red satin on his eyes and said indifferently, nothing much, I just heard someone mention it, so I wanted to verify it. But I guess you won't die so easily. Even I couldn't kill you back then, so what qualifications do others have to kill you? If you died so simply, how could you still be Jun Mayan? Mu Yan's mouth twitched. This guy still has the cheek to say that. How much trouble did he give her? He almost killed Di Mingju. But this guy was too strong. Mu Yan admitted that she couldn't beat him. She could only swallow her anger and ask, who told you that I died? Li Weiran's gaze swept over the two people in front of him through the red silk covering his eyes. His lips curled into a meaningful smile, then he slowly said, I'm sorry, I didn't want to tell you this. Chu Moli, who had been silent all this time, raised his eyebrows slightly. Didn't want to tell us? So, the person who killed Junior's sister is related to her, and also to me? Li Weiran's cunning and excited expression froze, and he looked at Chu Moli unhappily. There was someone in this world who was almost demonic, but had a similar temperament to him. It was really too boring. Li Weiran suddenly raised his hand and threw a lump of flesh on the ground. Mu Yan was startled. When she saw the only intact face on the lump of flesh, she immediately showed an astonished expression. This was the demon servant who led her to the little cursed place. Mu Yan was just fighting with Han Jiaming in the room, trying to get information out of him. He had long forgotten about this small fry at the back of his mind. She didn't expect that this person would be caught by Li Weiran. The bodies of the demon race were different from human cultivators. As long as the demon core was intact, even if the body was tortured to pieces, they wouldn't die. But they would suffer from hellish pain. Right now, this demon servant was clearly tortured to the point where his mind wasn't clear. He kept shouting, kill me. I beg you, kill me, don't torture me anymore. I really can't say anything. Mu Yan slowly raised her head to look at Li Weiran. Li Weiran immediately straightened his back, like a child seeking praise, looking at her with a burning gaze. Even through the red silk, he could feel the passionate gaze. But in the next moment, he heard Mu Yan's expressionless voice, so, when I was fighting with Han Jiaming in the little cursed place, you were watching the show with relish? Li Weiran's expression froze again. He coughed lightly and reached out to touch the bridge of his nose. Not really, with relish, right? Well, in fact, he was quite interested in watching it. Of course, the premise of his interest is that he knows that a mere Han Jiaming wouldn't be able to hurt Mayan. If Jun Mayan was so easy to deal with, how could it be his, Han Jiaming's turn? At that time, Chu Moli was quietly waiting not far away. Han Jiaming thought that even if Di Mingju and Jun Shitian came, they would still be powerless. Jun Mayan, who was already trapped in the little cursed land, was being toyed with by him. Little did they know that under normal circumstances, even if Mu Yan and Chu Moli joined hands, they still might not be a match for Han Jiaming, this hidden peak stage immortal king. However, it was precisely because he was in the little cursed land that Chu Moli was invincible. Even though he had once been completely powerless against Chu Moli. Let alone Han Jiaming, who couldn't even master curse force. Li Weiran probably had these thoughts in his mind at that time. But he didn't think too deeply about it. Then, he watched the show with great interest. In his mind, he's even fantasizing that if he were to act as a hero and save the beauty in a moment of imminent peril, would he be able to make Mayan abandon Di Mingju and come to his embrace? So now that Mu Yan had exposed him, even someone as thick-skinned as him revealed an embarrassed expression. Of course, there were only one or two people in this world that could make him embarrassed. Li Weiran avoided Mu Yan's gaze and forcefully changed the topic. Mu Yan, I got something very interesting from this guy. Don't you want to hear it? As he said that, he lifted his foot and lightly kicked the meatball. Come, say what you just said one more time. The demon servant tightly shut his mouth, his broken body violently trembling, as if he was extremely resistant to saying anything. But very quickly, a dark red flame sprang up on his body. The demon servant lets out a mournful scream. As he screams, he can't help but shout, Master's plan is carried out by 3 parties. Han Jiaming will occupy Her Royal Highness, the priest will control the demon venerable, and Master's hidden chess piece will personally deal with Di Mingju. Stop, kill me, kill me. After screaming in pain, he had no choice but to continue. Now, even if Han Jiaming fails, it won't affect the other 2 parties. The Demon Lord's lovesickness demon love curse has already flared up, and Di Mingju will also be controlled by the god-punishing curse. Even if it can't last, it won't affect Master's plan. Mu Yan sternly said, What is your Master's plan? I can't say it, I'll die if I say it. Li Weiran crouched down and poked the demon servant's face with his slender fingers. He smiled gently and harmlessly, If you don't say it, it'll be 10,000 times worse than death. The demon servant's body trembled violently. His eyes widened, his face filled with horror and despair. But as Li Weiran's finger poked him, he still couldn't help but speak. The demon lord killed the spirit cultivators, and Di Mingju killed the higher-ups of the demon clan. From today onwards, the spirit cultivators and the demon clan will be irreconcilable, and will not rest until one of us is dead. With a scream, the demon servant's entire body exploded. Even the demon core was smashed into smithereens in an instant. As soon as he said the last sentence, Li Weiran had already retreated quickly. He was not stained by the blood at all. Seeing Mu Yan look over, he immediately raised his hands and said innocently, I didn't do anything. It was his master who placed a curse in his body to make him self-destruct. In order to make the demon servant finish speaking before exploding, he had spent a lot of effort. Mu Yan frowned, her expression grave. She suddenly raised her voice and said, Zhongli, not far away, an old man immediately walked over and bowed to her. Greetings, princess. Mu Yan said in a low voice, Do you know where the demon lord is now? How is he now? Zhongli nodded. This subordinate has been using the Mirage Light Stone to determine the situation of the demon venerable. The lovesickness demonic love curse in the demon lord's body hasn't fully activated yet. It's probably because Wenjia isn't confident that he can kill the demon lord with one strike, so he didn't act rashly. Mu Yan breathed a sigh of relief, but then her face suddenly changed. That was because the void spirit ring in his hand was releasing a strong force. A faint light was emitted from the ring. This means that something has happened to Di Mingju. The next moment, the old man's expression also changed drastically, as he took out a Mirage Light Stone. The Mirage Light Stone that was originally showing the scene in the room suddenly turned pitch black. The old man anxiously said, Princess, Wenjia has started to make his move. She thought that Xianxia would be the fake priest Wenji's target. But she didn't expect that the master that Han Jiaming mentioned would even include Di Mingju. And what is the hidden pawn that the demon envoy said was placed at Di Mingju's side? Mayan clenches her fists. Although Zhong Li's cultivation has recovered a lot, he is still far from his peak. If she goes with him, she is confident that she can deal with the fake priest. And third brother can also remove the lovesickness demon love curse for Xianxia. But Di Mingju's situation is not good. Which side should she help first? Li Weiran smiles. Do you need my help? If you want to save your future father-in-law, I can help. Mayan is too lazy to pay attention to him and looks at Chumoli. Third brother, can you go with Zhongli to find the demon venerable? The fake priest Wenji's strength is average, but he is much better at using the curse than Han Jiaming. If he wants to deal with Xianxia and activate the lovesickness demon love curse, he must create an environment that can increase the power of the curse. For example, the minor curse land. And in a place like the minor curse land, third brother Chumoli is almost invincible. Until now, Mayan had never seen anyone who could surpass third brother in the use of incantations. With the help of third brother, old man Zhongli, and elder Min Wei, Xianxia's safety should be guaranteed. Even if she thinks like this, Mayan is still uneasy because she can't go personally. She pauses, then says in a hoarse voice, "Third brother, Xianxia is my father. The blood-patterned bell on his chest still has my mother's remnant soul. Please, you must save him." Chumoli looks at her deeply for a long time, then smiles and nods, "I know." With third brother's words, Mayan breathes a sigh of relief. As long as third brother promises, there is nothing he can't do. After Chumoli agrees, he looks at Yu Jingqing behind him. "Little sister, take him with you." Mayan is stunned and can't help but look at Yu Jingqing. This person can only be considered average in terms of appearance, strength, and talent. But I heard that he saved third brother. Therefore, the people of the Xiaoyao sect have always been very kind to the imperial minister. However, even so, Yu Jingqing's face remained cold and he acted alone. Other than Chumoli, he never talked to anyone else. Occasionally, one could see the bitterness and hatred in this person's eyes. Mayan always felt that third senior brother didn't keep her by his side just to repay a debt of gratitude, but for some other purpose. After a moment of shock, he agreed. Since third senior brother asked her to bring people along, then he must have his reasons. After making arrangements for Xianxia, Mu Yan did not want to delay any longer. She called out to Li Weiran, "Let's go, we'll go save your brother." Li Weiran almost stumbled. His usually lazy and roguish face reveals an angry expression from shame. "Jun Mayan, shut up. To hell with big brother. He had no older brother." "None." Mu Yan ignored him and grabbed Yu Jingqing's collar. She stepped on lotus steps and quickly disappeared. Even though Yu Jingqing's face had always been cold, when a little girl grabbed his collar and lifted him up, he could not help but blush. He wanted to open his mouth and say that he can go by himself. But feeling the speed of the wind, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Yu Jingqing knows why Chumoli wants him to follow the demon princess. Because the demon princess wants to find the emperor of the polar domain. And only by the emperor's side can he find the person with unforgettable hatred. In order to avenge Lei Guanzong and Nian Nian, what's a little embarrassment, Yu Jingqing slowly closes his eyes, and his expression returns to normal. Li Weiran stands there for a long time with an ugly expression. Seeing the two figures completely disappear, he finally grits his teeth and follows. Although Mu Yan is burning with worry, she can't help but curl her lips when she sees Li Weiran obediently following. Xiaobao said that your words are disgusting but your body is upright, and he's right. In fact, you still care about your elder brother, Di Mingju? In fact, Di Mingju also speaks harshly to Li Weiran, but he doesn't act ruthlessly. This pair of half-brothers, one more tsundere than the other. They have different ways of being tsundere. Li Weiran finally calms down and follows. Hearing this, he almost dies from anger. He grits his teeth and says, "I want to see how he dies." As the two are talking, Mu Yan suddenly stops and puts Yu Jingqing down. In front of her is an empty martial practice field. As far as the eye can see, there's no one. But the void spirit ring tells her that Di Mingju is nearby. Mu Yan's brows tightly knit together. She looks at Li Weiran. Li Weiran curls his lips, finds a pillar, and sits down lazily, closing his eyes and taking a nap. He clearly doesn't want to help her. Mu Yan takes a deep breath, takes out the Tian Mo Qin, and gently plucks the strings. The melodious and lingering sound of the zither slowly flows between heaven and earth. Sound of echo, no, floating like a dream, no, realm of stars, still can't sense Di Mingju's breath. Mu Yan's forehead gradually oozes sweat. Her slightly drooping thick eyelashes gently tremble. She almost tried all the Shin musician's skills, but still couldn't find a way to break through the fog in front of her eyes. She can be sure that Di Mingju is nearby. Just like how the land of the little incantation prevents others from entering. There must be an invisible barrier here that conceals Di Mingju's aura, but it doesn't block the connection with the void spirit ring. Was this a unique space created by the curse? This is the field that Mayan is most unfamiliar with. Whenever she ran into curse, her third senior brother would always be there to support her. But not now. As she became more and more involved with the major forces of the Xianxia continent, and as the master that Han Jiaming mentioned surfaced, she might have to deal with curses often in the future. She couldn't rely on third senior brother forever. She couldn't lose the ability to protect herself. He played the zither faster and faster. His face grew paler and more sweat dripped from his forehead. Yu Jingqing doesn't understand what happened, he only knows that Mayan's condition is not right. He wanted to help, but there was nothing he could do. He could only look at Li Weiran. At the side, Li Weiran was also focused on this scene, unknowingly clenching his fists. Suddenly, he clicked his tongue and stood up. He mutters under his breath, "Jun Mayan, don't blame me if you see something bad later." His snow-white sleeves gently swayed, and his slender fingers intertwined, forming a complicated pattern. However, without waiting for Li Weiran to move, a dazzling silver light emits from behind Mayan. Li Weiran pauses for a moment, then suddenly removes the red silk covering his face. His icy blue eyes stare unblinkingly at the girl playing the zither in front of him, almost holding his breath. The silver moon slowly appears behind the girl, illuminating the entire night like it's daytime. The wind gently blows his clothes and long hair, even the red silk in his hand flutters violently. Li Weiran takes a deep breath, his expression solemn. What kind of energy is that, vigorous, vast, and graceful? Sometimes, it was as silent as the air, causing one to be unable to sense it. Sometimes, it was like a surging tide that assaulted one's face. What Li Weiran finds most unbelievable is that this energy is actually attacking, devouring, and even purifying the power of the curse around it. There's actually a kind of energy in this world that can truly restrain the power of the curse. Although it's still so weak, it's never been heard of before. Shin musician, is this the Shin musician that made the entire Xianxia continent tremble with fear 1,000 years ago? Are all Shin musicians so powerful, or is it only this girl in front of him who's special? Along with the melodious sound of the zither, the silver moon is beautiful. The spacious and silent martial arts arena gradually changed. A temple appears here. Shabby, simple, and old, it's different from any of the richly ornamented and luxurious palaces in the Demon Palace. A vague and hazy voice gradually comes from the temple. Jun Shang, everything this old servant did was for your own good. Mu Yan knows she succeeded. She broke the independent space isolated by the power of the curse. Her mind suddenly loosens, she can no longer hold on and spits out a mouthful of blood. Li Weiran slowly walks over, squats in front of her, looks at her like she's a monster, and asks hoarsely, "Jun Mu Yan, who are you?" Mu Yan is too lazy to pay attention to him. Her pale and blood-stained face shows a long-lost happy smile. Because just at the moment when she broke the curse barrier, she heard a familiar voice that she hadn't heard in a long time. "Jun Mu Yan, do you want to die? Shin musician is only level 7, yet you dare to use the level 10, smoke god finger. I only slept for a few months, what did you do? And what the hell is this place?" If it weren't for Li Weiran watching, Mu Yan would have almost screamed. But she's so excited that she can't control her expression. "Qi Huang, you finally woke up?" Ever since that day on the floating island, Qi Huang killed Ning Su and revealed his split personality, he has been sleeping. Then, many things happened. It's only a few months since Qi Huang's slumber. But Mu Yan is in a trance, feeling that she has been separated from her own artifact spirit for centuries. The world-destroying half-soul in little martial uncle's body was the other half of Seven Brilliance's divine soul. Did Qi Huang know what happened after that? The hand that Mayan is pressing on the Tian Emochin trembles slightly. She had too many questions she wanted to ask. She had too much pain of being separated by life and death that she wanted to confide in Qi Huang, and she could only confide in Qi Huang. Mayan has always felt that she had to bear the greatest responsibility for little martial uncle's death. This was because little martial uncle had gone through the mortal world and suffered all the sufferings in the world. He even broke his meridians in despair and died because of Qi Huang's half-soul. Seven Brilliance was her artifact spirit, a brat whom she had long acknowledged as family. If Qi Huang owed little martial uncle something, then it was equivalent to her owing little martial uncle something. But she couldn't say it, this kind of guilt, pain, longing, and reluctance, she could not express any of it. This was because Seven Brilliance's existence could not be told to anyone. Mu Yan opened her mouth, wanting to use her divine sense to say something to Qi Huang, but in the end, she still endured it. Li Weiran's voice rang in her ears again. Mu Yan, why are you crying and laughing at the same time? Mu Yan looked up and realized that the red scarf covering Li Weiran's face had already been removed. A pair of ice-blue eyes, extremely similar to Xiaobao's and Di Mingju's, is staring at her unblinkingly. His eyes were filled with curiosity and interest. He points to the dilapidated temple not far away and says with a smile that is not a smile, Mu Yan, you can still laugh after hearing the voice coming from inside? Voice? What was that sound? After Li Weiran's reminder, Mayan's attention finally focused on the rundown temple. Indeed, just as Li Weiran had said, the originally deathly silent surroundings began to emit faint sounds. My lord, which part of these two women isn't better than that man, Yi Liangchen? Jun Mayan was once the woman you truly loved. For you, she traveled thousands of miles to the polar domain. She was seriously injured and lost her memories, but she only had eyes for you. There's also Miss Mo Lian. She's the demon race's priest hall's holy maiden and the candidate for the next demon king's priest. My lord, you should be clear about the status of the demon emperor's priests in the demon race. Marrying Miss Mo Lian will be extremely beneficial to both you and the polar domain. Even if it's the demon race's princess, if she can accept sharing a husband with another woman, she can also marry her. But you absolutely cannot choose a man. Otherwise, if the madam under the wine spring knew that you had cut off the polar domain's inheritance and heirs, how sad would she be? Mu Yan frowned slightly. The person who spoke should be an older woman. She thought back, and indeed remembered that when she was in the Heavenly Charm Palace, there was an old woman following behind Di Mingju. The old woman looked at him with an extremely unfriendly gaze. Therefore, the chess piece that the demon attendant said that the master had arranged at Di Mingju's side was this old woman. As he's thinking, he hears Han Ye's flustered and exasperated voice coming from the temple. Commander Tong, you betrayed His Majesty like this, and you actually dare to say that it's for His Majesty's good. Do you still want face? Commander Tong sneered, I am Juanshang's wet nurse, Juanshang's birth mother's dowry maid. In this world, the one who cares about Juanshang the most and is the most loyal is me. I was forced to do all this, it was for the good of Juanshang. The four of you and that Chang'ing are all responsible for Juanshang being bewitched by a man like he is today. It was you guys who led Juanshang astray. First, you let him be infatuated with a lowly mortal woman, and then he hooked up with a disgusting man, Rabbit Grandpa. A loud bang came from the temple. Apparently, the speaker had broken something in a fit of rage. Everything I've done today is for the sake of bringing order out of chaos and allowing Juanshang to walk on the right path again. You sycophants who brought Juanshang back don't need to live anymore. After returning to the polar domain, I'll deal with Chang'ing, Star Wolf, and defeating armies together. Immediately after, Commander Tong's voice became gentle again. His voice was low and hoarse, containing bewitchment and an inexplicable energy fluctuation. Commander Tong's voice carries a burst of excitement and agitation. Juanshang, you don't know this, but these two women have a secret ancestral method that can impregnate high-level female cultivators and give birth to a male in one go. If you really don't like them, it doesn't matter if you don't marry them first. Wait until one of them gives birth to a dragon child, then you can make them your concubine. that would already be their greatest honor. Pfft. Li Weiran, who's listening from outside, can't help but burst out laughing. Oh my, how come I didn't know that Di Mingju had such an interesting old woman by his side? Is she using Di Mingju as a breeding pig? Ha ha ha. Mu Yan, her eyes are spitting fire, her face is dark, but she can't refute. Li Weiran is laughing so hard that he's rocking back and forth. A woman's sweet and charming voice is already coming from the temple. Each voice is more charming than the last, more ecstatic than the last. Occasionally, it was mixed with a low gasp and a low chuckle. But from start to finish, there's no man's voice. But even so, just from the laughter of the fake Jun Mayan and Mo Lian, you can tell that they're very happy and excited. So much so that Jun Mayan even shouts with a bit of grievance, Di Mingju, didn't you say that I, Jun Mayan, was the one you liked the most? For the polar domain, I'm willing to share a husband with younger sister Mo Lian, but shouldn't Jun Shang pamper me first? You said that you want our child to become the future master of the polar domain. Ha 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 ha. Li Weiran laughs so hard that tears come out. His face is full of schadenfreude as he looks at the young girl with a face as black as the bottom of a pot. There's actually Jun Mayan here? I really didn't think that the demon race would be 100 times more fun than the nether domain. Fortunately, I came. Li Weiran wipes away the tears of laughter, and says in high spirits, Mayan, do you really want to kill someone right now? Do you want to kill Di Mingju? I can help you. Mayan glances at him coldly. Li Weiran is swept by her faint gaze and immediately takes a step back, making a gesture to cover his mouth. But his action is funny and amusing, and his attitude is full of schadenfreude. Mu Yan took a deep breath and saw that the sounds inside were becoming more and more unbearable to listen to. She abruptly raised the long sword in her hand and slashed down from the sky. Boom! After a loud bang, the temple gate collapsed. Everyone in the temple turned their attention to him. Seeing Mayan's figure slowly walking in, Han Ye's complexion greatly changes. He shouts in panic, Jun. Yigongzi, you, why have you come? He looks at the other side, then at Mu Yan, as if he wants to explain something. But Commander Tong had already sneered before she could. Young Master Yi came just in time. He pointed at the man who had hurriedly sat up on the bed. Slightly raising his chin, he said with a smile that wasn't a smile, I'm sure you've seen it too. Our Jun Shang has already found his favorite concubine. Forgive our polar domain for not participating in the Heavenly Enchantment Banquet's princess selection. Of course, if the demon princess is willing to turn over a new leaf one day and marry into my polar domain as a concubine, then my polar domain will not be intolerant, and will naturally welcome the arrival of the princess. As for those shady men, my polar domain will absolutely not welcome them. Young Master Yi, don't you think so? Mayan looks at the bed not too far away. The outside of this temple is simple and shabby, but the inside is exquisitely decorated. End of chapter 43:12. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.